My name is Lin Hui. I woke up to the sound of a rooster crowing behind the house. The sunlight streamed through the broken window, and for a moment, I was confused. My eyes swept over the small, familiar dirt house. The bedside table, still looking brand new, caught my attention. It had been made by my father from a tree he grew for decades, just for my dowry. I stretched out my hands, noticing the thin calluses from work, but no hardened ones yet. Turning my head, I saw a familiar but strange face next to me, sleeping sprawled out in his boxers. His skin was paler than mine. My chest felt tight as I remembered a vivid dream, decades of being a widow, struggling alone. This man, my husband, had died young, leaving me to endure a lifetime of hardship. If my dream was true, he would die in just a few years. The thought made me angry. Without much thought, I raised my hand and slapped him hard across the face. The loud smack woke him up with a start. He held his reddened cheek and asked, "Wife, what are you doing?" Calmly, I replied, "Oh, there was a big mosquito. I killed it for you. Go back to sleep." He believed me, mumbling an "oh," and soon started snoring again. I got up, circled today's date, August 2nd, 1980, on the old calendar. It was my second day as the wife of Su Dongsheng, the notorious lazy man of the village. After freshening up, I headed to the kitchen. My mother-in-law, a tough and energetic woman in her 50s, was already preparing breakfast. She looked much younger than in my dream, where grief and hardship had turned her hair white overnight after Su Dongsheng's death. Knowing the family's tight situation, I offered to cook. She seemed pleased and let me handle it. I found a small piece of pork left over from the wedding feast. With so many mouths to feed, I suggested chopping it into bits to fry with pickled vegetables for breakfast and saving the rest for noodle soup at lunch. My mother-in-law agreed, happy with my practicality. As I started working, my eldest sister-in-law arrived, clearly trying to assert her place in the family. I greeted her warmly and handed her the task of cooking green vegetables, leaving me to prepare the pork and pickles. She seemed a bit startled by my confidence, but didn't protest. By the time breakfast was ready, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of food, and I felt a strange sense of accomplishment. Life here was tough, but I wasn't the same Lin Hui as yesterday. If this was my second chance, I'd make sure things turned out differently this time. Life in the Su household revolves around routines and chaos. Every meal starts with me lighting the large stove, cooking with minimal oil and salt. The men work hard, so I try to make the food hearty, even if resources are limited. This morning, I fried minced pork with homemade soybean paste and pickled vegetables, paired with sweet potato porridge. It was simple but satisfying. The kids love the food, calling me Aunt Hui, but the crowded table and the noise are overwhelming. My husband, Su Dongsheng, is useless. When I found him still sprawled on the bed, I had to gently wake him up, only for him to try and kiss me with unbrushed teeth. Disgusted, I pushed his face away and told him to get ready for breakfast. He barely did the minimum, splashing water on his face before joining the family. At breakfast, he avoided the crowd and ate by the door, ignoring the jabs from his sister-in-law. The house is loud, with kids fighting over food and adults exchanging passive-aggressive remarks. I silently ate my share, mentally preparing for the day ahead. After the meal, Dongsheng announced he was going out for a bit, which I knew meant gambling or loitering with his friends. My father-in-law warned him to return early for a family meeting, but Dongsheng casually brushed it off. His laziness and irresponsibility were glaringly obvious, but I knew change wouldn't come overnight. I spent the day mending clothes and cooking again, using the remaining pork to make tomato meatball soup with vermicelli for lunch. The children played noisily around the house, while the adults stayed busy with their chores. Despite the simplicity, the family appreciated the food, though the chatter about dividing the household loomed in the background. When Dongsheng finally returned at dusk, reeking of alcohol and smoke, I confronted him. He deflected, claiming he hadn't drunk much, and shifted focus to the impending meeting. My father-in-law called everyone together to discuss the division of the family's land and resources. I knew what was coming, the same scenario I had seen in my dream. If things were going to change, I had to plan carefully and ensure my future wouldn't be tied to Dongxing's recklessness. My husband, Su Dongxing, didn't care about splitting the household. He sat there, shaking his leg, acting like it had nothing to do with him. His two older brothers, who had always been close, looked upset. They didn't want the family to split. But their wives had been talking about this for years, clearly waiting for this moment. Father-in-law opened his little notebook and got straight to the point. He talked about how the old house was no longer suitable with so many people, especially since the kids were growing up. They'd applied for new land to build houses years ago, and now it was time to discuss it. The mention of new houses made everyone perk up. The old mud house was cramped, with kids of both genders sharing one room divided only by a curtain. It wasn't proper, especially as they grew older. My eldest sister-in-law, trying to sound cautious, asked how many houses would be built. Everyone wanted new homes, but didn't want to seem selfish. Father-in-law asked who wanted to stay in the old house. The eldest brother quickly volunteered, claiming it was their responsibility to live with and care for their parents. But his wife stayed silent, her face tight with unease. The second brother looked ready to speak, but his wife pinched his arm, stopping him. As for my husband, he yawned and lazily offered, if money's tight, just build 2 houses for my brothers. Hui and I can stay in the old house. But, he added with a grin, if we have kids in a few years, the old house will need to be rebuilt. His casual joke lightened the mood, even making my mother-in-law smile. At least he didn't mind staying with his parents, unlike his brothers. Father-in-law announced that 3 new houses would be built, 2 rooms each. If anyone wanted more, they'd have to pay for it themselves. Later that night, back in our room, Su Dongxing sprawled on the bed like a lump of clay. I tossed him a towel, disgusted by the smell of smoke and alcohol on him, and told him to clean up. He reluctantly dragged himself to wash. Outside, under the moonlight, he joked with the kids about how dark and skinny they were compared to him. His pale skin, a family trait, always drew attention. When he came back, he tried to cozy up to me, but I had other plans. Using my 30 extra years of experience from my dream, I played along sweetly. Afterward, I made him fetch water for me and settled back, plotting how to steer our future. The next morning, I woke up late, sunlight streaming through the window. I found his old pants from the day before and checked the pockets. Sure enough, I found 5 mao from his gambling winnings. Not a fortune, but enough to buy half a pound of pork. I pocketed the money, knowing I couldn't let him waste it gambling again. When Su Dongxing finally woke up, he looked at his empty pockets, scratched his head, and seemed to forget what he was even looking for. Smirking to myself, I thought, good luck gambling now. After breakfast, father-in-law took us to see the land he had bought for our new houses. The plots were at the edge of the village, spacious enough for 2-room brick houses with room for a front yard to dry grains and a back garden for vegetables and chickens. It had cost father-in-law nearly all his savings, but now it was time to build. He proposed the order: the eldest brother on the left, the second in the middle, and us on the right. Everyone agreed. It was fair. The older brothers even planned to add extra rooms using their savings. I spoke up, surprising everyone. Father, we'd like to build a 3-meter-high wall around our house. The room fell silent. Mother-in-law frowned, accusing me of wasting money. I calmly explained how being near the village entrance made us a target for theft, especially since Su Dongxing and I had no children yet and were often away. My reasoning softened her stance, though she still grumbled about the cost. Su Dongxing chimed in, dismissing the height difference as trivial, but I knew every half-meter added more expense. In the end, father-in-law approved, though not without grumbling. Back home, Su Dongxing pulled out a small ceramic jar from under the bed and handed me over 130 yuan, enough to cover our wall. It turned out this was money his late grandmother had saved for him. I counted the crumpled bills and coins, thinking how things had shifted. In my dream, this money had vanished, leaving me and our children to struggle. Before I could press him further, one of his lazy friends called for him outside. Su Dongxing jumped up eagerly. grabbing the 2 cents I handed him, and promised to return early. I knew better but let him go, pretending to be the kind wife he thought he'd married. His sisters-in-law soon took the chance to criticize me. "You can't keep letting him laze around," they said. "How will you and your children survive if he doesn't change?" I smiled and nodded, knowing they were right but also knowing change wasn't going to happen overnight. Su Dongsheng wasn't just lazy, he'd been coddled into it for years. Fixing him wouldn't be easy, but I had time and patience. Later, at a gambling spot in town, Su Dongsheng's friends jeered at him for showing up with only the 2 cents I'd given him. His 5 mao winnings from the day before were nowhere to be found, leaving him frustrated but determined to make his 2 cents work. Back at home, I smiled, knowing exactly where that money had gone, safely tucked into my pocket. That night, as I was about to sleep, I heard pebbles hitting the window. Peeking out, I saw my drunk husband, Su Dongsheng, swaying under the moonlight. He begged me to let him in. Rolling my eyes, I went to unlock the door. As soon as he entered, he tried to kiss me but was so drunk that he collapsed onto the bed with a loud thud, waking the whole house. When mother-in-law shouted from her room, I quickly covered for him, saying he'd just come back. Everyone was used to his antics, so no one came to check. I stood over him, hands on my hips, and asked, "Where do you drink? Did you win money?" Amazingly, he'd turned 2 cents into 20. I pocketed his earnings, leaving him just a few coins. Men with too much money only get into trouble. Grumbling, I helped clean him up, even though he was heavy and uncooperative. After wiping his face and feet with the same towel, realizing too late I'd done it in the wrong order, I muttered about how troublesome drunkards were. Exhausted, I went to bed, silently keeping track of the money he earned each day. So far, I'd collected a whole yuan in just a few days. The next day at dinner, father-in-law announced that construction on the new houses would begin in the morning. He reminded Su Dongsheng he had to help carry stones. This was his house, after all. Su Dongsheng reluctantly agreed, though he couldn't resist teasing his young nephew, Su Guohua, about being too short to carry stones like him. This, of course, earned him scolding from mother-in-law, who didn't miss a chance to remind him how lazy he was. Dinner turned into a roast of Su Dongsheng. Even the kids joined in, pointing out his habit of winning money through gambling instead of working. The whole family laughed and scolded him in turns while I quietly enjoyed the show, not bothering to defend him. Afterward, he retreated to our room, sulking and lying down like a defeated man. I played my part as the gentle wife, asking softly, "Are you okay?" He grumbled about hearing the same nagging all the time and promised to work tomorrow to avoid more lectures. Satisfied, I let him kiss me briefly before shoving a pillow at his head for good measure. If he stumbled from exhaustion tomorrow, it would serve him right, and maybe the kids would have some fun teasing him. As soon as the firecrackers rang, the work officially started. Some people on the road saw Su Dongsheng pushing the cart and greeted him with a smile. "Dongzi is here to help today? The sun is rising from the west." Su Dongsheng raised his eyelids. "Auntie, if you don't remember which direction the sun rises from, just say my name and you'll know." Lin Hui felt that her husband was very eloquent and good at choking people. There were no gloves at home, only 2 pairs of old gloves left from working in the team before, both of which were worn by the old couple. Lin Hui watched Su Dongsheng working honestly and took her nephew and niece back to the old house. She had to feed the chickens and ducks at home, take care of the workers' meals, and take care of the children. The other children were 6 or 7 years old, and they were good at running. They played in the village by themselves, and they just had to count the heads at dinner time. As long as the 2 little ones didn't run behind the big children, they couldn't run fast and were easy to get hurt. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work," Su's mother said to the eldest and second sons. After all, the third son's wife was still a new daughter-in-law. If she didn't want people to gossip, she would let her do some light work at home. They have an unwritten rule that the new daughter-in-law should not do heavy work within a month after she comes to the house. At noon, Su's mother took the 2 daughters-in-law back to the old house to bring 2 buckets of tea and lunch. The workers work and eat dry rice, and they can't be without meat. Sue's mother gave money in the morning and asked Lin Hui to buy some meat and eggs. Not to mention that there is big meat for every meal, at least the cooking can be oily. Lin Hui's cooking skills are really good. The meat is cut thinly and stewed with vegetables. It looks like a big pot full of pork, but in fact only half a pound of pork is used, and the taste is very good. The workers were all praising her. Even the eldest and second sisters-in-law of Sue had nothing to say. Sue's mother was very happy. She married a good daughter-in-law to the third son. It would be better if she had a more fierce temper so that she could control the third son. Speaking of the third child, Sue's mother wiped her sweat, put her hands on her hips, and looked around. Hey, this bad boy, where has he been slacking off again? After working for 3 consecutive days, I thought he had finally changed his character. Under the big banyan tree at the foot of the back mountain, Guzi tiptoed, peeled off the leaves on Donga's face, and sprinkled water on his face. It's raining. Su Dongsheng, who was drowsy lying on the stone, was awakened instantly and sat up abruptly. Ha 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 ha. Look at your silly look. Wang Wangjia, are you looking for death? Su Dongsheng raised his foot and kicked him. Guzi's full name is Wang Wangjia, which sounds like a dog barking, so he got the nickname Guzi. But the old people in his family think that calling him a mean name can keep him healthy, and they don't want to change his name at all. Guzi pouted his and dodged. Hey, brother, you are lazy again. Be careful that aunt scolds you again. I've been tired for 3 days, can I take a nap? Even the landlords don't do that. Su Dongsheng rubbed his eyes and yawned. He was so tired recently that he fell asleep after eating at night, and he didn't even have time to kiss his wife. Why didn't you go to find a Hao and the others? Those people came to find him yesterday, but were scolded away by his mother. Guzi sat down, took out a cigarette, and put it on his ear without lighting it. They think I'm stupid. I wouldn't have gone if you weren't there. Su Dongsheng sneered. How smart can you be at playing cards? Guzi is the youngest among them, only 18 years old this year. He was raised by a widow. His father died of illness when he was 10 years old. His grandparents are still left at home, and they are in good health. There are 3 adults in the family to raise 1 child, so there is no shortage of money. But he lost his father since he was a child, and his honest character made him bullied by the children in the village. Su Dongsheng couldn't bear to see him being bullied, so he often helped him out. After a while, he liked to run behind him. Come on, silly boy, I'll take you to catch river shrimps. Why catch river shrimps? They're all shells and they don't taste good. I've been out for so long. How can I report to my boss if I don't bring something back? I'll be scolded to death, won't I? Besides, I'll take it back and let your third sister-in-law cook it and show you her cooking skills, which are great. A river flows down from the mountain, connected to a small pond. The small pond is full of water plants and big fish can't be raised, but there are many small fish and shrimps. As Su Dongsheng expected, when he got home from work in the evening, Sue's mother saw him from afar and she didn't feel tired after working all day, so she ran over to chase him away. Su Dongsheng hurriedly dodged the stick in her hand. Hey, Mom, be careful. Don't hurt your waist. You little brat, you're still hiding. You've only been quiet for 2 days, and you're not doing it again. Did you go to play cards again?
Oh.
Mom, don't worry. I just hid for half an afternoon. I didn't go to play cards. It's not because I feel sorry for you. I want to catch river shrimps to nourish you. Hee hee, do you think I'll believe you just because you said a few nice words? The neighbors on both sides ran out to watch the fun. Oh, Dongzi was beaten by his mother again. Ha ha ha, run, run. Dongzi, your mother caught up with you. The neighbors clapped their thighs and laughed. Su Dongsheng's back was slapped hard by his mother, and it hurt so much. Lin Hui held back her laughter and scrubbed the small fish and shrimps several times, all as big as a little fingernail. There was not enough oil to fry, and there was still some oil left from frying meat and vegetables for the workers at noon. She fried the fish and shrimp until they changed color, and then added the chives. The strong aroma spread out the door. School ended at 5 p.m., and the children had been waiting in the kitchen for a long time. Lin Hui first used a pair of chopsticks to pick up a small bite for each child to satisfy their cravings. then scooped out a bowl and gave it to the oldest Su Guohua to run errands. Guohua, take this bowl to Uncle Guzzi. He helped to scoop it out. Say thank you to him. And remember to bring back our bowls. Otherwise, there won't be enough. Don't eat secretly. Go quickly and call your grandma and third uncle back to eat. Su Guohua chewed the fragrant and crispy little shrimp in his mouth, sweetly, and nodded vigorously. Okay. Third aunt, I'll run over now. He was about to run over, but turned back worriedly and shouted to his brothers and sisters, You must wait for me to come back before you start eating. His sister Su Huanhuan nodded. Okay, brother, come back soon. After everyone went out, these guys shouted to third aunt cunningly, Third aunt, start eating quickly. We won't leave any for him. Lin Hui smiled, then call all the adults back and tell them the food is ready. Su Dongxing walked in with a grin on his face. His mother was old, but her grip was stronger than his. For dinner today, they fried 2 plates of spicy and sour potato shreds and dried shrimps and leeks. Everyone's chopsticks went to the plate of dried shrimps. Fried with leeks, it was fragrant and sweet. His mother also put a lot of food into the bowl and kept scolding, You're just thinking about being lazy all day, or thinking about eating. Bringing this little thing back is a waste of oil and rice, and there's not much meat. TSK, you have to eat it, and you have to scold it. Because of Lin Hui's bowl of fried dried shrimps with leeks, Guzzi happily came to help with the work for free the next day. In the afternoon, the two of them sneaked away 2 hours earlier, either to catch fish and shrimp or pick wild fruits. At first, Su's mother would scold him, but after eating his food for several days in a row, her mouth softened and she asked him to catch more. After all, it's good to have more to replenish your body when doing heavy work. If you catch more, you don't have to spend money to buy meat for the workers at noon, which can save money for the family. Su's eldest and second wives were speechless. Lin Hui found another way to conquer a man. To capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Su Dongxing ate and drank well every day and worked honestly at home for half a month, and his family was no longer used to it. However, after more than half a month, Ahao and Fatty came to call him to drink again. He felt itchy and couldn't help but went. Ahao walked a few steps with Dongzi's neck hooked and felt too high and uncomfortable, so he put his hand down. Dongzi, I heard that you became a good boy after you got married? You listen to your wife and work at home every day. Su Dongxing snorted and laughed. Who did you listen to? I am the head of the family. My wife listens to me. She does everything I say. She does laundry, cooking, fetching water, washing feet, and massage. She's busy serving me. Ha ha, Dongzi, you're really good at bragging. Ha ha ha, who would believe that? Just talk big. The fat man had a beer belly, and the flesh swayed when he walked. If my wife was as beautiful as Dongzi's wife, I wouldn't want to go out and stay in bed every day. Haha. The fat man's father was a butcher, and he was rich. The wife he married was not thin and had a very aggressive personality, who controlled him very well. Su Dongxing's upturned mouth corners instantly retracted, and he interrupted them. Hey, where are we going to drink today? Let's buy some snacks? His brothers are not very careful with their words, and they say dirty words one after another. But you can make fun of him, but you can't make fun of his wife. Why don't we play a game of cards before drinking? My hands are itching, and I can't sleep without playing a few games every day. Which games do you want to play? Which ones do you want to play? Several people joked, and walked for about an hour to reach the town. Not far from the town entrance, they turned around and walked into a small house. It looked like an ordinary house from the outside, but when you opened the door, there was smoke and foul smell. The rats are coming. A shirtless, sturdy man saw Ahao, raised his chin and greeted him with a cigarette in his mouth. Ahao took the cigarette he handed over, Brother Zhen. Ahao was the most popular among them, and he knew a lot of people. When Su Dongxing saw this so-called Brother Zhen for the first time, he knew that this man was very dangerous. Unlike those of them who just wanted to get by, he was a gangster, with a scar on his eyebrow and cruelty in his eyes. He also shouted, Brother Zhen. He took the cigarette handed over by the other party and then tucked it behind his ear without lighting it. Before her death, The old lady reminded him that he could drink, but not smoke, because it was bad for his health. He had quit smoking in the past 2 years. Just as a table was cleared, Su Dongsheng sat down and began to search his pockets. He searched left and right, and searched and searched. His eyes widened, staring at the 3 1-cent coins in his palm. Where did the hole come from? And the money fell out. A house sighed, can you do it? You married a wife and you don't even have a dime in your hand? What's the point of playing cards without money? Su Dongsheng slapped 3 coins on the table. I'll show you if I can do it. I have to win the few dollars in your pocket, come on. Hey, you're so innocent. Do you think you're the king of gambling?
Come on.
Su Dongsheng's luck in playing cards was really good. He took 3 cents, played for 2 hours, and won $2. He looked at Ah Hao, who was jealous of playing cards, loosened his grip, lost 2 rounds, and then found an excuse to pull Guzzi away. The two walked to the town supply and marketing cooperative. Guzzi was very surprised. Brother, didn't you say we would drink together after playing cards? Su Dongsheng patted him on the back of his head. What kind of wine? That brother Zhen is not easy to mess with. They have a good relationship now, but I don't want to get involved too much. For people like us, we should just eat and drink every day and be ordinary gangsters. Don't do those criminal things. Especially for someone as stupid as you. You can't play with others' tricks, and you're sold to count money for others. In the future, people you don't know should not approach you. Okay? Guzzi patted his head and smiled. Oh, got it. I'll just hang out with you, brother. He looked left and right. Brother, do you want to buy something? Yes, buy something for your sister-in-law. Guzzi looked at Donggu enviously. It would be great if he could marry a wife like the 3rd sister-in-law in the future. In the past, Donggu was very reluctant to marry a wife, saying that marrying a wife would be like a tigress who would control everything all day long, which was boring. But now this guy is still thinking about buying things for his wife when he goes out to play. There is only one supply and marketing cooperative in the town. The female salesperson was sitting behind the counter, knitting in her hands, and she didn't even raise her eyelids when she heard someone come in. What do you want to buy? Su Dongsheng glanced at it. There were not many things. Comrade, give me a clam oil. The salesperson reached out and took a small clam shell from the shelf behind her, put it on the table, and said in a light tone, 3 cents each. Do you have tooth powder? Oriental brand. They're all sold out. All brands are out of stock. When will it arrive? I don't know. Maybe in 2 days, maybe next month. There will be a lot of people rushing to buy it. One morning, his wife muttered that it would be great if there was tooth powder, so he thought of buying a bag to cheer his wife up. After all, he had just got married, and he was very fond of his new wife, wishing he could hold her in his hands and coax her. But he didn't expect that tooth powder was so expensive and so popular, and it was actually out of stock. He came here every day to ask, so he would definitely find a bargain, right? The salesperson became impatient and frowned, urging, what else do you want? They were all used to the way the salespersons at the supply and marketing cooperative spoke with their noses up, so they didn't take it seriously. He took out a dime, another bottle of clam oil. Bring one for my mother too, to save her from scolding me all the time. Su Dongsheng had 1.88 yuan left from the money he had just won, which he saved to buy tooth-cleaning powder for his wife. When the two of them were going back, they saw an old man selling maltose on his shoulder on the side of the road, so he stopped. How much is the maltose? 1 cent apiece. He took out the 8 cents. Give me the 8-cent ones. Okay. The old man happily knocked 8 candies for him, and seeing that he had nothing to put them in, he wrapped them up with a torn corner of an old newspaper and gave him a broken one. Su Dongsheng put the small one into his mouth, and then gave one to Guzzi, and then rolled up the rest and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. Guzzi put the candy into his mouth. It was sweet. Donggu was still good to him. When the two returned to the village, it was almost time to eat. When Su Dongsheng was about to open his mouth to scold, he quickly took out a box of clam oil and stuffed it into her hand. Mom, don't be in a hurry to scold. You see, you work so hard every day. Your hands have become rough. I bought you clam oil specially. Rub it every day. Sue's mother raised her eyebrows, pinched the little thing in her hand, and swallowed half of the words that came to her mouth. You have a lot of money and nowhere to spend it, right? Buy this thing. I'm so busy every day. How can I have time to apply it? Oh, how can you not have time? You just can't bear to do it. It's getting ready for autumn, and the weather will be drier. It's not bad to apply it before you go to bed every day. I heard that it can also be applied on lips and face to prevent chapped skin. It will be so uncomfortable if they get chapped. Mother Sue felt relieved. This was the only good thing about her oldest son. He was sweet-mouthed and good at talking. How could he remember to scold him after taking advantage of others? Mrs. Sue also smiled and said, "The third child is filial. The eldest and second children are just stupid and can only do but not talk." Before the second sister-in-law spoke, Su Dongsheng threw the candy bag to the oldest Su Guohua. "Come on, comrade Su Guohua. You are the eldest. After dinner, give each of your younger brothers and sisters a candy. Remember to give one to your third sister-in-law and your grandmother." Su Guohua was shouldering a heavy responsibility. He put the candy bag in front of his chest and gave an awkward military salute. "I will complete the task." Several children screamed and were very happy. They surrounded him and called him "Third Uncle is so nice." Sue's mother gritted her teeth. Her hands were so wide. Why would she buy candy during non-festival periods? She held the small piece of clam oil in her hand, and her mouth was blocked. "Ahui, you have to control the third child and don't let him get the money again." The daughter-in-law was still too soft and couldn't control the third child. "Okay, mother, I know." Lin Hui smiled, not knowing what Sue's mother was thinking. The money he could spend now was his own ability. Su Dongsheng smelled of cigarettes, but it was not heavy. It should have been infected by the people around him. But there was no smell of alcohol on him. "You didn't even tell me you were coming back for dinner." "I'll cook some sweet potato noodles for you now. It will cook quickly." "Okay, tell me in advance, next time." When it was dark and everyone went to bed, Lin Hui watched the man take out another box of clam oil from his pocket and smiled. "Your trouser pockets are quite deep. Can you hold so many things?" Su Dongsheng raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. "Of course. I bought it for you today, and my mother's was just a byproduct." In the dream, Su Dongsheng had never been so considerate. She thought about the jealous soap operas she had seen, and women who acted like a spoiled child had the best luck, and men all liked them. She thought about it and just leaned forward and kissed him. "Thank you, husband." Under the dim moonlight, Su Dongsheng's face turned red. The couple had only met twice when the matchmaker was arranging the marriage and said a few words. They got the marriage certificate without even holding hands. People were reserved at the time, and they felt embarrassed to hold hands. No matter in the village or the town, they had never seen such a bold and open woman. Su Dongsheng didn't say anything, but he liked her very much, and his heart was pounding. It's worth spending money on his wife. The next afternoon, Su Dongsheng and Gozi ran to the town supply and marketing cooperative to ask if the tooth cleaning powder had arrived. "We don't have the Oriental brand, but we have the Invincible brand, 25 cents a bag. Do you want it?" "Yes. 2 packs." He put his hands in his pockets, but this time he didn't feel a single coin. His palms were full of air. Su Dongsheng sighed. His wife didn't even leave a penny today. "Gozi, I'll pay you back when I make money in the future." Su Dongsheng stuffed 2 packs of toothpaste into his trouser pockets and said while hooking his arm around Gozi's shoulder. This pack of toothpaste was not even as big as his palm, and it cost 25 cents, which was really not cheap. "But I heard that people in the city have started to use more expensive toothpaste, and a small piece of toothpaste costs 35 cents. When he has money in the future, he will buy more expensive and better things for his wife, and his words will smell sweet." Gozi smiled innocently. "Well, it's okay. I'm not in a hurry for money." His family dotes on him as their only son, and they always give him some money when they go out to play. That's why those people are willing to take him to play even though they dislike Gozi's stupidity, because he is just an honest money bag. After buying what he needed, Su Dongsheng felt very happy, and he blushed when he thought of his wife's initiative last night. He couldn't help but wonder if his wife would come again tonight. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he kicked stones for fun. He looked left and right, and suddenly something in the grass by the roadside caught his attention. "What is that?" The dog followed the direction he pointed, not paying attention. It's garbage, right? Don't people often throw garbage on the roadside? When they were young, they saw more garbage. The mountains in front and behind, the streams, and the wastelands were all discarded. No matter how beautiful and valuable it looked, no one dared to touch it, for fear of causing trouble. But the situation has eased a lot in recent years, and fewer people throw things. I don't think it's garbage. Su Dongsheng jumped down to the wasteland by the roadside and half squatted down. It was a small wooden box with carved patterns. He couldn't recognize what the pattern was, but he just thought it looked beautiful. It wasn't dirty, but it was covered with a lot of mud. He held it up with both hands, looked up and down, left and right, and found a hidden button. He pressed the protruding small wooden block and then opened the lid. Alas, it's a pity that it's empty. There was nothing inside. Come to think of it, if there were good things in it, it would have been taken home long ago. Brother, why are you taking an empty box? It's hard to burn it when you take it back for firewood. Gozi was a little disappointed when he heard him say it was empty. When he saw him put the lid of the box back on, he thought he was going to throw it away, but he saw him holding the box and walking back. This box is beautiful. Take it back and put some small things in it for your sister-in-law. When they returned home, the people who worked had not returned yet. The children were playing in the village, and Lin Hui was left alone at home picking vegetables and preparing dinner. Ah Hui, look what good things I brought back for you today. A small wooden carved box appeared in front of Lin Hui. Although it was stained with mud, her father and two brothers did a lot of carpentry work, and she knew that the smaller the carvings, the more it tested the craftsmanship. The small wooden box in front of her was really exquisite, and the orchid on it was really elegant. She put down the basket in her hand, took the wooden box, and said in surprise, "Where did this come from?" Su Dongsheng was honest. "I saw it on the roadside. I thought it was very beautiful, so I brought it back for you to put things in. If you like it, keep it. If you don't like it, chop it up and use it for firewood." Nowadays, people are short of food and clothing, and life at home is tight. Picking up some useful things outside and bringing them back is not considered picking up garbage. Lin Hui ran her fingers along the pattern on it. "I like it. I won't burn it. This wooden box is very nice. It's good to put it on the bedside to hold small things after wiping it clean. It can't hold money, but it can be used to hold some small things such as needles and thread, clam oil, etc., which are easy to find." Su Dongsheng was proud and stretched out his hand to teach her. "Look, there is a small buckle here. Just press it down to open it." With a gentle click, the wooden cover on top opened. Lin Hui raised her eyebrows and smiled. "The tooth cleaning powder in here can't be picked up, right?" "Hee hee. Last time I heard you say you wanted tooth cleaning powder, I went to buy it for you." Other people's surprises are gold and silver jewelry. Her surprise is 2 packs of tooth cleaning powder. Well, very simple and useful. Lin Hui felt that the useless husband she married was really thoughtful. With such a little benefit, she didn't mind saying a few more good words. "I'm very happy. Thank you, husband. But where does this guy get so much money every day?" She took the things and put them back into the house, and Su Dongsheng followed her in and out with eager eyes. Lin Hui was puzzled. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" He scratched his head, staring at her pink lips, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud and finally murmured, "Nothing. I'll go to the river behind the mountain to see if there are any fish and shrimp today." After the people ran away, Lin Hui raised the corners of her lips. At dinner in the evening, Su Guohua looked at the table and saw that it was all vegetarian dishes, without even a drop of oil, and was very disappointed. "Uncle San, didn't you catch any fish and shrimp today?" After eating delicious food for several days in a row, he suddenly returned to the previous meals with a bland taste in his mouth. Su Dongsheng chewed the tasteless vegetables and snorted. "Do you think your Uncle San is a fisherman? The fish and shrimp in the water are not raised by me, so how can they wait there for me to catch them? What are you catching? You don't your work all day long, and just think about catching fish and shrimp. It's a waste of oil when you bring them back, and there's not enough food at home." Mother Su spoke, and eldest sister-in-law Su also scolded her son. "It's good enough to have vegetables to eat and porridge to drink. Do you know how many people can't even drink enough porridge?" Su Dongsheng glanced at his eldest nephew who was being scolded, and laughed. After dinner, Mother Su called Lin Hui and the third child to her side. The new house has been built for the most part, and it's almost mid-autumn festival, so we can take a break for 2 days. The third child will buy 2 pounds of pork and 2 bags of sugar tomorrow. I've asked someone to buy mooncakes, and our family has prepared 2 jars of rice wine. The day after tomorrow, you and we will go back to your parents' home and send festival gifts by the way. The beams can be put up in half a month, so remember to invite the in-laws to dinner. Yes, mother. On the day of returning to her parents' home, Lin Hui carried a bamboo basket on her back with pork, white rabbit milk candy, and mooncakes in it, and Su Dongsheng held a 2-pound jar of rice wine in each hand. Mother Su looked left and right, afraid that she would miss something. The neighbors were envious. This gift is not light. Mrs. Su smiled. That's right, our mother-in-law is a kind and generous person. Ahui's parents' home is far away, and it's not easy to get there by walking. It's not easy to go home. After saying that, Su's mother urged the couple to catch the bus quickly, so as to avoid having no seats. There is only one bus leaving the village, and it is crowded as it is close to the festival. The place to wait for the bus is at the entrance of the village, and that bus arrives at around 7 o'clock. Lin Hui has not been out for a month since she got married, and she is not used to squeezing in the car. Fortunately, she is a tall and strong man who squeezed in first and took a seat. Ahui, come quickly. Lin Hui was carrying a backpack, and the others also had backpacks or shoulder poles and baskets. She protected her face with her arms and held her breath as she squeezed forward. Su Dongsheng reached out and pulled her over, and they sat on the seat smoothly. Lin Hui put the backpack on her thighs, and the 2 wine jars were placed in the aisle, and Su Dongsheng squatted beside her. Many people couldn't even squat in the aisle, so they could only stand, and it was difficult to turn around. Lin Hui closed her eyes, feeling inexplicably nervous. In the dream, her mother's family had lived in the mountains all their lives and had never come out, and they lived a tight life. Now that we know the future, we must dig them out of the quagmire. The mixed smell of various chickens, ducks, livestock, and human sweat made people dizzy. No one wanted to talk in the car, and they were all dozing off. It took more than an hour of bumpy ride to get to the village. After getting off the car, Lin Hui exhaled deeply. The ride was uncomfortable, not to mention Su Dongsheng, who was half squatting all the way. His legs were numb and his waist was sore, and he felt better standing and walking. Let's buy a bicycle in the future, so we don't have to squeeze into the bus anymore. It will take more than 2 hours to get there by bicycle, and my will definitely hurt by then. Yeah, that's right. Su Dongsheng looked at this mountain road, which was much more difficult to walk on than the road over there, with many twists and turns and potholes. Lin Hui laughed at him. How is it? Do you regret marrying a wife from the mountains now? If you had married someone from your place, maybe you would be sitting at the table drinking now. Su Dongsheng knew that he had a bad reputation. If he could marry a wife over there, would his mother have come here with all the hardships? But could he say this? No matter who regrets it, I can't regret it. How good are wives from the mountains. They are not only beautiful but also capable. It is the good karma I accumulated in my previous life that I was able to marry such a wife. If the road here is not bad and no one comes in, how can I marry you? This person is grinning and talking a lot. The two of them didn't spend much time together, so it was rare for them to have a good chat. In this way, with jokes coming from both sides, the 1.5-hour mountain road was completed. Many families appeared in front of them. The number of households here is no less than that of Xiangyang village, and most of them are mud houses. There are families with more than a dozen people squeezed into one room, and they are obviously poor. The Lin family has many sons, so their conditions are already acceptable. Oh, Ahui is back. Someone recognized her when passing by the door. Lin Hui also greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law. Ahui brought the new son-in-law back to celebrate the festival? Why brought so many things? The new son-in-law is here? Will you come over and sit down later? The villagers are warm and welcoming, and most of them are related to each other. When they entered the village, not many people knew Su Dongsheng's good reputation and greeted them warmly. Su Dongsheng was thick-skinned and sweet-mouthed, and he would respond to whatever people said. He would call people by their seniority if he knew them and call all strangers brother and sister. The two were surrounded, and some people went to the Lin family's house to call for help. It was only when little brother Lin ran out to pick them up that they were able to escape. Little brother Lin had the best relationship with the third sister. He cried his heart out when the third sister got married. Sister, brother-in-law. Little brother Lin took the jar of wine from his brother-in-law's hand. He was about the same height as his sister. He was 12 years old this year, just under 1.6 meters tall, dark and thin like a black monkey. No one in the family is as tall as my brother-in-law, and it would be good if he could grow to 1.65 meters at most. Go back quickly, your parents know you back, and they're waiting at home. I had called the village before and said that I would be back 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the whole family was looking forward to it. Lin's father and mother were standing at the door, and when they saw their daughter and uncle from afar, they greeted them with a smile. The children of the eldest and second brothers Lin also gathered around and called them aunt and uncle. The eldest brother Lin has a 6-year-old son Lin Ji, and the second brother Lin has a pair of 3-year-old twin daughters Lin Tao and Lin Mei. These nephews and nieces were raised by their aunt when they were young, and they all stick to their aunt. Lin Hui also missed the little ones, so she took out a bag of milk candy and was about to give it to them. Lin's mother stopped her quickly. Hey, it's not the holiday yet. Don't open it yet. Candy is precious, and the elderly are reluctant to give it away. They have to save it until the holiday before they can take it out for the children to eat. It's the same in the Su family. Su Dongxing looked at the disappointed faces of the children. They have already called their uncle, so how can he not give them food? He said, Mom, it's okay. We brought 2 kilograms. Let's give the children one to make them sweet today. The White Rabbit milk candy in the supply and marketing cooperative costs 1.5 yuan per kilogram, and 2 kilograms costs 3 yuan. Lin's father and mother were shocked. Why did they bring so much? Looking into the backpack, there were 2 pieces of meat and a mooncake as big as a face. So many things? Lin's mother felt distressed and happy. No wonder she had just heard a basket of filial piety from the messenger. In this case, she said to the children who were eagerly waiting for her to speak, Go home first, and give each of them one when you get home. Oh. Eat candy, go home, and eat candy. Several children jumped up and down, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they had candy to eat. They celebrated the festival faster than other families. When they got home, Sister Lin and Sister Lin had already cooked sweet dumplings to make the people who came back sweet and fill their stomachs. They would make a good meal in the afternoon. Father Lin talked to his uncle about the progress of building the new house and estimated the date for the wedding. Younger brother Lin and his brother-in-law have similar personalities, and the 8-year age difference is not too much, so they can chat well. Mother Lin couldn't wait to pull her daughter into the house to talk about some private things. Why did you bring so many things back? Mom, that's what my mother-in-law asked me to bring. She didn't think it was too much to bring home the gifts and the festival gifts. It's okay for your mother-in-law to know. They are richer than us in the mountains. She was afraid that her daughter would make her own decisions and make her mother-in-law unhappy. She then asked if her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law were easy to get along with, for fear that her daughter would be wronged. Uncle didn't look like a stable person. Lin Hui reassured her. Her eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law have good personalities and tempers, but even so, there are bound to be bumps and bumps. Sometimes they would care about who washed more dishes and who wasted hot water. Even if they are biological family members, there will be times when teeth bite tongues. Each family has its own calculations, which are all normal. Fortunately, the family will be separated and live separately soon. She looked out the window and saw no one. The children got the candies and ran out to show off. Then she leaned in and whispered, Mom, are my eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law pregnant yet? In the dream, the eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law got pregnant 2 years later and paid a large fine. In order to have a son, the second sister-in-law fell at her mother's house, lost the child, and her body collapsed. She died at the young age of more than 40. No, our family just contracted a mountain to plant trees the year before last, and all the money was spent. Your 2 sisters-in-law are also skinny, so we thought about supplementing them in a few years and then having children. "What's wrong?" Lin Hui whispered to her about the changes outside, which scared Lin's mother. The family only had that little family background, at most a few hundred, and they were waiting to find a wife for the youngest son in a few years. Lin's mother was very confused and wanted to say that she would not have children, but she couldn't. "We have too few children. Your eldest brother has only one child, and your second brother doesn't even have a boy yet. Without a boy, the villagers will laugh at us for being extinct." Lin Hui shook her head. "I don't know. Our village is so far away, and we can hide in the mountains. We may be able to escape, but I don't know what will happen. Our family is honest, and we don't have any enemies, but I'm afraid that there will be petty people who report us for a little reward." Mother Lin frowned, and the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. "It's scary no matter how I think about it. I'll tell your sisters-in-law about it. And you have to have a child soon." The two talked in the house for a while, and when they came out, Mother Lin's face looked better. She looked at her little son who was wandering around. He was still young, so she asked him to wait 10 or 8 years before getting married. That night, the family killed an old hen and stewed soup, and the whole family had a good rest. There are many rivers in the mountains. The day before, little brother Lin caught a lot of stone snails, soaked them in a basin, and spit out the mud and sand. When they spit out all the mud, he smashed the snails' butts with stones. Mrs. Lin picked some false beetle leaves, chopped chili peppers, and stir-fried stone snails, which were fragrant and delicious. They moved the table under the tree at the door. When the breeze blew, several men drank and ate stone snails, which was very comfortable. When the moon was high in the sky, Su Dongsheng came into the house. His eyes were still clear, and he didn't drink much. He hugged Lin Hui and kissed her, but his hands were still honest. He couldn't be unrestrained at his mother-in-law's house. "My eldest brother and second brother said they would take me to the mountain to hunt tomorrow morning. The back mountain here is completely different from the back mountain of Xiangyang village. The reason why this place is called a mountain family is because this mountain is too big and too high. There are not many fields suitable for growing grain in the village. Almost every household grows things on the mountain for a living. Transportation is inconvenient, and it is difficult to sell. The Lin family planted a small area of tea trees on the mountain, as well as many fruit trees. Generally, they bought them from factories that specialize in canning and came to the mountain to collect the goods. The price is calculated by a few cents. In such a mountain, some families have some homemade guns left by their ancestors, but they cannot be used in the front mountain as it is easy to hit people, so they can only be used secretly in the deep mountains. The eldest and second brothers Lin did not plan to use homemade guns, so they dug some traps in the mountains to catch small prey. It was only when the son-in-law came to the house that they were willing to catch some millet to lure prey. Otherwise, they would just dig traps and leave, and they would catch them in a few days. Dig a trap, spread a thin layer of grass, and then sprinkle some millet on it. This is used to catch pheasants, and occasionally other small wild animals can be caught. The Lin family eats less pork, but there are a lot of wild animals in the mountains. First, they dug a few traps to catch pheasants, and then they went to find some rabbit holes. Little brother Lin has been in the 5th grade and doesn't want to continue studying. He often asks for leave from school. Today, he pestered his eldest brother to go up the mountain together. Big brother Lin can't read a few words, and he treats the little brother like his son. He couldn't resist him and agreed. Lin Xiaodi was full of energy and was confident that he would teach his brother-in-law how to look for rabbit holes. The other hole is here. It makes sense that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Where there are rabbits, the ground is full of holes. If all the holes are not blocked, they can run away. Lin Xiaodi blocked all the other holes with stones, then grabbed a handful of hay, lit it, and stuffed it into the hole. He opened the bamboo basket, stood at the entrance of the hole, and squatted there without moving. After a while, a faint rustling sound came, and a fat rabbit ran out of the hole and fell into their backpack. "It's really good." It was the first time that Su Dongsheng saw such a way to catch rabbits, and he could catch rabbits without getting hurt. "The mountains where we are low, and there are rabbits but not so many or so big. Sometimes when the grain is ripe, rabbits will run to the fields to steal rice stalks. When the grain is harvested, many people try to catch them, but it's not easy to catch them. Lin Xiaodi likes to listen to his brother-in-law talk about these things that are different from their family. We have few fields and many mountains, so rabbits can eat their fill in the mountains. But rabbits like to dig holes, which affects the harvest of tea trees and fruit trees. Sometimes everyone goes up the mountain to catch them together. Brother-in-law, my third sister's fried rabbit is very delicious. You should come back often in the future, and we will go up the mountain to catch rabbits together. Lin Xiaodi tiptoed to put his hand on his brother-in-law's shoulder, looking like a good brother. Lin Dadi also smiled and asked them to come back often. There were not many relatives at home, so it was good to have a lively atmosphere. Okay. Su Dongsheng also felt that his mother-in-law's house was much more fun than his own. Several people hunted and picked fruits in the mountains. They picked a bag of grapefruit and persimmons each, and also picked up a lot of chestnuts. Lin Hui was chatting with her two sisters-in-law at home, holding her two skinny little nieces, and she felt that they were well-behaved and cute. Her mother had already told her two sisters-in-law about the tightening of family planning in private, which scared them. The second sister-in-law was under more pressure than the eldest sister-in-law. But the eldest sister-in-law also had only one son, and it was not good to have too few brothers and no help. If they run into any trouble, no one will help them. From now on, they have to avoid cold water and take good care of them. Seeing a group of people coming down the mountain with full sacks and full backpacks, Lin Erseo smiled and said, "We have a big harvest today." Lin Xiaodi couldn't wait to show them. Grinning, there are a total of 6 rabbits and 4 pheasants.
Wow.
It's amazing. The 3 children also rushed over, shouting wow. Uncle is so amazing. My dad is amazing too. Lin Hui also leaned over to see. There were so many rabbits. She often followed her elder and second brothers to the mountains to catch them before she got married. It was not uncommon. But looking at Su Dongxing's expectant eyes, she also smiled and said, "Dong brother is so amazing." Su Dongxing's ears turned red. If he had a tail, it would probably be lifted up. At this moment, Lin's mother came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "The hot water is ready. We had stewed chicken last night, so we'll stir-fry it today." Lin Hui touched one of the rabbits, with a visibly big belly. This female rabbit is pregnant. She had an idea. We're about to separate, and we haven't bought chicks yet, so we can raise rabbits first. Mom, let's not kill this one. Lin's mother also thought that their new home probably didn't have anything, so she said, "Why buy chicks? It's a waste of money. I have chicks hatching in my room, and they will almost be hatched by the time we go to the banquet. We can just bring a few for you." The Lin family is close to the mountains, so it's easy to raise poultry. Lin's mother mostly hatches chicks in the spring, and occasionally in the fall. In the past, the inspection was strict, and each household had a quota limit, and every 2 people could raise one. Although it has been gradually relaxed in the past 2 years, they dare not raise too many at once. One is that they are worried that the policy will change, and their tails will be cut off. The other is that there is no food to feed. But now, in order to feed the 2 daughters-in-law at home, not only eggs are needed, but also a grown hen needs to be stewed every 10 days, which is not enough. Mother Lin gritted her teeth and decided to raise 8 or 10 more hens. After lunch, Lin Hui and Su Dongxing had to hurry home. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they have to go back to celebrate. Lin Hui's backpack is even fuller than when she came. Mother Lin left them 4 live rabbits and 2 pheasants. The backpack is padded with green vegetables to prevent the rabbits from getting hurt, and it can also be eaten on the road. But the pheasants have to be killed before they can be taken. The fruits and chestnuts picked from the mountain were carried on Su Dongxing's shoulder pole. He had no words to express his suffering. If he had known that he had to carry these back by himself, he would definitely pick less. Seeing that her mother was still looking for good things at home, Lin Hui hurriedly said that she was going to catch the car, fearing that there would be no car to go back to the town. So Lin's mother let them go. "Aunt, we will go to your house to see you in a few days." Lin Xiaoji looked steady at a young age, like a little old man, probably learned from his grandfather. Lin Hui pinched his little face. "Okay, and we'll buy you some candy when you go." The 2 of them brought so many mountain products, especially Lin Hui was holding 2 pheasants in her hands. On the way home, People asked from time to time if they wanted to exchange things, and some people in the car wanted to open the bag to take a look. Su Dongsheng rubbed his red shoulders and almost couldn't help but say that he would sell them. Lin Hui whispered to him, "If the transportation is convenient, the goods in our mountains can really sell for a lot of money." Su Dongsheng is so smart that he understood what she meant by listening to her tone. "Do you want to raise rabbits to sell?" Lin Hui nodded and persuaded her. "Yes. Rabbits only have one litter in their lifetime, and they can have several litters a year. I raised them when I was a child, so I know how to raise them. It's not difficult. Plus the chicks my mother brought, we can eat meat and eggs every day, and I can make a lot of delicious food for you. I see that you like the stir-fried rabbit meat very much. I can also roast rabbits, which are especially delicious. If we raise more, we will sell them. When we make money, we will buy the bicycle you want, and it will be convenient for us to go anywhere to play. Let's raise them, okay?" Lin Hui whispered softly, and her gentle look simply dazzled Su Dongsheng's eyes. The delicious food, she mentioned, made his mouth water. And buy him a bicycle. Oh, his wife loves him too much. What she said is not difficult. Isn't it just raising chickens and rabbits? Raise as many as you can. The two got off the car and walked to the entrance of the village. From a distance, they saw a group of children running noisily in front of them, some of whom were the children of their Su family. Su Dongsheng called out, "Su Guohua, did you skip class?" Su Guohua turned around and grinned. "Uncle San and Aunt San are back." Su Guoqiang, Su Huanhuan and others came running over, screaming, "Wow! Aunt San has 2 chickens. Are we going to eat chicken tonight?" "Eat chicken, eat chicken." Su Dongsheng lowered his head and asked again, "Did you skip class? How come you're home so soon?" The child looked left and right, but didn't look at him. He touched the bag he was carrying. Uncle San, I smell the scent of fruit. Did you bring back something delicious from Aunt San's house?" Su Dongsheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't have a watch and didn't know the exact time. He just pretended. He didn't expect the child to be so guilty and actually skip school. Su Huanhuan and Su Xiuxiu are considerate girls. Seeing that Aunt San's forehead was sweating, they wanted to help her get things. Lin Hui was so tired that she couldn't do it anymore. "You don't need to help. Let's talk about it when we get home. Go back and tell them that we are back and cook more for dinner." When the children heard this, they knew that there would be something delicious, so they ran back home excitedly to report the news. The workers took a 3-day break and would resume work the day after the holiday. Su's mother sat on the doorstep, picking vegetables while chatting with the neighbors. "Grandma, third uncle and third aunt are back and asked to cook more dinner tonight." Su Guohua shouted to the house from a distance, as if he was afraid that no one could hear him. "I know. Go tell your mother that she will cook tonight." "Oh." Su Guohua rushed into the house, shouted to his mother, and rushed out again. Su's mother ignored him and was so crazy every day. "Your third son and his wife have been home for 2 days, right?" "Yes, they came back yesterday and stayed for 1 night. They went back home to give gifts for the Mid-Autumn Festival at the same time." Su's mother explained, "The third son just had his wedding, and recently he's building a new house and celebrating the holidays. After the beams are put up, he has to prepare to harvest corn. He's been so busy with everything. The third son's wife lives far away, which is inconvenient. He has to rush to go back." Aunt Wang nodded. "That's true." After a while, the children's noise became louder and louder. "Mom, Aunt Wang." Lin Hui called out first. Mother Su put the basket aside, stood up quickly, and took the 2 pheasants from her hands. The feathers were long, hard, and colorful. Her eyes widened. "Oh, where did the pheasants come from? Did you go hunting in the mountains?" She turned to look at the third child behind her and was even more surprised. "Did you empty your mother-in-law's house?" The third child came back, carrying 2 sacks of things. The things in the third child's wife's backpack could not be seen, but seeing how tired she was, it must be very heavy. Su Dongsheng did not work much in the first place, and his shoulders were rubbed red by the journey. He quickly put the things down. "Phew, I'm so tired. Mom, you don't know, my mother-in-law's family is so welcoming. They insisted that we bring it back and let you all have a taste." How can I feel embarrassed? Sue's mother narrowed her eyes with laughter and untied the rope. What is it? Lin Hui also put the backpack aside, very thirsty. They are all grown on the mountain. I thought there are not many of them here, so I picked some and brought them back to eat. Several children also gathered around, but they didn't expect that they were all food. It's persimmons. Sue's mother pinched it. It was still a little hard. Spray it with some rice wine later, and you can eat it tomorrow. We have to wait until tomorrow? The children were very disappointed. Su Dongsheng was thirsty, too. The other bag is grapefruits, juicy and sweet. Open one first. Seeing the younger ones eagerly waiting, Sue's mother said, You can only open one. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and your aunt will come back for dinner. Save it for tomorrow's festival. The children all jumped up. Sue's mother did not forget to hand one to Aunt Wang. Take it back and try it. Although Aunt Wang was envious, she was a little embarrassed. How can I be embarrassed? It costs 10 cents to buy such a big grapefruit. Take it quickly. We have been neighbors for so many years. What's there to be embarrassed about taking a grapefruit? Aunt Wang smiled from ear to ear. Okay, then I'll take it. I have to thank Ah Hui. We do not have many fruit trees here. Those wild fruit trees have been targeted before they are ripe. That's right. Hey, what is this? Sue's mother picked up a rag bag. Su Dongsheng wiped his sweat. Oh, those are chestnuts picked up from the mountain and the 2 wild pheasants from Ah Hui's place. We will stew them together and eat them tomorrow. After saying that, he carried Yuzi into the house to find a knife. Lin Hui also went in with the backpack. She was very tired and had no time to chat. She put the pheasant in the vegetable bowl and then went to the backyard to find an empty chicken coop, took out the rabbit and fed it with some water. Sue's mother stopped chatting at the door and ran into the house to see that the pheasants were all dead. They had to boil hot water to pluck their feathers. Aunt Wang went home with Yuzi, thinking that everyone said that the third son's wife lived in the mountains and was poor, but she was quite generous. This wild pheasant is a little thin, not as fat as the chickens raised at home. Sue's second wife mentioned the 2 chickens, which looked a little dry. Su Dongsheng was cutting a pomelo with a kitchen knife, saying indifferently, How fat can a chicken without anyone raising it get? These days, it's good enough to have some bones to chew on. Second sister-in-law Su was choked and muttered, I didn't say anything, but you just protected it. First sister-in-law Su smiled and tried to smooth things over. Wild pheasant stew is also very nutritious. Mother Su smiled and was very happy. It's too late tonight. Wait until after dinner to pluck the feathers, stew it in the pot tonight, and drink it during the festival tomorrow. Stew one and stir-fry one, and buy a fish for our family. The New Year's meal was not as rich as the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Hui said nothing and looked at her rabbit silently. Third uncle, make a pomelo lantern. Pomelo lantern, pomelo lantern. TSK. You guys are so noisy. I can't make it. Go find your dad. Su Dongsheng felt a bunch of ducks quacking in his ears. Then don't break the pomelo. I know, it's so annoying, you're making so much noise just eating fruit. Su Dongsheng peeled the pomelo in a few seconds and gave half to the children to peel by themselves. The pomelo peel was completely peeled out, like a little human head with a melon hat. He broke 2 halves himself and put the rest on the chopping board. Whoever wanted to eat it could take it by themselves. Ah Hui, eat the pomelo. My hands are dirty, I won't eat it yet. Su Dongsheng peeled it by himself, then walked over and stuffed it into her mouth. Lin Hui ate the pomelo, which was sweet. The children's attention was all on the pomelo just now, and now they followed their uncle and ran over, all crowded in front of the chicken coop. Rabbit. So many rabbits. Several girls squatted down and stretched out their hands, wanting to touch the rabbits. Lin Hui smiled and said, The rabbits have just arrived and are not used to it yet. You can't touch them too much or they will be scared. Su Guohua asked happily, Aunt San, can we eat rabbit meat tonight? I ate it once when I was a child, but I have forgotten what it tasted like. Su Guochao licked his lips, holding 2 pieces of pomelo that his mother had broken for him. Hearing what his eldest brother said, he was curious. What does rabbit meat taste like? Is it delicious? I haven't eaten it. In fact, he had eaten it before, but he was too young to remember it. Su Guoqiang answered quickly, "It's delicious, delicious. So fragrant." Su Huanhuan shouted with her eyes wide open, "You can't eat rabbits. Rabbits are so cute. Why do you want to eat them?" Su Xiuxiu also refused to eat. "That's right. You can eat chicken. Why do you want to eat rabbit meat?" Su Guohua's voice was louder than everyone else's. "Why raise rabbits if you don't eat meat?" Lin Hui stopped the children's dispute in time. "Don't quarrel. I want to raise these rabbits. We can't eat meat for now. We have to wait until there are more rabbits before I can give them to you." Mother Su heard the children shouting in the backyard and looked out. "What rabbits?" Hui brought rabbits back. Su Huanhuan was afraid that Grandma would also kill the cute rabbits for meat, so she waved her hand. "Third auntie wants to raise rabbits, not meat." Mother Su looked into the chicken coop. These rabbits were quite fat, and it would be a pity not to eat meat. But there were already pheasants, so they didn't have to kill them. Lin Hui sent the children away. "The feathers on those 2 pheasants are very beautiful. Pluck the feathers and use them to make shuttlecocks." The children played hopscotch, hide and seek, and marbles every day. With the new toys, they were really interested in them and didn't think about her rabbits at once. The next morning, the children ran to the kitchen countless times, smelling the chicken soup and eating it with dry porridge. Su Guohua asked Mother Su more than once, "Grandma, when will my aunt come back?" Mother Su sat under the eaves, weaving a bamboo basket in her hands, looking outside from time to time, looking forward to it in her heart. "How should I know? She will be back before noon."
"Ah, so long."
"We can't open the grapefruit if the eldest aunt doesn't come back, and we have to make 2 more grapefruit lanterns." Several children pouted and were unhappy. They finally pestered their grandfather to make it for them. The one they opened yesterday was already done, and they wanted to steal candles and put it in when it got dark. Mother Su drove them away and kept urging them, which was very annoying. Lin Hui and her 2 sisters-in-law were pulling weeds in the vegetable garden in the back house. Second sister-in-law Su snorted coldly. "How can she be back before dinner?" Sister-in-law Su looked out carefully, then said softly, "She comes back at noon every year and goes back to the city immediately after lunch, as if there are nails growing on our stools." "It's not that there are nails on the stools, it's that the land in the village has dirty my brother-in-law's shoes. There is no need to count 3 generations back. His father's generation was a farmer. Because he passed the exam and got a stable job, he changed his clothes and went to the city, so he thought he was no longer a farmer." Lin Hui lowered her head and listened quietly to the complaints of her 2 sisters-in-law, occasionally asking a question, pretending to be a new daughter-in-law who knew nothing. The eldest sister-in-law, Su Hongmei, was the first child in the family. She was spoiled by Su's father and mother and was supported all the way to junior high school. She was one of the few junior high school students in the village, and one of the few girls who could study for so many years. She was praised so much that she looked down on the farmers in the village. She found her eldest brother-in-law herself, who was her classmate in junior high school. Originally, her parents did not agree, but they could not resist their daughter's stubbornness and insisted on marrying that man, so they reluctantly agreed. Although the eldest brother-in-law lived in the city, the place was very crowded, with 8 people squeezed into 3 small houses. The family did not have much wealth, and the betrothal gift was only 200 yuan, which was less than that of the country people. Not to mention that there was no 3 turns and 1 ring. Even the bicycle that the Su family bought for their daughter was given to their family as a dowry to show off. The daughter he raised so carefully married off with such a thing. Su's father could not hold his head up in the village for a while. In other words, Su's elder sister-in-law really thought she had married a good family, and she would show off every time she returned to her parents' home. She became a city dweller and ate commercial grain. Who in the village would not envy her? It was obviously a low marriage, but because she married into the city, it became a high marriage. In Lin Hui's heart, this marriage was really not worth it. In any case, it was the elder sister-in-law's own choice, and Lin Hui had no control over it. She just hated the elder sister-in-law's temper and was extremely selfish. In the dream, after Su Dongsheng got into trouble, the elder sister-in-law, who usually put on the attitude of eldest sister like mother, never showed up for fear of being caught by poor relatives and was even more indifferent and ruthless than the usually calculative Sue's second sister-in-law. Listen to me. When she comes back later, her hands must be light, and she must be full when she goes back.
L'un nodded silently.
She believed what he said. At this time, a commotion was heard outside. It should be someone coming back. Lin Hui threw the weeds in her hand into the chicken coop, then scraped the mud off the soles of her shoes, and went out with her two sisters-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law's family came back for a banquet at the wedding. Lin Hui's impression of them was that they talked through their noses and held their chins high. The bicycle that was given as a dowry was parked under the eaves. The family of three, dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, were all at the door, and the neighbors gathered around to talk. Lin Hui wanted to laugh. Sure enough, the eldest brother-in-law came in the dark blue work clothes of their county steel plant, just like the day of the wedding. The three big words steel plant on it seemed to be his confidence. They have only a 10-year-old girl in their family. She is white and plump, as if she was printed out of the same mold as the eldest sister-in-law. She wears small leather shoes on her feet and dacron on her body, which is a new style in the city. You don't know that the roads in the city are paved with stone slabs. Riding a bicycle is very fast. It's because the road back to the village was full of potholes that we came back late. Sister, brother-in-law, you re-back. Several sisters-in-law put away the sour faces they had just made when they were complaining behind the house and greeted them with a smile. After all, the mother-in-law is very happy now, and she can't be angry. Su Hongmei handed the thin piece of pork hanging on the handlebars to Mrs. Su with a proud look on her face. This good pork is not easy to buy, so we specially asked someone to leave it for us.
L'un lui remainait silent.
This piece of pork is good, but it only weighs more than a pound. Is it worth mentioning? With so many mouths, it's hard to say whether there is enough meat for each person. Mrs. Su smiled. It just so happened that Ahui brought back 2 wild pheasants from her mother's house yesterday, as well as chestnuts. We stewed one and fried the other, and it smelled very good. This morning, my mother went to the next village to buy a big fish, so the only thing missing on the table was pork. Fortunately, you brought it back, but this pound can't be used to make braised pork. Sister-in-law, let's pick more garlic sprouts and stir-fry the pork slices together. It will definitely be more fragrant. Lin Hui almost laughed out loud, and now she felt that the second sister-in-law was really cute, attacking everyone without distinction. Sister-in-law Su took the pork generously and said, "We will go to work first, sister. You and brother-in-law sit down and have a sip of water and rest for a while." Lin Hui pretended not to see Su Hongmei's stiff face and moved a few stools for them, but didn't get water. Because there was no water cup at home, they would definitely not drink water if they were asked to take a bowl to drink water, so Lin Hui didn't waste her efforts and be disliked for doing things. Look, the brother-in-law patted the dust on the stool before sitting down. It was really funny. How precious is that big? The villagers asked him questions, and he looked impatient, but he was actually comfortable in his heart. The children at home couldn't wait to eat meat for a long time, so they ran out to play. They also don't like this cousin from the city, who always stretches her neck straight, like a proud big white goose, and thinks they are dirty and can't play together. Seeing Su's mother pulling her eldest daughter into the house to chat, Lin Hui also went into the kitchen to help. At noon, the Su family pulled an old table together, with men and women at separate tables, so that everyone had a seat. Su's brother-in-law was talking loudly on the other side, talking about how good life is in the city and how popular and respected the work in the factory is. While Su Hongmei proudly agreed, she scooped meat into her daughters and her own bowls, and the bowls were piled up. Seeing this, Su's mother felt sorry for her, because she had a hard time in her husband's family. Lin Hui knew that life in her brother-in-law's family was just a surface. 8 people squeezed into a narrow environment like a tube building, and 2 people couldn't even get a complete room.
How good could it be?
They haven't separated yet. Su's brother-in-law is a 3rd-level worker. He supports the family with a monthly salary of 44 yuan. He has to pay for living expenses and go to state-owned restaurants with his co-workers from time to show off. Basically, there is no money left. The eldest and second sisters-in-law were busy taking care of the children. Lin Hui also helped to pick up meat, and she ate some soft and sticky chestnuts. She loved eating this. Seeing this, Su Hongmei smiled and said, "A hui is really good to the child. It's been almost 2 months since you got married, and there's still no movement? It's time to have a baby of your own as soon as possible. Family planning will become more and more strict in the future. It's better to live in the village. If you give birth to a girl, you can have another one in 5 years while you are still young." Her parents and parents-in-law didn't urge her. As an elder sister-in-law who has been married for many years, isn't it too much to ask? Before Lin Hui spoke, Su Dongsheng behind her said lazily, "Yes, we are country people. What's the big deal? But you, living in the city and eating public grain, can only have one child in this life." The eldest sister and her husband's faces were frozen. The eldest brother-in-law smiled awkwardly. "It doesn't matter whether you have a boy or a girl. The leaders have said that women can hold up half the sky. It's not fashionable to favor boys over girls these days. Of course, in the future, Hui and I will definitely raise our daughter like a treasure, just like our parents do to our eldest sister." Father Su glared at him. Sister-in-law Su tried to smooth things over and asked about the new changes in the city. At most, they would go to the town to buy things during the holidays, and they had never left the county. When someone got down the ladder, Su Hongmei would climb up the ladder and proudly start to introduce how beautiful life was in the county. Lin Hui almost had indigestion after eating the meal, which was not as delicious as watching the children eat. Just as Su's second wife said, after Su Hongmei's family had a full meal, they couldn't wait to go back to the city. In addition to 2 grapefruits and a bag of persimmons, Su's mother also brought them a big hen, which could be regarded as a full load. It was only because Su's brother-in-law had some shame, otherwise he would have to take away a bag of food. Lin Hui didn't care. The chicken was raised by Su's mother, and it was her freedom to give it to anyone. On the way back to the city, Su's brother-in-law had a dark face. "In the future, you should have less contact with your family. There are no rules at all." Su Hongmei completely lost her previous pride and said, "I know." Her daughter was too big to sit on the front bumper, so she had to squeeze in the back seat. Her mother was almost shaken half of her behind her. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the construction of the house that had been suspended started again. Su Dongsheng was coaxed by Lin Hui's big promises and worked for another half a month. He was completely trapped in the beauty trap. "I have asked someone to pick a good day. The day after tomorrow is suitable for raising the beam," Su's mother said with a smile. In Xiangyang village, most people hold banquets when raising the beam. Su's sister-in-law and second sister-in-law's family lives in this village, so they can just walk to notify them. Lin Hui also had to go to the village office to call her family's village and ask someone to pass the message to her family. The adults were all happily preparing for the beam raising ceremony and the subsequent banquet. They ordered a whole pig's head from the fat man's family, and Su's mother had already found those ants to come and help. The raising of the beam of the new house, plus the separation of the family and the new life, can be said to be the second most important event after the wedding. The children were also very happy because the family invited wine, and after the worship ceremony, the biscuits, candies, and meat could be eaten. On the day of the raising of the beam, the Lin family arrived early in the morning. Su's father and mother greeted them with a smile, and Su Dongsheng also helped to take over their burden. Lin Hui held the hands of the 2 little nieces. "You came too early. You went out very early, right?" Xiao Tao rushed to say, "Aunt, we were not awake yet and were carried out by Mother." Xiao Mei also shook her aunt's hand. "When we woke up, the sun had already risen." Xiao Ji made a face. "They are too lazy, and I woke up a long time ago. I didn't ask Mother to carry me. Such a long way, I walked alone." Lin Xiaodi, who took a leave from school and insisted on following, exposed him mercilessly. "It was obviously me who carried you half of the way." Lin Hui felt very distressed and took them into the house to sit down and rest. "Each person had to pay 15 cents for a trip, so my parents would definitely not want to spend so much money. You are all great, and your aunt will give you some candy later." Su's mother pulled her mother-in-law into the house. "You came here. Why did you bring so many things?" They are all fruits grown on our mountain. The canning factory has already come to collect them. We can't finish the rest, so we brought them for you to try." The eldest and second brothers Lin each carried a load of grapefruits, tangerines, and a lot of dried mountain products. There were more than a dozen chicks and ducklings in the baskets of Lin's father and mother. They hadn't officially moved to the new house yet, so they didn't bring any fresh vegetables, but it could be said that the baskets were full. In comparison, the eldest and second sisters-in-law of Sue only brought small red envelopes from their parents' families, which seemed less generous. The two of them were envious, and Sue's mother smiled even more. The crackling sound of firecrackers began to sound at 8 in the morning, and the whole village was bustling all day. At the beginning of the beam-raising ceremony, the Sue family invited the oldest uncle in the family to sing auspicious words. Father Sue, Mother Sue, and 3 brothers carried baskets in their hands, which were full of various loose candies, loose cakes and glutinous rice cakes wrapped in small red papers, as well as loose cigarettes. They grinned, grabbed a handful of candies from the baskets, and scattered them into the crowd amid the sound of firecrackers. Adults and children all rushed forward to grab them. Little brother Lin was still young and felt very lively, so he also squeezed in with his nephews and nieces. "What are you doing with the cigarettes? Are you grabbing food? Stupid." Only the men grabbed cigarettes, while women and children went for food. Sister-in-law Lin and sister-in-law Lin saw that their children had all grabbed candies and hurriedly carried them out. Little brats dare to get under people's feet. Don't let them step on you. Lin's hands were quick, and there were a lot of candies in his pockets. He took them to exchange with Su Guohua and others for the loose cakes and glutinous rice cakes they had grabbed, and then brought them back for his nieces. Xiangyang village was very large, and it was definitely impossible to invite everyone in the village, but basically all the relatives and neighbors came to the banquet to share in the festive atmosphere. Su Dongsheng's friends naturally came too, but he was the host and had to entertain relatives, so he didn't have time to drink and chat with them. Su's eldest sister, Su Hongmei, didn't come back until noon, and she came back alone on a bicycle, bringing only a bag of candies. She explained that Su's eldest brother-in-law had a lot of work and couldn't take leave, the children went to school, and her parents-in-law were busy. In short, there were a lot of reasons. Lin Hui saw that her parents-in-law looked unhappy, but she didn't have time to deal with the affairs of this family. When it was almost mid-afternoon, she called Su Dongsheng aside and stuffed 3 yuan into his hand. "Dongsheng, go see if the brigade's tractor is available and ask Uncle Neo to take my parents back. Her parents' home is far away, so she has to go back first. The road back to the mountain village is not safe, and it is not easy to walk at night. The brigade's tractor will pick up passengers and transport goods when it is idle, making some money, which is considered to be an income-generating method. Uncle Neo is the driver who is responsible for driving the tractor." Su Dongsheng just drank a few glasses when toasting his relatives, and he was not drunk. He took the money. "Okay, I'll go now." Lin's mother didn't know that her daughter had hired a tractor for them on her own initiative. When the tractor stopped by the roadside, she didn't care about being in front of her in-laws and patted her daughter on the back. "You are too generous. We are going to separate and live separately, and you are still worried about not having money to spend? You don't know how to save a little. The fare has been paid, and it cannot be refunded. Mom, you guys hurry up and don't keep people waiting for a long time."
You.
Su Dongsheng rushed over to help his wife. "Mom, it's okay. The fare is not very expensive. You brought so many things here this morning. You must be tired. You can rest if you go back early." Although Su's mother was also distressed about the money, it was not easy to say anything at this time. It was really not easy to come from such a long distance. She also helped persuade people to get on the tractor. It's all Ah Huey's intention. "Hurry up and get on the car. The children are all sleepy." Several children looked at the tractor eagerly, and they almost wrote 2 words in their eyes. "I want to sit." Lin Hui quickly carried the twins to the tractor and then the bucket. "Sleepy? I was very sleepy just now, and I almost fell asleep during dinner. But now I am so excited to see the tractor, and my eyes are bigger than each other." Lin Xiaodi also held Xiaoji's armpits and lifted him up, letting him climb up by grasping the edge, and shouted happily, "Guohua, You must come to our place to play next time. In one afternoon, the two groups of children had become brothers and sisters, as close as wearing a pair of pants. After climbing up, Xiaoji shouted to the brothers and sisters of the Su family below, "Wait for you to come to my house. I will take you to the mountain to pick fruits, and you can also hunt." The attraction of tractors to children is simply unimaginable. Su Guohua and his friends were envious. They had never ridden a tractor. But who let their grandmother's house live so close? It only took 10 minutes to run there. Mother Lin had no choice but to glare at the grandchildren running around on the tractor, told them to be honest, and then climbed up. The tractor came out from time to time to receive guests, and there were several small wooden stools on it. Brother Lin and his wife held their two daughters on their legs, and Brother Lin also hugged his excited son and let him sit in front of him. The road was bumpy, and it was easy to fall if you didn't stand firmly. In fact, the road was uneven, and riding a tractor was bumpy and not so comfortable. But everyone just liked to ride a tractor. How proud! After returning from the son-in-law's house, the whole family got on the tractor. Their faces were bright. Even Father Lin was grinning. Little Brother Lin is a talkative person. He played with Su Guohua and a group of kids today and asked many things about Xiangyang village. He couldn't wait to share with his family. After sending the guests away one after another, the aunts stayed behind to help clean up. Mother Su distributed some untouched cooked food to them to take home. It was an old rule, and she often went to other families to help prepare banquets. As for the borrowed tables, chairs, and benches, the names of the owners were written on them, and they just had to be returned the next morning. Father Su was usually strictly controlled by his wife, and the family didn't have much money, so he hadn't drunk like this for a long time. After hearing too many compliments today, his face was flushed, and he called all the adults to the main room with a smell of alcohol. After the beams are put up, there is not much work left. It will be quick to install tiles, doors, and windows. It's just that the fence of the third son's house will take the workers a few more days. We also received some favors today. After deducting other expenses, there's still about 400 yuan left in the family. 100 yuan per family give you a starting capital. It's not much, but it's not too little. Many families in the village only take a few sets of bowls and chopsticks when they get their share. I built a new house for you. It's not a big house, and your father and I have done our best to not let you go hungry. In the future, it depends on your efforts to live a good life. Father Su usually doesn't talk much. After drinking, he is a bit long-winded, but everyone listens honestly and doesn't interrupt. He feels sad in his heart, and even Mother Su's eyes are a little red. Eldest son, your family has 2 sons. You have to work hard. Otherwise, what will you share with the children in the future? Second son, although your family only has 1 son, you have to raise him well. When he nodded, the eldest and second sons nodded in agreement. Father Su turned to look at the third son and was silent for a long time, not knowing what to say. He had scolded and controlled him enough, and it was still the same words when he repeated them. Su Dongxing spoke for himself. Dad, I know what you want to say, and you don't have to say anything. Don't worry, my wife and children will not starve to death. Mother Su was about to snort. How can they feed themselves if they don't work in the fields? Then she heard her eldest son speak again, which was a bit beyond her expectation. It's up to the eldest and second brothers. Hui and I will give you 100 kilograms of grain and 20 yuan each year, or give you 50 yuan directly for you to buy grain yourself. The amount will increase by 10 yuan every year, and you and my mother can wait to enjoy the good life. This is the amount of pension that Lin Hui felt was more appropriate after discussing with him last night. It seems a lot now, but the money will depreciate in the future. The other 2 families did not mention the matter of pension because the parents are only in their early 50s and are in good health. But Lin Hui felt that after the family was divided, they had to take the responsibility of pension. They couldn't wait until the elderly could no longer work and asked for support. As children, they took the initiative to fulfill their filial piety, and the elderly could naturally provide for their retirement. Lin Hui didn't want to cause dissatisfaction from the first and second houses, but filial piety was not something to be compared. It was better to be straightforward and put it in the open. Sure enough, when Su Dongxing said this, The faces of the eldest and second sisters-in-law were a little stiff. But at this time, they couldn't interrupt. Su Guangzong and Su Yazu looked at each other and agreed. I think it's okay. I have no problem with that either. Su's mother's discomfort disappeared. She didn't raise these sons in vain. It's good that you have this intention. Your father and I can still work now. Let's talk about the old age care later. You just separated and are still tight on money. Don't rush to fulfill your filial piety. Su's father also nodded. Let's talk about this later. Lin Hui didn't express her opinion again. It would be next year if she gave it. Su's eldest and second sisters breathed a sigh of relief. You don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are until you run a household. The third family doesn't have a baby yet and has some money on hand, but the children in their two families can eat but can't work. Where can they take out so much money for the old age? Really, don't drag them into it if you want to pretend to be big. Su's mother took out a few stacks of money, which had been counted. There were loose money and big unity. They were tied with rubber bands, and each room took a small bundle. After confirming that there was no problem, they went back to their own rooms. The next day, they had to continue working on the new house. The autumn heat is raging. It is still extremely hot in October. When building a house, you can still wear an old sweatshirt and expose your arms, but it is no longer possible when harvesting autumn corn. The corn leaves are very sharp and can cut you to the point of bleeding if you are not careful. Except for the younger kids, even Su Guohua took a leave from the busy farming season to come back and help break the corn cobs. The whole family joined in and were busy. During this period, Su Dongsheng made a joke. Su's father asked him to use a shoulder pole to carry away the 2 bags of corn that he had broken off. He did carry them up, but he did not walk straight. He staggered all the way and even fell into the ditch. At this moment, the whole village was busy in the fields. Many people were watching this scene and were laughing. It was so embarrassing. Su's father had a dark face and asked him to go break the corn cobs with the women in the family. Lin Hui twisted off the tea oil and rubbed the sunburned back of the man lying on the bed. His was whiter than his face. Seeing him groaning, she unconsciously rubbed harder. The next day, seeing the third son wrapped his head and face tightly with rags to work, Su's father almost drove him home. What are you doing? Do you have shame or not? No woman in any family is like you. Su Dongsheng was still complacent. Which woman is as white and beautiful as me? Su Guohua chuckled. A black boy, no. Third uncle, you are the whitest in the village. Su's mother slapped her grandson on the back of the head. Don't look at him. Hurry up and work. Your third uncle just likes to make trouble. Not serious.
Oh.
Su Guohua made a face at the third uncle and continued to break corn. I've never seen a man like him. Lazy, greedy, and conceited. He's so tall, but he can't help it all. Su Dongsheng's mother's muttering voice surrounded the cornfield. Su Dongsheng ignored it. Anyway, he came to work. The sun was shining for several days in a row, and the corn was harvested and dried. After threshing the millet and grinding the corn, the 3 brothers of the Su family each got a bag, enough to eat until next spring. If any family didn't have enough food, they had to find a way to get it from other families, or buy it with food coupons. Su's mother would no longer care. No matter whether they were poor or rich, whether they had a new house or not, they had to have a pot first if they wanted to divide the family. It took Su's father a long time to save up 6 industrial coupons, and he had already found someone to order an iron pot, and he had to buy a new kitchen knife. The old kitchen knife in the old house had 2 cracks, but he was reluctant to replace it. Lin Hui was tired just looking at it. She thought it was better not to have so many children. There was still some truth in the saying fewer children, better education. The bunk beds, cabinets, and suitcases in the new house were all newly made. She had already negotiated with her family and asked her father to bring her 2 brothers to make her a new set and put it in another room. She also had to prepare the tables and chairs for the main room. She would buy them with her own money and then ask a tractor to come and pull them back. Although it was a bit troublesome, the materials used by her family were real. After applying oil, they could be used for decades. It was definitely more money but since she had started a new life, she had to be willing to spend it. Thinking of the bitter days in her dream, Lin Hui didn't want to live on it at all. She had to spend the money when she had to, otherwise she would spend it on other people. The money for the additional wall had been paid, and Lin Hui now had a total of about 580 yuan left. It was estimated that the furniture at her family's side would cost about 100 yuan, and she had to take out 80 yuan to buy ironware and other supplies. The remaining dozens of yuan would be more than enough for daily pocket money. Lin Hui stuffed 400 yuan into the exquisite wooden box that Su Dongsheng had picked up before, and then stuffed it into the bottom of the suitcase. This money cannot be touched, and it will be used for business in the future. This 400 yuan is definitely not a small amount. A third-level worker in the city, like Lin's brother-in-law, can usually get 40-45 yuan a month and can save at most 200 or 300 a year. But for farmers who work in the fields, 10 yuan a month is the best they can make, and there are almost no ways to make money. If you want to sell the products produced in the fields, you have to send them to a special purchasing station. Not to mention being picked on by people, the price is extremely low. Hui, are you ready? Su's sister-in-law and second sister-in-law were waiting for Lin Hui outside the door with a basket. It's ready. Lin Hui stuffed the money into her trouser pocket. Now the only thing missing from the new house is the fence of her house, and the houses of the other two families have been completed. Today they will go to the town to buy things together. It took them more than an hour to walk to the town, and they went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things first. The spring breeze of reform and opening up has not yet reached their small place, and many daily necessities still need to be supplied with tickets. Su Laosan is a bachelor, and the tickets in Lin Hui's hand can be counted on one hand. Even if she wants to make a large purchase, she can't. Su Erseo is a little proud. She still knows how to live. The two hid it very well, usually not showing off, and actually saved a lot of tickets. But they're used to being frugal, so they bought salt, soap, matches, and went to the grain store to choose local common vegetables, and that's it. I really admire you for running back and forth for 3 hours for such a small thing. Why don't you let me take it back? I'm so tired of making this trip. Su Erseo smiled. There's food at home, and my father has bought us a kitchen knife and an iron pot. We don't lack anything. There is nothing to lack, but it's just that I just spent 100 yuan to build a house, and I feel distressed and don't want to spend money. Mrs. Su looked at the cloth in the basket of the person next to her and said enviously, in fact, we are still short of a few pieces of cloth, but we don't have cloth coupons. Even if we have coupons, we can't buy them. We are in the village, and we can't even hear any news. As soon as the supply and marketing cooperative has cloth, it is snatched up first. Lin Hui glanced at the salesperson behind the counter in the supply and marketing cooperative with a stern face. This job is popular because you can always buy defective products at a low price firsthand. Come with me. She pulled the two people into a small alley. Hui, what are you doing? Where are you taking us? The two were a little confused. The unfamiliar streets made them feel a little uneasy. They rarely came to the town. Almost all of them went home after buying things in the supply and marketing cooperative and never stayed. Keep your voice down. I'll take you to buy cloth without coupons. The two looked at each other, and their faces became uglier. Were they going to buy it on the black market? This is a crime of speculation. The third brother's family is too bold. While they were struggling, Lin Hui had found the place based on her memory. In front of them was a dark and shabby wooden door. She looked around and found that the alley was very quiet. She would reach the end in a few more steps. Lin Hui's sneaky and shifty look made the two sisters-in-law even more nervous. They were sure that she was doing something bad. Lin Hui walked forward, knocked 3 times loudly and 2 times softly, and then waited silently. After a while, there were deep and shallow footsteps coming from behind the door. Lin Hui smiled slightly. Mrs. Zhang, we haven't seen you for a while. You have difficulty walking, so my mother asked us to come and visit you. Mrs. Zhang pursed her lips and then opened the door. Lin Hui pulled the two sisters-in-law into the yard. Mrs. Zhang closed the door tightly and limped to Lin Hui. Frowning, he asked, "Whose daughter are you?" "To be honest, Aunt Zhang, you may not remember us. We are from the countryside." My mother came to borrow some cloth from you before. The red cloth was very beautiful, but it was not very comfortable to wear on a daily basis. Winter is coming soon, and I was wondering if you have any extra cloth? Could you share some with us, so we can make some cotton padded clothes? Lin Hui didn't feel guilty at all when she lied, because she knew that the old woman handled a lot of cloth. Sure enough, Mrs. Zhang was half believing and half doubting. She did borrow a few pieces of red cloth last month, and the girl was quite familiar with her own affairs and even knew her name. After thinking about it, she said carefully, "There is not much extra cloth at home. There are only a few pieces of blue and gray left. Wait here, I'll get it for you." After saying that, she went into the house. Lin Hui knew the rules, so she stood still and could not look around. The cloth in Grandma Zhang's hand was not complete. Some of them were untied or had small mold spots. They should be defective products eliminated by the factory, but the area was large. 3 pieces could be put together to make a shirt for the child. Lin Hui also saw that there was a large piece that could be used as a bed sheet. When Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su saw the cloth, their eyes lit up, but they did not dare to speak casually and just stared at them quietly with their eyes. Lin Hui was bold enough to touch the material. It was thick material, a little hard, and it was indeed suitable for making winter clothes. "Grandma Zhang, do you have any cotton filling in your hand? Our cotton padded clothes are a bit thin." The 2 quilts in the dowry from her parents' home were enough for winter, but without new cotton padded clothes, the old cotton inside was no longer warm and had to be refilled. Grandma Zhang glanced at her, said nothing, and got up to get it. Lin Hui turned around and asked her 2 sisters-in-law, "Do you want it? If not, I can take it all by myself." "Is this cloth expensive? We don't have tickets, so the price will be a little higher. But the cloth is not a good one, and it has been cut, so it will be cheaper. Anyway, the price is about the same as the cloth in the supply and marketing cooperative." Mrs. Su gritted her teeth. If it's not expensive, I will buy 2 pieces too. The main reason is that she has 3 children. The boy has grown up and needs to sleep in separate beds, so she is short of sheets. Let me have a look. The 2 children of Su Urseo are still young and can squeeze together, so there is no need to buy them in a hurry. When Zhang came out with a cotton wool wrapped in old cloth, the hesitation on Su Urseo's face disappeared instantly. She grabbed Su Deseo's arm, excited. "At the cotton purchasing station, you may not be able to buy it even if you queue up from morning to afternoon. The village issues cotton coupons per person, and each person can only get half a caddy per year. It is not easy to save enough for a 6-jean quilt." Lin Hui's 2 5-jean quilts were bought with the cotton coupons that the whole family saved for several years, and then borrowed from relatives and friends. As a dowry, I don't know how much face she gained. Zhang Po's small bag of cotton wool is about 1 caddy and 2 tails, which is really a lot. It is slightly yellow, not snow white, but this is the most common color at the moment. "I want it all. Zhang Po, can you give me a discount? The cloth is 3.6 yuan, and the cotton wadding is 5.5 yuan. This refers to the price without a ticket." Lin Hui took the money out of her pocket. Okay. There was no bargaining. Zhang Po seemed a little surprised, but she was relieved that the buyer was generous. "What I fear most is those who haggle over every penny because they can't reach an agreement on the deal or think the price is too high, and then they turn around and report the person." Lin Hui took out the things in the basket, folded the cloth, and stuffed it underneath. She borrowed the baskets of 2 sisters-in-law. It wasn't much for the 3 of them to share. Then she put the soap, vegetable seeds, and other things they bought on top to cover it up, so that it wouldn't be so conspicuous. After buying things, several people left. "You have to be quick to do this." After the wooden door was closed, Lin Hui whispered, "I'll give you some when we go back." The 2 sisters-in-law nodded, a little nervous and a little excited. "Hui, how did you know this place?" "We didn't know. This old lady looks like an expert. Where did her family get so many good things?" Lin Hui chose to skip the previous question. The old lady's daughter is a female worker in a state-owned textile factory, and she also has a nephew who is a truck driver for the town's transport team. Such good conditions, it would be a waste if not used. Not only defective cloth and discarded cloth, but also some more expensive leather shoes, ready-made clothes, watches, etc. would be delivered from time to time, but Lin Hui did not mention these. The two sisters-in-law were timid, and there was no need to know too much. Second sister-in-law Sue sighed. It's so popular, all good jobs.
Yeah.
The three of them discussed in a low voice as they walked. When they were halfway through the alley, the door on the side suddenly opened, and from inside came the sound of lively card playing and the smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and sweat wafted out. Several people walked away quickly in disgust. Several young men came out from inside with their arms around each other, as shoulders, and faced them. Lin Hui could feel their obscene gazes, and one of the skinny monkeys even whistled at them. Several people's faces changed, and they sped up. At this time, a hoarse voice behind them called them, "Wait." Lin Hui's heart skipped a beat. Being robbed of things and money was the least of their worries. If they were dragged in, the sisters-in-law would be helpless. Lin Hui kept walking and could feel someone approaching from behind. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard, "Ah Hui." Su Dongsheng walked forward, put his hand on her tense shoulders, and asked with a smile, "Why did you come to town without calling me?" Lin Hui turned around with his force and looked at the tall man. "Ah Hui, this is Brother Zhen." Lin Hui calmed down and did not dare to stare at the man. She lowered her eyebrows and called, "Brother Zhen." The man called Brother Zhen narrowed his eyes. "Dongzi, is this your wife?" "Yes, it's my wife and sister-in-law." "Brother Zhen, something happened at home. I'll be leaving first, you guys can have fun." Lin Hui was walked out with Su Dongsheng's arm around her shoulders and heard him say softly, "It's okay, don't be afraid." She reacted, and her fingers holding the basket turned white. Guzi followed silently. The few of them quickly walked out of the alley. Lin Hui clearly heard the two sisters-in-law exhale heavily, and her tense heart settled down. Su Dongsheng let go of her hand and said nonchalantly, "What did you buy today?" Lin Hui stuffed the basket into his hand. "Buy whatever you need." Mrs. Su's heart was still pounding. "Dongzi, is that your friend? Why does he look so scary?" "Not a friend." Su Dongsheng slung the basket over his arm and said slowly, but he didn't explain too much to them. They were not friends, but they were people who played together. "Ah Hui, let's not go there anymore, it's too scary." Lin Hui didn't respond. It would take a few more years for the tickets to be gradually cancelled. If they couldn't grab things from the supply and marketing cooperative, they would definitely go, but they would have to bring their men with them in the future. The two sisters-in-law murmured in the back, thinking in their hearts, "The couple are both bold. It's too dangerous. Something will happen sooner or later. It's better to stay away from them." They went out very early this morning, and it was past noon when they returned home. They were all very hungry, and no one was willing to eat in the state-owned restaurant. Su Guohua led a group of children to block the door and rushed up to grab his mother's basket. "Mom, Grandma said you went to town to buy things. What did you buy? Is there anything to eat?" These days, everyone's mouth is dull, and children think about food all day long. Su Guoqiang also grabbed his mother. "Mom, do you have any candy?" As expected, one of them got hit on the head. Su Urseo was almost scared to death today. She was in no mood to comfort the children and drove them away in a bad mood. "Go away. Don't block the way. I don't have money to buy candy. You just eat all day and don't study hard." Hearing that there was no food, the children ran out to play. Su's mother took off her bib, wiped her hands on her clothes, and walked out. "There is still porridge in the pot. You can have some." Su's mother glanced at their baskets, which looked quite full. "Have you bought everything?" "Almost." The dining table in the main hall had just been cleaned up, and they couldn't wait to take out the things in the baskets. "Push your own things aside first, and take out the cloth and cotton at the bottom." Su's mother's eyes widened. "Did you go to grab cloth? How come there are small, whole, and old ones?" "I went to exchange the cloth with a private person, and the scraps and the old cloth were collected as wholes." Second sister-in-law Su recovered and felt better now. She couldn't wait to share today's thrilling incident. "Mom, let me tell you, Ah Hui took us to an alley today. These cloths and cotton wool were sold to us by the old lady." Lin Hui poured her a bowl of water. She took a sip and continued to talk about the time she met Dongzi's gangster friends on the way back. Su Dongsheng raised his eyelids and looked at his sister-in-law, who was telling stories nonstop. TSK, it doesn't make sense. Mother Su is already this old. What storms has she not seen? She didn't react much to the previous things, but when it came to the third brother, she gritted her teeth. Third brother, you are not allowed to go to town again in the future. Stay away from your friends. Do you have nothing to do after harvesting the grain? When you have time, go to the new house and keep an eye on it. Quickly build the wall and move in. It's your own house, and you don't care who will take care of it. How long do you expect your father to help you? You're just good at talking big. How can you let your parents enjoy their lives like this? After the mother kept on talking, Su Dongsheng became even hungrier. Lin Hui quickly asked the eldest and second sisters-in-law to choose the cloth. Mrs. Zhang was cunning today. What she brought out was not very good. She was not very satisfied. She would definitely go again after a while. The eldest sister-in-law Su happily chose 2 long pieces of gray cloth, which could be put together to make a bed sheet. The largest piece of cloth did not need to be cut, but she was reluctant to use such good cloth to make a bed sheet. It would be better to use it to make clothes. The second sister-in-law Su was a little entangled. In the end, she asked for a few pieces of scraps of cloth to make shoe uppers and 3 tails of cotton for wadding. Lin Hui roughly estimated the price. The eldest sister-in-law Su gave 1 yuan, and the second sister-in-law Su gave 1.5 yuan.
What?
The rest were all bought by Ahui. Su's mother thought that the pile of things were divided equally among the 3 families, and she thought it was reasonable. Unexpectedly, the majority of them belonged to the third family. Oh, why didn't you stop them? We just separated. Why are you so generous? How are you going to raise the kids in the future if we don't save some money? The eldest and second Su sisters laughed awkwardly. They were also surprised when they heard that the third brother's family wanted everything, but what could they do to stop them? They paid for it themselves, and they didn't need their money. Mom, Dongji's clothes are all worn out, and the cotton inside is black. It will be bad when the weather gets cold. These cloth and cotton will be just enough to make him 2 sets of clothes, not much. As she said that, Lin Hui stuffed the remaining scraps of cloth into Su's mother's hands. Mom, the uppers of your and Dad's shoes are also torn. These scraps of cloth are as big as a palm. You can use them to mend shoes and clothes. There's no need for so many. Everyone has to mend and wear them for 3 years after 3 years. What's the big deal if the cotton wool turns black? He won't freeze to death. Don't spoil him like that. Mother Su looked at Lin Hui at this moment, and then at the third brother, who was slumped in the chair. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the third brother's wife was led astray by the third brother? Su Dongsheng looked innocent. What does it have to do with him? Then he smiled happily again. Sure enough, his wife loves him so much. Everything she buys is for him. Mrs. Su Deseo and Mrs. Su Urseo felt a little uncomfortable holding the things in their hands. What did it mean? The third brother's family also bought things for the old couple? How could the third brother's family be so cunning? They actually try to please the parents-in-law so much. Isn't this comparing their 2 families? Too insidious. As soon as Lin Hui entered the house, she saw the old wooden box in the corner. Half of it was broken glass bottles, and the other half was broken tiles. They were all pointed and very sharp. She asked the man to find it in the garbage dump. Su Dongsheng thought she was making a fuss. Forget about the wall. They had to build one because they had a small family. But nails still need to be installed on the wall. Where in the village does it need to be so guarded? If others see it, they will definitely laugh at it. They think they have some treasure at home. Lin Hui doesn't care about other people's thoughts. This is her experience. When Su Dongsheng took the box of things to the new house and asked the workers to add more, the workers didn't look very happy. After all, this thing can easily cut hands and is very dangerous. He went to borrow a few pairs of gloves from the villagers and promised to give the workers an extra 3 yuan, and their faces improved. As Su Dongsheng expected, his parents saw him doing something weird again and almost took off their shoes and chased him away. During this period, their family was really the talk of the village. Because the house is at the entrance of the village, passers-by can see it. The 3-meter-high fence was erected with nails on it. Father Su had a dark face every day because he was laughed at by his old friends, who all came to ask if his family was so defensive because they had made a fortune. Mother Su loved to chat with people and gossip, but when her family became the center of gossip, she would not go out. If his parents were unhappy, Su Dongsheng would suffer and would be scolded every day for being a prodigal, looking for trouble, and having too much money to burn. Poor him, he had to bear everything alone. Fortunately, it was completely done in 3 days. Mother Su had already picked a date, and the eldest and second families were waiting for the third family to move to the new house together. There was only one cart in the old house, and it was too much to use even if they took turns, so Guzi pushed one from his own home to help his brother Dong move. Dongzi, aren't you too polite? Why didn't you ask us to come and help you move? Su Dongsheng looked over and saw that it was a Hao and Xiaohu who came.
Hey.
Who is being polite to you? We don't have much stuff at home, so we can just move it slowly. There's no need to call so many people over. Oh no, you're all here, come and help. It would be a waste not to help the strong men who came to the door voluntarily. Where is Fatty? His father forced him to learn how to kill pigs and took him to the next village. Oh, it's good to have a family skill. Butchers can make a lot of money. Su Dongsheng sighed casually and then began to direct several people to move heavy things. With a few more young and strong men, Lin Hui felt much more relaxed. She was only responsible for moving some clothes, bedding, and valuables. After 3 trips, all the things were moved. Several people went back and forth in the new house. Except for Guzi, who often came to help, those 2 came for the first time. Xiaohu laughed and patted Dongzi on the back. Dongzi, your new house is really well built. It's wide and bright, and no one is nagging in your ears. With such a high wall, it will be much more convenient for us to come to your house to drink and play cards in the future. Lin Hui, who was about to pour them some water, raised her eyebrows. She didn't build such a high wall to make things convenient for these hooligans. Come, drink some water first, and then talk. Thank you for your help today.
What's so hard about it?
It's much easier than working in the fields. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ahao glanced at Lin Hui's face and smiled. After Su Dongsheng finished drinking the water, he put the bowl in the basin, then wiped his mouth. Our tables and chairs will not be delivered until tomorrow, so I'll invite you to dinner at home another day. Whose house shall we go to for a simple drink today? Let us go to Guzi's house. There are too many family members, and it's too noisy. Xiaohu's family has 2 brothers and sisters-in-law and 2 sisters, so there are many people and a lot of gossips. And Ahao doesn't even need to say anything. No one would want to go to his house, just because their mother has a very loud voice. Dongzi's mother also likes to nag and scold people at every turn, but at least she can still reason. Ahao's mother scolds people completely unreasonably, and she is very fussy. She can't read, so she uses a burnt wooden stick to draw lines on a wooden board to record who has eaten and drunk at their house, and the marks are placed in the main hall, which makes people feel embarrassed to see it. People are embarrassed to visit without bringing food. If Su's mother knew that Xiaohu's mother could save a lot of trouble by doing this, she would definitely follow suit. When every household is short of food, no one will come to eat and drink except this group of ignorant people. Guzi smiled innocently. Then go to my house. My house is quiet. Lin Hui looked at his silly look and began to understand why Su Dongsheng always took him out to play. This silly boy. Honest people always suffer. We were supposed to treat everyone to a meal today, but the new house is not ready yet. It's okay to go to Guzi's house. Just think of it as us borrowing your home. Donga, go buy some wine and food and have a good meal. After this meal, don't even think about coming to our house to play cards. Lin Hui took out 3 yuan from her pocket and handed it to the man. They bought chicken and vegetables from Guzi's house, and then went to the village winemaker's house to buy 2 jugs of wine. That was enough. Su Dongsheng was delighted and took the money. If his friends hadn't been here, he would have given his good wife a good kiss. There was pride in his eyes. Look how thoughtful his wife is, and she said such nice things. No one's wife would take the initiative to give money to her husband to drink. His wife is so nice. Ahao and Xiaohu were really envious, but they couldn't stand Dongzi's arrogance, so they hooked one arm around his neck and led him out. You finally have money in your pocket today? I'll make you drink. I can't beat you in playing cards, and I can't drink more than you? Haha, you have the nerve to say that when you re a defeated general? You can only drink half as much as I can. After everyone left, Lin Hui looked around her new home and couldn't help laughing. From now on, she would be the boss of this home. She had swept the house the day before, and it was just a little dusty, but not dirty. The wooden barrel was filled with water and dried in the yard for 2 hours. She touched it with her hand and it had become warm, so she could add water to the chickens and rabbits. The backyard has not been turned over to plant vegetables yet, and it is a desolate place. The chicks and rabbits are still kept in the chicken coop just under the eaves. The chicks, which have been raised for a month, can already eat independently. They have grown to the size of a palm, and their feathers have become darker and denser. She can't recognize how many hens there are now. Except for experienced chicken farmers like her mother, most people can only identify whether it is a rooster or a hen based on their characteristics 3 months after the chickens are hatched. But among the 10 autumn chicks hatched by her mother, there are usually 6 hens. At that time, only 2 roosters will be kept for breeding, and the rest will be castrated. After feeding the chicks, Lin Hui looked at her rabbits. The pregnant female rabbit had already given birth to 6 little rabbits, and 2 more female rabbits were also pregnant. The fighting power of the male rabbit was really good. Lin Hui was in a good mood and thought everything was good. Su Dongsheng drank until the moon was high in the sky before coming back. Wife, you are so good. Others' wives are not as good as you. He spoke incoherently and came to kiss her with a full breath of alcohol. Lin Hui made a sound and pushed him away. She looked at the man lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, mumbling to himself, staring at her with wide eyes, but his eyes were already distracted. When he calmed down and was about to close his eyes, she suddenly said something. The next morning, when Su Dongsheng got up, he had a headache and dizziness. He walked to the backyard to wash his face, wearing a pair of plastic shoes. Su's mother came over early in the morning and brought some vegetables to the 3 families. Lin Hui was preparing chicken feed carefully with her head down when she suddenly heard Su Dongsheng speaking from above, his voice full of confusion. I had a dream last night. I dreamed that I was lying on the bed and couldn't move. Why can't I open my eyes? I thought it was real. Is this a ghost pressing on my bed? Lin Hui paused while peeling the roots of the old cabbage and looked at him with a smile. It means that drinking is not good. This may be a hint from your ancestors. Su Dongsheng was stunned. Is that so? I can't drink anymore? After feeding the chickens and rabbits, Lin Hui went to fry some green vegetables and eat them with porridge. According to Su Dongsheng's nature, it would take a long time for him to build a kitchen. Lin Hui added 20 yuan and asked the workers to help build one. There was no table at the moment, so they ate standing in front of the stove. Remember to go and call Uncle Neil later, didn't you forget? After dinner, Lin Hui took out 100 yuan and gave it to the man. She estimated that there would be some left, so she let him decide how to pay, since both sides would win. The day before yesterday, she had already agreed with Uncle Neo to drive a tractor over to move the furniture today, and it would be done in 1 round trip. Su Dongsheng also followed and watched from the back, making sure that no wood was accidentally knocked off the road. Got it. He rolled up the money and stuffed it into the small pocket at the waist of his pants. This was sewn by Lin Huixin for him. Although it looked a bit dirty when he was collecting money, it was not easy to fall off or be stolen. After Su Dongsheng left, Lin Hui closed the gate. She was the only one at home, and she was turning the soil in the backyard. If 1 or 2 people came in casually, no one would know. Su's mother didn't know that the 3rd son's family also had to buy a whole set of new furniture. The 1st and 2nd son's families could buy old tables and chairs left by the educated youths who went to the countryside for a few dollars at the village office, so she thought that the 3rd son's family also bought some. When she came in the afternoon, she happened to meet a group of people crowded at the door. The tractor made a loud noise, and the children next door had sharp ears. They rushed out like cannonballs and shouted at the third uncle who jumped off the tractor. Third uncle. You are riding the tractor again. Su Guochao ran up and hugged the third uncle's thigh. Third uncle, can you hold me up and sit on it? It was dusty all the way here. Su Dongsheng patted his hair. There was a weight hanging on his leg, and he couldn't move. Why sit? We still have to move things down. Get out of the way quickly.
Don't block the way.
You might get hurt later. Dongzi, what are these? The two brothers Su Guangzong and Su Yazu came back from the field carrying hoes and walked over curiously to see. Our new furniture. Where did it come from? I paid Ah Hui's family to make it. What did you say? Su's mother put the basket on the ground, then twisted the third son's ear and started to curse. You really have too much money to burn. You buy this and that all day long. Is your made of gold? You still need to make new chairs. How can you live? You loser. Our mother, don't twist it. It hurts so much. Su Dongsheng had his back to the village and didn't see his mother coming over. He didn't notice it, and his ear was twisted red, and it hurt so much. Seeing this, Su Guochao ran away to avoid his grandmother getting angry and implicating him. Su Guohua and Su Guoqiang were beaten by their mothers every day. This time it was their turn to see their third uncle being beaten by his mother. It felt so good. They took advantage of the adults not paying attention and secretly climbed up the back of the car by climbing the wheel. The two sisters-in-law also came out to watch the fun. Uncle Neo got off the front of the car, very happy. He made 6 yuan this time, which was really a lot. Dongzi, you won't let me pull this thing back, will you? Su Dongsheng was still crying. Mom, my dear mom, stop twisting it. Your son's ears are going to be twisted off. It's just right that it's fallen off. What's the point of having ears? You always treat them well, but you forget them as soon as you turn around. Didn't you promise to live a good life? What do you mean by living a good life? You spent all the few cents in your pocket. Anyway, it's useless to say more. You can't return it. You spendthrift. When Su's father saw that Su's mother hadn't come back for a long time, he came over to take a look. His blood pressure instantly rose, and he was about to hit the third child on the back with a pipe in his hand. Su Guangzong and Su Yaozu hurriedly stopped him. It would be terrible if he hit him hard. There was a commotion at the door. Lin Hui heard the noise and came out. She saw her husband being beaten by the old couple. The elder and second brothers on the side helped to beg for mercy.
She didn't know what to say.
In the end, Uncle Neo rescued him. Old Su, if you don't retreat, help me move it down. I have to return the tractor. Father Su stopped and stared at the prodigal son. What are you waiting for? Move it quickly. Why are you waiting for us to help you? Su Dongsheng carefully rescued the fragile ear from his mother's hands, grinning. How dare I trouble you too? He turned around and saw the two sisters Su Huanhuan holding Su Guochao's armpits with their hands, and Su Guohua on the tractor reached down to pull him. Go away. Don't make trouble here. You are not afraid of dislocating your hands. There were many people and the work was done quickly.
It was over in a short while.
Several children looked at the tractor with melancholy as it left with black gas. The tabletop and bed frame were all loose, but they were also easy to install. Lin Hui asked quietly, did you pay? Su Dongsheng nodded. Yes, but my parents only took 60 yuan. Su's eldest sister-in-law was shocked. Their family bought the old tables and beds left by the educated youth, and they only spent 6 yuan in total. Although they were a bit damaged, they could be used after repairs. The couple really dared to spend money and said only took 60 yuan. Su's second sister-in-law didn't hear clearly, so she came over and asked, how much did you spend in total? Lin Hui counted. A big table, 4 chairs, a bed frame, and a pair of suitcases, a total of 60 yuan, plus the tractor transportation costs 6 yuan. Su's second sister-in-law exclaimed, you are really rich. Su's eldest sister-in-law also thought so in her heart. Did she spend the dowry money? She explained, it's also because my family planted a lot of trees on the mountain, which are just suitable for making furniture. The price is much cheaper than the furniture factory in town. The wood is not a particularly good wood, but it is durable. The Lin family did a meticulous job, grinding away all the burrs and applying oil. The tables and chairs didn't shake, The bed was very stable, and it was carved with simple patterns, which was much better than the bed they had asked the villagers to make in their new house. As soon as these words came out, Lin Hui felt that Sue's mother's stern expression had improved a little, but she still had nothing good to say. She knew that Sue's mother was resentful of her and thought that she was helping her parents' family in various ways. Lin Hui didn't care. She did want to help her parents' family, but she used her own dowry money and didn't take advantage of anyone. I won't talk about the table and chairs.
There are only 2 of you now.
Why are you in a hurry to buy a bed for the other room? Can't you save money? If you think money is too hot to handle, I'll help you hold it. Su Dongsheng hurriedly hugged his mother to coax her. Mom, we have to have a child. Maybe the child will be born next year or the year after. You see, the 2 of us don't know anything. Won't you have to come to help us take care of the child then? The room is ready now. You can come and live here anytime you want. Then you don't have to make it so good. It costs so much money. Who doesn't know a little carpentry? We made the tables, chairs, and benches by ourselves. If you don't know how to do it, ask your father. You also know that you have to raise a child, but you are so lax. This is all for you to sleep well. How can I let you sleep on that shaky broken bed?
You are so good at talking.
You can say good things about any bad thing. Hee, it means this is indeed a good thing.
Slitli.
She didn't say that she prepared it just to sleep in a separate bed from the drunkard. However, what Su Dongsheng said was not wrong. Her child will be here next year. If we don't get the furniture done now, we will be too busy to handle it. It's a good time to let the smell dry. After knocking over the wasteful things, Sue's father and mother walked back to the old house and couldn't help muttering. You think the money in their pockets should be used up? Sue's mother didn't know that the Lin family gave all the betrothal money to Lin Hui and thought that it would be good to take back half of it at most. Sue's father was also guessing. It should be about the same. The 3rd child is not sensible, so we too still have to keep an eye on him and help him from time to time. I thought the 3rd child's wife was a good person and could control the 3rd child. But why do I feel that she spends money lavishly? Did we get deceived by the matchmaker? After the people dispersed, Su Dongsheng seemed to have lost half his life and lay on the bed motionless. Sue's mother must have been furious and twisted him hard. The 2 red ears were swollen like Shunfenger. But there was no need to apply medicine. It would be fine after 2 days of boiling, and the swelling would go down. There was some lard left at home, which was cooked during the banquet. Each of the 3 families received a small bowl. Lin Hui simply made a bowl of vegetable noodles and put a fried egg in each person's bowl. The eggs were also just brought over by Sue's mother and divided into 5 for each family. Lin Hui was willing to use oil, and the eggs were fried until golden brown, with crispy edges and delicious. There were only 3 chickens left in the old house, and they were not divided. They were left for the 2 old people to eat eggs to replenish their bodies. The eldest and 2nd sisters-in-law also brought a few chicks from their mother's home to raise. After taking a bath in the evening, Lin Hui started to brainwash people again. It cost 43 yuan to add a wall and a kitchen to our new house, and the furniture in the house cost a total of 66 yuan. The vegetable seeds, soap, and other daily necessities bought a few days ago cost 3 yuan. You are tall, so the fabric and cotton used to make your clothes will cost a lot, about 6 yuan. I have already started cutting, and I will start sewing when I have time tomorrow. I can finish it for you before winter, so you don't have to wear last year's clothes and won't be cold. And I gave you 3 yuan yesterday to go drinking with friends. In total, we have spent 125 yuan during this period, which is exactly the same as the money the old lady left for you. It was not yet dark, and there were occasional voices from the 2nd sister-in-law scolding the children next door. Lin Hui spoke slowly and gently, and Su Dongsheng felt warm in his heart. All the money was spent on him. That means there is 100 yuan left for the division of the family property. He leaned against the head of the bed, crossed his legs, and looked at the remaining money in her hand, thinking that this was all. You should also buy yourself some cloth. I have enough clothes to wear, so I don't need to make so many. I have a warm body and am not afraid of the cold. Lin Hui looked at him with a smile. You can go with me when the time comes. The eldest and 2nd sisters-in-law are afraid to go out again. At this moment, A masculine spirit surged from his chest, and he hugged her with his big hands. "Don't be afraid. Call me. I will protect you." "Who dares to touch my wife? Is he going to die?" Lin Hui's mouth twitched. He was only a pair of tight jeans away from the young and dangerous on TV. "Then let's go tomorrow? We can also buy some pork to replenish you. Dishes fried with lard are delicious, and we can mix some lard residue to make dumplings, which are very fragrant." "No problem." The next morning, Sue's mother knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. She looked at the closed door and the tall courtyard wall. Her face darkened. "Are they here to protect me?" Lin Hui and Su Dongsheng walked to the town. He was indeed a lazy man who had been idle for many years. He knew every road and alley in the town. Lin Hui felt that this was one of the few advantages. "Do you know where to buy meat? You have to hurry up to buy meat because every household is short of meat, and if you are late, it will be gone." "I know, I usually drink with them, and sometimes I go to buy something." There is a small black market in the town, in the alley behind the state-owned restaurant. There are not many things in it, mostly selling some common small daily necessities. Lin Hui remembered that this small black market lasted until about 10 years later. By that time, living conditions began to become rich, and individual businesses were everywhere, so this small black market was not frequented by so many people. But today, when the tickets have not been cancelled, this small black market is still very important. Lin Hui followed Su Dongsheng, lowering her head slightly, pretending to be timid. Su Dongsheng gave a secret signal to a dark and thin middle-aged man guarding the door, and the man glanced at her with a vigilant look. "Are you buying or selling?"
Buying.
Su Dongsheng took down the backpack behind him and showed it to him. It was empty. In the end, they paid 20 cents and were allowed in. If they were selling, each person would have to pay 50 cents as a management fee. This was a dark alley. Even without a mask, you couldn't see their faces clearly, and you felt very safe. It really lived up to the name of the black market, a shameful transaction. There were more people buying things than selling things. Most of them were agricultural and sideline products, and they all looked like simple villagers. Su Dongsheng walked straight to a man smoking a cigarette. "Brotherly, do you have any more meat?" He blew a smoke ring, "Not much." He also had a basket in front of him, and when he lifted the cloth, there were 8 tails of fat and lean meat and a pig's tail.
We want all of them.
"How much is it without tickets?"
3 yuan.
This price is higher than the meat processing plant, but who made them have no tickets? The pig head was obtained by the whole family when the beam was put up. It not only cost money, tickets, but also relationships. When will the fat meat be available? Fat meat is not easy to get. Basically, there will be no left. After getting the money, Li Guo is easy to talk to. "If you are willing to pay more, I can bring you a piece tomorrow." Lin Hui nodded slightly to Su Dongsheng, and he spoke, "Then thank you for your trouble. Take as many as you can." Li Guo saw the scene just now, and he snorted and laughed. "Are you afraid of your wife? The money is in her hands. Do you think you are afraid?" After saying a few words, they left. Buying things here has to be quick. Passing by the grain seller, Lin Hui stepped forward to ask the price of grain. In the end, he bought 2 kilograms of ordinary flour and spent 80 cents. Su Dongsheng inadvertently looked into a small room, where several men with fierce looks were smoking. Seeing him stop moving, Lin Hui followed his gaze and saw that one of the men in the room was the man with a scar on his eyebrow whom she had seen the day before yesterday. Her eyebrows jumped, and her intuition told her to quickly pull the man away. "That man is very dangerous. Don't get too close to him." Su Dongsheng looked at her in surprise. "Your intuition is so accurate?" "As expected of my wife. We have a tacit understanding. I've been on this street for so long, and I didn't know that someone here was speculating and profiteering." "How did you know?" "This old lady specializes in taking business introduced by acquaintances. The 2 quilts I brought as a dowry are not easy to make. My family has been busy for a long time." Lin Hui was not in a hurry. The first half of the sentence was true and the second half was also true, but it depends on what he thinks. After a few days, Mrs. Zhang still remembered her. Seeing that she was still with a man, her brows frowned even tighter. "Mother-in-law Zhang, this is my husband. We just got married and separated. We need everything." The things I borrowed from you last time will be gone if I share them with others. Seeing the mother-in-law hesitating, Su Dongxing began to use his slick tongue again. He looks good when he smiles, and those who don't know the details can be easily fooled by this face. Mother-in-law, all the materials last time were used to make clothes for me, and my wife doesn't have any. You see, she is so beautiful, but after marrying me, she can't even wear a new dress. How failed I am. This guy is still a loving wife. Mother-in-law Zhang was relieved, and there was a new batch of goods on hand. Okay, considering the difficulties of you two young couples, I can give you some more, but you all keep your mouths shut. Su Dongxing agreed, with a good attitude. The cloth that mother-in-law took out this time was still defective, but it was more complete than the cloth last time. In addition to the common gray and blue, there was also khaki. Lin Hui ordered 2 meters of each color, and also bought needles and thread and 2 jean of cotton wool. Mrs. Zhang, do you have wool yarn? Not much wool yarn. Only half a jean, 12 yuan. This price is really shocking. Lin Hui was shocked. 12 yuan can buy 3 jean of cotton wool. According to her height of 1.6 meters, it takes about 1 jean and 4 liang of medium coarse wool yarn to knit a sweater. If she wants to make one for Su Dongxing, she will need 2 jean. She didn't hesitate. Even if she wanted to live a good life, she couldn't bear to buy such expensive things now. It's better to buy 2 more jeans of cotton wool. When making cotton padded clothes, it can also keep warm. Of course, it is also Mrs. Zhang's rule to sell 4 jeans of cotton wool at a time. If it's more, she has to increase the price. She is very cautious and can't let people buy from her and then sell it out. These cost a total of 17 yuan, which is half a month's salary for a worker. Although Mrs. Zhang has been doing this for a long time, it is rare to see someone who spends money so hard. Look at their clothes. They are old clothes with patches, and they are from the countryside. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Young people are used to spending lavishly. Her daughter is the same. She has a salary of 38 yuan a month, but she dares to spend 20 yuan on food and clothes. Lin Hui stuffed all the things into the big backpack that Su Dongxing was carrying and covered it with a handful of wild grass. When leaving the alley, Su Dongxing still didn't look at the card room. Lin Hui was curious. Do you want to go in and play cards? He stretched his body and said, Not now. I'm not addicted. I just think playing cards is fun because I'm too bored. Everything is fun as long as you don't work. Lin Hui was silent and understood that she was just too lazy. Before noon, when the two returned home, Su Huanhuan and several younger siblings were playing hopscotch in front of the door. When they saw their third uncle and aunt, they passed a message to them. Third uncle and aunt, Grandma came to see you this morning. His Su Dongxing touched his ears unconsciously, feeling that they were getting hot again. Lin Hui put all the things in the cabinet and locked it, not to prevent Su's mother, but because she was worried that she would faint from anger. It cost 20 yuan today. Sure enough, Su's mother came again at noon, holding a few cabbages in her hands. Seeing that the third child and the other 2 were eating porridge with shredded radish, she nodded with satisfaction. Mom, have you eaten? Do you want to sit down and eat together?
No, better.
Where did you go this morning? Su's mother broke the old leaves of the cabbage and prepared to take them to the backyard to chop them up to feed the chickens and rabbits. There was not enough needles and thread, so I asked Donga to accompany me out and buy some. When Su's mother saw it, she put it on the table in a simple, small paper box. That's how life is, buying things little by little. If you spend too much money at one time, and then you encounter something that really costs money later, your pockets will be empty. Wouldn't that make you feel completely in the dark? Mother Su found every opportunity to teach them to live frugally. The couple looked well-behaved and kept saying yes. Mother Su felt that her teaching was very effective. Yesterday, Lin Hui only turned over 2 mu of land by herself and sowed leeks, onions, garlic, and other vegetables. The south is cold and damp in winter, but it doesn't snow, so the vegetables can survive in winter. The sooner the land is cultivated, the sooner we can eat vegetables. Su Dongxing was forced to work with his mother, but he didn't look impatient. After all, this is their own vegetable garden. It can't be left to the wife to do it all, right? She took out the cloth and sat under the eaves to sew. I just saw that the chickens you raise are growing well, but they're a little crowded in the chicken coop. I asked your father to come over and help make a chicken coop. And those rabbits also need a nest. They can't be placed on the ground, or they will dig holes. Sue's mother bent down to pick up stones and threw them into the corner, looking into the rabbit cage as she spoke. They grow so fast and have so many of them. We'll be able to eat them by the end of the year. Rabbit meat stewed with potatoes is fragrant and sweet. Sue's mother had eaten it 3 years ago during the harvest season. The eldest son caught one, and there were more than a dozen mouths to share. She ate 2 pieces and could think about it for 3 years. Lin Hui smiled. They are growing so fast that we can hardly fit anymore. While answering, her hands did not stop, sewing quickly and well, with fine stitches. Sue's mother's dissatisfaction yesterday disappeared a little. Sue's mother came to help them with the work, and she did not stop for a moment. In the afternoon, she hurried back to the old house to cook and feed the chickens, for fear that they would eat up all the rice if they stayed at their eldest son's house. Looking at the meat in the cupboard, Lin Hui felt a little sorry. The mother-in-law was nagging, but it was all because of her worrying and working hard for them. Now she can't eat it. Only when they really make money can the mother-in-law feel at ease. The mother-in-law was here just now, and Lin Hui couldn't knead the dough. Spread some salt on the half-fat and half-lean meat and hang it up. Let's make the big, white buns another day. Lin Hui raised her knife and chopped the pig's tail into small pieces with a few bangs. She added peanuts and potatoes to stew in a pot, which was also fragrant. There were 2 stove eyes but only 1 iron pot, so she had to use a clay pot to cook porridge. Su Guoqiang next door took 2 deep breaths and shouted, "Mom, I seem to smell the smell of meat." Second sister Su rolled her eyes and brought the dry stewed vegetables to the table. "Do you want to eat the fried pork with bamboo shoots?" Su Xiuxiu laughed, but Su Guoqiang threatened her with a fist. "Don't laugh." "But, Mother, I really smelled it." "Is third uncle's family next door stewing meat?" Second sister Su didn't care. "How is that possible? Your third uncle's family bought so many things, and they have no money left. Where are they going to buy meat?" Su Yaozu thought of the meat they had at the beam-raising ceremony and smacked his lips. "We ate so much meat last month, and you still think it's not enough? If you want to eat meat, wait until Chinese New Year." Su Woking Muta. There were still 3 months until the Chinese New Year. No one believed him. So he took his bowl to the corner and ate while smelling the meat. The pig's tailbone was crispy and soft, and Su Dongxing chewed it with a crunch. He finished it in a few bites and felt a little unsatisfied as he stroked his stomach. "My parents may come over to cook the chicken coop tomorrow morning. Why don't you go out early to buy meat?" "We have agreed to go, so we can't not go." Su Dongxing half closed his eyes. He was full and satisfied, so everything was easy to say. "Then I'll get up at 7? 6, it will be a little after 9 when you come back, which is just right. If I run into my parents too late, I'll get scolded again." He agreed reluctantly. Okay. He didn't get up so early during the harvest season. Others got up at 5, but he didn't wake up until 7. But with the big white bread hanging in front of him, Su Dongxing was full of energy. It was not known whether Brother Naley had connections in the meat processing plant or cooperated with the pig farmers, but the meat he brought to them the next day was really good. 2 pounds of fat meat cost a total of 4 yuan, which was almost twice as expensive as pure lean meat. If Su Dongxing hadn't been quick-eyed and quick-handed, he really couldn't have snatched it from those middle-aged women. Lin Hui was indeed quite surprised, because cooking without oil is really not delicious. As soon as she put the meat in the cupboard, Sue's father and mother came over. It really felt like a thief in her own home. The third brother and his wife stared at Sue's mother in a daze, which made her panic. "Why are you looking at me like that?" They both shook their heads in unison. "It's okay. Thank you for your hard work, Dad and Mom." Mother Sue's heart sank. The couple must have done something bad. Father Su didn't buy it. He went straight to the backyard and marked the location and size of the chicken coop. In addition, a separate rabbit hutch had to be prepared. In order to prevent mice and burrows, the chicken coop and rabbit hutch had to be a little higher than the ground. There was a bamboo forest on the back mountain of Xiangyang village. Father Su circled a piece of it, and the bamboo planted there belonged to their family. He almost cut his hand off while chopping bamboo with a sickle, and he couldn't move the wood. In the end, Mother Sue came to help and lent a hand. She sent him to pick up stones and firewood with Lin Hui. Lin Hui felt deeply that her parents-in-law were really worried about her. She thought about it and decided to cut a piece of lean meat, chop it up, and cook it into porridge, then add vegetables. The rice soup was rich. The meat was soft and completely melted into the rice. It was so fragrant. Lin Hui cooked a big pot, knowing their appetite, and seeing that her parents-in-law had eaten 2 bowls and couldn't bear to eat. She directly brought out the pot and scooped spoonfuls into their bowls. The 3 of them were very satisfied with the lunch. Sue's mother felt distressed and complained that they were wasting money again. But the fragrance in her mouth was still there, and she couldn't say it was not delicious. Fortunately, the meat in this porridge was chopped into small pieces, and not much was used. She didn't expect that after they left that night, Lin Hui started to boil lard. This fragrance was much more overbearing than the lean meat porridge, and it kept drilling into people's noses. This time, everyone in Sue's family could smell it, and they knew that the meat was being cooked next door without having to go to the corner. Not to mention that the children were very greedy. Even the adults couldn't stand it. But it was not a festival, and there was no farm work to do, so who would be willing to buy meat to eat? The strong smell of lard could not be dissipated. Before going to bed, Sue's wife muttered to her husband, "Do you think that my parents secretly subsidized the 3rd child's family?" Su Yaozu was confused. "That can't be. My parents are the most fair. They can't do this." Sue's wife pouted. When the old lady was alive, she cooked for the 3rd child every day, and I don't know how much private money she left for him. These days, my family and the eldest brother's family have also been making chicken coops, and I haven't seen my parents come to help. It's not partiality. If they gave subsidies privately, how would you know about it? Dongzi has done this job before, so you can't rely on your sister-in-law alone, right? Hey, why are you so annoying? Are you going to sleep or not? Su Urseo was choked, and when she heard the snoring, she was so angry that she changed the direction of her sleep with him. Humph, she has to talk to the eldest sister-in-law tomorrow. Why only help the 3rd brother's family and not theirs? The next morning after the chicken coop was built, Lin Hui used lard and cabbage to make 20 big buns. She sent 2 to the eldest and 2nd brother's families to shut them up. 1 for each person is impossible. Only the landlords can give it like this. Let them divide it with a knife, and let the children have a few bites to satisfy their cravings. When Su Dongsheng went to the old house, the old couple were eating. There was only a bowl of sweet potato porridge and pickles on the table. He put 2 buns on the table. "Thank you for your help, parents. These are the buns made by Hui herself. Let you have a taste." After leaving these 2 sentences, he ran away, fearing that he would be too late and be nagged again. Sue's mother was really angry. Look at you, you said everything in front of us, but you turned around and wasted money again." Sue's father picked up a big white bun, took a bite, and his mouth was full of oil. "Well, eat quickly. There are lard residues." "There are also lard residues?" Sue's mother was so angry that she was about to burst. "It's already made. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me." Sue's mother rolled her eyes at him. Wishful thinking. She picked up the bun, took a light bite, and chewed slowly. "It's delicious. They grow less wheat here, and flour is 2 cents more expensive than corn and millet. Apart from anything else, the cooking skills of the 3rd brother's family are really good. Yesterday's lean meat porridge was also delicious. What can't be delicious with meat? If this goes on, the children will have to starve in the future? With such unreliable parents, how can the children get a wife in the future?" Sue's mother was very angry. Is she the only one who is anxious? Anyway, we are both still able to work now, so we can save more money for the children. Father Su finished the buns and smacked his lips. Mother Su looked at him in surprise. Did they think about this long ago? Lin Hui didn't know that the old couple was worrying about the future of her child who didn't even exist yet for the next 20 years. She ate a bun with white porridge, and that was enough. Su Dongsheng ate 3 buns and 2 bowls of white porridge to be just enough. He wiped his mouth and was about to go out again. He hadn't played cards for a long time, so his hands must have been itching. Lin Hui ignored him, as he always had only 2 cents in his pocket. After he left, Lin Hui sat downstairs and continued to make clothes. The gate to the courtyard was not closed, and Lin Hui saw a man at the door out of the corner of her eye. She looked up and subconsciously clenched her fist. The needle pierced her fingertips, causing a sharp pain. She had seen this man in her dream. His name was Lai San. He was a widower. His wife was beaten to death by him after drinking, and there were 2 old people left at home to support him. He was idle all day long, stealing and cheating, and his reputation was much worse than Su Dongxing's. The 2 old people were unreasonable. They sold their 3 daughters and only doted on this one. When their sons committed crimes, they cried and howled, and even those who were right did not dare to pursue them. The family of the daughter-in-law who was beaten to death came to the door to ask for an explanation, but in the end they spit back all the betrothal money. It was also because of this that no one was willing to push their daughter into this fire pit. After Su Dongxing got into trouble, Lai Sen always wandered around her door. When she held the child, she could always feel his lustful eyes circling around her chest, and she wished she could build a wall on the spot to block him. This man was so disgusting that he even wanted her to remarry. He said that it was natural for a widower to marry a widow, and Su's mother was so angry that she brought her 2 sons to the door and beat him up, and then he restrained himself a little. But he came to ask for scolding from time to time, and the more he scolded, the more excited he became. His name really fits his character, a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Because of him, Lin Hui's reputation in the village fell. Those idlers always made fun of her, and her life became even more difficult. Lin Hui lowered her eyes and pulled the needle out of her fingertips, and bright red blood dripped onto the ground. "Sister-in-law, did your family eat meat? I can smell the fragrance outside." Lai San smiled shamelessly, revealing his yellow and black teeth, and his hair was greasy in clumps. Lin Hui gave him a disgusted look, as he had come here specifically after the men in the family left. "Aunt San, we're here to see the rabbits." Su Huan and Su Xiuxiu ran over with a little follower, Su Guochao. After the children entered the house, they closed the door.
Pooh.
Lai San spat and walked away slowly. "Aunt San, don't talk to Lai San, he's a bad guy." The 2 sisters are about the same age, both 6 years old. They frowned to remind Lin Hui, and their serious look made her want to laugh. "Bad guy, bad guy." Su Guochao also imitated her. Lin Hui put down the sewing basket in her hand and touched the heads of several children. "How do you know he is a bad guy? He will steal children's food. Last time, he stole our glass beads and didn't return them. So annoying. The children in our village run away when they see him. My mother said he is not a good person and even bullies children." "Okay, Auntie won't talk to him anymore." "Did you all eat buns this morning?" "Yes." Su Huan licked her lips embarrassedly. "Aunt San, the buns you made are so delicious. This is the first time we have eaten buns." She felt that Aunt San was really good, gentle, and good at cooking. Her mother scolded people every day and was too fierce. Lin Hui picked up the skinny Su Guochao, took them to wash their hands, and then took out a bun and cut it into 3 pieces for them. The 3 children laughed so hard that their eyes were invisible. "Don't touch the rabbits after eating, or your hands will get dirty." And the rabbits have babies now, so they're easy to bite people. They squatted in front of the rabbit nest, counting how many there were in total, and couldn't count any more after 5. Then they stared at the fat-bellied mother rabbit with shining eyes. Lin Hui continued to sit back under the eaves to make clothes. It would be great if she had a sewing machine at this time. How much did a sewing machine cost? They couldn't afford it for the time being. After a while, the 3 little ones ran to her again, as if they had made up their minds. "Aunt San, can you give us a little rabbit? We want to raise one too." Maybe girls are really born with no resistance to furry animals. They have been coveting these rabbits for a long time and run over to take a look every day. But your parents are so busy. If you take them home, you will have to raise them yourself. It's like raising chickens. You have to be careful that they dig holes. It's not easy at all. We feed the chickens at home by pulling weeds and digging earthworms. They are well raised. Children from poor families grow up early. 7-year-old children can raise chickens and cook. Lin Hui didn't make a fuss. As long as your parents agree, I will give you a little rabbit. Let's ask right now. The two sisters ran home like the wind. The youngest one was left chasing behind, shouting anxiously, "Sister, sister, wait for me." The first female rabbit gave birth to 2 male and 4 female rabbit cubs. The other 2 pregnant rabbits will give birth to 2 more litters in a few days. It's okay to give them 2 small male rabbits each. I don't know if their parents didn't agree, or they were not at home because they went to the fields. The children didn't come over all afternoon. It was not until it was almost dark that they ran over in a line. Aunt San, my parent agreed. Su Huan's face was flushed, and she was happy. Su Xiuxiu also nodded. My parents also said that we can raise rabbits. How did you convince them? My mother said no, so I went to ask my father, and he agreed to make a cage for me. Su Guohua, the brat, was still making trouble. I told my mother that she would kill the rabbits and eat their meat when they grow up.
No, no, no.
The 2 sisters were furious and confronted the 2 brothers, almost fighting. Lin Hui hurriedly pulled them apart. Then come and get the rabbits when your cages are ready. Thank you, Auntie San. At this time, the voices of the eldest and second sisters-in-law came from next door, calling the children to go back for dinner. After everyone dispersed, the whole house was quiet and deserted. She walked around the wall of her house and found that there were many footprints near the kitchen, all of which were from the same person. It seems that Lai San should have come more than once. Lin Hui hid the hatred in her eyes, went back home, heated up the buns she had made during the day, and had another simple meal. Su Dongxing waited until it was completely dark before coming back. He reeked of alcohol and staggered into the house. Lin Hui didn't say a word to him, picked up the pillow and quilt, and went to the next room. This man still needs some drastic measures. The next morning, before he woke up, Lin Hui deliberately acted very virtuous, heated up the buns for him, and filled the enamel basin with water. His torn towel was neatly folded and placed aside. Su Dongsheng slept until noon. Since the separation of the family, no one urged him to get up and work, and he had his wife to serve him. He felt that such a life was like being in heaven. After he left, Lin Hui put the sickle in a basket and carried it out. Lin Hui waved to Su Huan, who was jumping on the grid at the door. Third aunt. If your grandma comes over later, tell her that I'm going to the back hill to cut grass and chop wood.
Okay.
Lin Hui usually wore loose clothes, but she changed into a new one today. The top was slightly pinched at the waist, which made her look more graceful and curvaceous. She didn't look like a village woman working in the fields, but more like a young wife from the city. She took a small path so that she didn't have to go through the middle of the village. At this time, most people were busy and the path was quiet. Lin Hui vaguely heard footsteps behind her. She touched the handle of the sickle with her right hand and held it tightly, her heart beating fast. She lowered her head and walked forward, keeping an eye on the back of her eyes. After going up the back hill, Lin Hui walked into the woods, occasionally cutting a few handfuls of grass and putting them in the basket. The mountain was quiet, with the occasional sound of birds. She stood still for a while, then turned around and stared at the disgusting man in front of her. Lai San was startled by her sudden turn, then grinned. Sister-in-law, let me help you mow the grass. Do you know whose wife I am? I know, it's that Su San. Lai San scratched his hair with a look of disdain. He's just better looking than me. How is he better than me? What do you mean? Lai San laughed, with that lustful look in his eyes. I'll help you mow the grass and chop wood. You just need to cook a few meals for me. What do you think? You want to help me work because you want to eat meat? Perhaps seeing that Lin Hui didn't shout or yell, he took a few steps forward tentatively. Look at you. You are so beautiful. But Su San doesn't know how to love a woman, and he actually let you go up the mountain alone. I heard that your previous wife was beaten to death by you after drinking? Lai San paused, a little embarrassed. I don't drink anymore, but I didn't hit her. She accidentally hit the back of her head and died. Is it because she has no money for drinking? Lin Hui sneered, hatred welling up in her heart. You are not worthy of marrying a wife. A toad wants to eat swan meat, so shameless. Lai San was stunned, wondering how a seemingly gentle young wife could suddenly speak so dirty. His face looked a little ugly. Lin Hui faced the direction of the foot of the mountain and caught a glimpse of a figure swaying. Her voice got louder. "You've been squatting around my house for several days. Are you trying to steal my things? You're so dirty and disgusting. Are you waiting for my man to go out before following me? Do you think I'm a newly married young wife who is so shy and doesn't know anyone, and you insist on working for me in exchange for meat? Saying you look like a monkey is a waste of monkeys. So disgusting. I can my breakfast just by looking at you." Lai San was scolded by a woman. His eyes were red with anger. "Say it again, it. Who do you think you are? You're still married to Su San. Except for his better looks, there's no difference between him and me.
Get out of my way.
I'm going to tell the village director that you're bullying." Lai San was provoked by her and went straight forward to stop the person.
Help.
Lin Hui panicked and accidentally slashed him with the sickle in her hand. You stinky woman, it hurts so much." Lai San's vitals were cut and his face was horrible in pain.
Lai San.
"How dare you bully my family?" When Su's mother came up from the foot of the mountain, she heard Lao San's wife and Lai San arguing. She was very angry. "You rascal, are you bullying the Su family because there is no one?" She picked up a wooden stick on the ground and hit Lai San, breaking one and changing another. Lai San felt pain on his head and lower body and didn't know what to protect for a moment. "Aunt, I was wrong. Don't hit me, I didn't do anything." Lai San couldn't match Su's mother's fighting power and fled. There were many fallen leaves on the hillside, and he slipped and fell down the hill accidentally, holding his calf and screaming. Lin Hui saw that the calf was deformed and must be broken.
Mom.
Lin Hui grabbed Su's mother's arm in fear. "What should we do?" "Let's go find your dad and ask him to ask the village director to deal with it." At noon that day, everyone in Xiangyang village saw the old Su family dragging the half-dead Lai San to the village branch with a dark face. Many people came to join in the fun. Lin Hui's eyes were red, and she looked aggrieved. Su's mother cursed all the way, revealing the whole story clearly. "This rascal saw that my third son was building a big house and eating meat, so he went over to stake out. If the third son's wall hadn't been so high, it might have been stolen. He went there for several days, and there were still footprints on the corners. I didn't slander him. Because my husband and I went to help our son build a chicken coop. They rarely made meat for us. And yet they still remembered him." Su's mother cursed and took a breath. "Do you know what this rascal wants to do?" The aunts and grandmas on the side were excited and wanted to listen to the rest. They were itching to hear more. "What does he want to do?" "He took advantage of my third son's wife because she was newly married and wanted to help cut some grass and pick up some firewood in exchange for meat."
Ugh. He's so proud of him.
"Whose meat is so cheap. Oh my, how shameless." Su's mother put her hands on her waist. "Ahui left me a message saying she was going to the mountain to cut grass. When I went there, I saw him threatening Ahui. Ahui said she would tell the village director, but he tried to strangle her to stop her from going. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. If this isn't murder, what is it?" The villagers were shocked. "I thought it was just a petty theft, but he dared to kill someone? Oh my God, we can't have such evil people in our village." The village committee members were holding a meeting in the village office when the door was opened. A group of people were furious, with hoes and sticks. They were also dragging the dying Lai San, and there was blood on the ground. Director Zhang's face changed. "What is this for? Lai San is causing trouble again?" Lai San had been beaten up for stealing more than once, and the village committee had dealt with him several times, and they were very disappointed with him. With a bang, Su Guangzong and Su Yaozu threw him directly to the ground. "Ouch! It hurts so much." Lai San wailed again, gasping for breath on the ground. Director Zhang's wife had just heard all the way over and told the village committee what Lai San had done. Director Zhang gritted his teeth, thinking that he was a bad boy. At this moment, Lai San's parents, who had been notified, ran over crying. Seeing their precious son lying on the ground motionless, covered in blood, they were almost terrified and knelt on the ground hugging him and crying.
My son. Who hurt you?
Tell your mother that I will report to the police and have them all arrested.
Bah.
Sue's mother spat fiercely, her voice louder than hers. Go now. See if the police will arrest you, or me. Lai San wanted to steal but failed, and now he wants to kill someone. We have evidence, just go. Lai San's mother cried as if she didn't understand what people were saying. My son, wake up. It's the bad guys who hurt my son. Lai San's father wiped his tears. I only have this one son to carry on the family line. You beat my son like this. You have to pay compensation. Pay for the medical expenses. We didn't beat him. He didn't stand firmly and fell down the mountain. Sue's mother slapped her thigh and realized, that's right, you have to compensate our family. While the two sides were arguing, some members of the village committee had gone to collect evidence. There were indeed many footprints under the corner of Su Dongxing's house, which were about the same size as Lai San's feet. And some people also saw Lai San go to the door of other people's house to talk the day before, which was obviously a test.
Bang!
Sue's father slapped the table. Stop arguing. Lai San's father is 1 year younger than Sue's father. He looks much older and timid. Sue's father grabbed him by the collar and said in a rough voice, Lai San did a bad thing. So many people are watching. It's useless for you to talk. You have to pay 10 yuan to our family, otherwise we will report to the police tomorrow. Criticize him. Sue's father's words scared Director Zhang. He has already been taught a lesson for doing bad things, and the reputation of the entire village cannot be affected because of him. If Xiangyang village has a bad guy who is criticized, then no one in the surrounding villages will look up to them. Collective honor is above all else. Director Zhang quickly advised, Old Su, don't get excited. We all know about this. It's Lai San's fault. Let their family pay the money. Our village can't be famous because of this. Father Su let go of Lai San's father and snorted. People like this are rat, spoiling the whole barrel. Lai San's mother was still crying. Our family is so poor. Where can we get so much money? My son is fainted from the pain. Who will pay for our medical expenses? Your family is so rich. Everyone has built a big house, and you still bother with us. Mother Su couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward, grabbed Lai San's hair, and slapped her hard. Don't play this trick on me. It's useless. You are right because your family is poor? I am the one who made your family poor? The village committee quickly pulled the two groups of people apart and finally forced Lai San's father to put his fingerprints on the IOU of 10 yuan and promised to pay it back within 3 days. Otherwise, they would report to the police. Sue's mother gave the IOU to Lin Hui, and the money should be hers. A group of people returned to the new house. When Sue's eldest and second sisters heard that Lai San wanted to steal something, they were scared. Their two houses had no walls, so they must tell the children to guard the house. They didn't go there just now, but were cleaning up lunch at home, waiting for people to come back, and eating together at Lin Hui's house, so she didn't have to cook anymore. At the dinner table, Sue's mother was still angry. After the children had eaten, she drove them out to play, and then scolded Sue's eldest and second sisters. Sue's father kept a gloomy face and didn't say anything. Without waiting for Sue's mother to come and scold again, Lai San's parents came by themselves. But they didn't come to compensate, they came to mourn. As soon as the two old people came, they sat at the door of Lao San's house and cried. Sometimes they cried that their family was poor, sometimes they cried that their son was about to die, lying on the bed and almost out of breath, and sometimes they lamented that they had a miserable life. The most infuriating thing was that when they saw Lin Hui, they actually knelt down and begged for mercy and forgiveness. Lin Hui quickly dodged, as elders who kowtow to younger ones will shorten their lifespans. Sue's mother was about to explode with anger and stood in front of her daughter-in-law. You two want to hurt people, don't you? Sue's second and first wives also stepped forward to help pull them apart, each pulling one hand and cursing. You are so shameless. You are the ones who did the bad things, and now you want to let people go for doing this? It's because of parents like you that Lai San has grown up crooked. Every time Lai San got caught for committing a crime, These two old people would get away with it by being rude and unreasonable. It makes people so angry that those who are not cruel enough will just let it go. Lin Hui has no doubt that they will come to mourn every day until they refuse to pay the 10 yuan. When Su Dongsheng returned home, he saw a large group of people gathered at the door, making a lot of noise, and some were crying. He was puzzled and pushed through the crowd. "What are you doing?" Mother Su gritted her teeth. "What are you doing? Where have you been to just come back? Your wife was almost bullied, did you know?" Lai San's mother was still talking dirty. "My son didn't do anything bad. He just had some evil thoughts for a while, and it must have been your wife who seduced him. Otherwise, how did they meet in the mountains?" Lin Hui was so angry that she was shaking, and her eyes were red. She wanted to step forward and fight, but was stopped by Mother Su. It's not good to say that the younger generation hit the elder. Mother Su stepped forward and slapped him in the face again, which was symmetrical with the slap he had just given in the village committee. "Your mouth is so stinky. Sooner or later you will have no descendants. My daughter-in-law and I went up the mountain to cut grass, and we brought sickles and baskets. Try to spray feces in my mouth again." The phrase "no descendants" hit Lai San's parents' sore spot. They stopped pretending to be pitiful and started pushing and shoving each other. Su's mother was very strong, and she rode on her to beat her. Su Dongsheng understood, took a look at his wife's aggrieved look, clenched his fists, and ran to Lai San's house. Lai San's parents saw this and thought that they were going to take their son's life. They quickly got up from the ground and ran behind him. Su's mother grabbed the arms of the eldest and second sons. "Go and have a look quickly. Don't let the third son really beat him to death."
Hey.
Good. The wooden door of Lai San's house had been eaten away by ants and was kicked down by Su Dongsheng. Lai San had just fainted from the pain, and now he woke up again, with pain all over his body.
Lai San.
"Get out of here." Hearing Su San's shout, Lai San trembled and hurried to hide, but he couldn't move at all. Su Dongsheng rushed in, punched him, then grabbed his collar and dragged him to the yard. "Help, help. Someone killed someone." "Shut up. Did you bully my wife? Who gave you the guts?" Lai San held his head with both hands and cried bitterly. "I didn't bully her. She scolded me too." Su Dongsheng punched him hard again. "Don't you tell the truth. Why did she scold you if you didn't bully her?" "I was wrong. Please forgive me." Lai San wet his pants, and the air was full of smell. "At first I just wanted to get some meat, and then I saw that your wife was so beautiful, so I took a few more glances. I really didn't do anything else." Su Dongsheng hit him on the head, punching him again and again. "Don't your family like to cry at funerals? I'll make you really cry." Someone killed someone, help." Lai San's parents rushed over and hugged Su Dongsheng, crying and begging for mercy.
Lao Shan.
"Don't really beat him to death." Su Guangzong and Su Yaozu were scared when they saw his red eyes. Lin Hui and Su's mother also ran over. Lin Hui held him. "Brother Dong, stop beating him. That's enough." Su Dongsheng panted and finally stopped. He looked at Lai San, who was like a puddle of mud. "It's your fault. Do you admit it or not?" Lai San's snot and tears were mixed together. "Admit it. Admit it." "I admit it." Lin Hui took out the IOU. "Pay the money back now." Lai Sanyang was afraid that her son was really beaten to death, so she went into the house with weak legs to get the money. After Lin Hui received the money, she tore up the IOU in front of everyone. Before leaving, Su Dongsheng said viciously, "If I hear a bad word about my wife, I will think it came from you. I will not let you go then." The family of three, who were used to playing tricks and bullying, shrank their heads like quails. The neighbors couldn't help but sigh. Evil will always be dealt with by evil. You have to use a rogue method to deal with a rogue. On the way home, Su's father, who had been silent all the time, called Su Dongsheng back to the old house. He didn't come back until Lin Hui fell asleep at night. Su Dongsheng lowered his head, said nothing, and followed Su's father into the house. At the moment the door closed, Su's mother heard a clear and loud slap. She pursed her lips, feeling a little uncomfortable, but she just sighed and went to the kitchen to cook. Su's father's palms were full of hard and thick calluses. After a slap, Su Dongxing's face was burning with pain. Third brother, take off your clothes for me, and then kneel down. In front of him was the old lady's tablet. Su Dongxing pursed his lips into a line and took off his clothes without saying a word. Su's father took out a soft whip with disappointment in his eyes. Before I hit you, I'll explain it clearly to you. The first person I'm going to punish is because of what happened to Lai San today. Lai San has been squatting at your door for several days and you didn't notice it. Are you blind? Su Dongxing had fair skin, and Father Su was ruthless again, leaving red marks on him. He gritted his teeth to prevent the sound from escaping. The second person I'm going to punish is because you failed to protect your wife. Lai San chose to come to your house when you were not at home. You don't feel anything when your wife is bullied? Su Dongxing's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists tightly. The third person I'm going to punish is because I want to ask you how long you're going to continue to mess around. One Lai San is gone, but there are still other Lai Sans. Do you know what he said? He said there is no difference between you and him. In his eyes, you are the same as him. The heavy sound of whipping echoed in the room, and it was not just his body that was whipped. Father Su whipped him 10 times in total, and finally he let go, sat down on the chair, his tone heavy. I'm uneducated and don't know how to talk about big principles. But I know that a man is the sky of the family. If you can't hold it up, the family will collapse. Now I'm your wife, and in the future I'll be your child. Your mother and I are old, and we can't help you for long. Just like the old lady, we won't live many more years. When will you be able to stand up? Su Dongxing seemed to see the old lady smiling at him through the tablet and stuffing money into his hands when she was dying and asking him to live a good life. He turned sideways and saw the extra white hair on his father's head, and he felt uncomfortable. He bent over and kowtowed, admitting his mistakes with a hoarse voice. Dad, I know. I won't mess around anymore, and will support my family well. Whenever he is scolded, he admits his mistakes. Father Su had heard his promises so many times that his heart was calm. He just hoped that he could really be sensible. Su Dongxing put on his clothes and his back was burning with pain. He gritted his teeth and held back the groan. When he returned home, Lin Hui had fallen asleep. He sat at the end of the bed, not saying a word, just looking at his wife quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. When Lin Hui opened her eyes, she saw a pair of bloodshot eyes and a red and swollen slap mark on one side of her face, which was quite scary. Brother Dong, what's wrong with you? Su Dongxing's voice became even deeper. He didn't sleep all night and felt dizzy. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out at first. Wife, I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
The guilt in his heart surged over him. His wife was so gentle and kind, cooking for him every day, not only serving him but also giving him money, just like the old lady. But he failed to protect her like a man. The old lady didn't enjoy any happiness at the end of her life, and he couldn't let his wife suffer the same way for the rest of her life. Lin Hui saw his guilt and took the opportunity to secretly pinch her thigh. Her eyes instantly reddened. She choked and said, "You are always not at home. The house is empty. I am scared to death. I don't know anyone here. I can't fetch water, and I can't move firewood." She laid out her true situation in front of him, without a single lie. As she spoke, tears naturally flowed out. Men like women to rely on them and pretend to be miserable and weak. If you don't tell him about your grievances, he will really pretend not to see them. She thought of the ending in her dream. If she really couldn't change it, it would be better to get a divorce before they had children. She didn't want to live such a hard life. Su Dongxing ignored the pain in his back and hugged her tightly. In the future, don't spoil me anymore. Let me do all the housework. I can't cook or sew, but I can learn everything else. As long as you don't get divorced. The night before, Su's father even said something like divorce and send the other person's good daughter back home. How could he not worry? Even though divorced people have a bad reputation now, his wife is so good. He can find a better one after the divorce. Lin Hui wiped her tears. Okay, we'll do it together in the future. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Ahui, are you up? It's Mother, I'll go open the door. Su Dongsheng let her go, his expression a little unnatural. Yeah. Su's mother came to deliver the ointment. She and the old man didn't sleep well all night, and she was still thinking about it and couldn't let it go. Apply this ointment to the third child's back, and it will be fine in 2 days. Be careful not to have a fever at night. Lin Hui didn't know that he was beaten by Su's father. When she took the ointment and went back to the house, she happened to see Su Dongsheng taking off his clothes with a grin. After a night, the whipping wound became hideous, with purple and red interlaced, which was obviously different from the fair skin next to it, and it looked very serious. Lin Hui's heart trembled. She didn't know why Su's father was so cruel this time. He must have been stimulated. If this son doesn't change, he will end up like Lai San. It's true that whoever has the son should teach him. Su's father is sincere. Brother Dong, lie down, I'll apply the medicine and rub it for you.
Yeah. Hiss.
Su Dongsheng had endured it all night, and his teeth were almost broken. Now he could scream in his room.
Ouch.
It hurts, it hurts. Lin Hui did not spare any strength. After applying the medicine, Su Dongsheng was sweating profusely and almost fainted from the pain. You take a nap first. I'll go out to feed the chickens. The slap marks on Su Dongsheng's face were too obvious, but he also wanted to save face, so he would go out to fetch water and chop wood late at night. When Gozi came to find him, he would not go out, but just work at home, looking honest. Occasionally, when Su's mother came to deliver vegetables, she saw it and felt a little more comforted. In November, the weather was getting cold. The villagers liked to get together and chat when they had nothing to do. Occasionally, when the two sisters-in-law came to visit, you could also hear about Lai San's fate from their mouths. It was said that their family had insisted on not sending him to the clinic at the beginning, but in the middle of the night, Lai San had a high fever and started talking nonsense. His parents panicked and called the neighbors to help carry him. Although the neighbors looked down on him, it was still a life after all. When he was sent to the clinic, the doctor was sleeping at home, so they ran to the family's house and knocked on the door to wake him up. The doctor came and saw that the patient was in bad condition and could not be cured by himself, so he quickly called Uncle Neo to drive the tractor to take him to the county hospital. If he was delayed for too long, his legs would definitely have some problems in the future. As for his thing, Lin Hui didn't cut it off at that time, but it was also injured. It's bad. Lai San's parents keep talking about continuing the family line. Won't they cause trouble for the third son's wife? Hey, who said it wasn't? Lai San's parents cried on the spot and asked the doctor to issue a certificate and report to the police to arrest Lin Hui. But the doctor said it was not caused by external injuries, but that he drank too much and exhausted his body. Can you blame others? It's you who did the bad thing first, so it's not certain who to arrest. Then what? Then, they stayed in the hospital for 2 days and then went home to recuperate. The hospital is so expensive. But their house smells like chicken soup from time to time. He sold his 3 daughters, and the money from selling their bodies is in his hands. Usually Lai San drinks with the money he stole. So, their family still hid some money. The matter of Lai San had been talked about by the villagers for a while, and Lin Hui took out the 10 yuan compensation. Brother Dong, let's spend the money. It's disgusting to keep it. Okay, what do you want to buy? It's cold in winter, and we don't go out much, so we still have to buy more meat and food to store. Su Dongsheng nodded. Or I'll go see if Grandma Zhang can get a new stove. Put it in the main room, and you can keep warmer when you make clothes during the day. Lin Hui was a little surprised. Is this man beginning to feel sorry for her? I don't know how much a stove costs. It's not particularly cold now, and Su Dongsheng put on his old cotton padded clothes. The temperature is just right. Then I'll go there today, ask about the situation, and order the meat from Brotherly. Lin Hui was still hesitating whether to go out with Su Dongsheng, but he refused. He just needed to bring the dog with him, and she would let him wait outside when they got to Zhang Po's place. Su Dongsheng probably didn't go to play cards, because he came back in half a day. Brotherly can leave us big bones and pork belly tomorrow, but he may not have lard. Lin Hui poured him a bowl of hot water to warm his body, and nodded when she heard it. That's not bad either. Big bones can make soup to nourish the body. Is the stove difficult to use? We don't have a brand new one yet, but Zhangpa can replace it with a semi-new one for us. She doesn't want money. She wants to exchange it for food. Granny Zhang was just a little more financially comfortable, and she couldn't afford to go to the black market to buy food every day. Knowing that they were from the village, they would definitely buy food from the countryside, which was cheaper. If we want to buy food, we have to buy it from the village. Will it make too much noise? Su Dongxing shook his head no. We just separated, so it's normal to buy food. At worst, we can go to the next village to buy it. My grandmother's family is also a big grain producer. Just do it. Lin Hui added another 80 yuan to his account. If he wanted to buy, he should buy enough at once. It would be bad to drag his feet. Now, he only had 17 yuan of pocket money. Even in the city, as long as he didn't eat and drink too much, it would last for 2 months. Buying and exchanging grain is not a serious matter now. As long as it is not a large-scale purchase and sale to form speculation, no one will care. The next morning, Su Dongxing brought back 2 kilograms of pork belly and 3 shanks from the city. He spent a total of 3.5 yuan. The bones were almost scraped clean and were not worth much. He moved 200 kilograms of coarse grains to Zhangpu in exchange for a 70% new stove and half a bag of charcoal. He looked at the stove and found that there was no problem except for some scratches. The grain in the village is indeed much cheaper than that bought on the black market. But Su Dongxing likes to eat steamed buns and steamed buns, so he bought 5 kilograms of ordinary flour from the black market. Lin Hui made a basket of steamed buns and asked him to wrap 4 of them in cloth. It was cold, so the meat could be kept. She was not so extravagant that she cooked the bones without touching the meat. A leg bone and radish were boiled into soup, which was warm and heartwarming to drink in winter. There was an old thermos at home, and Lin Hui poured soup into it. If there was no meat, she would add a few more pieces of radish. She asked the man to run errands and deliver it to Su's father and mother. The elderly were getting old, and it was not easy to get through the winter, so they had to be nourished. Su Dongxing ran to the old house, and the 2 old people were also wearing old cotton-padded clothes, sitting in front of the fire repairing baskets. In winter, if you have time, you can do this and that. Seeing the 3rd child running and panting, and then going into the kitchen to open the cupboard, Su's mother called him. "What are you doing in such a hurry?" He put the steamed buns on the plate, found 2 bowls, and poured out the soup and radish. Su's mother frowned when she saw it. Hey, don't do it, I'm holding the thermos. What are you 2 doing again? Su Dongxing chuckled. I didn't do anything. I bought it with the money from Lai Sanbei. A big bone costs only a few cents. It's cold, so I'll give it to you to supplement it. Next spring, you will have more energy to work in the fields. You can also grow more food. He talked a lot and ran away without waiting for Su's mother to scold him. Su's mother was depressed. Can I still eat it? Why are you running? I bought it, it's free money anyway, there's nothing wrong with supplementing it. Then she muttered, I don't know where the tickets came from. Is it so easy to buy meat? Su's father grinned. Forget it. Don't worry about how they bought it. They sent it specially, just remember us. The bone soup is delicious. Bring it to me while it's hot to give me a sip to increase my strength. There are also big white steamed buns. They smell delicious. He had beaten the 3rd brother severely before and thought he would complain, but now it seems that he is still a good person. He said that there is nothing wrong with the offspring of their Su family. Su's mother was very angry. You old thing. You want me to serve you? Don't you have arms or legs? You still want me to serve you?
Hey.
You old woman. Why are you so unreasonable? You can curse people just because you want to. It turns out that you didn't curse the 3rd brother just now, so you took your anger out on me? Lin Hui didn't have a small iron pot, so she put a clay pot on the stove and stewed the soup over a low fire every day. She could drink a sip whenever she felt cold. It was so comfortable. Su Dongxing was not idle either. He moved a lot of straw from the old house and used it to pad the chicken and rabbit nests to keep them warm. Those half-grown chickens have grown strong and can survive the winter. Special attention should be paid to the 2 litters of rabbits that were only half a month old. They were separated for fear of fighting. Now, their family has a total of 16 chickens, 4 breeding rabbits and 17 rabbits. The first female rabbit is pregnant again, and their family property is slowly increasing. The winter solstice is a big day. Sue's mother beat glutinous rice flour, made sweet dumplings, and gave a big bowl to each of the three brothers. She also killed a hen, stewed some soup, and sent it over. This is the last big day before the new year. At this time, Aunt Sue suddenly returned home and said she would stay overnight. Lin Hui couldn't help but be curious. If her parents' home was close, she would have gone back, which was not surprising. But this elder sister-in-law usually didn't contact her parents' home much, for fear that her husband's family would be angry, so it was a bit surprising that she came back suddenly. Even the eldest and second sisters-in-law of Sue felt that something was wrong. It was freezing cold, and the eldest sister, Sue, came back by bus alone, holding a piece of meat in her hand and smiling gently. Because the three brothers lived at the entrance of the village, the eldest sister, Sue, simply went door to door to inform them to go to the old house for dinner in the evening. She looked at the big yard of the third brother's house, thinking about something. Su Dongsheng was sitting on a small bench, chopping wood in the yard. When he saw people, he called out to the eldest sister lightly. "Ahui, third brother, the wall of your house is really high. The house is also built big. Have you planted vegetables in the backyard?" Lin Hui replied, "I planted it, but it's only the first year, and it doesn't grow well." The eldest sister, Sue, nodded, "Add more fertilizer, and it will grow a lot next spring. Since I married into the city, I have no land to plant, and I'm not used to it." She said she was not used to it, but there was a smile on her face. Was she waiting for someone to praise her? Lin Hui was still unmoved. "I heard that your eldest sister was the first and only junior high school graduate in the village. Does she usually go to the fields to help?" Sister Sue's mouth twitched, but she became more proud. "I have a heavy workload in school. Of course, I will come back to help during the holidays." She walked to the backyard without stopping and shouted in surprise, "Wow, your family raises so many chickens and rabbits? Rabbit meat is fragrant and delicious. Let's catch one tonight? I haven't eaten rabbit meat for a long time. It just so happens that I brought meat back tonight. Let's go to the old house for dinner together." Lin Hui had seen her holding the piece of meat in her hand a long time ago. This time she was a little generous, and it should be 2 pounds. Rabbits can't be eaten now. Sister Sue didn't expect the third brother's family to look so gentle. She thought they would not refuse, but she didn't expect them to be so disrespectful. She froze her face. "Okay, then don't cook tonight. Remember to go back to the old house." When she left the main room, she glanced at the stove and said nothing. After everyone left, Su Dongsheng stacked the firewood, placed it under the eaves, and covered it with straw to prevent it from getting wet by frost at night. As long as the weather was good, he would go up the mountain to collect firewood. At least 2 loads a day, slowly filling up one side of the eaves. "What do you think the eldest sister is doing here?" Su Dongsheng curled his lips. "I don't know. It must be nothing good." She came in and looked around. It didn't seem like she was concerned. She didn't even ask how they were doing. That look was more like a sweep. In the afternoon, several sisters-in-law went to the old house to help cook. The vegetables in their backyard hadn't grown yet, so they had to come empty-handed with only food rations. Not only did Sister Sue come back suddenly, but she also said she would stay at home for a night. Father and Mother Sue were obviously surprised. Mother Sue was more worried about whether she had quarreled with her brother-in-law. But Sister Sue said it was okay. She just missed home and came back to visit. There were still old bedboards in the old house. She thought the room before the third child was renovated and cleaner, so she chose to sleep in that room. Lin Hui always had a weird feeling in her heart. How could children know what adults were thinking? They had glutinous rice and chicken soup on the winter solstice, and now they had pork to eat. It's the new year. After the children finished eating and cleared the table, Sister Sue slowly reported her purpose. It turned out that she came back to her mother's house to borrow money. When the college entrance examination was resumed a few years ago, neither she nor her brother-in-law passed. But her brother-in-law at least has a formal job, while she was a temporary worker before. As soon as the college entrance examination was resumed, the educated youths all returned to the city. As a junior high school student, her reputation was not so well known, and she was replaced by someone else without noticing. After several years of activities, she finally got an opportunity to work as a female worker in a shoe factory. There is a leader whose daughter is going to marry in the provincial capital, and a better job has been arranged for her there, so this job will be sold. You also know that my life in the city is not easy. My in-laws look down on me because I come from the countryside and I don't have a formal job. I even get scolded for buying a pair of shoes for my daughter. Sister Sue started crying as she spoke, and her mother felt sorry for her, and her eyes were red. Lin Hui didn't see the matter of borrowing money in her dream, because now Sister Sue thinks that her family has the ability to borrow money from her. But sister, we just built a new house. Where can we get the money? When Mrs. Sue got married, Sister Sue had just gotten married. At that time, she often went back to her parents' home. They had a good relationship and spoke in a friendly manner. Sister Sue wiped her tears and said, I am a strong-willed person. If I had not had no other choice, I would not have come back to ask for this. I also know that your life is difficult. But at least you don't live like me in the city, where I have to spend money even to buy a scallion or a sip of water. After complaining about a lot of grievances, making Su Guangzong, Su Yaozu, and the two elders' eyes red, she said, You just separated, but the money for building the new house was given to you by your parents, wasn't it? Second sister Sue's face was ugly. She and Sister Sue had no friendship. Lin Hui asked Sister, How much money do you need? Sister Sue lowered her head. I'm short of 400 yuan. Su Dongxing sneered. You're short of money for our family division? This abacus is really too loud. I have a job and the money will be paid back soon. Sister, you also know what I was like before. I had nothing in my pocket and I really couldn't help you. Your family can still afford a stove, and you raise so many chickens and rabbits in the backyard. How can you be short of money? You mean, our family should live a life of eating one meal and not the next, that's what you want? Sue's mother frowned. Third brother, how can you talk like that? Sister Sue explained, That's not what I meant. I just feel a little sorry for my parents. They don't even have a stove yet. You feel sorry? You burn stoves and wear leather shoes in the city and change clothes every day, and I don't see you ever buying anything for your parents. The topic went off topic. Lin Hui pulled the man's arm and asked, How much does this job cost? She froze, then answered 600. Su Dongxing raised his eyebrows, smiling. In other words, your wealthy in-laws are only willing to pay 200 yuan and ask you to go back to your poor rural parents' home to borrow 400 yuan? Sister Sue started crying again. My in-law's family is not easy either. Only my parents-in-law and my husband have jobs. They have to support so many people. How can they save money? You live in the village and don't spend much money. This was so embarrassing that Lin Hui wanted to cry for Sue's father and mother. Sister, let me give you an idea. Ask your brother-in-law to sell his bicycle and watch, which will get you about 200 yuan, and then your leather shoes and other things can also sell for a few yuan. Sue's father slammed the table and interrupted Su Dongxing. Okay, those who have money to borrow can borrow it, and those who don't have money can borrow it. It doesn't matter. Every family has its own difficulties. Let's go. Sister Sue took her older and younger brothers and began to recall the days when she took care of them when they were young. Su Dongxing stretched lazily and took Lin Hui away. Before leaving, he said, I'm sorry that our family has no money. There was a huge age gap between him and Sister Sue. The old lady took care of him, so what did Sister Sue have to do with it? Besides, he didn't have a good impression of her. He only remembered that she often stole food and pushed it onto him. Lin Hui suddenly asked Su Dongxing, Where did you put the jar where you hid the money left by the old lady? She thought that Su Dongxing's friends had taken it together, but she couldn't find it after searching every corner of the house. Su Dongxing looked at her strangely. When they helped move, they thought the jar was broken, and I was too lazy to take it, so I just threw it in the corner of the old house. What for? Do you want it? It's okay, I just suddenly remembered it. Maybe that's what she thought. The 132 yuan that she didn't see in the dream might have been taken away by her accidentally. Then this sister Sue can be said to have a very serious character problem. That night, The sound of a couple quarreling came from next door. Bah, I've never seen a married sister-in-law thinking about the family division money. Keep your voice down, and don't say such harsh words. She's my elder sister. Your elder sister is living a life of luxury in the city. She usually doesn't remember you, and her nose is upturned to the sky. You come back and cry poor when you need money. What's the logic of this? It seems that the eldest and second brothers agreed to lend the money, but the sisters-in-law are in charge of the family expenses, and they will definitely not agree to borrow so much. The next morning, Sister Sue took the earliest bus and left. She really got the money and did not stay a moment longer. The two brothers next door were miserable. Su Dongxing sat under the eaves with a bowl in his hand, watching the fun with his nephews and nieces who were sighing. My parents have been arguing all night. Oh, my parents are the same. This morning my dad secretly took out 50 yuan to lend to my aunt, and he didn't write an IOU. My mother was furious and said she wanted to go back to her parents' home. Third uncle, why don't you borrow money? Su Dongxing squinted his eyes and said happily, your third uncle is poor and doesn't have a penny. The families of the elder and second brothers next door quarreled for 2 days because they lent money to Sister Sue without her permission and did not write an IOU. Finally, Father Sue came over and said he would write an IOU for them on behalf of Sister Sue. The two families were quiet instantly. How could they really ask the old people to write an IOU for them? What would happen if they told others about it? The elder and second sisters-in-law did not dare to quarrel anymore, but they did not treat the man well. Want to eat meat? No money. Want to eat dry rice? There is no food. Where can I get money to buy it? Eating porridge with pickled radish for every meal, the faces of the two families turned sallow. But there is no work to do in the winter, so hibernation is just like this. In the poorest years ago, in winter, we only had porridge a day. If we wanted to drink hot water when hungry, we had to collect firewood to make a fire. It was better to lie in bed and save energy. Lin Hui lived a very comfortable life on the side of a wall. Of course, they couldn't have meat every meal, but Lin Hui tried her best to satisfy her appetite with the existing ingredients. Sometimes she made vegetable pancakes, and sometimes she made stewed rice, which she rotated every 5 days, and was not greasy to eat. Su Dongsheng went directly to the villagers' homes to buy food. When he saw the beans, he also bought 10 kilograms of soybeans, mung beans, and red beans. The red beans were used to make soup, the mung beans were used to make porridge, and the soybeans were used by Lin Hui to grow bean sprouts. The vegetable patch in the backyard of the new house was very sparse. Basically, they ate radishes and cabbages or pickled vegetables throughout the winter. Their whole face was covered with into dishes. The family that sold the grain was honest and picked good beans, which were round and solid. She scooped out 2 pounds of beans, sprinkled water on them, and soaked them in a large pot. The bean sprout stems were long and thick, and when she gently broke them with her fingers, she could hear a crisp breaking sound. She divided them into 3 portions and asked Su Dongxing to send them to the next door. Each portion was probably enough to stir-fry a plate. Su Dongxing wrapped himself in a cotton coat and roasted sweet potatoes by the stove. He had not stopped working this winter, chopping wood, cutting grass, fetching water, and cleaning the chicken coop, and occasionally helping her to pull cloth. Although he would be a little lazy from time to time, like now. He wrapped his clothes tightly, walked to the wall, and called his eldest nephew.
Su Guoqing.
Su Guoqiang, are you out of school? After a while, the other side of the wall responded. I'm out. Third uncle. What are you doing? Come over to get the good things. After that, he went back to the house with his yellowed plastic sandals that he bought who knows how many years ago. The courtyard door was ajar, and Su Guoqiang rushed in directly, shouting happily, What good things does third uncle have? Behind him was Su Guohua. Third uncle, you are biased, giving it to Su Guoqiang and not to me. Su Dongxing snorted and laughed. That's perfect. 1 portion for each family. Take it back. And I'll give the other portion to your grandma. Is it vegetables? Su Guohua pouted, looking disgusted, thinking that he was going to eat buns again.
Hey!
You don't eat vegetables? All right, then take it back to Su Guoqiang, and they will have 2 portions. Don't be jealous then. Okay. Third uncle. Give them all to me, I don't mind. I eat cabbage and pickled vegetables every day, I'm about to. Su Guohua glared at him and snatched it away. I want it. Third uncle, I was just kidding you. Seeing that their little eyes were always on his sweet potato, Su Dongxing took a small one and broke it in half. Here, half for each of you. We only have this much, and we can't share it with others. You finish eating here, and then go and deliver the food. Yeah, I won't share it with them. Last time, third aunt gave them steamed buns, and we didn't have any to eat when we went to school. When he came back, Su Guochao even boasted to us. I was so angry. Su Dongxing patted his head. Don't talk like your grandma. You're so angry every day. Where does all the anger come from? Hey, third uncle, I'm done eating. I'll go deliver the food right away. The two boys ran away again. They were so energetic. They didn't feel cold, even wearing a thin cotton coat. When they ran to the old house to deliver bean sprouts to Grandma, they complained that third uncle was roasting sweet potatoes at home by the stove. If Su Dongxing knew, he would probably beat them up, and he wanted to see him being scolded all day. Su's mother was distressed and muttered, how could the couple live so comfortably? Was the food they divided enough to eat? Father Su leaned back in his chair and wiped his pipe. Dividing the food? Humph, you think too much. I heard that the third child secretly bought food worth dozens of yuan from others. They will be at peace after the money is spent. Don't worry. He glanced at the bean sprouts in his hand. Hey, the bean sprouts grown by Hui look crispy and tender. Let's fry them tonight. Eating pickled cabbage every day makes my mouth taste bad. Mother Su rolled her eyes at him. Humph, you don't like pickled cabbage? Just eat porridge tomorrow. Su Dongsheng, who was living comfortably at home, took out a big sweet potato, peeled it, and handed it to Lin Hui's mouth. Hee, the biggest one is for you. Lin Hui looked at him with a reproachful look, wet her hands, and lowered her head to take a bite. It was sweet and soft. This is a local sweet potato that has been dried. It has less water and high sweetness. It can be stored dry for a whole winter without sprouting or mold. It's only 2 cents per pound. I bought 2 big bags for 5 yuan. Although the grains we buy in the countryside are coarse grains such as millet and corn kernels, which we have to grind ourselves, the price is only 2/3 of that on the black market, and the rice bran can be used to feed chickens. If you don't mind the trouble, it's much more cost-effective to buy unprocessed whole grains. Excluding the stove that was exchanged for 200 kilograms of whole grains, even if they have 2 mouths to feed, even if they eat 3 meals a day, there will be no problem for the family to have enough food to last until the summer harvest. Having a stove is convenient for Su Dongsheng, who bakes sweet potatoes every day. The fragrance is tempting to the neighbors, but to Lin Hui, it's greasy if she smells it too much. Do you like sweet potatoes? How about we make some dried sweet potatoes while the weather is good? You can chew a few sweet potatoes when you're free. Eating baked sweet potatoes every day can also cause internal heat. Su Dongsheng was also bored, and he was happy only when he had something to eat. Lin Hui used the method of 3 steaming and 3 drying. Su Dongsheng really loves to eat. Usually, he doesn't have any snacks, so he puts a handful in his pocket and chews one when his mouth itches. The kids next door were crying with envy. Lin Hui laughed at him for always amusing the kids and gave each child 2 sticks, coaxing the kids to come over to play every day and to help with things on their own initiative. Su's second wife was not happy at first, and she didn't do her own work to work for others. But it was cold, and the kids could go to the third brother's house to play and warm themselves by the stove, so they seemed to get sick less this winter. Gradually, she also asked Su's eldest sister to go over with them, and they sat in the main room to mend clothes or weave bamboo baskets. The 3 families were bustling, and Su's mother was also very happy. The days passed one by one, and in January 1981, Lin Hui suddenly remembered an important thing. In her dream, one day near the spring festival, Su Dongsheng suddenly came back with injuries. According to him, he went to help his brothers. And this was the beginning of their family's tragedy. Before going to bed, Lin Hui tentatively asked Su Dongsheng, "Have your brothers come to see you recently?" Hearing her words, Su Dongsheng opened his eyes that were about to close and turned to look at her. In the dark night, Lin Hui felt as if he was getting closer, his breath spraying on her face. What? What's wrong? Are you afraid that I'll go out and mess around again? Lin Hui was silent, and Su Dongxing thought she had acquiesced. He put his arms around her, his chin resting on the top of her head, his voice serious. I won't leave all the housework to you in the future, don't worry. Lin Hui hugged him back, and at this time, she felt that he was really a man. So they really came? Well, they came twice, and I refused both times, so they never came again. Where's Guzzi? He's also at home helping with housework. After all, he's the only one left in their family. Normally, they wouldn't call Guzzi if I didn't go. Unless they're short of money. Su Dongxing thought of Guzzi, who was as honest as a fool, and he really had to teach him a lesson in the future. Lin Hui thought for a moment, let me make a deal with you. Let's go back to my parents' home before the new year and stay for a few more days. If we have to rush back and forth after the new year, neither side will have a good holiday. Okay, you decide. Lin Hui took the initiative to kiss him. Thank you, husband. This was the second time she took the initiative to kiss Su Dongxing. The man was excited, pulled up the quilt, and began to take off his clothes. Lin Hui was getting more and more adept at controlling her husband. The price of taking advantage of his wife was that Su Dongxing ran to the old house to report to his parents the next day. It's not busy before the new year, so it's okay for us to go back early. When we get back before New Year's Eve, we can still spend the New Year's holiday at home with peace of mind, and we can entertain relatives at any time when they come over. Su's mother had never thought of setting rules for her daughter-in-law. Go back if you want to. Prepare the holiday gifts and bring your own food back. You can't live and eat for free. After the family was divided, she didn't have to prepare gifts for her daughter-in-law to go back to her parents' home. Su Dongxing put his arm around Su's mother's shoulder and laughed. There's one more thing I need your help with. You need to help feed our chickens and rabbits for a few days. Su's mother snorted. Was he waiting for her here? What do I owe you? You've been serving me endlessly. You've been worrying me so much. Leave the key to me. Su Dongxing massaged his mother's shoulders. Thank you, mother. You've worked so hard. Hui and I will be more filial to you in the future. These words made Su's mother satisfied. Although she always complained about the extravagance of the third child and his wife, their filial piety was unmatched by any other child. Whenever there was something delicious and drinkable, they would send a portion to them. Bone soup, red bean buns, meat buns, and the dried sweet potatoes in the old man's pocket. He chewed them so much that he even smoked less. Parents are most afraid of being forgotten by their children. Being remembered by others makes you willing to worry more. After Su Dongxing took care of his mother, Lin Hui went to the village office to borrow a phone to call her parents, and then went to town with Su Dongxing to prepare gifts. On the day they returned to her parents' home, the wind was gusty. After the two got off the car, they carried their things and walked quickly to the village. Halfway through, they bumped into the elder and second brothers Lin, who came to pick them up. Lin Hui shouted, "Brother, why are you out?" Brother Lin wiped the dust off his face. "We were worried about rain, so we borrowed a raincoat to pick you up." Lin Hui felt warm in her heart and didn't know what to say. If it rained, the raincoat would be useless. The second brother Lin grabbed the burden on Su Dongxing's shoulders. "I'll carry it. Walk faster." Su Dongxing didn't argue with his second brother-in-law because he did less work. Look at the second brother-in-law, carrying such a heavy basket and walking briskly. You can come back if you want. Why bring so many things? Some are festival gifts, and some are clothes and food for the next few days. Brother Su glared at her. "Can't we afford to support you if you go home and stay for a few days?" Lin Hui smiled and didn't explain anything. Brother is a real brother, but sister-in-law is not after all. She knows how much food there is at home, and it's good enough to have enough to eat. She is not going back to her mother's house to beg for money. As soon as they got home, it started to drizzle outside. When Mother Lin saw the two full baskets of things, she muttered a few words, but didn't say much. She just sighed that her daughter had married and knew how to keep the family safe. Lin Hui was sharp-eyed and looked at the second sister-in-law in surprise. The second sister-in-law Lin smiled with her lips pursed. "When did this happen?" Brother Lin grinned. It should be almost 3 months. I have explained it to the children at home, telling them not to tell anyone and to keep them out of the house. Lin Hui slapped her thigh. Then the gift I bought is just right. Brother Dong, take out the things. Su Dongsheng put aside a small bag of food and the two's underwear bags and took out the New Year gifts. The white rabbit is for the children. A bag of brown sugar and a pair of pig's trotters. Give them to the eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law to nourish them, which is good for both adults and children. Brother Lin and the second sister-in-law looked at each other, their eyes full of joy. Pregnancy is a nourishment for one person and 2 people. Now the family has more chickens, and the eggs are kept for eating, but they are still not as good as meat. Sister Lin pursed her lips, tears flashing in her eyes. She was disappointed when she saw her brother and sister-in-law were pregnant, but now she feels better. She can always have more nourishment. Mother Lin narrowed her eyes and smiled. Stew them and eat them together. Pig's trotters are good things wherever they are put. Very good. What surprised everyone the most was that a stove was actually taken out in the end. This was a simple 2-handled ceramic stove, newer than the one in Lin Hui's house, but this one was a little crooked. In short, it was a defective product that was eliminated by the factory and then secretly taken out by the workers to sell. It was sold for 5 yuan each on the black market, and Lin Hui was lucky enough to come across it. Sue's mother frowned. Did you buy such an expensive thing? This is a defective product, not that expensive, just a few yuan. Only a few yuan? You are so arrogant now. A few yuan is enough for a family to live for a month. Don't worry, Mom. Don't you know me? I am not a person who likes to spend money recklessly. Lin Hui said without blushing or beating her heart. After suppressing her mother's anger, she spoke again. I have something to ask you for help. I said before that I wanted to raise rabbits and sell them for money. Haven't you noticed that they don't come to cut their tails anymore? We raise them quietly, and when they are grown up, we sell them to state-owned restaurants. In another year or 2, there will be more and more self-employed people in the city. We are honest farmers. Raising rabbits at home is the same as raising chickens and pigs. We make money with our own hands, which is in line with what the leaders say about socialism. Lin Hui didn't tell them that the spring breeze of reform and opening up had already blown. They didn't understand, didn't believe it, and didn't dare to do it. Just make them believe that what they are doing is in line with socialism. There was silence in the room, and everyone looked at her in surprise. Lin Hui finally took a dose of strong medicine. My husband's family is close to the city, and they are more informed than you. Wait until I have made the right decision, then you can follow me. My second sister-in-law is going to have a baby, and soon my eldest sister-in-law will also have a new baby. We have to get ahead of others and make money, otherwise the children will starve. The children had been dragged to the next room by Su Dongsheng to eat candy. Little brother Lin felt that he was no longer a child and resisted the temptation of candy. Hearing what the third sister said, he was the first to raise his hand to respond. Third sister, take me with you. I want to earn money and save money to marry a wife. Little brother Lin's words made everyone laugh, and the tense atmosphere in the room dissipated in an instant. Big brother Lin patted the little brother's head. How old are you and you want to marry a wife? Teenagers always feel that they are adults. When they are laughed at, they are unhappy. Big brother, I'm grown up. Don't pat my head anymore. I can't grow as tall as my brother-in-law. It must be because you beat me too much when I was young. Nonsense. There is no tall person in our family. You're as tall as Dad now. That's enough. A real man should not be judged by appearance. Little brother Lin rolled his eyes and laughed. Sister-in-law, you must not be attracted by my brother's face at that time, right? He is so dark, like a piece of charcoal. If the first meeting was at night, then you would have no fate with our family. Because you can't even see where my brother is. You little rascal. How dare you make fun of my brother?
Haha.
Mrs. Lin blushed when he teased her in public. Mother Lin smiled on the surface, but her heart ached and her eyes began to waver. How could she not feel sorry for the weight that fell from her belly? The eldest and second son worked so hard. They were thin and dark, but the fruits on the mountain could not be sold for much money. With a few more mouths to feed, the house would not be big enough, and it would be difficult to get the money for the youngest son to marry a wife. The Lin family has always been made by the father, and he made the final decision. Let's not talk about things that take so long now. It will take several months to raise rabbits. Who knows what the future will be like? If Hui wants to raise them, then raise them. When you brothers are free, send them to her when you catch rabbits in the mountains. It would be best if you can sell them safely. If you really can't sell them, eating them as meat is also very good. That's it, the best of both worlds. Lin Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Her family members were quite receptive. She was just worried that she would be afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, and would back off when someone led her. Okay, now that we've talked about the matter, let's take a look at this stove. The person who sold the stove said it was a defective product, which meant the factory didn't want it anymore. It was because the bottom was not level, and it was a little shaky. Father Lin touched it and said with a smile, "It's okay. We are all craftsmen in my family, and this little problem can be solved." The two elder brothers discussed with their father how to repair it. Younger brother Lin went to his brother-in-law to ask about raising rabbits, while the two sisters-in-law chatted with Lin Hui about family matters. It wasn't raining hard outside, but the wind was blowing. Lin Hui went back to her parents' home for 3 days, and the weather was cloudy, with occasional drizzle. She only bought a stove and no charcoal, because her parents' home had charcoal. Although the charcoal made by their family was worse than the one sold outside, with more smoke and crispness, it was economical to use, without spending money. The stove was lit in the main room, and the elderly had experience and knew to leave a gap in the doors and windows. The house was warm all day long, and soup could be heated up from time to time, so they could drink it when they wanted. Mother Lin was happy, and she liked this small stove more and more. No matter what time it was, as long as it didn't rain, the man had to go up the mountain to check every few days, and his hands and feet were frozen every time. With the stove this winter, both adults and children can have a good time. God bless us, and life is getting better and better. Hui, when are you and your uncle going back? What's the matter? Do you think I've stayed too long? Mother Lin glared at her. What are you talking about? I don't mind you staying for a month. She was just worried that her daughter would make her mother-in-law unhappy if she stayed at her parents' home for too long.
It's okay.
When she came back, she said she would go back 2 days before New Year's Eve, and the mother-in-law agreed. She just said that. She didn't really wait until the last day to go back and do the cleaning. She calculated the time, and it seemed to be just these 2 days. On the 4th day, the weather cleared up and the mud on the ground was half dry. For some reason, Su Dongsheng actually began to miss going home. He was worried that his mother at home could not take care of his chickens and rabbits. Lin's father and mother nodded, and they also felt that it was not good to tire their in-laws to take care of them for too many days. It is good for the mother-in-law not to set rules for the daughter-in-law, but the daughter-in-law must also consider the mother-in-law and not go too far. They did not understand Su Dongsheng. Lin Hui was his bedmate and just thought he was a little inexplicable. He agreed to stay at his mother's house until 2 days before the new year and then go back. He suddenly regretted it. With his personality, it is impossible for him to do such a thing. And his mother's family didn't have any conflicts with him. They played with his younger brother every day and almost became sworn brothers. What's more, Su's mother has been busy for most of her life. She can support 4 children, but can't even support dozens of chickens and rabbits? He hasn't been considerate for 20 years, and he suddenly burst into filial piety. Lin Hui lowered her eyes and looked at the lines on her palms. Is it really God's will? Is he destined to have this disaster? And is she destined to be a widow? The lines on her palms were crooked and branched too much, and the direction could not be seen clearly. Lin Hui suddenly clenched her palms, then smiled and said to Su Dongsheng, "The weather was not very good in the past few days, but the ground is dry today. We have been at my mother's house for so long. We must bring some local specialties back, right? Well, let's go to the mountains together today to have a look. If we can catch some wild animals and bring them back, it will make our parents happy." A daughter-in-law is virtuous and filial. Su Dongsheng nodded repeatedly, feeling satisfied. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin's father also said that's right. I have troubled my mother-in-law for several days, and I must bring something back. The eldest and second sons should go to the mountains together. Even if they pick some wild vegetables, it will add something fresh to the dinner table. Okay. When Lin Xiaodi came home from outside, he found that several people had already gone up the mountain. It was so annoying that they never took him to play. The weather is not warm yet, so there are not many wild vegetables. But it just rained, and a lot of mushrooms and ground vegetables have grown. It can be said that these two things are full of the taste of spring. For them, who are mountain people, they feel that spring has not come if they don't eat some wild vegetables in spring. They almost grew up in the mountains when they were young, and they knew what they could eat and what they couldn't eat. However, it was the first time for Su Dongsheng to pick mushrooms, and it was very fresh. Because he was naughty, he was often scolded by the years when he was a child. Mushrooms are poisonous and cannot be picked and eaten casually. When he encountered something fun, he was as happy as a child. He went back and forth and asked Lin Hui if he found a mushroom he had never seen before. Lin Hui patiently told him the name of the mushroom and how to make it delicious. He almost drooled when he talked, and his passion for picking mushrooms became more and more intense. The moment he turned around, Lin Hui accidentally stepped on a piece of moss and fell down.
Ah!
Su Dongsheng was so scared that he dropped the basket in his hand and ran over to help her up. Hui, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Lin Hui felt a piercing pain in her ankle and couldn't stop crying. Hiss, it hurts, I sprained my ankle. Su Dongsheng checked up and down, and there was no injury on her arm, head, or other parts of her body, just a sprained ankle. The eldest and second brothers-in-law went to see if there were any signs of wild animals, but they were not far away and ran over when they heard the shouting. What's wrong? Are you injured? Hui accidentally fell and sprained her ankle. When Brother Lin heard that it was a sprained ankle, he was relieved. There are all kinds of things in the mountains, fallen leaves, stones, wild animals, traps, etc. When working in the mountains, scrapes, bruises, and sprained ankles are minor injuries. Any accidents will start with fractures and broken bones. That's why their village has 1 or 2 more doctors than other villages, and they are all arranged by the leaders to go to the hospital for training. Brother Lin carefully checked the injury, and it was not serious. Don't worry, it's a minor injury. There is medicated oil at home. Apply it, and it will be fine after a few days of rest. Lin Hui was carried down the mountain by Su Dongsheng first, and Brother Lin and the second brother stayed behind to pick up the mushrooms and ground vegetables that had just been scattered. They had all been pulled out and could not be wasted. Seeing their daughter being carried back by her brother-in-law with red eyes, Lin's father and mother were shocked. It's okay, it's just a sprained ankle. Hurry up and put Hui down. I'll go get the medicated oil. Mother Lin has treated the men in the family for minor injuries and pains many times, so she is very skilled and her massage techniques are very authentic. Lin Hui had fallen when she was a child, but she hadn't experienced it for too long, and it was as painful as the first time she was injured. She gritted her teeth. The piercing pain made her speechless. Mother Lin's hands were in place, and she comforted her. You have to press hard now, otherwise it will swell up tonight. Apply medicated oil, and lie down for another 3 days, and it will probably be almost healed. Don't use your feet and don't touch water, otherwise the massage will be in vain. Lin Hui had cried and spoke with a nasal tone. She looked at Su Dongsheng apologetically. Brother Dong, we can stay for another 4 days. It's only the 25th of the 12th lunar month.
There's still time.
I'll just call Mom back. It was the first time I saw her cry. I was so heartbroken. Su Dongsheng knew what she was thinking. Wasn't it because she felt that he was late to go home? This silly daughter-in-law, she was injured like this, but she was still thinking about him.
Livy.
If you think so, you are right. It can be considered as different paths to the same destination. Although Lin's mother was experienced in applying medicated oil, Lin Hui's ankles still swelled up a small lump that night. She grimaced in pain and couldn't even eat. The more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. If it weren't for this stinky man, she wouldn't have to suffer. It was natural for her to order people around, such as carrying basins and water, massaging waists, and beating legs. Lin's mother almost couldn't bear it. Their family didn't teach their daughter to be a lady. Lin Hui, self-taught. She lay in bed for 3 days, and the swelling of her ankle had subsided. She tried to move, but the pain was not obvious. Su Dongsheng also went to the mountains with his elder and younger brothers-in-law these 2 days, and they collected a basket of mushrooms and wild vegetables. There were still few wild animals. Only a wild pheasant and 2 rabbits were caught.
Ivy.
Look what I found. His clothes were bulging on his chest, and there was something moving. Obviously, there was a live wild animal inside. But no matter what it was, Lin Hui was so angry that her forehead tightened. This is a new cotton padded jacket made for him, and it was ruined like this? It was covered in mud. He was waiting to wear it on the first day of the new year. Su Dongsheng unbuttoned his cotton coat in a hurry before Lin Hui could speak. Lin Hui looked over and saw a furry and wet puppy head carefully poking out from Su Dongsheng's arms. Dang 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 dang, what do you think this is? Su Dongsheng took a few steps closer to her. Lin Hui saw clearly that it was indeed a dog, and it looked like it had just been weaned, with only a few small teeth. Surprised, she asked, "Didn't you go up the mountain? Where did you get this puppy from?" Su Dongsheng gently stroked the dog's head and said proudly, "I found it when I was looking for mushrooms in the mountains. I don't know where the puppy's parents went. It was lying alone on the ground, freezing and howling. We have more and more chickens and rabbits at home, but there are too few people at home. If there's a dog to guard the door, you and I can feel more at ease. I heard that dogs can not only protect against people, but also against mice." Lin Hui had considered this issue, but she was thinking of buying a bigger one in spring. This one is too small. But since it was free, she certainly wouldn't dislike it. "I think it's good, keep it. It's small and can't eat much." Lin Hui will definitely take back what she said in half a year. The appetite of a big dog is no less than that of an adult man. But for now, the little puppy that has not been weaned can't eat anything, so just feed it some porridge 3 times a day. When Lin Hui's foot was almost healed, the two packed up and went home. Before leaving, Lin Hui stuffed a few small red envelopes into Su's mother's pocket. 2 were for her parents, 1 yuan each. The other 3 were for her nephews and nieces, 50 cents each. They could only be given to them on the first day of the new year. Lin's mother wanted to refuse, but Lin Hui couldn't stand it and quickly said that her feet hurt and she had to walk quickly. The baskets they brought were also full. 1 basket contained wild vegetables, dried mushrooms, and fresh mushrooms that had just been picked the day before, plus the 2 people's small bags. It was full. In the other basket was a pheasant and 3 rabbits that they had caught with great difficulty, as well as half a bag of charcoal. Anyway, there was still wood for making charcoal in the mountains, so they would make more after they were used up. Although Lin Hui could walk slowly, it was definitely not possible for her to walk such a long mountain road. Brother Lin helped carry the load and sent them to the station. Su Dongsheng carried Lin Hui on his back, with a soft and cute little puppy hanging on his chest. Because Su Dongsheng had called Su's mother earlier, she roughly knew the time when the 2 would come back, and they just happened to be at home lighting their stove and warming themselves by the fire. Su's father was also called over by her. The reason was that she felt it was a waste to light the stove and warm themselves by the fire alone. She saw the 3rd child first run back, put the full basket in the house, and then prepared to run out again.
Hey.
What are you doing? Where are you going again? Hui hasn't come back yet? She's back. She sprained her ankle. Walk slowly behind her. I'll help her. Su's mother let go of his hand. Oh, you go. She bent down and turned the basket. It's not even the spring festival yet, and these wild vegetables have started to grow. They look tender. I guess they were dug from the mountains, earlier than here. Can these mushrooms be eaten?
I dare not eat them.
Hui is from the mountains and knows about mushrooms. Just let her cook. Don't worry about it. Su's father came over and looked at the other basket. He was happy to see the meat.
Dad, Mom.
Su Hui was helped by Su Dongsheng to sit in front of the stove, and her frozen hands and feet regained consciousness. Hui, how are your feet? Does it still hurt? Much better now. I can walk slowly. As long as I don't jump or jump. Su's mother was startled. What's that sound? Oh, I forgot. I'll let you out now. Su Dongsheng slapped his head and ignored the little thing. He unbuttoned his clothes, held the puppy with one hand, put it in front of his knees, and warmed it by the fire. This is a puppy I picked up from the mountain and brought back to watch the house. Guard the house? It's so small that it can be stepped on to death if you're not careful. Rats can bite it to death. Who's going to watch who? Su Dongsheng loves this dog very much now. He can't stand anyone saying anything bad about it. It's as if this dog will never grow up. The one I raised myself is closer and more obedient. Oh, that's true. When people don't have enough food, almost no one spends money to raise dogs. It's good enough that they don't eat dogs as food. But Sue's mother caught the opportunity and gave her another lecture on thrift and hard work. Su Dongsheng was scared and interrupted her. Mom, please divide the wild vegetables quickly, one for each family. Blanch them in water and then stir-fry them, and they will be crispy and tender. But I'm worried that you won't be able to stir-fry the mushrooms well, so I'll give them to you after he cooks them. I ate them very well at my mother-in-law's house. They were fresh and refreshing. Sue's mother was not happy and turned her head away when she talked about thrift. I see. We have never seen those mushrooms before. We must come to make them. But be careful. You can only eat them after they are cooked and rotten. There is also a pheasant. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for helping us look after the house. Let's cook at home today and invite the eldest brother and the second brother's family to come and eat together. Lin Hui said with a smile. Her foot is almost healed, and it is not so serious that she can't stand to cook a meal. Okay. Sue's mother was happy. They haven't eaten together for a long time. It's lively. Lin's father waited for them to finish talking about all sorts of things, but he didn't mention the 3 lively rabbits in the basket. Are these rabbits going to be kept as well?
Yes.
Su Dongsheng thought his father wanted to eat rabbit meat and was a little embarrassed. The next second he heard him ask, "Tell me the truth, what do you want to do with so many rabbits?" Before, I thought they were keeping them for meat, but they didn't kill them after they grew up. The rabbits gave birth to more and more rabbits. He stared at the rabbit nest for a long time this morning. It seems that he is planning to start breeding. Lin Hui guessed that her father-in-law had been holding it in for several days, and he had a gloomy face just now. Facing her parents-in-law, Lin Hui did not let the man stand in front of her this time. Firstly, he did not understand the future situation better than she did, and secondly, this was something she got from her mother's family, and she wanted to have absolute control over it. Mom and Dad, haven't you noticed that there are more and more breeders now? Sue's mother might not know, but several of Sue's father's old friends were distributed in several nearby villages, and they should have heard some rumors. Sure enough, he nodded, there are 2 more pig farmers in the next village, and someone opened a chicken farm in the village ahead. Our place is remote, and we get news late. I also accidentally heard people talking in the town that those big cities have been reformed and opened up, and the leaders especially encourage farmers to engage in breeding and get rich with their hard work. To be honest, Donggu has changed a lot now. But after so many years, he can't learn farming anymore. He doesn't like farming either. Why don't we raise chickens and rabbits at home and sell them to state-owned restaurants or to those who have money but can't buy meat, and then use the money to buy food? Su Dongsheng felt a little embarrassed after hearing the first 2 sentences, but he couldn't help nodding after hearing the latter. He really didn't like farming. He worked so hard, but the food he grew didn't make much money, and he could only keep himself from starving. Sue's mother thought it was unreliable. If you sell it, will people buy it? You have to have connections to get into state-owned restaurants. That's now, state-owned restaurants are still pretty good. But in a year or 2, more and more self-employed people will do business, and private restaurants will also appear. With more people competing for jobs, it will definitely depend on whose food tastes good and novel to attract people. Many people raise chickens, but I have never seen anyone raising rabbits in the surrounding villages. Rabbit meat tastes good no matter how it is cooked, and it's also novel. Besides, even if I sell it to city people alone, it will be a little troublesome, but I will definitely not have trouble selling it. Mom, just tell me, if you have 50 yuan in your pocket every month, are you willing to spend 3 yuan to buy a fat rabbit or chicken for your grandchildren to eat? Sue's mother was speechless. She didn't even dare to think that she could have 20 yuan in her pocket every month. If she could really have such a high salary, she would definitely be willing. Every time her eldest daughter came back, she would tell her about the life of city people, especially willing to spend money on food and drink. But doesn't this count as speculation? Will there be any problem? Speculation is taking advantage of loopholes and selling at high prices. For example, I buy food for 2 cents here in the countryside and then go to the city to sell it for 20 cents. Others can't get cheap food and can only buy expensive food from me. But we raise these for ourselves to eat, and they're also agricultural products. I can sell them at the same price as the meat processing plant. Isn't that enough? Father Su touched his pipe. Have the changes outside really been that big? Mother Sue's heart skipped a beat. Their family now has dozens of chickens and rabbits. According to the saying a few years ago, it took 2 people to raise 1 chicken. They have never left the village for half their lives and have always stayed in the era of speculation and cutting off the tail.
They feel scared when they think about it.
There was a family in their village who raised 1 more chicken. A group of people rushed into the chicken coop and beat the chicken to death on the spot. The big hen was raised for the pregnant daughter-in-law to eat eggs. As a result, the group of people smashed and shouted, and the chicken was beaten to death, and the people were gone. But Hui was right about one thing. The 3rd child was not suitable for farming. Dad and Mom, don't worry. It would be dangerous if we raised them on a large scale. Now there are only a few. Keep them first and wait for half a year. Father Su said, well, keep them first. Take your time. If you can really do breeding, it will make money faster than farming. Lin Hui smiled and said, when Dongo is free, he can buy some old newspapers from the scrap yard in the city. Our family can also learn more about the leaders' preferences and see what the big cities have become. If you want to make money, you have to move fast. Yes, if you want to make money, you have to move fast. The 3rd brother, buy the newspapers and come back early. The daughter-in-law and the old man sang the same tune and spoke in unison. Sue's mother looked at him with disdain. Does anyone in your Su family know how to read? They are all illiterate. How can we read them after we buy them back? Except for Sister Su, no one in the Su family has finished elementary school. Sue's father made the decision. It's time for the 2nd son to send his children to school. Let Su Guohua and Su Guoqiang, those 2 bad boys, study hard in school. The first thing they do when they get home is to read the newspaper to us. If they read a word wrong, they will be punished to stand for 10 minutes. Lin Hui was happy. I didn't cheat my nephew. Since we agreed to eat together, we might as well not even separate the wild vegetables and just call the 2 families to cook together. But there was only 1 pot, so they could cook at home and bring it over. Lin Hui carefully lifted her feet in the kitchen. Sue's mother couldn't bear to see it, so she pulled a small stool for her to sit at the door. Just tell me how to do it. How can I not know how to do it? Lin Hui was relieved. After a while, Su Dongsheng called the 2 families next door. The eldest and 2nd Su's wives picked and washed vegetables, and Su's mother plucked chicken feathers. The men sat in the house and talked comfortably about the fun things in the mountains. Su Dongsheng had an audience, and he talked so excitedly, drooling, like a storyteller. The little puppy had just been fed warm water and was held in his lap. Lin Hui, I hope you can dote on your children like this when they come. Su Guohua brought a group of children to move chairs from his home.
Wow.
3rd uncle, you have a dog. He stretched out his hand to touch the puppy's head, but was warned by the dog's bared teeth. Su Dongsheng laughed and kissed the kid. Yes, yes, from now on, except for our family, you must be so fierce to everyone else. Don't let them into the house. Uncle San, what's the name of this dog? It's Shanhua, and we found it in the mountains. Then why not call it Shango? Su Dongsheng rolled his eyes at him. It sounds so ugly. Let me hug it? I want to hug it. I want to hug it. Several children were vying to touch the puppy. They didn't have such a cute pet at home. Oh, except for the stupid rabbit. Su Guoqiang was jealous and asked his father, Dad, can we have a puppy at home? You see, Uncle San's family has a wall, but they still have a dog to guard the house. Our family doesn't even have a wall, and we have to be on guard against bad guys. 2nd brother Su glanced at him. Where can I get a dog? I don't know where to get one. He didn't know that this was the so-called excuse of adults and thought that his father agreed, so he jumped up happily. I know whose family has one. A classmate in our class raised pigs, so he bought a dog to look after the house. Let's go buy one too. Su Guohua also pulled his father like a loudspeaker. Daddy, Daddy, let us raise one too. Su Urseo shouted at Su Guoqiang outside. We can't even feed you and you still raise a dog? Where's the money at home now? Go and feel if your father has a penny in his pocket. Who will pay for you to buy one? It came again and again, and the mention of money was like lighting an explosion barrel. Su Urge glared at Su Guoqiang. Why raise a dog? You have nothing at home. What's the point of buying a dog to look after the house? Why can't we raise a dog? Every family can raise rabbits. I don't like rabbits, I just love dogs. To raise rabbits, you just need to feed them grass, but you have to feed dogs rice and meat. How can they be the same? Second Mrs. Su put her hands on her hips. We will kill the rabbit when it grows up and eat its meat. Can you eat the dog when it grows up? Su Huan and Su Xiuxiu looked at each other aggrievedly, their eyes red. They must keep a close eye on their rabbits and would not kill or eat anyone else's. Big sister Su also pointed at big brother Su's nose and scolded, Don't cause trouble for me. Raising a rabbit is enough. The third brother's family has a lot of good things. What in our family is worth stealing? Why are you scolding me?
I didn't say anything.
Big brother Su, who was innocently implicated, pouted. I know what you want to do when you stick your out. Su Dongsheng held the puppy and watched the fun. It's more interesting to watch others being scolded. This dinner was so delicious that they almost swallowed their tongues. Each person got a bowl of wild pheasant stew, and they felt warm after drinking it. The wild vegetables mixed with lard were very tender, and they had never eaten fried mushrooms before. Lin Hui and Su Dongsheng moved their chopsticks first, and no one else dared to move. Only Su Guohua was cunning. Seeing that his uncle was eating happily, he took a piece when his mother was not paying attention. Well, so tender and smooth. It tastes better than radish. Su Deseo's face changed, and she almost picked it out of his mouth. But seeing that there was nothing wrong with eating it, they began to scramble to eat it with chopsticks. Lin Hui, if it is poisonous, it will attack in the middle of the night. Lin Hui knew that the children were very naughty, and they would get into trouble easily if they were not watched carefully. After eating, she said to the children seriously, These edible mushrooms are all tested by many people on our side. You don't know them, so you must not touch them casually. Not to mention eating them, some mushrooms will cause poisoning if touched. If you take a small bite, even gods can't save you. The brighter the color, the more poisonous it is. If something happens because of the mushroom she brought back, she will really become a sinner. Su Guoqiang was stunned. Third aunt, how did you know we wanted to go to the mountain to pick mushrooms? Su Guohua slapped him, You idiot, if you don't tell me, who would know? As a result, he was also slapped by Su's wife. This time, it was a mixed doubles match and neither brother escaped. Su Guochao was still cheering his mother on the side, asking her to hit him harder. He didn't stop until they promised not to pick mushrooms privately. Lin Hui watched Su Dongsheng let the porridge cool down and then chopped up the chicken bones before putting them in front of Shanhua. He was just about to chew it up and feed it to him. His own children were no more than this. Delicious, right? He wanted to cut off the chicken for the puppy, but that was his father's favorite, so he couldn't do it. The next day, Guzi heard that his brother had returned from his mother's house and hurried over to tell him the news. Lin Hui sat on the side picking beans, with her ears perked up. Before, Xiaohu and Fatty were playing cards in the card room in town, and they got along well with Brother Zhen. I don't know what trouble Brother Zhen got into. I overheard that it seemed to be because of some turf grab. 2 days before you came back, they wanted to come and find you to go find a place, but you were not there. They disliked me for not being able to fight, so they didn't call me. Su Dongsheng kept frowning. What about now? How are they? They won the fight, but they were seriously injured. I guess they will have to lie in bed for the spring festival. Su Dongsheng sighed and stood up. Let us go and take a look. Lin Hui silently watched his back, then lowered her head to pick beans, but the more she picked, the more messy they became, so she simply threw them aside and went to sleep. There was no watch, so she didn't know how long she slept, but when she woke up, the man had come back. Sitting in the main room, hugging Shanhwa and stroking his fur. His brows were furrowed, and he didn't look in a good mood. She walked over. "Brother Dong, what's wrong? Are you seriously injured?" Su Dongxing sighed. "I think they are getting more and more crooked now. In the past, fights were just about talking and fists, but this time they all brought knives, and I heard that the boss also had a gun." Lin Hui shuddered when she heard this. In this era, some gangsters fight for their lives. Is it because of that Brother Zhen? Su Dongxing sneered. "They're crazy, and all they say is Brother Zhen is so powerful, Brother Zhen is worth 3 people. And Brother Zhen can do big things and make a lot of money. Brother Zhen just treats them as thugs and gives them some benefits to win their hearts. If he really treats them as brothers, he wouldn't just give them some money and send them away. Brother Zhen is a brother to those guys in the black market. They fight for territory and collect protection fees, and their hands are stained with blood. But they are too crazy now, and all they think about is hanging out with Brother Zhen. I can't understand." Seeing that he was clear-headed, Lin Hui breathed a sigh of relief. "We can't do anything illegal or criminal. The situation outside is so chaotic now. In a year or 2, the government will definitely intervene. We can't run into them." Su Dongxing suddenly turned to look at her. "I find that you know a lot." Lin Hui moved her fingers slightly and smiled. Before she could explain, she heard him say, "Can you really know so many things by reading the newspaper? Tomorrow we're going to the town to buy things for the new year, and we'll buy a newspaper while we're here. You read it to me. The 16 chickens at home have been raised for 4 months and have grown into big chickens, full of vigor and vitality." Lin Hui caught 3 roosters and kept 2 as breeding chickens. The 3 rabbits that had just been caught had not adapted yet, were a little fierce, and ate little. Lin Hui simply tied them up, and she and Su Dongxing each had a backpack and stuffed the chickens and rabbits in. Business was good before the new year, and they wanted to go to the town to test the waters. They did not choose to go to the black market because it was really too shady, and they had to take a commission. After selling these 6, she would have to hand over at least 2 yuan. How much did she sell a rabbit for? The 2 walked towards the dormitory of the only state-owned factory in the town. At this time, the women had just come back from buying vegetables, and when they saw a young and good-looking couple putting a backpack at the door, they all looked over curiously. Lin Hui was not in a hurry and smiled and greeted a woman in a flowered cotton jacket in front of her. "Sister, we came out from the mountains to look for relatives, but our relatives moved away, and we can't find them. The chickens and rabbits that were originally meant for him might suffocate if they were taken back." The elder sister's eyes moved slightly, and she looked up and down at the couple, whose shoes were covered in mud and whose clothes were patched. Chickens for relatives. It seemed that this relative was not a real relative, and that he had ordered chickens from a countryman, but didn't want them anymore. She looked into the backpack. "You still have rabbits? They're rare. We caught them from the mountains, and they're still wild and alive." The elder sister asked them to move in, as their position was too conspicuous. Su Dongxing picked up the rabbit by the neck, and the rabbit's legs were still bouncing. "Eldest sister, this rabbit has been lying in the mountains for a whole winter, and it's fat and very heavy." "Really?" The elder sister was a little surprised. "It's not easy for you to come all the way here. How much is this rabbit?" 3.8 yuan apiece. The elder sister frowned. "This is too expensive." Lin Hui still kept smiling. "Rabbits love to dig holes, so they're really hard to catch. The new year is almost here. If you buy such a big one, you can split it into 2 halves. It will be delicious whether it is braised or stewed. If you like spicy food, add more chili and fry the bones until they are crispy, which will make it more delicious." The eldest sister said to Su Dongxing, "Young man, your wife is a good cook, right? You are blessed." Su Dongxing glanced at her with light in his eyes. "You are blessed. But it's still too expensive. I'll take one for 2.8 yuan. Lin Hui hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Eldest sister is willing to buy it for us, and you are the first one to buy it. Let's take a step back and regard it as a good start. How about 3 yuan per piece? No ticket is required." She said this beautifully. The eldest sister thought about it and bargained from 3.8 yuan to 3 yuan without a ticket, which was very good. She nodded immediately. "You are a good business girl. Give me one." Lin Hui collected the money, and Su Dongxing picked and chose in the backpack. Thank you, sister. I picked a big one for you. The rabbit's legs were tied with straw ropes, and the sister was smiling. Raise it for 2 days and kill it during the festival. It will be fresh. Sister, you are so generous. This is our first customer. If it is a customer introduced by you, we will give it a discount, 3.
2 yuan per rabbit.
It was 2 cents more expensive than hers, and the sister was happy. I will ask them when I go back. Lin Hui turned to face the wall and put the money into the inner pocket of her cotton padded jacket. Su Dongxing said to the sister's back, let's go see if Zhang has any flowered cloth. Make one for you, it will look nice. Lin Hui's expression was hard to describe. The sister just now was over 40 years old and wore a red and green cotton padded jacket. It was okay to make it for her mother-in-law, but she didn't care. Do you think this sister can bring people out? I think she can. This sister has money, and her neighbors won't be too bad. Besides, who wouldn't love the rabbits and chickens I raise? He looked proud. Lin Hui wanted to refute, but then she thought he was the one who cleaned the shack and fed the chicken, so it was right to say that he raised the chicken. So she praised, Brother Dong is really awesome. This man is really easy to please, and she couldn't help but smile. Less than 5 minutes later, the people the eldest sister called arrived. 5 ants came towards them, and the scene was really scary. If you didn't know, you would think they were coming to ruin the place. Old Li said you have rabbits and chickens for sale? Su Dongsheng made full use of his handsomeness. Ladies and ladies, we now have 2 rabbits and 3 roosters. You are old customers, so I will give you a discount. Rabbits are 3.2 yuan, and roosters are 3.5 yuan. If you buy once, you are an old customer, no problem. He held a rabbit in his left hand and a rooster in his right hand. Our roosters are native chickens that grow up eating grains. They are well fed and you will fall in love with them at first sight. One weighs 4 to 5 kilograms. This chicken is a rooster, not a hen, and it's so expensive. The older sisters and aunties pretended to be disgusted, but Lin Hui could clearly see that they were full of joy and were reluctant to let go after touching it. This big chicken, we have to sell it to other families for 4 yuan each. But we don't need tickets, it's already very cheap. If you think one is too big and you can't finish it, the 2 families can buy one and share it, and half of them can get a big pot. Su Dongxing's smiling eyes captured the hearts of the older sisters and aunties at once. Yes, yes, one is too big. Lao He, shall I buy a chicken with you? Okay, I think this rooster is beautiful. It would be even better if it was a hen. Lin Hui took the opportunity to sell. Our family is not here just to sell chickens this time. I think it's inconvenient to raise chickens in the city, and it's hard to buy meat. The older sisters take care of us so much. Next time we go into the city, shall we bring you hens? The older sister named Lao He was very cheerful. Okay, we live in the same building, the 3rd building inside. We want some too. Don't just bring them to her. Of course. We have everything. I want a chicken. There are many people in my family, and we can finish them all. I want a rabbit. I want both a chicken and a rabbit. My daughter is going back to her parents' house. I want to bring some back to her. Lin Hui was so happy collecting money. They sold out in less than half an hour and collected 19.9 yuan. She said that rich people are short of meat now. It was Su Dongxing's first time doing business. He was so excited that his face turned red. He likes doing business and doesn't feel tired at all. It's just talking and being shameless. He is best at this. They went to buy candy and red paper for the new year, grabbed a pound of pork fat, 2 big bones and a fish, and also bought a bag of cakes for 1 yuan. After buying so much, they still have a surplus of 14.5 yuan today. Lin Hui, who is always calm, couldn't help but laugh. Oh, we were so happy doing business that we forgot to collect newspapers from the scrap yard. Yes, I forgot to. So should we go home first and come back next time or turn back? No need to dwell on it. They turned around and went back. Today is the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, and no one knows when the scrap station will be open. There is a scrap collection station in the town, with a big entrance and many and varied things inside. The things that were confiscated in previous years have passed through several hands, and after 2 or 3 checks by the leaders, all the useless things were thrown here. Don't underestimate the 2 people at the scrap station. It seems that their work is not very decent, but they are getting benefits. Not to mention that it is a stable job. There are many good things in the scrap station, and you can take them home for a few cents, saving your family a lot of money. Besides, here, you only need to tidy up things occasionally, and most of the time you sit at the door with an enamel cup, lazily drinking tea, and close the door and leave at a certain time, which is very comfortable. Don't say that Lin Hui envied this job. It's just that such jobs are not for outsiders to compete, and are basically inherited by the families of leading cadres. A fat old man sat on the armchair at the door drinking tea, squinting his eyes, and asked them, "What are you looking for?" "Let's take a look at the newspapers." He pointed to several large piles at the corner of the wall. "They are all there. Look through them yourself." Lin Hui walked over, dusted them off, and began to look at the dates. These newspapers were randomly put together, incomplete, and in no order, probably all from recent years. She turned around and asked, "Comrade, we want to take these newspapers back to study. How much are they selling for?" Lin Hui was delighted. It cost at least 5 cents to order a new newspaper and 3 to 5 cents for a magazine. So many newspapers were sold by the pound. It was really a bargain. It was a pity that so many newspapers could not be carried back, and they could not be read. She flipped through them roughly, picked out newspapers from the past 2 years, and picked them up, which weighed about 1.5 pounds. There were also a few copies of Story Club next to them, and she picked them up. Su Dongsheng wandered around in it casually, because he only recognized a few numbers and didn't recognize any other words. "This basin is pretty good. Take it back and use it as a dog basin for Shanhwa." He half squatted and picked an intact one from the pile of broken porcelain plates and bowls. He couldn't understand the painting on it, but the colors were pretty, and there were 2 little people holding lanterns on it. The fat uncle didn't weigh it, just glanced at the pile of newspapers and magazines, and said that 5 cents would be enough. The dog bowl that Su Dongxing took was more expensive than the newspapers, costing 3 cents each. The fat uncle pointed casually and said, "Do you want to take the good ones next to them back? You can also plant flowers." He hated these bottles and jars the most, as they would be accidentally broken when he was cleaning them up. The ones he mentioned were a little taller than the dog bowl, and were indeed suitable for planting and arranging flowers. Lin Hui liked them at first sight. The colors were different, but all very elegant. "How much?" "If it's more expensive, we don't want it." The fat uncle was disgusted. "Take them all for 2 cents. A pie dropped from the sky. Why wouldn't Lin Huining take it? In the end, they only gave 10 cents, filled the backpack with old newspapers, and each of them held a bottle/basin in each hand. When they returned to the village entrance, Sue's father and mother were both there. They came to see if the house was cleaned up. Sue's eldest sister-in-law asked with a smile, "Are there many people on the street? Are things cheap? Why didn't you tell us when you went out? It would be great to have you company." "It's okay. There weren't many people there today. We were thinking that things have been getting more expensive in recent years, so we went there before dawn this morning and didn't have time to call you." "Yeah, we'll go to the early market tomorrow morning too." The door key was in Su Dongxing's trouser pocket, and he couldn't free his hands, so he could only put the vase down first. Sue's second sister-in-law poked her head out and asked curiously, "What did you buy? It doesn't look like a pickle jar." "Picked it up?" Second sister Sue retracted her stretched neck. Mother Sue's face looked a little better. She came over and picked one up to have a look, curling her lips in disgust. "The backyard isn't even fully planted yet, and you picked this thing up and still complain it's blocking the way." Su Dongsheng opened the door and took the bottle from her hand. "You don't understand this, do you? People in the city like to use beautiful bottles to arrange flowers and plant garlic. This is called having taste." He leaned close to his mother's ear. "Mom, come in. We have something good to tell you." "What good news? Is Ah Hui pregnant?"
Not yet.
Mother Su couldn't stop laughing. It was uncomfortable to see. Su Dongsheng smiled awkwardly. "Call my dad. I'll tell you later." Mother Su turned around angrily. "Old man, come here." Father Su slowly got up from the chair, not forgetting to put his pipe into his belt. After entering the yard of the third brother's house, he closed the door. The 2 sisters-in-law pouted in the back and whispered, "I knew the old couple were partial. What can't be said in person?" In the house, Su Dongsheng first took out the pile of newspapers and several magazines. Father Su's eyebrows twitched. Why are there so many? We bought them at the scrapyard, and so many newspapers cost only 2 cents in total. Father Su smiled. It's worth it. The village director has to pay 5 cents to subscribe to one every day. Isn't he losing money? That's different. Leaders read newspapers to read the latest work instructions from above. If the big leader gives a work arrangement, but the small leader receives it half a year later, how can it be? Knowing that a lot of money has been saved, Mother Su was also happy and waved her hands. We are not leaders. It's okay to read it later. Lin Hui didn't respond. If she wanted to do business, she must know the latest leader's actions. She even had to guess the leader's thoughts, which made her more anxious than the small leader. However, she didn't buy newspapers for herself, but for the people at home to read, so that their ideological awareness would be raised. Then, Lin Hui took out the things for the new year one by one. For the new year, these things were not that expensive. You buy fish now. How can you keep them for the new year? Su Dongsheng said casually. That's the dish for tonight, not for the new year. What did you say? Su Dongsheng subconsciously protected his ears. We are just lucky. We met on the street and bought the fish because it looked good. We spent the money from selling rabbits today. Did you go to sell rabbits today? We thought that everyone would lack meat on the table during the new year, so it must be easy to sell, so we took them with us. If we go tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, what if people have bought everything? Su's father was anxious. How much did you bring? Sold them all? Lin Hui spread out the newspapers, sorted them by date, and let the man show off to his parents-in-law. Su Dongsheng sat on a chair and shook his legs with a smug look on his face. We don't raise many chickens in the backyard, so we took 3 roosters and 3 rabbits, and they were all sold out in less than half an hour. How much did they sell for? Some people sold less, some sold more. It varies, but all of them sold for 19.9 yuan, 1 cent short of 20 yuan, and it only took half an hour. Su's father and mother were stunned. Lin Hui interrupted with a smile. How can you calculate like that? It takes time for us to raise chickens, doesn't it? Don't the rice bran and vegetables for feeding chickens count? Su's mother was stunned by the 20 yuan for half an hour and slapped her thigh and said, What kind of money is this? You can get a bag of rice bran for a few cents. Who among us country people doesn't know how to raise chickens? It's a handy thing. Su's father grabbed the 3rd child. Tell me quickly, how did you sell it today? We picked places where rich people lived. Who was the richest? The workers. So, we went to the state-owned factory dormitories. I also told that elder sister that we will go find her later. Su's father laughed. Oh, I didn't expect that people would rush to buy your products even if you sold them at such a high price. What's so expensive about it? We don't even need tickets. Besides, the chickens and rabbits we raise are all fed with good food, so they are delicious. Lin Hui glanced at them. To be honest, they haven't even eaten the chickens they raise at home. We will also kill a chicken during the Chinese New Year and let everyone have a taste. Su's mother glared. A chicken costs 3.5 yuan. Who would be willing to eat it? Can't we use 2 yuan to buy pork? Besides, there are still 2 old chickens left in the old house. We can just kill them and eat them. The elderly are used to being frugal. They think it is a good life if there are some oil stains on the table. Lin Hui didn't dwell on this topic. She smiled and said to Su's mother, We still have too few chickens at home. There are not enough to sell. Mom, do you know where to sell chicks? The chicks have to wait until the spring chicks come out. Mother Su's mind was already filled with thoughts of making money. The weather hasn't warmed up yet, but it's still no problem to hatch the eggs. At most, it will take a little longer, but the sooner they hatch, the sooner you can make money. Neither of us knows how to do it. Mom, come and teach us when you are free. We still need elderly people to help at home. Mother Su nodded, feeling relieved. Okay, tomorrow I'll ask in the village who has breeding eggs. If anyone has chicks for sale, I'll buy them as well. I've eaten more salt than you've walked, so just ask me if you have any questions. Lin Hui coaxed her. That's why they say an old person in the family is like a treasure. We have 2 treasures in our family. After hearing this, Father Su's face turned red. Mother Su was thinking how come the 3rd son's wife was better at coaxing people than the 3rd son. Lin Hui originally wanted to keep the old couple at home for dinner, But her parents-in-law thought it was not appropriate for the old couple to come over for dinner, fearing that the two families next door would have some ideas, so they simply ate at the old house. But when leaving, Lin Hui gave her a big bone. Mother Su carried the bone all the way home, telling everyone she met that it was given by the third son and his wife, and heard a lot of praise for the third son. The reputation of the third brother Su in the village is gradually improving. Father Su couldn't wait for his wife to stop and chat after walking a few steps, so he went home first. When she came back, he immediately told her, "The third brother's family hasn't started raising chickens and rabbits yet, so you can't let it slip when you chat with the villagers." Mother Su put her hands on her hips. "Hey, did you say I'm a chatterbox in a roundabout way?" But she was a little guilty. Just now someone asked why she bought bones, and she almost let it slip. On New Year's Eve, the three brothers of the Su family gathered together at the old house for dinner. Each family brought 2 dishes. Lin Hui made fried meatballs and braised pork, which were as hard as they could be. Mother Su also steamed a big pot of dry rice, which was so fragrant with the braised pork soup that she almost swallowed the chopsticks. At the dinner table, several children were vying to be the children of the third aunt. Second Aunt Su smiled. "You're so greedy. Third aunt can't afford to support you." Although everyone was muttering behind her back, how come third aunt's pregnancy was still not moving after half a year? Most people would be pregnant after 2 or 3 months of marriage. But they were not tactful and brought it up at the dinner table, whether they could still make it through the new year. Lin Hui knew that there was nothing wrong with her body. It was a matter of time, and she didn't mind other people's eyes at all. She raised her eyebrows and smiled mischievously. "Want to be my child? Then you have to learn all the words in that newspaper. Then I will take you." Su Guohua and Su Guoqiang immediately became cowards, eating in silence, not daring to speak. Su's father gave them a task. Each of them had to read a newspaper to him every day. But Su Guohua was just slacking off at school. He would miss a few words when reading a sentence, and his face would turn red after reading a paragraph. "It's useless. I paid so much tuition for nothing." Su Guohua was despised by his father and shouted, "Except for my eldest aunt and the third aunt, I am the most educated in the family." Lin Hui got a primary school diploma. She can read and count. Su's mother laughed. "Oh, it's true. There is no one in the Su family who can read."
Su Dongshen so not Gon Li.
When his son is born, he will definitely be better than these 2. After dinner, they will keep watch together in the old house. Lin Hui simply took the stove back. Several families sat around the fire and chatted. Su's father bent a few iron wires with pliers and put them on the stove. He could roast several sweet potatoes at the same time. The children love roasted sweet potatoes. When the fragrance came up, they didn't run away. They stared at them, fearing that they would be snatched away by others. Before it got dark, Lin Hui chose a storybook and opened it. The more she read, the more interesting it became. Su Guohua didn't know what was good about the book. He felt dizzy when he saw those words. Lin Hui pulled the 2 girls to her side. "This magazine is called Story Club, which means it contains many interesting stories.
Can I read them to you?"
They nodded, and they liked the gentle third aunt the most. The first article is a short joke called 2 Brothers. Su Guohua shouted, "Why are there 2 brothers and not 3 brothers? My father and his family are 3 brothers." Su Huanhuan was in high spirits and pushed the eldest brother away angrily. "You are so annoying." Lin Hui hit him on the head with a book. "Don't make noise. Do you want to listen? If you listen, you will know why." Su Guohua scratched his head and stopped talking. He also wanted to listen. No one had ever told him a story when he was a child. Someone asked a pair of twin brothers, "Children, who is older between you 2?" One of them narrowed his eyes and said to the other, "Brother, we won't tell him." That person laughed when he heard it. After the joke was told, everyone laughed after listening to it, except Su Guoqiang, who was sniffing his nose and asked, "Why are you laughing?" The child didn't tell him. Su's second wife patted his head. "Why did I give birth to such a fool like you? He calls me brother, so others will know it, right?" Su's mother said with a smile, "This joke is quite interesting, but it's too short." Lin Hui turned to the next page. "Then let me read a long story." This story is called Boss Lu Cries Eggs. It's about a man named Boss Lu crying at eggs. One day, Ah Fong and the poor people in the village went to the city to sell eggs. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, they were forcibly bought at a low price by the lackeys sent by Boss Lu, the owner of the largest egg shop in the city, and were not allowed to enter the city. Brother Su cursed in a low voice, "This Boss Lu is such a rascal." Mrs. Su glared at him, "Don't talk." Everyone was attracted by the content of the story. After they were forced to sell eggs to Boss Lu's lackeys, Ah Fong rushed to the city, only to find that the eggs sold in Boss Lu's store were twice as high as theirs. Su's mother was full of anger. How shameless. Ah Fong was very angry and cursed like that. He and the poor people thought of a way to deal with such a guy who scraped oil on chicken feet. Su Guohua asked anxiously, "What way, what way?" Lin Hui continued to read. Ah Fong walked towards Boss Lu's store. "Boss, I want to buy 100 eggs."
What?
"Aren't you going to deal with the bad guys? Why do you have to spend money to buy eggs from him?" Su's father couldn't sit still.
Sure.
"Don't make noise."
La Miled.
People nowadays are really simple and honest. When they read a story, they are completely involved. Boss Lu was very happy to see a big customer. In the end, Boss Lu sat down at the door of the egg shop, crying, my eggs, they're all ruined." "Ha ha ha, you deserve it. I told you to do something bad." "That's so refreshing. Ah Fong is so smart." "Hey, what's that smell?" "The sweet potatoes are burnt. Turn them over quickly." This story session is really interesting. Are there any other stories to come? Su Dongsheng poured a bowl of water for his wife, and then said distressfully, "Let Su Guohua read them." Su Guohua was also very happy. "I'll do it if I can." He took the small book, and everyone's eyes were on him. He cleared his throat and then said, "The second story is called Killing a Chicken." What Lin Hui smiled and leaned over to take a look, solving a case. Ahem, this story is called Killing a Chicken to Solve a Case. The story takes place in a place along the Yangtze River in eastern Sichuan. Su Guohua read haltingly, not as emotionally as Lin Hui, and he couldn't pronounce many words, but that didn't stop everyone from being attracted by the story. Su Guochao was a little guy, and he couldn't understand the story, so he used his little hands to pick at the sweet potatoes. Su Dongsheng peeled a small one for him, and then, while everyone was immersed in the story, he took out the biggest sweet potato and shared it with his wife. When it got dark for the first time, Su's mother didn't feel bad about the kerosene, so she lit the lamp and asked Su Guohua to continue reading the story under the lamp. This was the first time that Su Guohua was so valued, and his voice became louder and louder. The excitement here even attracted neighbors, who sat in the yard in a row to listen to the story and discuss it after listening. After finishing a few thin books, Lin Hui encouraged Su Guohua, "Look how much you look like a little teacher, Su. In the future, you will be responsible for teaching the family to recognize words. Apart from other things, it will be great if you can read newspapers and read stories by yourself in the future." Su Guohua was full of enthusiasm. Su's mother was obsessed with those little stories. When she could really read, she would be a celebrity in the future, telling stories to the old sisters every day. Learn, Su Guohua will teach us what words the teacher taught in school every night after dinner. Whoever is the most backward will cook a meal for others, with vegetables and meat. Except for Lin Hui. Everyone else looked pale. If you are so studious in studying, you wouldn't have been unable to get a primary school diploma before. But Su's mother was determined, Su's father didn't say anything, and no one else dared to refute. Lin Hui touched the heads of the two girls and told them, "You two should study hard, learn your names first, and come to me if you don't know them." Okay. The excitement lasted until midnight, and the children couldn't stand it anymore, so they were asked to go into the house to sleep, and the oil lamps were extinguished. The adults waited in front of the fire and waited for the arrival of the new year. Speaking of which, because the family of the eldest brother and the second brother Su borrowed a sum of money from the eldest sister Su, the red envelopes given to the parents were only 1 yuan each. Su's mother didn't say anything. She was a person who was considerate of the children, and she didn't intend to take any in the first year. Su Dongsheng put 3 yuan in each of the 2 red envelopes because the third brother's family now had a way to make money, and Su's mother was very happy to get the money. Su Dongsheng also said that the red envelopes would be more and more every year, which made Su's mother so happy that her teeth were exposed. On the first day of the new year, Su Huanhuan and Su Xiuxiu held Su Guochao's hands on the left and right, and followed the 2 brothers to visit each family to pay New Year's greetings. Uncles San and Aunt San, we are here. Happy New Year. Wish you good fortune. Happy New Year to you too. In the new year, I wish you all to have enough food and grow taller. Study hard and make progress every day. Lin Hui smiled and stuffed some candies and dried sweet potatoes into their pockets. Thank you, Aunt San. Su Guohua asked in a low voice. Aunt San, can we get our red envelopes ourselves this year? Looking at the expectant eyes of the children, Lin Hui raised her eyebrows. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I gave the red envelopes to your mother before you got up. As for whether she would give it to you, I don't know. Su Guohua was discouraged when he heard it, and the same went for the other children. Once it was in their mother's hands, they couldn't spit it out. He said depressedly, then next year can you give it to me instead of her? Or give her half, and give me the other half secretly. Lin Hui smiled and said, okay, let us talk about it next year. It's just to coax them. If she really did that, her 2 sisters-in-law would scold her to death. The children peeled a piece of candy and ran to other people's homes. Shanhua was very satisfied with his beautiful new dog bowl and kept carrying it around the house. Su Dongsheng picked up Shanhua and held his hands to bow. Happy New Year and wish you prosperity. Give me the red envelope. She took out red paper, wrapped a bone left over from last night, put it in Shanhua's new dog bowl, and put a $1 coin on top. Hey, everyone has a share. Thank you. Master Lin Hui was amused by him. It is said that dogs are like people. The more she looks at this puppy, the more it looks like his offspring. Su's mother was learning to tell the story she heard yesterday with her old sisters. Occasionally, if there was a mistake, the eldest and second sisters-in-law of Su would supplement it, and people would be stunned, as if they were listening to a storyteller. Sister Su came back on the second day of the Chinese New Year. This time she brought her husband and daughter with her. She was holding 2 pig's trotters in her hands, smiling, and looked more prosperous. Although her husband and daughter were still arrogant, everyone maintained their superficial efforts and exchanged pleasantries. The men were chatting outside, and the women went into the house. Su Dongsheng also followed. He walked in, not willing to chat with the boastful person. His father and 2 brothers had little experience in the village, and he was not in the town for nothing. There were many people who cared about face, loved to brag, and were stingy. He could tell at a glance. No matter how unwilling Su Dajia and Su Urseo were, they still gave Su Dajia's daughter a red envelope. The sisters-in-law discussed it and decided to give 1 yuan each. In the past, every year, Su Dajia felt bad about giving out 5 red envelopes at once, and each red envelope only contained 50 cents. But this year, she was very generous. Su Urseo secretly looked at it and found that each red envelope contained 1 yuan. Before they asked, Su Dajia said that she had bought the job. In other words, she would be a worker in the shoe factory in the future, with a monthly salary of 38 yuan.
Really?
That's great. Mother Su was so happy holding the hand of eldest sister Su. Lin Hui calculated in her mind that her parents-in-law didn't have much money, and even if they borrowed it all, it would only be 100 yuan. And the eldest and second brothers only lent her 100 yuan in total. She looked at the family calmly. The bicycle was not sold, and the watches on their hands were still there. In other words, they could have taken out the money to buy a job, but they had to go back to her parents' home to borrow. They were thinking of doing business with no capital. Second sister-in-law Su was envious and jealous. It seems that the money owed to us can be paid off in 2 months. Elder sister Su smiled a little awkwardly. Well, we also borrowed a lot of money from my parents-in-law. We will pay it back slowly, but it will be paid off soon. Don't worry. Without saying how fast the soon is, who can be assured? She reached out and called Su Guoqiang, who was nearby, shaking 2 pig's trotters. Look what your aunt brought back to you. Su Guoqiang was also floating. He had eaten a lot of meat these days. Although he was greedy, he didn't drool. Oh, isn't it just pig's trotters? Third and also bought some for us, and also stewed braised pork and fried meatballs. The pig's trotter was something Su Dongsheng exchanged with Brotherly for a rabbit, because they needed to expand the chicken and rabbit coops, so they asked brothers Su and Su Air to come and help. Sister Su was even more embarrassed. She forced a smile and asked, "Didn't you say that there was no money at home?" Su Dongsheng didn't give her any face, because we need to eat meat. We have no money. Why should I lend you money and then have no meat to eat? How shameless. Lin Hui took the pig's trotter from her hand and stayed away from the embarrassing scene. Sister, sit down. I'll go in and cook. The two younger brothers and sisters also followed into the kitchen, leaving only the mother and the third brother. Sister Su frowned. Third brother, do you have any opinion about me? Is this how you treat your sister? Su Dongsheng was surprised. What did I do to you? Sister Su became even angrier. Every time you talk, your nose is not a nose, and your eyes are not eyes. Do I owe you something? Although I took care of you less when you were a child, I did wash your diapers. Hey, don't mention it. You are not the only one who washed my diapers. Do I have to kowtow to each and every one of them? Sister Su was almost crying with anger. Mom, look at the third child. How did he become like this now? Mother Su slapped him on the back. How can you talk like that?
Su Dongsheng hits.
He was already over 30 years old, but the wrinkles on his face could kill flies, and he was pouting like a spoiled child. He couldn't help but shudder, but decided to go and look at his wife to wash his eyes. After being coaxed by Su's mother, Sister Su went out to listen to other people's flattery. They are now a dual-income family, and the man's salary has increased by 5 yuan in the new year. Now the two of them make a total of 87 yuan a month. Even Sister Su and Sister Su would praise Sister Su from time to time at the dinner table, showing envious expressions. Only the couple of the third brother's family lowered their heads and ate silently, as if they had never seen meat. It was really embarrassing. Sister Su was dissatisfied. She thought of the backyard of the third brother's family and said with a smile, Ahui, you have so many chickens and rabbits in your backyard.
Can you handle it?
Lin Hui swallowed the pig's trotter in her mouth. Not much. I can handle it. How did you think of raising rabbits? It's better in the mountains. You can eat game whenever you want. We live in the city. We need tickets to buy everything, and sometimes we can't buy anything even if we have tickets. I've never seen rabbit meat in the meat processing factory, and my little Shue hasn't tasted it yet. Yes, it's not easy in the city. Come back to see your parents when you have time. They will be very happy. After saying this, Lin Hui continued to pick up meat to eat, and even helped a few children pick up meat. Is it delicious? This is brought back by your eldest aunt with great effort. You will have it in the future. You have to thank your eldest aunt and eldest uncle. The children rushed to say thank you, eldest aunt and eldest uncle. Brother-in-law Su smiled and said you're welcome. Sister Su's face was frozen. Do you want to have it every time? 2 pigs' trotters must weigh 7 or 8 kilograms. When they returned to the city, Sister Su took away an old hen left in the old house. Lying in bed at night, Father Su said, Ame even wants the rabbit from the third child's house. Mother Su closed her eyes and didn't say anything, but her chaotic breathing showed that she was not asleep yet. After a while, she spoke in a low voice. She may not be living well in the city. Father Su sighed and said nothing more. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Brother Lin and Brother Lin came over suddenly, bringing a bag of dried mushrooms and 8 rabbits, including 2 female rabbits with big bellies. It's so cold. Why do you run to the mountains every day? Look at your thin clothes. How can you bear it? Brother Lin looked honest. Not thin, we're used to it. And we didn't go to catch rabbits specifically, we just went up the mountain to check the fruit trees, and we were lucky enough to run into 2 rabbit nests. Lin Hui pulled the 2 brothers. We want to test the water before the new year. Rabbits can be sold, and chickens can also be sold. If they are raised well, they can be sold for at least 3 yuan each. If you catch rabbits later, keep them for yourselves. We have female rabbits here that can give birth. Brother Lin was surprised. 3 yuan each? We can sell them for 2 yuan there. Lin Hui nodded. It's not easy for people in the city to buy meat, so we can sell it. But it's not easy for you to come out. Only if you raise a lot and have regular customers can we sell it. The two brothers nodded. They understood this truth. How is the second sister-in-law now? Is she a bad mouth? The second brother Lin scratched his head and smiled. She's fine. She can eat and sleep, but she's a little fierce. Lin Hui also smiled. That's good. Pregnant women are easily excited. Su Dongsheng poured water for the two brothers-in-law to drink. Shanhua circled around them and sniffed their scent. Oh, this puppy has grown so big. It was the size of a palm before, and it's as long as an arm in more than half a month. Of course, there are bones to chew on at every turn. When the owner eats meat, it drinks soup, which is better than what children in other families eat. Brother, you sit for a while, I'll go cook. The two brothers waved their hands quickly. No, we have to hurry back, otherwise it will be dark. It looked like they were in a hurry to walk back. Lin Hui knew that they would be angry if she paid the taxi fare, so she pressed them down, ran to the old house to pull out a few radishes, and quickly made them a dozen radish and egg pancakes. The hens at home started laying eggs since the spring festival, and 10 eggs could be saved without counting the breeding eggs. They were originally reserved for making dumplings, but now they are used up first. Before leaving, Lin Hui forced a big hen into their mouths. Although her mother's family also raises more than a dozen chickens, it was her intention to send them over. She didn't know that the two brothers smelled the fragrance of the radish and egg pancakes, and they were reluctant to eat them. They only took 2 to fill their stomachs, and left the rest for the children to eat at home. When Lin Hui returned to the backyard, Su Dongsheng had separated the newly delivered rabbits into separate nests. Listening to the increasingly lively sounds, she felt happy. Su's mother was quick and efficient. Not many villagers raised chickens at home. She finally bought 20 breeding eggs from someone and put them in the old house to hatch, and sent 3 or 2 chicks to Lin Hui from time to time. It was not appropriate to give money directly, and sometimes Lin Hui would share some of the delicious food and drinks she made with the old house. Su's mother knew the principle of balancing the relationship between brothers. She bought chickens for the third brother's family and helped the eldest and second brothers find 2 piglets. If they were raised well, they could earn 200 or 300 yuan in a year. I digressed. Now the breeding eggs have not hatched yet. There are still 2 big roosters, 10 big hens, and 16 half-grown chicks left in the family. Including the rabbits that were just sent, there are now a total of 30 rabbits. It's not a lot. It will probably take another half a year to reach a scale. She is very calm and not in a hurry. She has to take her time to do everything. Now her daily task is to raise chickens and rabbits and 3 meals a day at home. Su Dongsheng is a little worse off than her. Su's father was afraid that his temper, which had finally improved, would shrink back after a winter, so he would go around the old house every morning and take him to the field to turn the soil. Especially at the end of March, there was a heavy spring rain, and the ground was soaked, and spring plowing officially began. He would wail several times every night, and the palms of his hands were worn out. But despite his cries, he did not give up, but his appetite became bigger. Lin Hui also tried to improve his meals every day and delivered them directly to the field at noon. The old Su family's fields were all connected, so you could see what they were eating every day. Lin Hui spent 20 cents to buy 2 90% new big-bellied porcelain cups from the scrapyard, covered them with lids, and dust could not fall into them. 1 cup was for drinks, sometimes mung bean soup and sometimes tomato juice. The other cup was for vegetables and rice. Because everyone was together, she couldn't cook too good a meal. But even if there was no meat, the dishes were fried with lard. Fried eggs with cucumbers, fried loofahs, fried leeks, and anything else that can be fried. The back of the hen at home was instantly bent. When he returned home in the evening, Lin Hui made him delicious dumplings with pork fat residue, and killed a hen, and boiled a large pot of chicken soup with mushrooms sent by her mother's family, which was fresh and nourishing. It can be regarded as fulfilling what she said at the beginning, that she would be able to make delicious food for him after raising chickens. Lin Hui did not mention that she would go to the fields to help, and Su Dongsheng did not mention it either. Several families next door have murmured that the third son worked alone and was almost exhausted, and his wife just sat at home. Sue's mother couldn't stand it and felt sorry for her son. She wanted to tell him that loving your wife is not the right way to love her. Don't let her become lazy. Su Dongsheng. It's not easy for her to be at home, and the work at home is not easy. If she goes to the fields again, there will be no one to cook. Besides, we still have to have children and she has to take care of her health. Well, when it comes to the issue of children, Sue's mother is silent. It has been more than half a year, and there is still no movement. She has to be anxious. Lin Hui didn't know that a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was easily resolved by a man. She did a lot of work at home, but not that much. After feeding the ones in the backyard, washing clothes and cooking, she spent the rest of her time reading newspapers and learning, and she recognized more and more words. After the spring plowing, Su Dongsheng seemed to have lost half his life. His face was sunburned, and he lay at home to sleep. Castrate the chicken, castrate the chicken. The uncle who castrated the chicken came to the village again. Lin Hui quickly opened the door and called him, "Uncle, I want to castrate the chicken here." The uncle's small toolbox was hung on the handlebars of the bicycle. He stopped the car just under the eaves, spread out a urea bag, and then took down the small stool from the back seat of the car, and a chicken castration stall was ready. Lin Hui caught 5 roosters, and the uncle was happy. There were so many chickens in the family. Children love to watch castrated chickens. Several children gathered around, with excitement in their eyes. The uncle spread his legs and laid the chicken down, with his 2 feet stepping on the chicken's wings and feet respectively. Then he plucked some hair from the chicken's right ribs to expose the chicken skin, and then cut a hole with a knife that had been scorched by fire. Then he used 2 small copper pieces to prop up the hole, and inserted a string into the body and slid it back and forth. With such a simple action, complete chicken eggs were taken out one by one. The children were excited to watch, but Lin Hui felt it was cruel. Their chickens became eunuchs. After castration, the chickens will be ready for sale in a month, and they can also gain weight. The chicken will taste better. The most important thing is that they will become docile, and you don't have to worry about being pecked when feeding them. It won't take long to finish 5 chickens. The uncle asked her if she wanted eggs. Lin Hui shook her head. She felt a little nauseous just by looking at it. It was impossible for her to make this thing for Su Dongsheng. There are 2 ways to pay for castration. If you keep the eggs for yourself, you can pay 1 cent per chicken, or you can give the eggs to the castration master without paying extra. The chicken castrator can sell these chicken eggs for a good price. Some people like to eat them because they can replenish their bodies. The uncle had to go back to the village after closing the stall, so Lin Hui took the chickens back to the backyard. "Sister-in-law, why do you raise so many chickens?" She looked sideways and saw that it was Su Dongsheng's good friends who came to see him. There was too much work at home, and Su Dongsheng was too busy to go to the town to play cards for a long time. Occasionally, Guzi would come to chat with him, but he had never gone to see a Hao and the others. They did hear the villagers talking about a fight a few years ago, and they had been lying in bed for the whole year. Young and energetic people are very proud, and if they have a wound on their face, they will hide and not see anyone. Su Dongsheng knew this, and he went to visit them. What Su Dongsheng didn't know was that not long after the wound healed, they had another fight with people outside. This time he was not injured, but he was arrested and locked up for a few days. Fatty's family is rich, and after he was redeemed, his father kept suppressing him and didn't let him go out to mingle. Ahao and Xiaohu were poor, and no one came to redeem them, so they served 7 days in prison. After they were released, their families could not control them, and they went out to play every day. It was because it was not yet the real crackdown period. Otherwise, just for the matter of gathering a crowd to fight, not to mention being shot, being in prison was considered light, and the minimum sentence was 3 years. Lin Hui pursed her lips and smiled, and replied to Ahao, "We raised them together with the elderly. Not much. Donggo is sleeping. You go into the house and sit. I'll go wake him up." She walked into the house, slapped the sleeping man awake, and said unhappily, "Get up quickly. Your brothers are here to see you." Su Dongsheng was sleeping in a daze. "Ah? Which brother?" Lin Hui didn't care which brother it was for men, as long as they could sit together and drink. They were all brothers. Su Dongshin got up, feeling that his brain had turned into paste after sleeping too much. He walked to the yard, scooped up water with both hands and splashed it on his face, and then he woke up. It was already mid-April, the weather had completely warmed up, and the water was not cold. So it's you too. Oh, I heard that our Dongzi has turned over a new leaf? The villagers praise you every day, saying you are a great man. A house said sarcastically. They used to live together, and everyone despised them when they went out. They were regarded as the negative example of how parents educate their children. But in just a few months, he has left the gang, and some people in the village are praising him. This is unbearable. Su Dongsheng pulled out a chair and sat down, sneering, "If you are uneducated, don't talk nonsense. What does it mean to turn over a new leaf? When have you ever been evil? Besides, I am a good man."
Haha, you dare to say that.
You are the most shameless among us brothers. Thick-skinned, have you heard of having enough food? Nonsense. Hey, I just saw that your family has so many chickens. How about killing one and stewing it? We brothers haven't had a drink for a long time. Su Dongxing shook his head, looking helpless. My wife keeps a close eye on the chickens at home. Killing one would cost her life. It just so happened that I got a lot of snails from the field a few days ago and asked my wife to fry them. This is better than meat for drinking. He'll look down on him for being afraid of his wife, but thinking of his own mother who also protected the two chickens as if they were her life, she didn't say that she had to eat chicken. Fried snails are also delicious. Not long after, Guzzi came over with a pot of white wine. A dish of fried snails with sour bamboo shoots and garnished with false Radix trichosanthes. The aroma spread 10 miles away. Lin Hui fried them another dish of green vegetables, and there was no other dish. Just these two dishes several people drank for the whole afternoon. After they left, Su Dongxing sat on a chair and rubbed his temples. Lin Hui guessed the purpose of their visit, and her expression was not very good. Su Dongxing squinted his eyes and did not see her expression. After a while, he took the initiative to say, "They want to take me out to work." Lin Hui's throat was a little tight. "Where to?"
Pengcheng.
As expected. "What are you going to do?" Some fellow villagers formed a construction team, and now they are short of people. They said that in the past, food and accommodation were provided, and 100 yuan a month could be paid. Lin Hui walked behind him and helped him massage his temples. "I've read in the newspaper that working on a project is very tiring. They said that food and accommodation were provided, but they lived in a building floor room and ate from a big pot. They did hard labor every day and could not go home twice a year." Su Dongxing leaned back and hugged her with his backhand. "But if you can earn 100 yuan a month steadily, you can earn 1,200 yuan a year. How much do you earn in a year in the village?" "Just a fraction. Workers like my brother-in-law only make 50 yuan a month. I can do the work of 2 people. But can't we make money by raising chickens and rabbits now? If we raise a lot, we can make more than 100 yuan a month, and it's easy at home. Isn't it better than going out to do hard labor? You are young and strong now, and you can fight with your strength. But after 10 or 20 years, when you have no strength, you will have to fight with your life. You are rich, but how can you feel good when you have a lot of problems?" Su Dongxing was silent for a while. "You are right. I drank too much and got drunk. I will sleep first and think about it tomorrow." Lin Hui pursed her lips, always feeling that she had forgotten something, but she couldn't remember what it was for a while. The next morning, Xiaohu and Guzzi came again and brought a man with a beer belly, sunglasses, leather shoes, and a leather bag, called Mr. Wang. Looking at the decent appearance, Ahao didn't even take off his glasses when introducing Dongzi, with an arrogant look. But when he spoke, Lin Hui wanted to laugh. The Mandarin was mixed with a rural accent and occasionally mixed with a few Cantonese words. It sounded so awkward. He should have worked in Pengcheng for a while. Su Dongxing was quite interested in this person, and he flattered Lin Hui to give him a chicken on credit. In any case, if they didn't entertain guests at home, it would be impolite for their family to tell others. Fortunately, Lin Hui got it back from Su Dongxing, including the chicken and the chef's fee, a total of 5 yuan. She endured the nausea and killed a chicken and prepared a table of dishes. Guzi bought the wine again. The group had lunch at home, calling each other brothers and sisters and shouting at each other. After finishing the wine, he even ran to the next door to borrow 2 bottles of rice wine. The more he talked, the more excited he became. Later, his tongue became so big that he couldn't speak clearly and walked crookedly. Lin Hui frowned the whole time and didn't say a word. After sending people away in the afternoon, Su Dongsheng actually changed his tone. Yesterday, he said he would think about it carefully, but after today's meal, he decided to go out to work with Mr. Wang. Wife, do you know how much money their engineering team can make in a month? I can't count it with my hands and feet. Really, they make more money in a month than I make in 10 years. It's amazing. I will be back in 2 or 3 years, and I won't have any problems with my body. The wages plus red envelopes are enough for us to live a good life. Asked Mr. Wang. Although we live in a board house, it is similar to our village. We eat in a big pot every day, but he can take us out to eat from time to time. Pengcheng is a special economic zone, and the development speed there is very fast. When I go there, I can buy you a TV, a refrigerator, a tape recorder, a sewing machine, whatever is expensive. And the work their engineering team takes is to build commercial housing for people. Do you know what commercial housing is? It is a tall building with at least 10 floors. They also have elevators so you don't have to climb stairs. The room is covered with tiles, which can be cleaned with a wipe. There is also a separate kitchen and toilet, which is much better than the tube-shaped building where my eldest sister and her family live. Boss Wang also said that we workers have preferential prices. When the time comes, the boss will reserve a batch of houses for us, and the price will be the cheapest. We can live in the most upscale houses and become Pengcheng people. The more Su Dongsheng spoke, the redder his face became, and the happier he became, as if he had bitten a corner of the pancake. The more Lin Hui listened, the colder her heart became. She lost her appetite. Looking at the table full of garbage and the ubiquitous strong smell of alcohol, she felt dizzy and stuffy. She took a few deep breaths, but still couldn't help it. A sour water rose in her stomach, and she ran out the door too. Ugh, she had hardly eaten anything in the past 2 days, and she vomited out sour water after dry heaving. Ah Hui, wife, what's wrong with you? Su Dongsheng's face changed, and he patted her back nervously. Ah Hui bent over and retched, but there was nothing left to. She wanted to stand up, but her legs softened and she fainted. Su Dongsheng was almost scared, so he quickly picked her up and went to the next door to call for help to borrow a tractor. Lin Hui's brain seemed to have been drilled by a drill, and memories kept coming in and out of her mind. When she woke up, she saw the white ceiling and someone was holding her hand tightly. Ah Hui, you're awake. I'll go find a doctor. Wait a minute. Su Dongsheng was still wearing plastic sandals, and his toes were exposed because he ran so fast. Ah Hui, are you okay? Su Urge was also there, having come with her to send her here. Where am I? It's the town's health center. The former doctor in our brigade wasn't at home, so we went to borrow a tractor to send you here. Su Urge was relieved. You've been unconscious for almost 2 hours, and you almost scared the 3rd child. Ah Hui. At this time, Su's father and mother also arrived. With messy hair and untied clothes, they must have run here. Dad, Mom, I feel much better now. You don't have to worry. Where's the 3rd child? The 3rd child went to find a doctor. At this time, Su Dongsheng finally pulled over the doctor and nurse in white coats. Seeing so many people gathered in front of the bed, the doctor said with a stern face, "Family members of the patient, please step back, don't gather together, and affect the patient's breathing of fresh air." Oh, okay. Everyone stepped out and watched the doctor examine Lin Hui from a distance. Half an hour later, Su Urge was left alone to look after Lin Hui, while Su Dongsheng and his parents went to the doctor's office to hear the results. Did you know that the patient was pregnant? What? Su Dongsheng was confused. I didn't know. Su's father and mother were surprised. Pregnant. God bless you. According to the examination, the pregnancy should be almost 3 months. The patient's physical condition is not very good now, and she is a little malnourished. You should pay attention to it at ordinary times, not touch cold water, not overwork. After leaving the doctor's office, Su Dongsheng's head was still buzzing. But Su's father took off his stinky shoes and hit him on the back of the head in the corridor. I'm going to beat you to death, you rascal. You didn't know your wife was pregnant. You ate so much and grew so tall, but you still made your wife malnourished. Your wife was pregnant, and you asked her to cook for you, and you drank with a bunch of people? Don't say it's my son, rascal.
Ah.
Dad, don't hit me. I really didn't know.
Ah.
I was wrong, Dad. Your shoes are so smelly. Can you please not take them off? You stinky boy. How dare you look down on me? The other patients came out to watch the fun and made a lot of noise, and the nurse couldn't help but come out to ask them to be quiet. In the ward, Lin Hui drank some of the porridge brought by Su's mother, and her stomach felt better. Hui, eat a little to fill your stomach first, and we'll make chicken soup when we get home. She didn't have enough nutrition when she gave birth before, but it's different now. The third brother's family has so many chickens in the backyard, so she can just give him a chicken every once in a while. The most important thing is that her own son is not doing his best, and that's why his daughter-in-law was sent to the hospital. If this gets to the ears of her in-laws, they will be very angry. She has to take good care of her daughter-in-law during the confinement period. Su's mother's gentle tone stunned the second brother Su. But Lin Hui had guessed it. The doctor's question just now reminded her that she should be pregnant. Some women will still have a small amount of menstrual blood in the early stages of pregnancy, but she forgot about it because of being busy. But there is one thing, she didn't know that she was malnourished. She was obviously eating better than when she was at her mother's house. Where did she come to this conclusion? Lin Hui rested for a while, and when she felt her strength coming back, she asked curiously, "Where are Dad and Dongo?" Su's mother looked indifferent. His father is teaching his son a lesson. After beating him, he has to go and call the tractor back. I don't know how long you will have to lie in the hospital, so the tractor will go to other places to take work first. After a while, Su Dongsheng came back with a bruised face and carefully helped Lin Hui onto the tractor. When they got home, Lin Hui went back to bed to rest. The smell of alcohol in the main room had not yet dissipated, and Shanwa jumped onto the table to gnaw on the leftover chicken bones. Looking at the mess on the table, Su's father and mother got angry again, and they gave Su Dongsheng a mixed doubles again, which dispersed the smell of alcohol on him. When the group came back, it was already dark. The two families next door were waiting, not knowing what had happened. Su Dongsheng came over to call for help while holding the unconscious Lin Hui. It was really scary. When the people came back and said that everything was fine, they were relieved. Seeing that they looked quite happy, Su Urseo anxiously pulled the man over and asked, "What's wrong? What happened today?" Su Urge grinned. "The third wife is pregnant."
Oh, really?
"Well, it's been almost 3 months. Mrs. Su also came over. Are we going to have another baby in our family? That's a good thing." Although the two sisters-in-law each had their own plans, they were kind-hearted and happy for Lin Hui. Why did she faint? They said she was too tired. I don't know. Second brother Su scratched his head. He didn't listen to what the doctor said. When the parents and the third brother came back, they kept telling Lin Hui to have a good rest, work less, and eat more. Isn't this just tiredness? Several people looked at each other in bewilderment. The third brother had not even gone to the fields, and fetching water and chopping wood were all done by himself. What had he done to make him tired? Knowing that his parents-in-law had also rushed to the health center, his two sisters-in-law had prepared meals, so there was no need to cook separately when someone came back. Su Dongsheng had a bruised face and carried Shanwa off the table and cleaned up the main room by himself. Father and Mother Su killed a hen for Lin Hui in the dark and put it on the stove to simmer on a low fire before returning to the old house. Su Dongsheng cleaned the main room and took a bath before daring to go to bed. He stared at Lin Hui from left to right and then carefully touched her belly through her clothes. He didn't feel any difference, but her belly seemed to be a little tighter and hard. He grinned silently and lay beside her. If he wasn't worried about waking up his wife, he could roll back and forth. He was going to have his own baby. Happy. The next day, Lin Hui slept until she woke up naturally. When she got up, she saw that the main room was clean, The water tank was full, and Su Dongsheng was chopping wood in the yard. Hearing the sound, Su Dongsheng turned around, put down the hatchet in his hand, and stood up. "Ahui, are you up? Are you dizzy? Are you hungry?" His face, after a night, was blue and purple, perfectly illustrating what is colorful. Lin Hui really wanted to tell him to stop laughing. It looked weird and creepy. Su Dongsheng carefully helped her sit on the chair. "You don't have to be like this. I'm not at that point yet. Hee, from today on, you are our old Buddha. Wait, I'll bring you breakfast." The porridge was cooked by Su Dongsheng. It was a bit thick, but it was soft and edible. There was also a big bowl of chicken soup that had been simmered overnight. She picked all the chicken back into the pot and drank only half a bowl of chicken soup. It was hot, and it was not good to eat greasy food in the morning. She slept all night and finally remembered what she had forgotten. Pregnancy is one thing, and another thing is that next year will be a disaster year. There will be a severe drought in the south, and life will be difficult. She has to make money and stock up as soon as possible. She asked Su Dongsheng, "How about we forget about going to Pingcheng?" The man was a little hesitant. He was indeed attracted by the special economic zone they talked about. Men all yearn for big cities. Now this opportunity is rare. Once they go there, they will have a job. Besides, his wife is pregnant, so he has to think about making money even more. How about letting parents live here? They are experienced and more useful than me. Lin Hui almost couldn't breathe. It's best if parents can help, but we, as the younger generation, can't always rely on our elders, right? Besides, if parents are still here, I wouldn't dare to order them around, right? You are different. It is natural to serve my wife and children. I can order them around at will. Su Dongsheng nodded, thinking that what she said made sense. Then he paused again. What does that mean? Why can I order him around at will? Not now. The most important time for children is when they are just born. If the father is not around all the time, when they grow up, what if they don't recognize their father or are not close to their father? Su Dongsheng frowned and shook his head. How can this be possible? His father works so hard to make money for him. He can't raise an ungrateful child, right? The child is still so young, he will definitely be close to whoever raises him. What big principles can he understand? Look at the Ma family in the village. Didn't Ma Lauer go out to work? Look at his children. How pitiful they are. Every day they are scolded by other children as fatherless children. Su Dongsheng knew more about this than her. The two children were bullied by the children in the village. And the woman in the Ma family, I heard that she secretly found a wild man. Is she hinting at him? Su Dongsheng stared at his wife. Lin Hui looked over innocently. Woof woof woof. Shanhua suddenly shouted at the gate. Someone came in. Dong brother. It was Guzi. Su Dongsheng, Shanhua, good boy, come here. Shanhua came back obediently and lay down beside his legs to sleep. Guzi came in. He didn't know that Lin Hui went to the clinic yesterday afternoon. He called sister-in-law in a naive way. Dongge, I told my mother and grandparents about what happened yesterday after I went back, and they didn't agree. Guzi sat down and worried. Su Dongsheng had no choice but to understand. You are the only child in your family. 3 people support you, and they are not short of money. But if you all go, I want to go too. Su Dongsheng glanced at Lin Hui. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, so I won't go. She just said that. How could he go out without worry? The disabled Lysan at the back of the village is not dead yet, and people still miss him at home. If he is away from home for a whole year, he won't even cry if his house is robbed. Guzi was surprised. This is good news. Why didn't you tell me about this yesterday? Su Dongsheng looked embarrassed. I just found out. Lin Hui spoke. Then both of you don't have to go. You can still make money at home. The two turned to look at her. She spoke again. I'll stay at home to look after the chickens and rabbits, and you go out to set up a stall. How about that? 2 people can go together, and there's no need to worry about anything happening. Su Dongsheng hesitated a little. Can we set up a stall now? Won't we be arrested for speculation? Don't I read the newspaper to you every day? The leaders have said that it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white. As long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. The leaders encourage farmers to earn money with their own hands and get rich through sweat. Why doesn't ours count? We are not selling capitalist things now. We don't need to have a fixed stall yet, but we carry our loads and run around like peddlers. When you bought maltose, didn't you think that others were doing something wrong? Su Dongsheng suddenly realized, yes. Why didn't you think you were making a mistake when you bought the sugar? Because they sell the food they make. Why don't we make food too? People nowadays are short of food and clothing, and anything that can satisfy our lives can be sold. Su Dongsheng chuckled. Just like when we sell rabbits and chickens, they are raised by ourselves, and others are scrambling to buy them. Guzi was confused as he listened to the side. What rabbits and chickens? Brother Dong went to sell chickens? Su Dongsheng slapped Guzi's shoulder and pushed him down a little, startling him. Silly boy, follow me. Tomorrow I will take you to the town to sell chickens, and by the way, see what business we can do. Su Dongsheng looked at the clucking hen and thought of the promise he had made to the elder sister to bring her one. But this chicken has only laid eggs for 3 months, and he has to keep it for his wife to replenish her body. The other chickens are only more than 3 months old, and they will be able to lay eggs in another month, so he can't bear to part with them. If it's not a festival, then the eldest sister's family probably won't be willing to buy chickens to eat. Anyway, you will often go to the city in the future, let the chickens lay eggs for 2 more months, and it would be better to find a festival to give them to. Okay. This time Su Dongsheng caught 2 castrated chickens, which had grown big and fat, and were too heavy to lift. He caught a total of 6 rabbits, all male rabbits. You can't keep too many for breeding, or they will easily fight. Lin Hui pulled a small stool and sat in the house to watch him catch, and thought for a while. Last time we went a few days before the festival and sold live animals to people to raise for 2 or 3 days. This time, why don't we kill them and sell them? If we buy them on the road, it will be convenient to take them back. Chicken and rabbit feathers can be sold for money after drying, and you can keep them if you want. If someone wants to buy live animals, just send them next time. Su Dongsheng put the ones he was going to catch and sell in a separate chicken coop. Then I have to call my mother to help. Why did you call me over? Su's mother happened to come over with a bag of millet. This is what she exchanged with her neighbor. They all say that millet is good for people. Mom, tomorrow morning I'm going to the town with Guzi to sell chickens and rabbits. I want to kill them and take them with me, but it's too slow for me to do it alone, so I want you to come and help. Su's mother came over and looked into the cage. Okay, then I'll come earlier. Oh, this rabbit is so fat and furry. Lin Hui got up and took the bag of millet, put it in the cabinet, and said with a smile, we just said that we would wash and dry the rabbit fur and keep it for our family to use. Then I'll make a rabbit fur glove for each of you, Dad and Mom. That's great. We haven't used fur gloves yet. Lin Hui didn't bite again, but she was sleepy. The next morning, the sound of killing chickens didn't wake her up. When she got up, Su Dongsheng had already gone out, and Su's mother had washed away the blood in the yard. The rabbit's internal organs were thrown to Shanhua to eat. Its mouth was bloody, and it knew to lick it clean. Rabbit blood is said to be cold in nature, so no one eats it, and it is thrown away. Chicken blood is fried with onions or leeks, which is smooth and delicious. But Su's mother took it back to the old house for fear that pregnant women would not eat too much, and took the chicken and rabbit feathers back to the old house to dry them. The internal organs of the 2 chickens have been cleaned and placed in a basin. Some people don't like to eat them, but Lin Hui likes them very much. There is no place to buy them separately now. The clean chickens and rabbits are not so heavy. Su Dongsheng and Guzi each carry a backpack and share them without feeling tired. This time, Su Dongsheng did not go to the state-owned factory dormitory. He wanted to try the state-owned restaurant. He wore a pair of old liberation shoes today, with mud on the uppers. His clothes were also old, made a few years ago, and his arms and ankles were exposed. After working in the fields for a month, his skin was tanned. Except that it was not dark enough, his whole image was as simple as possible. Because of this, he definitely could not enter the state-owned restaurant through the front door, so he knocked on the back door. Soon a thin guy came out and asked, "What do you do?" "Comrade, we are from the nearby village. We want to ask if you will accept chickens and rabbits. They are all domestically raised, fat and big." The skinny guy frowned at first, then said, "We already have a fixed channel for chickens, and rabbits are fresh. It's not easy for you to come here, so wait, I'll ask the chef." After that, he turned and went in. Through the open door, Su Dongsheng saw him nodding and talking to a fat man. The fat man glanced in his direction, then shook his head. It's not clear what he said, but Su Dongsheng knew it was not going to work. Sure enough, after the skinny guy came out, he said, "Fellow villagers, you can go." Our chef said no. Su Dongsheng still wanted to fight for it. "Comrade, it doesn't matter whether you want it or not. But can you tell us the reason? Our rabbits are well raised, and you haven't even seen them yet." The skinny boy still shook his head. "No matter how well they are raised, it's useless." The leader said no, and the current menu cannot be changed casually. "You guys go quickly, don't waste my time." After saying that, he closed the door. Su Dongsheng also left decisively. State-owned restaurants still need connections, but it is also possible that they did not pay enough. They are just poor farmers. How can they afford to bribe? Gozi was a little sad, thinking that he could not sell them. "Brother, what should we do now? I just came here to try. Now we don't have enough rabbits at home to send to the town every day. In the future, there is no need for us to go to state-owned restaurants. They don't know the goods. Let's go to the busiest place. The richest place is the state-owned factory dormitory, and the busiest place is the bus station. People come and go. Who says that only city people lack meat? There are also country people who don't raise chickens. They are willing to spend money on the bus, and they are richer than ordinary people. Another point is that the bus station is not far from the town entrance. If you want to visit relatives in the county or other distant places, this is a must-go place. Brother, are you going to visit relatives? These are the chickens and rabbits that our family has raised. They are all raised with grain, and the meat is delicious. Do you want to take one to visit relatives? It will be so impressive to take such a big one. We have killed and plucked it and taken out all the internal organs. We will wrap it in newspaper for you, so it won't get dirty in the car." Su Dongsheng is a smooth talker, speaking one sentence after another, selling his products to a man wearing leather shoes and with shiny hair. Men may not care about money, but they care about face, and most men don't know how to bargain and won't care. The man listened and asked doubtfully, "Is it a sick chicken?" Su Dongsheng patted his chest and assured, "It can't be a sick chicken. My family lives at the entrance of Xiangyang village. You can ask Su Lao-san, everyone knows who I am. If there is a problem with the meat, you can always come to me for trouble." "Okay, show me." Su Dongsheng opened the backpack, still holding a chicken in his left hand and a rabbit in his right hand. "Look, it was killed cleanly, and it was just killed before I went out this morning, so it's fresh. You can tell at a glance if there is any problem with this chicken and rabbit. There is no fake." The man looked at his watch and estimated that it was almost time to get on the bus. "What are the prices for chickens and rabbits?" "We sell them for 3.5 yuan for a live one and 3.2 yuan for a clean one. Rabbits are 0.2 yuan less." "I want a rabbit." "Wrap it tightly for me." "Hey, I'll wrap it with 2 newspapers for you and make sure nothing leaks out." Su Dongsheng quickly took out the newspaper and wrapped it up in a few seconds. Then he tied a knot with a straw rope so that he could carry it directly by hand. The man was obviously very satisfied. He decisively paid the bill and ran to find a bus. Su Dongsheng quickly turned around and stuffed the money. There is one advantage of being at the station, that is, many people are in a hurry and have no time to bargain. Next, Su Dongsheng didn't shout. He just carried the basket on his back and asked those people who were dressed cleanly. He didn't care if he was disliked by others anyway, he was thick-skinned. He could sell one by asking 2 more questions, and if he met a big customer who bought 2 at a time, he would make a profit. The gizzards, intestines, and hearts of chickens can all be eaten, but you have emptied them out and still sell them so expensively. "Auntie, we kill them all, which saved you a lot of effort. Look, you can see the fat on the chicken at a glance, and you can make a bowl of oil by cutting them up. Didn't you keep the rabbit hair? I want some too. Uncle, even if you buy just 1 rabbit, the hair won't be enough. Besides, I sell a live rabbit for 3.5 yuan, and now I only sell it for 3 yuan. You don't know how tiring it is to kill a rabbit. We got up early in the morning and took a lot of effort to remove all the hair." Guzi looked at his brother Dong with admiration. He was really amazing. He was so envious, he couldn't speak. He was not good at talking. There were only 8 chickens and rabbits in total. Su Dongsheng felt like he had made a big deal, and he was very happy. As soon as they sold them, they ran home. Mainly because they had more than 20 yuan in their pockets, they felt nervous. At noon, Lin Hui picked a few peppers and mixed them with pickled cabbage to stir-fried chicken offal, which was sour and spicy and appetizing. Woof woof. Shamwa ran to the door. Ahui, we are back. Su Dongsheng threw the backpack under the eaves and then rushed into the house impatiently. He had a bright smile on his face, as if he had forgotten the bitter face he had when he went to the fields last month. Are the sales good? Of course. Don't you see who I am? The famous Su Laosan. He was really not modest at all. Lin Hui stretched out her hand. Where's the money? Su Dongsheng took out all the money in his pocket and put it in her hand. A good man had to hand over the money. Lin Hui said to Guzi, Guzi, wash your hands and sit down with your brother Dong to have lunch. Guzi grinned. Oh, okay. Guzi followed the whole process today and knew exactly how much the sales were. Lin Hui simply sat at the table and counted. Su Dongsheng and Guzi were also hungry. They each had a big bowl of white porridge, which they gulped down and ate with fried chicken offal. It was so delicious. Today we sold a total of 24.4 yuan, which is really good. We even left the chicken offal for ourselves. More than 20 yuan is equivalent to a worker's half-month salary. We went to a new place today, the bus station. There are many people riding the bus there, and they have money. We can go there to sell things. The bus station is good, but it's a mess. There are a lot of petty thefts and robberies. Su Dongsheng knows more about this than his wife. There are a lot of petty thefts, but I'm with Gozi, and I'm a familiar face among the gangsters in town. It's safer than others. Yes, this man can't have been hanging around for so many years, right? After seeing what you guys did today, what kind of business do you think is good? Just sell food. Many people are in a hurry and don't have time to eat. Or they've been traveling for a long time and are hungry when they get off the bus.
La une dead. She thought so too.
Sell some things that are easy to carry and everyone likes to eat. Or sell steamed buns. We don't have enough eggs at home. Otherwise, we can boil eggs and sell them. Su Dongsheng rejected it outright. No, we have to save our eggs for you to eat. Lin Hui smiled. I can eat meat every few days. Isn't it better than eating eggs? You need to eat meat and eggs. Just wait until our batch of chickens grow up. Okay, but we have saved more than 20 eggs now, so it's no problem to take out a few to make stuffing. One is egg and leek stuffing, one is vegan carrot stuffing plus a steamed bun. 3 kinds are enough. It will be difficult to calculate the cost if there are more. But can your body hold on?
Sure.
We washed the vegetables and kneaded the dough the afternoon before, went to bed when it got dark, and slept for 8 hours by 4 a.m. You are strong, so you chop the steamed buns and I'll make the dumplings. You can only bring about 100 at most at a time, so you won't be tired. I can catch up on my sleep after you go out. Guzi was already full, and now he raised his hand silently. I can come and help too. After hearing this, Su Dongsheng felt that it was really possible. He put his hand on Guzi's shoulder and said, let's try it for a few days. If everything is okay, I'll pay you later. Guzi laughed and said, I don't need the salary. Can you give me 2 buns? I like buns too. No problem, I'll give you 3. Lin Hui also smiled and nodded, but did not refute. Guzi helped them, and she was not that stingy. He did it right away. The money-making cake was hanging in front of Su Dongsheng, and he was like a chicken blood. Before, he opened a few acres of land in the backyard to grow common vegetables and side dishes, and planted some more in the village vegetable field. Su Dongsheng went out to pick vegetables with a basket, which surprised some people. Are you so diligent now? The reputation of gangster Su Laosan has improved a little. The steamer at home is a bit small, so Lin Hui went to a carpenter's house in the village and exchanged 5 eggs for 2 large steamers he made. It's not as fine as the ones sold outside, but it's enough for home use. On the first morning, the rich aroma of steamed buns drifted to the next door. Su Urseo's stomach growled with hunger. She lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, muttering, Laosan's family is making steamed buns again? Getting up before dawn to make steamed buns, it's amazing. Lin Hui washed the baskets and put the steamers directly in, one on each side, so that they would be clean when they were taken out. She wrapped a few pairs of chopsticks in cloth and put them in the basket. Then he told the two people who were eating steamed buns in the room, "We sell food, so we must do it cleanly. Otherwise, if our reputation is bad, no customers will come. You have to use chopsticks to pick up the buns for others. I have cleaned up the newspaper, but some people still dislike it. You should ask them first if they want to make a bun." Su Dongsheng took a bite of the bun and drank a sip of the soup with a satisfied expression. Got it. Guzi beside him also nodded. He didn't dare to eat more after eating 2 buns, because he had to save them for selling. After eating, they took advantage of the daybreak to hurry on their way, and each person took turns to pick for half an hour. When they arrived at the bus station, they had just opened for business. There were not many customers, but there were quite a few staff members at the bus station. Su Dongsheng ran to the ticket window and asked, "Comrade, we have freshly baked buns and steamed buns here. Do you want to buy them?" "No tickets." The ticket seller was a young female comrade. She usually didn't have time to eat breakfast when she got up early to go to work, and she was hungry. Hearing this, he took a look at him. His clothes were clean and he looked good. Su Dongsheng changed into new clothes specially, fearing that people would think his stuff was not good. Sure enough, the female comrade came out from behind the windowsill. "What kind of buns do you sell?" He moved the basket over and gently lifted a corner of the steamer. It had been covered and never opened, so dust could not get in. "The ones with egg and leek filling are 8 cents each, the ones with pure carrot filling are 6 cents each, and the steamed buns are 5 cents each." The female comrade was wearing a linen suit and small leather shoes. She yawned. "It's not expensive. You don't need a ticket, right? Give me 2 eggs and leeks." Su Dongsheng was delighted and picked up the chopsticks to pick them out, but then he remembered what his wife said. "Comrade, do you want to use your own lunchbox, or should I use newspaper to pack it for you?" The female comrade said, "I have a lunchbox. Wait for me." After a while, she took out an aluminum box. Seeing that Su Dongsheng didn't touch the buns at all when he picked them up with chopsticks, he was satisfied. Su Dongsheng didn't move, just stared at the back of the windowsill. The leek smell was strong, and eating inside would definitely attract people to come out. After a while, a man and a woman really came out, also with lunchboxes. "Are you selling buns?" Su Dongsheng was happy. "Comrade, we have buns and steamed buns, all steamed this morning and they're still hot. The stuffing of the buns is mixed with lard, absolutely delicious. I'm not lying. Give me a steamed bun with 2 leeks and eggs. I want a carrot one. Give me 2 steamed buns. I love steamed buns, so I don't need to get lunch at noon." Just selling to the bus station staff, Su Dongsheng sold more than 20 buns and steamed buns, and went out. When there were more people buying tickets, Su Dongsheng didn't wait for the security guard to rush him, and took the initiative to give him 2 buns, and then moved aside, never blocking the road. By turning the basket upside down, a small stand can be made, and the steamer can be placed on it. There is no need to shout, as people will come to buy. Guzi is responsible for collecting money and keeping an eye on the customers who come to prevent them from being stolen. Most of the customers who want to take the bus buy steamed buns to satisfy their hunger. However, many people also bring buns for their children. There is a small peak at noon. Although the buns are cold, they are just right for eating in the weather in mid-April. More than a dozen people get off the bus and come to his small stall, but unfortunately there are only a few buns left. Guzi feels sorry. "It would be better if we made more. Make more tomorrow." Su Dongsheng asked Guzi to watch the steamer and ran to the small black market to buy flour. There was not much left at home. When he returned home, Lin Hui had already prepared lunch, but Guzi had eaten 2 buns in the morning and refused to stay for dinner. He put down the shoulder pole and ran away. Lin Hui watched the man take out the wrinkled bills from his pocket one by one. "I'll make you a purse someday." "Okay." Lin Hui made a simple meal for lunch today. She mixed the shredded carrots left over from making dumplings in the morning with the batter to make pancakes, which were served with millet porridge. Su Dongsheng took a bite of the pancake and reported, "After selling them, I went to buy 5 jin of ordinary flour, which cost a total of 1 yuan. Fuqiang flour is more expensive, so I couldn't bear to buy it. No need to buy such an expensive one. This one is good enough now." Tomorrow you can ask that person if you can trade privately so that he can save the management fee. Besides, most people here still eat rice and no one buys flour as generously as we do. No matter who he buys from, we'll buy it from him, 100 jin at a time, and drive the price down. Ahem, 100 jin? Su Dongsheng was scared by her. She was really brave. 100 jin is 20 yuan, see how much you can bargain for. You earned 5 yuan in total today, including 1 yuan for vegetables and eggs, 0.8 yuan for flour, and other miscellaneous expenses, such as firewood and our wages. You can earn about 3 yuan. The steamer is a long-term investment, so don't count it for now, it's exchanged for eggs anyway. And the dog's wages, let's not talk about it now. We'll count it later. Lin Hui looked at the man's wide eyes, as if saying, I worked so hard today and only earned 3 yuan? The income from selling chickens and rabbits the previous 2 times has made him greedy. It's too much of a gap to earn 3 yuan after working so hard today. She smiled. Even if it's only 3 yuan a day, 9 yuan a month is not much less than the construction site. Besides, with more regular customers in the future, you will definitely earn more and more. What she didn't say was that if the weather was bad and she couldn't go out to sell her food, she wouldn't make that much money. But Boss Lin still wanted to coax people to make money for her. Could she say this? Think about it, if we make an average of 4 cents per bun, even if we don't make that much in the early stage to attract customers, 3 cents per bun will be fine, right? Su Dongsheng was not sensitive to such small numbers, but Lin Hui's words were simple and clear, and he could understand them. If you can sell 150 buns a day, you can earn 4.5 yuan. You and Guzi are only selling for half a morning now. If you add the lunch, 200 buns a day, that's 6 yuan, and you can earn 180 yuan a month. More than the workers on the construction site. And you can also look after the children at home, and you can catch up on your sleep when you come back in the afternoon, and you can sleep a lot, how easy it is. Su Dongsheng was stunned. How could he earn 180 yuan a month?
Go.
Don't say anything, just do it. According to Su Dongsheng's feedback, the 3 items sold well on the first day, and we can make more buns. Lin Hui roughly estimated that the eggs at home could be used as fillings for 2 more days. Except for steamed buns, it is okay to change the buns every 3 days. Too much stuffing will make you choke. The next day, there were still 3 kinds of stuffing: egg and leek stuffing, carrot stuffing, and steamed buns, and the number was 50 more than the day before. When Su Dongsheng arrived in the town, he still asked Gozi to watch the steamer outside. He went to the black market to order 1.5 pounds of fat and lean front leg meat and pork fat from Liga. It takes oil to make stuffing, otherwise it will not taste good. The man selling flour also sells other things. Those who work in the market have to do business early. He went out much earlier than Su Dongsheng and arrived here at 6 o'clock. He is still yawning now. Su Dongsheng just stuffed 2 buns into Liga, but he couldn't bear to give it to this man, so he only gave him 2 steamed buns, which were big and solid, and also presentable. Aoyang, who sells grain, walked to the corner and asked, What do you mean? Brother, I don't mean anything else. I just want to buy more flour from you. I have bought from you several times. You know I don't lie. Aoyang really remembered him and paid him very quickly every time. How much do you want to buy? I want 100 kilograms this time. I will definitely have to buy more from you after I use them up, but you have to give me a discount. Aoyang frowned and looked at him suspiciously. You bought so much. You are not going out to resell it, right? Su Dongsheng pointed at the steamed buns in his hand. We want to make steamed buns to sell, and we think the flour here is good, and the steamed buns made from it are delicious. Aoyang snorted and laughed. They are all flour. What's the difference? But these words make people happy. Who sells things doesn't want people to say that their things are good. You also know that I didn't ask for a high price for this grain. I don't make much anyway. I can give you 1.5 cents less per caddy at most, no more. Su Dongsheng thought he could get it down to 2 cents less, but 2 cents can buy a caddy of rice with shells in the countryside, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. 1.5 cents less is not bad, and he can save 1.5 yuan on 100 caddies of flour. Okay. Thank you, brother. Aoyang told him an address and went there early the next morning to trade. After Su Dongsheng left, He took a bite of the steamed bun, and the more he chewed, the sweeter it became. Hey, it's really good. Su Dongsheng was worried about Guzzi and ran out quickly. After he got out of the alley, he saw that Guzzi was surrounded by several people. Hey, what are you doing? Guzzi shouted at him. Brother, come here quickly, I'm too busy. Everyone is here to buy buns. Su Dongsheng was surprised and ran to collect the money. When Lin Hui was making buns, she stuck some leeks or carrot shreds on the dough, so you could tell what the filling was at a glance. After a few customers left, Guzzi couldn't wait to say to his brother, after you went in, someone came out from inside and passed by. He smelled the smell and thought I was going in to sell something, so he came over to ask what was inside, and I opened it to show him. The man said he wanted to buy 3 as soon as he saw it, so I wrapped it in newspaper for him. Someone saw it and came over to buy it. Brother, you can sell it here too. People who go to the black market have money. They buy 2 or 3 at a time. Guzzi danced with joy. It was the first time Su Dongsheng saw him so happy. Awesome. I'll give you a credit today. In the future, if we make too much, we will give you a stall to sell by yourself. Seeing him packing up, Guzzi asked curiously, Brother, don't we sell here? He picked up the shoulder pole and walked towards the bus station. Silly boy, let's go. The territory here is guarded by people. If you continue to sell here, people from the black market will come to collect protection fees. Guzzi scratched his head. Oh, okay. As soon as Su Dongsheng arrived at the position where he was yesterday, the female ticket seller ran over and complained, Why are you so late today? Su Dongsheng apologized hurriedly. I'm so sorry. I was delayed today. What do you want today? Still the same filling? Yes, I'll change to meat buns the day after tomorrow, but it will be a little more expensive. It's okay if it's a little more expensive as long as it tastes good. Give me 2 egg-filled buns and 2 carrot-filled buns today, packed separately. The female comrade brought over 2 lunch boxes, obviously bought for others. After a while, someone else came out to buy something, all of which were bought yesterday. It should be time to go to work, and they rushed out in time. Su Dongsheng apologized to each of them, because they were his old customers, right? Guzzi, you stay here. If you are too busy, let them queue up. It's better to be slow than to make mistakes. Okay, brother. Guzzi had just sold at the entrance of the alley, and now he can sell it by himself, so he is not nervous. Su Dongsheng wrapped several carrot-filled buns with newspaper and gave one to the driver of each bus. What do you do? Master, I sell buns on the roadside. These are free for you. You don't have to do anything, just tell them casually if someone asks. The driver thought about it and decided that it was only a matter of saying a word, which was not considered a violation of discipline, and he could also get free buns. So he nodded and agreed. At home, Lin Hui took several hours of sleep, and when she woke up, the kids next door had all gotten out of school. She took a few carrot-stuffed buns and steamed buns and shared them with the children. Anyway, the noise made in the morning was a bit loud, so she took it as a request for their understanding. Su Guohua was very envious. Aunt San, how come you always have big buns to eat? Second sister Su was woken up by the smell of buns for 2 days in a row, and she was really itching in her heart. Hui, what have you been busy with these days? Lin Hui wanted to keep a low profile, but she didn't want to do anything bad, so she didn't need to hide it, so she said, we want to go out and do some small business and test the waters these few days. Second sister Su and first sister Su looked at each other in surprise. Business? This. Lin Hui knew what they were thinking, but it was useless to say more. They were not like the parents-in-law, who could not manage their own affairs, so there was no need to explain so clearly. If they were smart, they would follow behind and drink the soup when someone did it in front. No one has caught us now.
No.
We didn't do a big job, so we won't be caught. Mrs. Su wanted to ask more, but she saw her stand up and walk out. Dongsheng, why did you come back so soon? Su Dongsheng and Guzzi turned in from the main road. He wiped the sweat from his head. His back was soaked with sweat, and the whole person looked like he had been fished out of the water. Well, there are a lot of guests today. Lin Hui didn't lock the door, but just left it ajar and pushed it in. Oh, I thought it would take a while. The meal isn't ready yet. It doesn't matter. I'll take a shower first. It's too hot. Business at the bus station was better than the first day. They added 50 buns, but they were still sold out before noon. The eldest and second sisters-in-law looked at each other. Does this mean that business is good? They sold out and went home early? Several children wanted to run to play with Shanhwa, but Lin Hui pushed them back. Let's play another day. Let your third uncle sleep for a while. Guzi went home for lunch. His grandparents had prepared lunch for him. The gate was closed and the wall was high, which made it convenient for Su Dongsheng. He even took off his shorts and no one saw him. He didn't need to wipe it after rinsing. The water dried in a while. The mattress had been replaced with a cool mat, and he lay on it to sleep. When he woke up, Lin Hui had already let the lunch cool down. She counted the money. It seems to be a little less today. Su Dongsheng chewed the cold cucumber, which was crunchy. Well, I sent a few to Jelij and Aliang, as well as the driver of the bus station, and asked them to help shout. Lin Hui unfolded the money one by one and flattened it. She liked neatly arranged money and was happy in her heart. It's time to give it. Don't be stingy. Donggo, you're really smart.
Hee, that's right.
On the third day, Lin Hui put some steamed buns in the backpack for Gozi and patted them with a cloth, keeping them clean. The bus was not to leave until a certain time, and some passengers got on the bus in advance and waited. When they saw the driver eating buns, the more they smelled, the hungrier they became. Master, where did you buy these buns? The master pointed outside. There were 2 baskets in front of the 2 young men, with large steamers on them. Look, they sell buns over there, no tickets required. They taste good. If you want to eat them, go down and buy them quickly, so as not to delay the departure later. 2 or 3 people got off the car and ran over. A child was drooling and clamoring for food. Since there would be only one child in the family in the future, the parents could not bear to see the child cry, so they also ran out of the car to buy some. On the 3rd day, they were all sold out by noon. On the 4th day, the fillings of the buns were changed to pork, cabbage, and sauerkraut. The quantity of pork buns was small, and they were expensive, 10 cents each. Lin Hui thought they would sell slowly, but they sold surprisingly well. Before Su Dongsheng came back, he went to find Brother Li to decide on 1.5 pounds of fat and lean meat every day. Brother Li smoked a cigarette, puffing out smoke, okay? But you have to leave 2 buns for me every day. Your buns taste good. I'll take them back to appease the child. After 5 days of doing the steamed bun business, they have more and more regular customers. The ticket sellers at the bus station sometimes buy a few extra to take home for their families. The drivers usually have to endure hunger on the bus. 8 out of 10 people have suffered from stomach problems. They have a cafeteria, but meals are also provided by tickets, and you can't buy more at one time. Moreover, people nowadays like to hoard tickets and will not use more than they want. Su Dongsheng only gave them 1 steamed bun, which is just an appetizer for men. Their wages are not low, and spending 2 or 3 cents a day is nothing. If they buy more, Su Dongsheng will give them a few cents less. Sometimes they order a day in advance, and he will pack it separately and send it to the car. He has a good attitude, and the drivers are happy to say a few good words for him. Sometimes no one asks. They will take the initiative to tell people. The steamed buns from the handsome guy in the corner are delicious and not expensive. The buns sold by Su Dongsheng gradually became handsome buns. He went home and boasted about it to Lin Hui for several days. Lin Hui took the opportunity to coax him into carrying more and more buns every day, and the shoulder pole became more and more bent. In the early morning of the 10th day, Lin Hui got up, and a drizzle hit the tiles. Su Dongsheng rubbed his eyes and said with a nasal voice as if he had just woken up, "It's raining?" She opened the window, and a fine drizzle hit her face, and her cheeks were instantly wet. Lin Hui wiped it away and frowned. "It's drizzling. I don't know if it will get heavier after daybreak." If it rained heavily, she could just decide not to go. He hated this kind of drizzle the most, which made people hesitate. Su Dongsheng stretched lazily. "Let's go." The driver ordered steamed buns yesterday. I also told Brother Li that he would save meat for today. It would be bad not to go. Then when you go, tell Brother Li that he won't save meat if it rains in the future.
Okay.
Lin Hui rummaged around at home and found 2 pieces of oilcloth, which were only enough to cover the steamer. Su Dongsheng and Go Zi could only wear heavy raincoats. There was only one old raincoat in their family, and the one Go Zi was wearing was brought from their own home. The mud was slippery, and the two didn't have rain boots, so they could only walk forward carefully, one step deep and one step shallow. The old cloth shoes were soaked in less than 3 seconds and were covered with mud. They had to be scraped off after every 2 steps, otherwise it would become more and more difficult to walk. Because of the bad weather, Lin Hui seemed worried and couldn't sleep. She was not worried that she couldn't sell them, but she was worried that the road was difficult to walk and it was easy to fall. She went to Su Deseo's house and sewed clothes with them. She was going to make a swaddle for the child first, using the soft cloth that Su Dongsheng had just bought. It is said that it is good for children to wear old clothes, but most of their clothes are linen, passed down from one child to another, and those that can't be worn out are so worn out that they are hard like rags. Lin Hui didn't want to let the children suffer too much if she could. Su Dongsheng has been selling buns for a while, and the two families knew about it and were not optimistic. Seeing her bad expression, she thought there was something wrong with the business. Su Urge asked, Hui, the third child has been selling buns for so many days, is it really okay? Anyway, no one has come to take care of it yet. He said earnestly, you are young and have not seen much. This speculation is really not okay. Hui, when the third brother comes back, you must persuade him well. Second brother, this is not called speculation. We just make some food and sell it and make money with our own hands. The leaders have said that we must reform and open up and we work hard to get rich, and this is to contribute to the country. Brother Su frowned, but this is so ugly if it is set out. What's so ugly about it? As long as you can make money, whoever wants to say it can say it. Anyway, behind closed doors, each family lives their own life. Who eats meat and who eats bran and vegetables is up to themselves. Second sister Su coveted the good cloth in her hand. She had been curious for several days. Seeing this, she hurriedly asked, Hui, how much did you pay for this cloth? It's not cheap, is it? Do you really make so much money selling buns outside? Lin Hui smiled. Can she tell you everything? It's about the same as the salary of an ordinary worker. We make and sell our own food, and we can also eat something good. It's not a loss anyway.
Wow.
Brother Su was surprised. Can it be that much? Sister Su patted the man's arm, fearing that he would have some ideas, and gritted her teeth and warned him, you are not allowed to do those speculative things. If you get caught, it will be so embarrassing. Seeing Lin Hui looking at her, Sister Su smiled awkwardly. Hui, I don't mean that. I just think that our family is not as capable as the third child, so it's better to just farm honestly. Lin Hui didn't say anything. She didn't say that farming was not possible, it was just that her husband was not good at farming. After sewing the small quilt, she went home to lie down for a while. Otherwise her waist could not bear it. On Su Dongsheng's side, the journey took 2 hours, and the two of them walked for an hour and a half to reach the bus station. After delivering the buns to the driver and old customers at the station, seeing that there were not many people taking the bus, Su Dongsheng carried the basket and walked to where the people gathered. Sister, do you want to buy buns? Sauerkraut stuffing, pork and cabbage stuffing, and steamed buns. Su Dongsheng walked to the door of a small courtyard and saw a big sister in an apron sweeping the floor under the house, and asked casually. Before she spoke, an old lady from the next-door neighbor suddenly opened the window and stuck her head out, which scared him.
How much are they?
Come over and let me see.
Hey.
Su Dongsheng's shoes were dirty and his raincoat was soaked with water, so he did not go into the house. He stood outside, pushing the basket in and carefully lifting the oilcloth to prevent water from dripping in. It's raining today, and I'm too lazy to go buy vegetables. You pack 3 steamed buns for me to eat with pickled mustard tuber. A little girl ran out. Grandma, I want to eat meat buns. Meat buns. The old lady smiled helplessly. Then I want 1 meat bun and 2 steamed buns. Okay. Please bring a plate. The elder sister, who had just smelled the fragrance, called him over. Young man, give me 2 buns and 2 steamed buns too. Okay. Su Dongsheng sold out all the buns after walking through only 2 alleys. Almost every family bought 3 buns at a time and ate them all together. The largest family of 6 bought 10 buns. On his way home, he was still thinking that it would be easier to sell buns on rainy days, as he wanted to deliver them to customers' homes. It was a lot harder, but business was really good. He went out in the rain this morning with a lot of grudges in his stomach, but now the idea of making a lot of money has dispelled his grudges.
Who is he?
He is the famous Su Lao-san. He will earn 180 yuan every month in the future. Guzi just watched his brother Dong frowning and laughing, and he didn't know what he was thinking. His walking posture was getting more and more annoying. Suddenly, he stepped into a puddle with a bang. His landed on the ground, and he lay on his back, half of his body wet. When Su Dongsheng returned to the door of his house, cursing all the way, he looked up and saw his real mother running towards him like an athlete sprinting 100 meters, with a hideous face. He had seen this posture many times, and he immediately dropped the basket and, carrying pole, ran away and covered his ears while running.
Mom. Mom.
Speak properly and don't move the broom. Stop right there. Then don't chase me. The ground is so slippery. Be careful not to fall. Lin Hui heard the sound and came out to open the door, only to see Su's mother holding a broom that she had grabbed from somewhere, chasing a wet mud monkey. She was stunned, and seeing that several neighbors were about to come out to join in the fun, she quickly said, "Mom, let's go inside and talk." Su Dongsheng also felt ashamed, so he ran over, snatched the broom from his mother's hand and threw it to the door, then hugged his mother's shoulders tightly and pushed her into the yard, always on guard against her sudden outburst. Su's mother was furious. "You are my mother. Sooner or later, I will be mad at you. You've only recovered for a few days, and you're out committing crimes again, right?" "I haven't done anything wrong." He had barely said half a sentence when the gate was pushed open. The old man rushed in with an angry face and picked up the broom that Su Dongsheng had just thrown at the door. He slapped him on the back. "It's true that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands no matter how well you guard against them." He turned around, grabbed the broom, broke it directly, and threw it into the firewood pile. "What are you doing? Can you listen to me before you do anything? Am I a 3-year-old child? What? You can't beat me now that you've grown up. I'll still beat you when you're 70 or 80 years old." "I didn't say you can't beat me." "I can beat you, but I have to make it clear before I beat you. Are you bullies? You just come and beat me." His parents glared at him, and his voice got smaller and smaller when he said the last sentence. Lin Hui brought up the steamed buns that she had specially reserved in the morning, as well as a pot of porridge and a bowl of pickles. She said to Guzi, who was standing stupidly at the door, "Guzi, come in and have lunch before you go home." Father and Mother Su turned to look at him at the same time. Guzi was so scared that he waved his hands quickly. No need, brother and sister-in-law, I'm going home first." After everyone left, Su Dongsheng closed the gate, then went to wash his hands, gently kicked away Shanhua, who was circling around his legs. "Go back to the nest." "Father and Mother, you haven't had lunch yet. Come and eat together." Father and Mother Su were so angry when they saw the steamed buns and dumplings on the table. What else could they eat? Lin Hui saw that the man's back was also wet, so how could she just wash her hands? "Dongsheng, you might as well take a shower and change your clothes, so as not to catch a cold." "Forget it, I'll go wash after I talk to my parents." Su Dongsheng asked Lin Hui to sit down, and then served a bowl of porridge to each of them. "Tell me, what bad things did I do again? If you didn't do anything bad, how could you be so dirty? Did you go to fight with someone?" "Oh my God, I am more wrong than Do-e. I fell on the road, and my still hurts. It would be fine if you don't feel sorry for me, but you slander me right away." Su's mother rolled her eyes at him. "I just feel sorry for you, so I asked you to behave yourself. Even if you didn't fight, you must have done something bad." She lowered her voice and asked through gritted teeth, "I heard that you went out to do business?" "I just sell buns, which is not a big business." "That's also business. Before, you said you raised chickens and rabbits to sell, and you went out once in a while just like us selling eggs. Why are you selling buns again now? What's the difference between selling buns and selling chickens? When our chickens lay more eggs, I have to take them out to sell. You can't go out every day. What if I get caught?" Why should I be arrested? I haven't broken any law. I raise chickens and make buns. What's wrong with me getting rich through hard work? Isn't it also done by working in the fields with my own hands? Then it's okay to exchange grain for other things, but not for money? Sue's mother was retorted, a little confused by him. What do you mean by exchange for money? You're selling it. Su Dongsheng drank his porridge slowly. I exchange the things I worked hard to make for money, and then use the money to buy the things I need. It's actually the same as me exchanging things for other things. How is it the same? How is it different? Don't make up nonsense. Sue's mother was almost confused by him. 2 years ago, someone here sold socks on the street, but he was arrested and sent to labor reform after selling only one pair. He was released last year. That's because every year is different. When you and my father are free, let Su Guohua read the newspaper to understand the changes outside, and watch less story clubs. He tells jokes to the aunties in the village every day and laughs so hard that his teeth come out.
You little brat.
He said he wanted to learn to read before, but he only learned it for a month and then stopped. Su Guohua worked hard for 3 days and rested his nets for 2 days. He felt that it wasted his playtime, and his brothers and sisters-in-law also felt that it wasted their work time. Later, they simply stopped learning. However, whenever Su Guohua had free time, his grandmother would drag him to the big banyan tree to read stories, which attracted a group of people to watch. Su's father was very interested in newspapers, and he coaxed his eldest grandson to read a few articles to him. Is it really okay for you to do this? You won't be reported, right? Speaking of which, the location of our new house is really good. It's convenient for going out. Apart from my second brother's house next door, no one else pays attention to us. Seeing that his father's expression was a little relaxed, he slapped his thigh. Oh no, I forgot to take out the money. He reached into his trouser pockets with both hands and threw the paper money and coins one by one onto the table, and they became wet. Because they were all small changes, they looked a bit too much. The 2 elders were surprised. Did you earn all this? Yes, this is just what I earned this morning. Lin Hui had just sat aside drinking porridge when she listened to the man fooling around with his parents-in-law. Now she was full and said with a smile, Mom and Dad, do you want to count it? The amount sold every day is different, and we don't know how much we earned today. Su's mother also laughed this time. Okay, I love to count money. You old woman who doesn't like to count money. Only you? Don't make a fuss, you count the coins, and I'll count the paper money. Ouch! The money is all wet, and the 3rd child didn't keep it well, so don't accidentally tear it. Su Dongsheng pouted when he saw this. Mom and Dad, how important is money than your son? Didn't you see that I'm covered in mud? Su's mother didn't even raise her head. How can a son be as important as money? It hurts. Dongsheng, go wash your clothes first. Take the clothes from the box yourself. Don't get sick. His wife still felt sorry for him. Before he could smile, Su's mother's next sentence was, don't get sick and pass it on to Ahui. Pregnant women are weak. Su Dongshen. Okay, I have the lowest status in the family. When he took a shower and changed his clothes, the 2 old people were still counting. It's just a little bit. You haven't counted at all?
I thought I earned a few hundred yuan.
Lin Hui was also happy. Dad and Mom are counting for the 3rd time, afraid that they counted wrong. No, there is a total of 7.5 yuan here. Su's mother was stunned. You earned so much in the morning? Lin Hui roughly told her the cost. Except for those, you can earn about 5 yuan. 5 yuan is not bad. 5 yuan a day, 30 days is 3 5s and 12. Su's father interrupted her. What 3 5s and 12? You illiterate, 3 5s and 18. Su Dongsheng chewed the pickles and nodded. Yes, that's right. I am now a man who earns 180 yuan a month. Lin Hui almost fainted, touching her belly. My child, you can't be illiterate in the future. What will happen to this family? It's not that much now, 3, 5, and 15. If you can earn 5 yuan a day, you can earn 150 yuan a month. Lin Hui recalculated for them. Su Dongsheng was disappointed. Is that all? Su's father and mother widened their eyes. Is that all? Do you know that we farmers only earn so much a year? Isn't it enough for you to earn so much in a month? Lin Hui wanted to say that in fact, she hasn't earned it yet. Dad and Mom, eat quickly 1 bun each and try my cooking. You can sell a bun for 6 cents. Why do you keep it? It would be better to sell them all. Sue's mother was reluctant to eat it. Sue's father was greedy, picked up the bun and took a bite. Well, this sauerkraut bun is delicious. It's all left. Stop talking and eat quickly. Mom's pickled cabbage is good. Those returning customers know the goods and say that the pickled cabbage can be sold alone. Sue's mother was coaxed and happy. This is my exclusive craftsmanship of decades. You can exchange it for money. When the weather is good, I will pickle a few more jars and send them over. Taking it to exchange for money, Lin Hui smiled and asked the man, the road outside is so slippery. Will you go tomorrow? Su Dongxing nodded. Go.
I was just thinking about it.
It's raining. Let's go to places with many houses to sell. It's easy to sell. Every household buys 3 or 5 at a time. It's hard to share them at home if there are fewer. But it's not easy for you to walk. It would have been better if the cage was empty when I came back. I was so nervous when I went there that I didn't dare to fall. How about I take a tractor tomorrow? Su Dongxing glanced at it carefully and sure enough, he was scolded by the 2 elders again. What's wrong with walking on a muddy road? It hurts so much if you fall twice. People working in the fields have never been drowned by mud and water. You're so proud of yourself after earning just a few dollars. Hey, don't scold me. I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about the buns. If they're accidentally squashed, they won't be sold. Lin Hui didn't feel that she was worried about the 2 cents. It's mainly because the mud is slippery and it's hard for people to walk. It's also hard for tractors to drive and the tires will slip. People can still stand up after falling, but it would be troublesome if the tractor fell into a ditch. Oh, that's true. Su Dongxing had to give up the idea of being lazy. After dinner, Lin Hui took a small stool and sat down to brush his shoes. Sue's mother helped wash the baskets and steamers. Sue's father thought of another thing to do today. It's raining, and weeds will grow in the fields. The 3rd child must go to the fields often to check and remove the weeds. Su Dongxing's face instantly became bitter. He could only be a little lazy in the afternoon every day. How about Dad, can you help me take care of the work in the fields when you have time? I'll give you 10 yuan a month, starting from next month. Don't glare at me first. I really don't mean to be lazy. You see, I have to go out to sell buns before dawn every day, and when I come back I have to chop wood and fetch water. And Ahui gets up in the early morning to make buns, and she also raises chickens and rabbits for the family. She is tired too. Her belly will be big in 2 months, and there are only 2 of us, so we really can't handle it. As Su Dongxing spoke, he felt more and more bitter in his heart, and his tone was sad and resentful. Alas, if the old lady were still alive now, she would definitely come to help me. Sue's father shuddered, and goosebumps appeared on his skin. His mother was staring at him in the sky. If he didn't help, wouldn't he make the old lady angry? Maybe she would even point at his nose and scold him in his dreams. Sue's mother turned the basket over with both hands to shake off the water. After thinking about it, she actually agreed. The ground outside is slippery. Ahui, don't go out if you have nothing to do. Anyway, we don't have much land to take care of now, so let your father go over to help. Let's not talk about money. It's ridiculous. Daddy helps his son, and still charges money? Su Dongxing shook his head. There are 3 brothers in the family. Daddy helped me. He can't help for nothing. And what's wrong with telling others I give money to my parents? That's filial piety. Su Dongxing leaned back in his chair, shaking his legs proudly. What's the big deal? Anyway, you are very idle now. You can save the money. Buy whatever you want, eat whatever you want. You can eat meat every day. Maybe you'll find vegetables when you get tired of it. Sue's mother sneered. You are dreaming. You are tired of eating meat every day. Even the landlords are not as generous as you. Sue's father was confused. So you 2 have arranged for me? Sue's mother raised her eyebrows. What's the matter? Can't you take care of 2 more acres of land? Are you old? Sue's father snorted unhappily. I am in my prime, and it's no problem to take care of another 5 acres. They usually call them the old couple, but now they are unwilling to admit their age when talking about farming. Su Dongsheng wanted to lie down for a while, but his father took him to fetch water. The two families next door had been waiting, but they didn't hear the wailing from the third brother. Did he get beaten down? Big brother Su felt something was wrong. Let us go and have a look. Don't let parents get angry. Okay. Just as they walked to the door, the courtyard door opened with a creak. Father Su looked at them strangely with a bucket in his hand. What are you doing here? The third brother behind him looked a little depressed, and it seemed that he was not injured. Did it end peacefully? Does that mean the business will be stopped? Big brother Su smiled awkwardly. It's okay. We just came to see if there is anything we can help with. Brothers help each other, unite and love each other, and Father Su is very satisfied. Forget it, you have a lot of things to do at home. Go back. Besides, the rain is not heavy. It rains for a while and stops for a while, and the weeds in the fields are growing wildly. You have to pull them out every day, and you can't be lazy. When people get lazy, the rice will also stop growing.
I got it, Dad.
The next morning, at Su Urseo's house, which was close to the third brother's house, the aroma of buns was smelled again, and it seemed that there was also the voice of mother-in-law. Su Urseo was puzzled. The third brother's business still needs to be done? Did he convince the parents and ask them to go over to help? Su Urge closed his eyes, smacked his lips, and talked in his sleep. I'm hungry. I want to eat buns, too. Su Urseo rolled her eyes and slapped him in the face. Our family has no money. So dream on. Mother Su was worried that Lin Hui was too tired, so she came over to help. After all, the two men, Lao San and Go Zi, were clumsy, and at most they could only knead the dough and chop the buns, while the job of making the buns was still in Lin Hui's hands. As a result, when she came over, she felt sorry for the buns because they had too much stuffing, and she was reluctant to chop the big buns, which made Lin Hui tired. In the end, it was Su Dongsheng who made the decision and didn't let her interrupt, so she continued to work. Mother Su was long-winded, but her hands were more dexterous than Lin Hui's. It was not as beautiful and delicate as Lin Hui's, but she was fast. What usually took 2 hours to finish was done in 1.5 hours this morning. Before leaving, Lin Hui forced her to eat 2 steamed buns and 2 steamed buns, and she couldn't close her mouth when she went back. With such a good breakfast early in the morning, how exciting it is to work. Su Dongsheng's buns sold very well that day, and he didn't need to shout to sell them. People who bought them directly called him to the door of their house. Several neighbors heard the noise and came over with lunch boxes to buy them. The handsome guy's buns are better than those in the company cafeteria, and you can save money on tickets. It's a good deal. On the third day of the rain, Su Dongsheng was still full of fighting spirit. It started to rain heavily in the middle of the night, and the rain was beating on the tiles. He got up in a daze, checked the chicken coop and the rabbit coop, and then looked to see if there was any leak in the kitchen. Alas, farming depends on the weather, and the same goes for doing business. When it was daybreak, the rain was still going strong. Fortunately, the tiles in the new house were tightly attached, and there were no leaks. It was the first time that Lin Hui slept so soundly during the heavy rain. Her parents' home was close to the mountains, and the wind was strong. When she was a child, they couldn't sleep when it rained. When the wind blew, the tiles were easily blown away, and the rain leaked down like a gauze net. If there was a leak near the bed, the adults would carry the children to sleep on the table, and then stand by to watch all night. All they could hear at night was the sound of water dripping into various pots and buckets. Wife, I'm going to the old house. It leaks every year. I don't know if my parents can sleep at night. Su Dongsheng put on his raincoat and a straw hat. Okay, call your eldest brother and second brother to go with you. If the leak is serious, let my parents come to our house and stay for a few days.
Got it.
Shanhua, come back and don't go out. Lin Hui called back Shanhua, who wanted to follow the man out. It had just been playing in the water in the yard, and its fur was soaked. Lin Hui wiped it casually with a rag, and it wagged its tail, hummed, and went into its nest to lie down. Shanhua's nest was nailed by Su Dongsheng with a few pieces of wood when he was free. In the middle of the night, he went to check the chicken coop, and when he came back, he remembered to move the doghouse into the main room. The rain was heavy, and Su Dongsheng didn't come back until half a morning. His straw raincoat was all wet, and half of his head was wet. "How's the old house?" Su Dongxing took the towel, wiped it casually, and put it down, the same action as Lin Hui when she wiped the dog. "The old house was built when my grandfather got married. 3 generations have lived in it. It has been repaired many times, and many places leak. But my parents have feelings for the old house. They don't want to live here. They want to look after the old house. My eldest brother and second brother couldn't persuade them, so we had to move all the things to a place that didn't leak. My parents also moved to our old house. We'll go fix the roof when the weather clears up." Elderly people have feelings for their old houses, and Lin Hui can understand that. It was raining heavily, and Gozi didn't come over because he knew he couldn't go out, so Su Dongxing stayed at home to help tear the cloth. Lin Hui wanted to cut up the old sheets that had been used before to make diapers. The eldest and second sisters-in-law of Su had already sent over the remaining diapers of the previous brothers and sisters, all of which were well preserved. "Wife, aren't you making too many?" This was Su Dongxing's first time as a father, and he had never observed his 2 sisters-in-law giving birth before. He didn't know how many diapers the children had, and thought that it would be enough to prepare 3 or 5 more, as they would be washed, dried, and reused anyway. Lin Hui gestured with her head down, and used the scissors when she aimed. "My mother and I took care of my sisters-in-law during their confinement, and my nephews and nieces would use at least 7 or 8 diapers a night, so wouldn't they use more than 10 or 20 diapers a day? What if it rains or the weather is bad, and they can't be dried? How can we use them if we don't prepare more?" She didn't say that she was pregnant with more than 1 child. Her mother's family has a twin gene, and her second brother's family gave birth to twin daughters. The 2 children have to wash 3 large basins of diapers a day. Just think how terrible it is. Su Dongxing shuddered. He would have to take care of the feces, and in the future. If only the child could talk. TSK Lin Hui laughed. Which mother doesn't want her child to be able to talk when he is born? Just open his mouth to talk when he is hungry or urinates. But even if the child cries and makes a fuss, he is so small and has a short intestine. Su Dongxing opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. He mumbled for a long time and thought of one. "Why don't we buy a few more jars? Otherwise there won't be enough water." Lin Hui almost laughed to death. The more Su Dongxing thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. "Don't laugh, I'm serious. Then didn't I have to wash your diapers when you were in confinement? We are not close to the public well in the village, and it is not easy to get water."
Dead.
"Okay, stop laughing. I think you're right. A big jar costs 3 yuan. We only have 1 now, which is not enough. You can buy 2 more, and they will deliver them to your door. But it's still inconvenient to get water. How about we dig a well in the yard? Not to mention the children. When the weather gets hotter, you have to take a shower at least twice a day, and the chicken coop and rabbit nests have to be cleaned regularly." Su Dongxing opened his mouth wide. He found that he was still not as bold as his wife. Just now he said that there was not enough water, and now he wants to dig a well? With a well, you can rest more when you come back. In summer, we put the meat at the bottom of the well to keep it cool. If you want to eat watermelon, you can buy one and soak it at the bottom of the well for 2 hours. It's cool and thirst-quenching. By the way, I can also make cold skin. Have you ever eaten it? A thin slice steamed with rice milk and placed at the bottom of the well to keep it cool. It is best eaten in summer. Fry some peanuts or beans, cut cucumber into shreds, add some chili peppers, and mix well. It doesn't taste dry at all. Su Dongxing was stunned when he heard it, and his mouth seemed to be drooling. But we don't know if we can get water here. Just ask someone to come and have a look. There is a river nearby. Besides, there are 5 public wells in the village now, so it shouldn't be difficult to find a water source. The more Su Dongxing thought about it, the more he felt that she had planned it. "Have you thought about it a long time ago?" Lin Hui did not deny it and looked up at him. "I thought about it when I knew I was pregnant. Later, my belly got bigger, and it was inconvenient to do anything. I can't wait for you to come back to get water every time. And what I just told you, don't you think it's really convenient to have a well?" Su Dongxing calculated it. It is definitely more convenient to have a well, but it costs more than 100 yuan to dig a well. Where can we get so much money? The first thing he did when he came back every day was to hand the money to Lin Hui. He had no record of the exact amount. He just remembered Lin Hui saying that he earned 3, 5, or 6 yuan a day, which was far off. Lin Hui put the sewing basket aside and counted on her fingers for him. We sold chickens and rabbits twice in total for 44.30 yuan, and we spent a lot of money. And now you are selling more and more buns, plus the little leftover from before. We have 67. 80 yuan left on hand. Since Go Z comes to help, we will count it according to the number of times, 50 cents each time, and this month there are 14 days, so we will give him 7 yuan. Give him your salary next time you go out. In this way, we will have 60 yuan left. But you see, we have good food and drink now, the family has bought cloth, and there is enough food. The money Lin Hui mentioned did not include the 300 yuan of private money she had. Su Dongsheng was surprised. I thought that if we ate like this, we would have at most 30 or 40 yuan left. Lin Hui was proud. Although she often made delicious food, she used existing cheap grains, and it didn't cost much. The scale of chickens and rabbits at home was also gradually expanding. There were almost 70 chickens and more than 80 rabbits. In a few days, several more nests of rabbits would be born. According to this calculation, it was not impossible for their family to dig a well. It would only be June if they earned another month's money. Su Dongsheng felt that the pressure of making money was getting greater and greater. Okay, then we will earn another month's money, and then I will ask my father to find the engineering team. They have many acquaintances of the older generation. In fact, not many people in the village have dug wells in their backyards. After all, digging wells is expensive. But there are quite a few households, about 20 to 30. Now the management of self-drilled wells in rural areas is not strict. In another 20 years, due to groundwater pollution and over-exploitation, people who want to dig wells will be fined. With the motivation/pressure to make money, Su Dongsheng couldn't wait to go out to sell buns as soon as the weather cleared up. He also specifically said to make more buns, carry a basket for Guzi too. My old customers must miss my handsome buns. When it was daybreak, the rain was still going strong. Fortunately, the tiles in the new house were tightly attached and there were no leaks. It was the first time that Lin Hui slept so soundly during the heavy rain. Her parents' home was close to the mountains and the wind was strong. When she was a child, they couldn't sleep when it rained. When the wind blew, the tiles were easily blown away and the rain leaked down like a gauze net. If there was a leak near the bed, the adults would carry the children to sleep on the table and then stand by to watch all night. All they could hear at night was the sound of water dripping into various pots and buckets. Wife, I'm going to the old house. It leaks every year. I don't know if my parents can sleep at night. Su Dongsheng put on his raincoat and a straw hat. Okay, call your eldest brother and second brother to go with you. If the leak is serious, let my parents come to our house and stay for a few days.
Got it.
Shanhua, come back and don't go out. Lin Hui called back Shanhua, who wanted to follow the man out. It had just been playing in the water in the yard, and its fur was soaked. Lin Hui wiped it casually with a rag, and it wagged its tail, hummed, and went into its nest to lie down. Shanhua's nest was nailed by Su Dongsheng with a few pieces of wood when he was free. In the middle of the night, he went to check the chicken coop, and when he came back, he remembered to move the doghouse into the main room. The rain was heavy, and Su Dongsheng didn't come back until half a morning. His straw raincoat was all wet, and half of his head was wet. How's the old house? Su Dongsheng took the towel, wiped it casually, and put it down, the same action as Lin Hui when she wiped the dog. The old house was built when my grandfather got married. 3 generations have lived in it. It has been repaired many times, and many places leak. But my parents have feelings for the old house. They don't want to live here. They want to look after the old house. My eldest brother and second brother couldn't persuade them, so we had to move all the things to a place that didn't leak. My parents also moved to our old house. We'll go fix the roof when the weather clears up. Elderly people have feelings for their old houses, and Lin Hui can understand that. It was raining heavily, and Gozi didn't come over because he knew he couldn't go out, so Su Dongsheng stayed at home to help tear the cloth. Lin Hui wanted to cut up the old sheets that had been used before to make diapers. The eldest and second sisters-in-law of Sue had already sent over the remaining diapers of the previous brothers and sisters, all of which were well preserved. Wife, aren't you making too many? This was Su Dongxing's first time as a father, and he had never observed his two sisters-in-law giving birth before. He didn't know how many diapers the children had, and thought that it would be enough to prepare 3 or 5 more, as they would be washed, dried, and reused anyway. Lin Hui gestured with her head down, and used the scissors when she aimed. My mother and I took care of my sisters-in-law during their confinement, and my nephews and nieces would use at least 7 or 8 diapers a night. So wouldn't they use more than 10 or 20 diapers a day? What if it rains or the weather is bad, and they can't be dried? How can we use them if we don't prepare more? She didn't say that she was pregnant with more than one child. Her mother's family has a twin gene, and her second brother's family gave birth to twin daughters. The 2 children have to wash 3 large basins of diapers a day. Just think how terrible it is. Su Dongxing shuddered. He would have to take care of the feces and in the future. If only the child could talk. TSK Lin Hui laughed. Which mother doesn't want her child to be able to talk when he is born? Just open his mouth to talk when he is hungry or urinates. He mumbled for a long time and thought of one. Why don't we buy a few more jars? Otherwise there won't be enough water. Lin Hui almost laughed to death. The more Su Dongxing thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Do and laugh, I'm serious. Then didn't I have to wash your diapers when you were in confinement? We are not close to the public well in the village, and it is not easy to get water.
Larry nodded.
Okay, stop laughing. I think you're right. A big jar costs 3 yuan. We only have 1 now, which is not enough. You can buy 2 more, and they will deliver them to your door. But it's still inconvenient to get water. How about we dig a well in the yard? Not to mention the children. When the weather gets hotter, you have to take a shower at least twice a day, and the chicken coop and rabbit nests have to be cleaned regularly. Su Dongxing opened his mouth wide. He found that he was still not as bold as his wife. Just now he said that there was not enough water, and now he wants to dig a well? With a well, you can rest more when you come back. In summer, we put the meat at the bottom of the well to keep it cool. If you want to eat watermelon, you can buy one and soak it at the bottom of the well for 2 hours. It's cool and thirst-quenching. By the way, I can also make cold skin. Have you ever eaten it? A thin slice steamed with rice milk and placed at the bottom of the well to keep it cool. It is best eaten in summer. Fry some peanuts or beans, cut cucumber into shreds, add some chili peppers, and mix well. It doesn't taste dry at all. Su Dongxing was stunned when he heard it, and his mouth seemed to be drooling. But we don't know if we can get water here. Just ask someone to come and have a look. There is a river nearby. Besides, there are 5 public wells in the village now, so it shouldn't be difficult to find a water source. The more Su Dongxing thought about it, the more he felt that she had planned it. Have you thought about it a long time ago? Lin Hui did not deny it and looked up at him. I thought about it when I knew I was pregnant. Later, my belly got bigger and it was inconvenient to do anything. I can't wait for you to come back to get water every time. And what I just told you, don't you think it's really convenient to have a well? Su Dongxing calculated it. It is definitely more convenient to have a well, but it costs more than 100 yuan to dig a well. Where can we get so much money? The first thing he did when he came back every day was to hand over the money to Lin Hui. He didn't remember the exact amount. He just remembered that Lin Hui said she earned 3, 5, or 6 yuan a day, which was far off. Lin Hui put the sewing basket aside and counted on her fingers for him. We sold chickens and rabbits twice in total, for 44. 30 yuan, and we spent a lot of money. And now you are selling more and more buns, plus the little left over from before. We still have 67.80 yuan left on hand. Since Go Z comes to help, we will count it according to the number of times, 50 cents each time, and this month there are 14 days, so we will give him 7 yuan. Give him your salary next time you go out. In this way, we will have 60 yuan left. But you see, we have good food and drink now, and our family has bought cloth and enough food. The money Lin Hui mentioned did not include the 300 yuan of private money she had. Su Dongxing was surprised. I thought that if we eat like this, we would have at most 30 or 40 yuan left. Lin Hui was proud. Although she often cooked delicious food, It was all made from existing cheap grains and did not cost much. The size of the chickens and rabbits in the family was also slowly growing. There were almost 70 chickens and more than 80 rabbits. In a few days, several more litters of rabbits would be born. According to this calculation, it was not impossible for their family to dig a well. If they earned another month's money, it would only be June. Su Dongsheng felt the pressure of making money was getting greater and greater. Okay, then we'll earn another month's money, and then I'll let my dad find a construction team. They have many acquaintances of the older generation. In fact, not many people in the village have dug wells in their backyards. After all, digging wells is expensive. But if you count them, there are quite a few, about 20 to 30 households. Now, the management of self-drilled wells in rural areas is not strict. In another 20 years, due to groundwater pollution and over-exploitation, those who want to dig wells will be fined. With the motivation/pressure to make money, Su Dongsheng couldn't wait to go out to sell buns as soon as the weather cleared up. He also specifically said that he wanted to make more buns, carry a basket for the dog. My old customers must miss my handsome buns. We are close and can carry them alive, so it's a bit troublesome for you. We can only kill them for convenience and we can carry more at a time. Yeah, but there are many people at home, so it's not too hard. This is heartbreaking. Su Dongsheng felt the difficulty of dividing the family. But he didn't have to share the money with others, so he became happy again when he thought about it. When he arrived at the bus station, before Su Dongsheng took out his things, a driver in a blue shirt and uniform came running over with 3 lunch boxes in his hands. Quickly pack me 5 vegetarian dumplings and 5 steamed buns. Before the 2 brothers could react, Su Dongsheng asked Guzi to turn around, open the lid of the backpack, and started picking up food with chopsticks while standing. It just so happens that there is no meat filling today. I have packed you some with sauerkraut filling and some with radish and cabbage. Okay, hurry up. Su Dongsheng closed the lunchbox and put 3 of them together in his hand. Put them all in there, and divide them up when you get back. Why are you in such a hurry today? Don't you usually drive after 8 o'clock? It's only 7:30. The driver stuffed a few bills into his hand. Here, a total of 55 cents, right?
Oh.
My boss had to go on a business trip at the last minute, so I swapped shifts with someone else. I won't say any more, I'm leaving first. Su Dongsheng counted the money and found no problem. He pulled up his shirt and stuffed the money into a small gray cloth bag. This was a waist bag made by Lin Hui for Su Dongsheng. It was tied around his waist with a rope and tied to his belt. As long as his pants didn't fall off, the purse wouldn't fall off. Second brother Lin was surprised. He had just entered the town, and he had already earned 55 cents. Next, Su Dongsheng showed them what it means to live on your face. Handsome, give me 2 steamed buns. Oh, sister, you're not going to bring any home for lunch today? The kids at home are so greedy. Brother Lin swallowed the dirty words in his mouth. This lady is only a few years younger than his mother, with wrinkles all over her face, and her brother-in-law calls her sister? The lady opposite couldn't close her mouth with laughter. Then I'll give you 2 more, so they don't have to make trouble for me. Handsome, leave 3 steamed buns for me. Okay. Brother Lin thought to himself that he had to tell his younger sister when he got home that he must keep an eye on this kid. He's slick-tongued and has too many tricks in his mind. Su Dongsheng, it's more unfair than Do-e. What's wrong with living on your face? After selling all the buns, Guzi pulled his arm. Brother. Look, someone is coming to steal our business. Su Dongsheng looked over and saw an old man and a child carrying baskets on their backs. Like them, they asked everyone if they wanted to buy buns. We can't let them come over. This is our territory. Guzi rolled up his sleeves and looked vicious. When the 2 saw them looking over, they panicked and stood still. Su Dongsheng patted Guzi on the back of his head. What are you talking about? Are we hooligans? This is public territory, and you want to collect protection fees? Guzi complained, but they also come to sell buns. What should we do? All the customers have been taken away. Brother Lin also said worriedly. Yes, in a short while, 2 people have bought from them. Can I stop people from learning? Knowing that selling buns can make money. Who doesn't want to make money? In the future, more and more people will follow suit. Gozi was anxious. Then what should we do? I don't know what to do. Let's take it one step at a time. Su Dongsheng sold 2 chickens and a rabbit at the station, and then took them to the dormitory of the state-owned factory. He remembered that the eldest sister's surname was He, and her family lived in the 3rd building. Coincidentally, when he just went there, he ran into Sister He taking care of her children downstairs and chatting with several other aunts he had never seen before. A group of 4 strange men walked over, and the aunts instantly stood up and hugged their children. Their faces changed.
Who are you?
What do you want to do? Su Dongxing said to Sister He quickly. Sister, I came here before the new year and told you to send over any extra hens. Do you remember? Sister He looked up and down, her frown loosened. It's you. Why are you so darker? Where's your wife? Are you here to see your relatives too? Su Dongxing scratched his head. You've been working too much, so you've become a little darker. He then chuckled. My wife is pregnant, and we're taking care of her at home. I came out with my brothers and happened to pass by here, so I came by to ask if you still want hens? They're all slaughtered and feathered, which saves time. He added, it doesn't matter if you don't want any. I just came by to ask. Sister He really didn't want to buy meat these 2 days. But this young man was a trustworthy man and left a good impression on her. The neighbors were curious. Old He, do you know him? Who is he? Oh, I know him. He's a villager from the nearby countryside. He keeps a lot of chickens and rabbits at home. Is it the time when you guys came back from outside with chickens and rabbits?
Yes.
Su Dongxing looked at the expression and smiled. Ladies, let me show you too. Our chickens and rabbits are fine. Then he waved his hand to the back, and the 2 big brothers quickly put down the backpack. Sisters, look, there are roosters and hens, all of which are farm chickens weighing more than 5 or 6 pounds. And rabbits, all of which are fat. The little granddaughter in Old He's arms pointed at the rabbits. Rabbit, rabbit. Grandma, the rabbit meat fried by Yang Yang's family last time was so delicious. Can we buy one too? Old He was tempted by the plump hen and wanted to buy one for his daughter-in-law to stew soup. After his daughter-in-law gave birth to her granddaughter, she had some health problems from time to time. Besides, the eldest grandson is in the 3rd year of junior high school now, and it is hard to study, so chicken soup is the best. She could only coax her little granddaughter. How about we buy a hen? Chicken is delicious, too, and you and your brother can each have a chicken leg. The little granddaughter hesitated, pouting her lips and not saying anything. She also wanted to eat rabbit meat. Seeing this, Su Dongsheng made a suggestion. Why don't you do the same as last time and find someone to compete? You buy a chicken, she buys a rabbit, and then each of you gets half, so that both families can eat rabbit and chicken. Our chickens are fat, and half is not a small amount. You are the first wave of regular customers of our family. Today I help to kill and pluck the chickens. I sell it to others for 3.5 yuan each, but I will sell it to you a little less, 3.2 yuan for a big hen.
Sister He was happy.
The rooster was 3.2 yuan before, and the hen was not only expensive but it was also killed and plucked, so there was no need to pluck the feathers. It was a good deal no matter how you calculated it. The people watching nearby were also tempted. If I buy, can I also offer the same price as Lao He? Su Dongsheng pretended to hesitate, then nodded. Okay, we are all Sister He's neighbors, so I will earn less. A hen is 3.2 yuan, a rooster is 3 yuan, and a rabbit is also 3 yuan. The chickens and rabbits are not small. If you can't finish them at home, you can find someone to pool your money and buy them back to share among the families. It's not a loss if 4 families share one chicken. The aunties tend to follow the trend, and they feel relieved when they see Lao He buy it. Otherwise, when the family next door has chicken soup to drink, will their children watch and drool? So several families began to pair up. Sister He hurriedly shouted, Hey, who wants to compete with me? A fat ant squeezed over. I'll do it. Choose a big one. Su Dongsheng was almost squeezed to the ground by her, but he was not angry. Okay, sisters, you can choose by yourselves and pay for it after you choose it. He let himself choose, but he didn't say to just pick it up. If someone quick enough came and grabbed the chicken and ran away, how could he outrun them? He asked Go Zi and his 2 older brothers-in-law to hold 2 in each hand and lift them up for them to see. Needless to say, this kind of display worked quite well. People looking down from the upper floors or passing by could clearly see what they were selling. The older sister had a loud voice, and when someone asked, she automatically introduced him. You can buy in bulk. What does it mean to buy in bulk? It means you buy one from 2 or 4 stores and divide it up when you go back. Su Dongsheng thought silently that he should have a loudspeaker in the future. When he walked out of the state-owned factory dormitory, Su Dongsheng still had one rabbit left in his hand. He asked a few people to wait for him in a place, and then ran to change several more soft cloths with Zhangpe. He was scared when he thought of what Lin Hui said about washing several large basins of diapers a day. It was just past noon, and the 2 older brothers-in-law were going back directly from the town. It would be closer to go home by taking another road. They watched for a whole morning, and they were excited and couldn't help but go back to tell their family. Su Dongsheng wanted to buy tickets for them, but was rejected, so they had no choice but to part ways. When they got home, Su Dongsheng picked up Shanhua, who was wagging his tail, and ran to Lin Hui, shouting, "Wife, someone is coming to steal your food." Lin Hui was startled. The needle on her hand almost pierced her finger. She glared at him. "Who dares to steal your food?" Su Dongsheng stroked the hair on Shanhua's back and laughed. An old man and a child came to the station to sell steamed buns. "Isn't this stealing my food?" Lin Hui fried a plate of scrambled eggs with cucumber today and had porridge at noon. "Isn't this normal? There will be more and more in the future." Su Dongsheng put the dog down and scooped water to wash his hands. "I know that too, but won't there be fewer customers?" "I do and think so. With more people selling things, there will be more customers. Maybe it will attract customers who don't take the bus to buy food. Think about it, if you go to buy something, there is a stall with only one person on one side and more than a dozen people on the other side are selling. Which side would you prefer to go? If there are more things for sale, would you want to buy some when you see them?" "I think what you said makes sense, my wife. You are so smart." Lin Hui glanced at him in reproach. He just had such a sweet mouth. She shared some of the fruits brought by her mother's family with several nephews and nieces, and pickled the rest to eat, which was sour and spicy and appetizing. Su Dongsheng pinched a plum and put it in his mouth. His whole neck shrank, and his face wrinkled. "Hiss, so sour." Lin Hui smiled and handed over the loquat. "Eat this, it's sweet."
Keep it for you.
He took out all the money and put it on the table. Not many are sold at the station today. Most of them are still sold in the dormitories of state-owned factories. When I got there, I saw Sister He and the aunties were all gathered together, so I slightly reduced the price by 10 cents, but they were all sold out. It's normal to sell things at a higher price or a little less. No, that should be about 51 yuan. Why is it only 48 yuan here? The difference is a bit too much. I forgot to say, I took a rabbit to exchange for soft cloth, and I was afraid that you wouldn't have enough. It's in the backpack. I wrapped it with a piece of rag. Su Dongsheng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Although he didn't do anything bad, it was not easy to hide his private money with his wife's sharp eyes. Whenever he had 100 yuan in his hand, Lin Hui would tie it up with a small rubber band and keep it still. The rest of the pocket money would be used for expenses. She took out 18.5 yuan and gave it to the man. The flour at home was gone again. "Wife, isn't it too much to give me 1 cent? Won't you have money after selling the buns? You can use it to buy whatever you want. Besides, we have food and drink at home. If you want to eat meat, you can kill chickens and rabbits. What else do you want to buy?"
Su Dongsheng sighed.
He didn't want to buy anything, but he could feel more and more the pain of his father being controlled by his mother. The next morning, when Su Dongsheng and Guzi arrived at the bus station, the old man and the child were already there. Guzi looked offensive, but Su Dongsheng looked nonchalant. "Handsome boy, you're finally here. What kind of filling do you have for the buns today?" "Today we have egg and leek buns and sauerkraut vermicelli buns." "Which one do you want?" The ticket seller heard this and asked, "Are there new varieties?" "How much is the sauerkraut vermicelli bun still?" "Yes, 7 cents each. I don't have much vermicelli at home, just enough to sell for 3 days, so I'll give you a new flavor. It's cheaper than eggs, so give me 2. "Handsome guy, your buns are more expensive than those at home." A man in uniform said with a smile, "We have competitors. Why don't you lower the price?" Su Dongsheng was very serious outside, without even moving his eyebrows. I can't lower the price. You've eaten them so many times. Don't my buns have more stuffing? Big and delicious buns. The price is not expensive at all. The man was just joking. He didn't need that 1 or 2 cents. Give me 2 steamed buns and 2 sauerkraut buns, so I can try how delicious your new buns are. This morning, most of the old customers still liked to come to Su Dongsheng to buy buns, but some who were not so familiar with him still bought the cheaper one. As a result, Su Dongsheng took half an hour longer than usual to sell out. What are you doing? A young man shouted, and Su Dongsheng looked over and saw 2 young men making things difficult for the old and the young. It seemed that they wanted to collect protection fees. Su Dongsheng and Gozi had been doing business at the station for so long, and some people had thought about it, but they were 2 men after all, and Su Dongsheng was tall and strong, so the gangster would not bully him blatantly. The new kid looked only 13/4 years old, and the old man was probably in his early 50s. 2 young men, one snatched their baskets, and the other reached into his pocket. This was a blatant robbery. Gozi, keep an eye on them. Don't let anything really happen. I'll go call someone.
Oh.
There is a security department in the bus station, but its main function is to protect the unit. For this kind of robbery, it is most appropriate to ask the police. Su Dongsheng ran into the public security bureau next to the bus station gate, and soon, 2 uniformed police officers ran out to arrest people. Su Dongsheng took advantage of no one's attention and secretly took Gozi home to be a good man who did not leave a name. He did not want to be retaliated. However, this time he also got a clue that the higher-ups were really relaxing the restrictions on individual businesses. They did not explicitly say they agreed and supported it, but they were not fining or detaining people for overthrowing stalls like before. Brother, why should we help them? They are also robbing our customers. If it weren't for them, we would have been home by now. Gozi's complaints interrupted his thoughts, and he said slowly, now we are watching others being robbed, and next time it will be someone else's turn to see us being robbed. Do you think I should help now? Gozi muttered. Who dares to rob us? Su Dongsheng said, you are getting more and more courageous, which is a good thing. He switched his left hand to his right hand and placed it on the carrying pole, but you think too highly of yourself. What if they have a knife? Will you fight them? What if there are not 2 but 4 or 5 people coming? What if they don't fight with you, but just hang around in front of you every day, making it impossible for you to do business? What will you do? Brother, you think too much. You think too little. Learn more. Gozi nodded. Last time I took the money back, my mother cried and told me to work hard with you. Auntie has good vision. If you do a good job this month, take 15 yuan back and make your grandparents cry with you. Hee. Su Dongsheng found that a person who used to think his buns were too expensive and went to buy buns from another place came back to him. He said half-jokingly, what do you think? Do you still think my buns are better? The man was a little embarrassed and laughed. That kid only sells vegetable buns and steamed buns, which are a little cheaper, but there is too little oil and water in the stuffing, so it tastes dry and the kids don't like it. After all, it's cheap, they are all the same. If I lower the price, I won't be willing to put so much oil in it. It's not easy to buy lard. Su Dongsheng said in a good-natured way, not annoyed at all. Boss is generous. Ahaha, the truth. After hearing the word boss, Su Dongsheng felt that his whole body stood up. He was right. Most of his old customers had stable jobs and were not short of money, so they were willing to spend more money to eat something good. But those who had no money in their pockets were still happy to buy cheap buns. When there were no customers, Gozi pouted at the opposite side and whispered, I thought they were scared and would rest for a few days and not dare to go out. When he was bullied before, he didn't dare to go out for several days. Those who dare to come out to do business at this time are either very brave or their families are really unable to make ends meet. The clothes of the old man and the young boy were all patched. They must have invested a lot of money to do this, and could not retreat easily. But seeing that they were fine, the 2 young thugs might have been detained. Gozi pulled his arm. Brother, are those 2 your uncles? Su Dongsheng followed his sight, and saw 2 dark and thin men rushing towards them. It really is. Brother, what are you doing? Brother Lin and Brother Lin also had baskets on their backs with things in them. We have been waiting at home for 2 days, and we still want to come out and give it a try. We were worried that we wouldn't do it well the first time, so we killed 5 chickens and 6 rabbits. Both of them had nervousness on their faces and panted when they spoke. After they went back, they told their family that their brother-in-law was selling chickens and rabbits in the city, which shocked everyone, and everyone wanted to make a lot of money. Especially Brother Lin, who was anxious. The child is about to be born, and it is not known how much the fine will be. Do you want my help? The second brother Lin gritted his teeth. No need, we all watched that day and I practiced several times at home. I can do it myself. Su Dongsheng respected his uncle and encouraged them. Don't worry, there are so many people in town. We are not selling to the same group of people it will sell. Anyway, you have to be thick-skinned and sweet-mouthed. If you are rejected, find the next customer. If 3 questions don't work, ask 5. If 5 questions don't work, ask 8. There will always be someone who wants to buy, right? The second brother, Lin, nodded. That's right. As long as someone buys, they can make money. Su Dongsheng told them about the gangsters who robbed money yesterday and then advised, it doesn't matter when you go out, but it's not safe to carry so much money on you when you go back. Think about it, how many bus rides will you have if you sell 1 more rabbit? Nothing is more important than safety. Hearing this, the eldest brother Lin was no longer distressed. Okay, we'll take the bus when we go back. After a few brief instructions, Su Dongsheng started to sell buns, and his 2 brothers-in-law went to crowded places together. After selling the buns, he went to the scrap yard again. This was the task assigned to him by Lin Hui, to buy old newspapers. Newspapers are very useful. They can be used for packaging, recognizing words, and pasting walls. The fat old man at the door still remembered him and was still leaning on the recliner, drinking tea slowly with a large teacup. Are you here to buy newspapers again? Yes, uncle. Are there any good things today? The fat uncle shook his head. What good things can there be here? Su Dongsheng stood with his hands behind his back, looking around inside. If you didn't know, you would think he was visiting a supply and marketing cooperative. At this time, a truck of goods was pulled in at the door of the scrap station. A group of people were moving and lifting things and threw them all aside, with dust flying everywhere. Su Dongsheng was a little curious and went over to join in the fun. Most of them were old books, old porcelain and the like, and even some garbage mixed in. The fat uncle put down the teacup with a curse and had to sort them out again. A pile of black ironware caught Su Dongsheng's attention. He walked closer and stretched out his hand to pull the ironware out of the garbage dump. Looking at the handlebars and seat and a large frame, wow, this is a 3-wheeled bicycle. But it has been dismantled into pieces, and I don't know what parts are missing. There are many places that are rusted, and the tires are flat. He turned his head, Uncle. The fat uncle was going to work, and he was not in a good mood. Why are you so loud? Are you calling your soul? I want to buy this. How much is it? He glanced casually. $5, take it. It's only $5. Su Dongsheng gritted his teeth and decided to act first and ask for permission later. He took out the money for today's buns. His wife said that he could embezzle it. On the way home, the 2 of them worked hard to move things, and their hands were almost broken. Brother, you spent so much money to buy a pile of junk? You don't believe I can turn this stuff into treasure? Guzzi shook his head straightforwardly. I don't believe it, it's just garbage. You spent all the money you earned from selling buns today. Your sister-in-law must be very angry. Even if your sister-in-law is not angry, my aunt and uncle will definitely be furious. Su Dongsheng shuddered, and his ears began to heat again. No way? When he arrived at the entrance of the village, Su Dongsheng thought about it and put down the pile of scattered parts first. Guzzi, wait for me outside. I'll go see who's at home.
Okay.
The dog also got nervous when he saw him like that. Su Dongsheng picked up the basket, pushed open the door carefully, and looked inside. Lin Hui found it funny and patted him from behind. What are you doing? Are you going home to steal? Su Dongsheng was so scared that the basket fell to the ground. He turned around and saw that only his wife was there. He felt relieved. Honey, it's you. Where did you come back from? I feel bored staying at home, so I come out for a walk. It's good for your health to move more. I just went to the old house, and my mother picked some loofahs for me. Let's make some loofah scrambled eggs and loofah soup tonight.
Oh.
Lin Hui walked in holding the loofah. Seeing that he was walking inside but his neck was still stretched out, she asked curiously, "Who are you looking at? Mom didn't come with you, did she?" "No, it's noon and they also made lunch at home." "Why did you come here?" "That's good." Su Dongsheng put the pole basket next to the water tank and then ran out quickly. "I'm going to get something." Lin Hui put the loofah into the basin, curious about what he brought back that made him so afraid of being scolded. She watched the two of them hugging and carrying a bunch of things into another room, and she went in to take a look. "What is it? So mysterious." Su Dongsheng half knelt on the ground and began to sort it out. "It's a pedal tricycle." Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. "Where did you get it?" "It's all broken apart." Su Dongsheng was vague. "Well, I bought it from the scrapyard." "Where's the newspaper I want?" "I'll buy it for you tomorrow." "I can't carry it today." "And the flour, buy it all together tomorrow." He looked up and smiled at Lin Hui ingratiatingly and began to use his beauty again. But now he is tanned and strong, and he doesn't look as pitiful as before. Lin Hui is not an old lady, and she doesn't buy it. "How much did you buy it for?" The dog was a little scared and ran out. "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm going home first." Lin Hui looked at the man steadily, and his mind made him feel a little guilty. "How much did the buns sell for today?" Su Dongsheng stood up and rubbed the edge of his pants with both hands.
7 yuan.
"So this pile of junk cost a total of 7 yuan? He explained hurriedly. "No. It only cost 5 yuan.
Just?
Do you dare to let your mother hear you say this?" "Wife, don't be angry. I want these to be useful. Think about it, a 28-bar bicycle costs 150 yuan, and a tricycle costs at least 200 yuan, and you can't buy it without a ticket. If I fix this car, then our family will be the first in the village to have a tricycle." "How impressive."
Can you fix it?
"I can't do it now, but if I tinker with it more, won't I be able to do it? At worst, I can spend some money to have someone else fix it. In total, we can save a lot of money. With a car, I can take you to town to play in the future, and you don't have to walk." Lin Hui looked down at the pile of parts on the ground. No more than 20 yuan. Su Dongsheng tilted his head to observe. His wife was much calmer than he thought, and did not say anything sarcastic. "Aren't you angry?" "I won't be angry if it's fixed. But if it's not fixed, you'll have to kneel on the washboard." Su Dongsheng put his big hand on her shoulder and walked out. Hee, if your man can't even do this, what kind of man is he?" Lin Hui sneered and pushed his dirty hands away. "I don't know who can't even fix a broken window," and asked Dad for help, and got a beating. Su Dongsheng was speechless. At the old Lin's house, it was getting dark. Except for Lin's second wife, who took the 3 children to eat first, everyone else was standing at the door, looking anxious. Lin's eldest wife. "Mom, do you think they didn't sell it?" Mother Lin was also panicking. If the products could not be sold, then they could not be sold. As long as the people came back safely, that was enough. She was worried that her 2 sons would encounter something outside, and no one would help them. Youngest brother Lin was standing on the platform at the door. He had good eyesight and ran out first. "I think I saw my brother. Big brother and second brother. Why are you all outside?" "Everyone is worried. We can't eat until you come back." Second brother Lin made a hushed sound. "Let's talk about it when we get back." Passing by a door, someone poked his head out. "Where did you 3 brothers come back from?" Big brother Lin smiled innocently. "Third uncle. We went to see a Hui. The road is long, and we'll be back late." Third uncle retracted his head and muttered that the old Lin family really loved their daughter. Even after she got married, they still sent gifts every few days. The 3 of them walked with big strides and couldn't hold back their laughter as soon as they reached the door. Seeing this, Father Lin knew it was safe. "Hurry up, go in and eat." The children from both families were eating halfway through their meal when they saw their father coming back. They both shouted happily, "Dad." It's a pity that their father had no time to deal with them. Each of them reached into a pocket and took out all the money. The 2 sisters-in-law covered the children's mouths, for fear that they would shout out in joy, because they wanted to shout too. All sold. According to the price of my brother-in-law's family, the total sales were 34 yuan. Several people took a deep breath. Second brother Lin counted the money to several people and then said, "But when we came back, We took a bus from the town to the village. 2 people had to pay 30 cents for a trip. Father Lin nodded with a smile on his face. It's not safe to carry so much money. We can't walk at night. This money can't be saved. Mother Lin also responded, that's right. No matter how much money you have, it is not as important as people. After a tiring day, Sister Lin hurried to serve them food. Little brother Lin was anxious. He wanted to go out with them today, but his family didn't agree. Big brother and second brother, tell me how you sold everything today. The eldest brother was not good at speaking, so he let the second brother Lin speak. He explained to everyone while eating, like a storyteller. At first, we didn't dare to speak or laugh, and we spoke in a dry voice. People ignored us and wanted to drive us away. Later, we thought about how my brother-in-law sold chickens. We spoke a few times, stuttering and talking, and then we got smoother and smoother. Then we slowly opened the business. There was an old lady who negotiated with us for half an hour and insisted that we reduce the price by 20 cents. 20 cents is enough to buy a big egg. How could we agree? What happened later? The second sister-in-law of Lin was also very excited and couldn't help but interrupt. Later, someone came to buy it. She saw that there was only one left, but she still paid for it, saying that it was for her daughter-in-law to use during her confinement. Otherwise, she would not be willing to buy such an expensive chicken. She left cursing and didn't say a single word. She meant that our chickens were not worth the money.
Hey.
This old lady is so unreasonable. Our chickens are all big chickens weighing more than 5 or 6 pounds, and we can sell them for 3.5 yuan each. That's right. I was so angry at that time that I almost quarreled with her. Hey, don't quarrel, or we will lose all the other customers. Mother Lin has always had a good temper and doesn't quarrel with others easily. Big brother Lin is like her, with a soft temper. Yes, we dare not quarrel. There are all kinds of people. There are even more shrews in the village. At worst, we can sell in another place. Big brother, when are you going next time? You must take me with you. Little brother Lin was anxious. He also wanted to make money. Second brother Lin grinned and teased him. It's not possible to sell well in town every day. Besides, we don't have so many chickens and rabbits. It will probably take 10 days or half a month before we can go next time. Little brother Lin instantly wilted. Mother Lin nodded. I'll hatch another batch of chicks. The fruits on the mountain are almost ripe. Next time you go, bring a bag and bring it back to Dongsheng. Okay. Since Su Dongsheng moved the pile of scrap metal back, he didn't take a nap after selling buns at noon like before. Instead, he squatted in the corner to study how to splice it, making his hands dirty. Lin Hui had never seen him so serious. She pulled up the old mustard greens in the backyard vegetable garden, dried them, and then pickled them. A gust of wind blew, mixed with the fishy smell of chicken and rabbit. Lin Hui couldn't help it and vomited out everything she had eaten in the morning. After 4 months, she began to have morning sickness. She didn't eat much, and she would feel nauseous from time to time. Woof woof. Shanhua ran over and circled around her anxiously. Lin Hui bent over and vomited for a while, feeling much better, buried with soil, and then went to rinse her mouth. Su Dongsheng heard the sound, came out of the room, frowned. Why don't we go to the health center to have a look? Lin Hui waved her hand. It's like this when you're pregnant. Don't worry, it will be fine after a while. In the early morning of the next day, Su Dongsheng was awakened by the sound of vomiting outside the house. He hurried to pour water. Lin Hui held her waist and rinsed her mouth, and her whole body became limp. Su Dongsheng was rarely tough. We won't go to sell buns today. Let's go to the town health center for a checkup. Without waiting for Lin Hui to refuse, he said, no matter how normal it is, we have to go for a checkup and ask the doctor if there is any way to relieve it. You haven't eaten anything these days, and you have been vomiting. If you go on like this, not only the child can't stand it, you can't stand it either. Lin Hui couldn't get rid of him, so she had to agree. When Guzi came over, Su Dongsheng said, your sister-in-law is a little uncomfortable today, so we won't go to sell buns and give you a day off. Guzi looked at Lin Hui and didn't see any problem. It's okay, we just going to the town for a checkup. You go back and catch up on some sleep and we'll go tomorrow. After sending the dog away, he went to borrow the bicycle of the village director. He had never ridden it before, and his aunt was a little reluctant to lend it to him, fearing that it would be damaged. Su Dongsheng repeatedly assured that he would be very careful, and only then did he borrow it. This made him more determined to repair the tricycle. Lin Hui sat on the back seat of the bicycle, thinking that it would be better to walk steadily. Her was sore from the bumps along the way. After finally arriving at the health center, they had blood drawn and blood pressure measured. After a series of examinations, the same problems still existed: malnutrition. Su Dongsheng was even more nervous than Lin Hui. Doctor, our family stews chicken soup every 5 days and we usually eat eggs. How can she still be malnourished? The doctor was very calm. There are 2 children in her belly, and she eats 3 people with 1 mouth. How can she get enough nutrition? Lin Hui was not surprised, but Su Dongsheng was shocked. Two children? Yes, it's 4 months now, and I can hear 2 fetal heartbeats. Su Dongsheng stuttered for a long time, and then asked, then she has been vomiting recently. Is there any way to deal with it? There's nothing we can do about it. Pregnant women generally get morning sickness, and your wife's condition may be more serious. Just pay more attention to it, keep the house ventilated at all times, and don't get close to anything that smells too fishy. The doctor had heard that they stewed chicken soup once every 5 days, and knew that their family loved their daughters-in-law. If conditions permit, I suggest you smell lemons or citrus fruits more often, which will make your stomach feel better. Su Dongsheng asked the doctor some more questions in a long-winded manner, and they didn't leave until other pregnant women urged him. Lin Hui felt warm in her heart, and she couldn't help laughing when she saw the man in a daze. What? Are you happy or unhappy? Su Dongsheng held her hand tightly, his eyes shining. Happy.
Wife.
How are you so amazing that you got pregnant with 2 babies at once? There are people in our family who give birth to twins. My eldest aunt, second aunt, and my 2 little nieces are all twins. Family planning propaganda slogans. Su Dongsheng looked at the banners in the health center. He could not read before, but now he can understand 2 or 3 words. He pursed his lips. We will have 1 child. Now we have 2. It doesn't matter whether it is a boy or a girl. He didn't know how scared his second uncle was. He said that not only his second sister-in-law didn't go out, but even the children were rarely allowed to go out for fear of saying the wrong thing. And we can't always keep family members out of the house to arouse suspicion. It's really a dilemma. Lin Hui glanced at him. I only have to have 1 child and don't have to suffer. Of course I'm happy, but are you really happy about it? Su Dongsheng unlocked the bicycle lock and paid the storage fee. Why should I be unhappy? There is no family property that must be divided by boys. Besides, my eldest brother and second brother's families both gave birth to boys, and there are people to carry on the family line, so they don't need me. Well, Lin Hui felt that her man had another advantage, so she coaxed him. If it really is 2 daughters, you will have 2 sweet little cotton-padded jackets in the future. Su Dongsheng grinned. That's great. I'm so happy. Come on, wife. I'll buy you some big bones to make soup. The doctor said you have to eat more so the baby can have nutrition. Let us go see if there are any oranges for sale. If I can meet my elder brother and second brother, I'll ask them to leave a bag for us when they sell the fruit. Are you taking advantage? Hee, I'll exchange the buns with them. When she got home, Lin Hui poked the dough. If she didn't make it, it would get old. She divided the dough into 2 halves, 1 half to make buns, and the other half to make noodles in the evening. She soaked the mushrooms that her parents had sent her before and made mushroom and vegetable buns and steamed buns. There was no movement outside, and Lin Hui thought the man had gone to repair his broken car. When she went to the backyard, she saw Su Dongsheng half squatting, staring at the rabbit nest with a faint look. What are you doing? Want to eat rabbit meat? He turned his head and said something shocking, or, how about we sell all the rabbits and chickens? Lin Hui opened her mouth and he shook his head again. Oh no. Just sell all the rabbits. The chickens have to be kept for you and the children to supplement your body, so how about killing half of them? Otherwise, the smell is too strong and keeps drifting into our house. To be honest, Lin Hui really couldn't stand the smell. She would several times a day after feeding the chickens and rabbits. But this is the family's way of making money. If they kill them all, they can only make quick money. The money earned from selling buns is a long-term stream, not as fast as these chickens and rabbits. Do you think we can buy the land behind our house? Su Dongsheng was a little confused. Buy land? Renting is fine, but it would be better if we could buy it. The land behind our house is hard soil, so we can't grow vegetables. It's only 2 mu in size, and if we want to build a house, we can only build a small one. No one is willing to come and buy it. Why don't you go and ask the village how much it would cost to buy it? If we can buy it, we'll open a door in the back wall and move the chickens and rabbits over. Does the family have enough money? We haven't dug a well yet. Let's see how much it costs to buy the land. If it's not expensive, we'll buy it first and then slowly build the wall and move in. As soon as Lin Hui finished speaking, the couple came over together. Didn't you go to sell buns today? What happened? Ever since the third son went out to do business, Sue's father agreed on the surface, but he was still uneasy in his heart. He would think about coming to visit from time to time. He even thought about helping the third son with the work in the fields so that if something bad happened, their family would not starve. Today, he heard the village director's wife tell them that the third son had borrowed the bicycle and didn't know what he was doing with it, so he came to ask in a hurry. Su Dongsheng patted his and stood up. No. We had severe morning sickness, so we took a day off and went to see a doctor in town. What did the doctor say? He said it's nothing serious and we should pay attention to nutrition. That's it? You're not going to do business because of this?
That's it.
Sue's father rolled his eyes at him, worrying in vain. This is not the way to love your wife. How can you make money by working for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days? What are you two doing here? Mother Su looked into the chicken coop and saw that everything was fine. There was no problem. Su Dongsheng then said, we couldn't stand the smell. I was just thinking about selling them all. Seeing that his mother was glaring at her, he added, we've already agreed that we won't sell them. Let's go ask the village if we can buy the land behind the house and move the chickens and rabbits out. That way the house won't stink anymore. Do you think the money is too hot to handle? You've only made a few days' worth of money, and you're already feeling proud? How can you be so squeamish? Who hasn't gotten pregnant this way? It'll be fine after this period of time. You still have to spend money to buy land and raise chickens. You're so bored. She turned to Lin Hui and advised, just bear with it for this period of time. If you spend all the money, what will you do when the baby is born? You're all going to be parents. You can't be so willful. Su Dongsheng didn't rush to explain this time. He waited until his mother had scolded him happily and then said leisurely, Hui has 2 babies in her belly.
What?
Looking at the stunned expressions of his parents, Su Dongsheng was proud that finally someone was as stupid as him. The doctor said that Hui had 2 babies in her belly and 1 mouth was not enough for 3 people to share. Now there are too many chickens and rabbits at home and the food tastes bad. Hui can't eat. Didn't you see that she has lost some weight again? The doctor said that if this continues, both adults and children will not be able to bear it. Sue's mother looked up and down at Lin Hui. It seems that she has lost some weight. Lin Hui touched her face. Did she really lose weight? In fact, she still felt that she was a little fat. 2 babies in 1 pregnancy. Sue's mother was happy and entangled. Really costs money? Otherwise, you can move back to the old house to live for a while and come back when you are well. Or move the chickens and rabbits back to the old house, and I will raise them for you. This method is not impossible, but Lin Hui thinks it is still too troublesome and easy to attract attention. The old house is in the middle of the village, and there are too many neighbors. Whether we do business or raise rabbits, it is inconvenient. I am afraid that the neighbors will be too talkative and say something nonsense. Mother Su still felt that there was no need to spend so much money and wanted to talk to them again. Father Su said with a smile, forget it, buy it if you have the money. You are the one who lives your life anyway, and we old couple can't help you. No one in the Su family has given birth to twins yet. When the baby is born, won't the old friends envy him to death? Well, there are still places where I can help. Su Dongsheng put his arm around his mother's shoulders and began to fool her. Look, Mother, we give Dad 10 yuan for helping us with the work in the fields. You come and help us raise chickens and rabbits, and we'll give you 10 yuan too. How about it? You and my dad are both working. TSK, what kind of work is this? You will be laughed at if you tell others about it. What's the joke? Raising chickens can also make money. There are chicken farms and pig farms in the town. Otherwise, where will the meat for the meat processing plant come from? How can raising chickens not be called working? Raising chickens is also a serious job. It's settled. Lin Hui secretly gave the man a thumbs up, and he chuckled. Mom and Dad, we've made all the buns today. They've just been steamed, and will be ready in a while. Don't go back to cook, just eat with us. Sue's mother's heart ached again. This couple was really annoying. How could they be so willing to eat and drink? She looked again and saw that the old man was already sitting at the table. Well, she was even angrier. It was all because of the old man's seed. Sue's father told the young couple not to get involved in the land purchase. He took a big rooster and left, cooked a table of dishes in the old house, and invited people from the village office to come for dinner. The next day, when Su Dongsheng came back from selling buns in town, his father came over with a happy face. The people in the village committee said that this place can't accommodate other people. We are all from the village, so they will give a cheap price of 50 yuan. He sighed. When I bought these plots of land several years ago, they were not so expensive. Now 2 mu of land that no one wants costs 50 yuan. It may be even more expensive next year. Look, every 2 months someone in the village divides up the land and occupies the homestead. The land is getting smaller and smaller, and is now all at the foot of the mountain behind. Lin Hui had prepared the money and took out 50 yuan for Su Dongsheng. In the afternoon, the village committee sent someone to measure the land, and then he had to go to the village committee to sign the agreement and put his fingerprints. Lin Hui also wanted to go and see the content of the agreement, but the signature had to be signed by the head of the household. This was the rule in the village. He wrote the 3 words Su Dongsheng crookedly. Lin Hui taught him how to write it all night, but at least there were no missing limbs. In just half a day, the news that Su Laosan wanted to buy land to raise chickens spread throughout the village. Many people poked their heads out to find out how many chickens he had raised, but no one could see because of the high wall. No wonder they had to build such a high wall when they built the house. You were thinking about raising chickens at that time, right? You didn't dare let anyone know. If you get killed, don't let the whole village be implicated. Who said it wasn't true? This Su Laosan has never been honest. Have you heard about it? He and the kid from the Wang family are selling buns in town. I wonder if they made money. An old lady pouted. Do I need to hear about it? I saw it in town. It's so embarrassing to have to shamelessly beg people to buy his buns. Several old ladies gathered around, surprised. Oh, really? You saw it with your own eyes? The old lady of Lai San snorted, with a look of disgust. I saw it with both eyes. Who doesn't have something to eat and still spend so much money to buy it? What else can I do if I don't beg? His waist was bent down, and his face was stiff from smiling. It was so ugly. If I were his mother, I would definitely not recognize the son. Sue's mother rushed up from behind, grabbed her hair with one hand, and slapped her with the other. Bah! You shameless old thing. Do you deserve it? Is your Lai San's illness cured? I heard that thing didn't work, so you went to the town to find him a folk remedy. I also heard that you were going to find him a widow with a son. Why, you picked one up when you couldn't give birth yourself.
Ah, what are you talking about?
My son is fine. Murder. Help. The fighting ability of Lai San's mother was obviously not as good as Sue's mother, and she was suppressed and unable to move. Screaming. It's useless to scream at the top of your lungs. No one is as disgusting as you when you gossip behind people's backs. My son earns money with his own hands, unlike your son, who is a petty thief and has been beaten several times. Do you want to go to the police station together to report each other? Let's see who they catch? I don't dare anymore. I never dare again. Lai's mother burst into tears and her face was swollen. Several aunties looked at each other, not daring to step forward to pull her away, for fear of being accidentally hurt by the furious Sue's mother. She sounded so confident, so there should be no problem. In the end, It was Sue's father who heard that his wife was showing off again and rushed over to pull the people away. On the way to the third brother's house, Sue's mother was still angry. She put her hands on her hips and cursed Lysan's family as she walked. They were like slugs that couldn't be shaken off. They didn't care about their lives but were really disgusting. Su Guangzong and Su Yazu only found out today that the third brother's family bought the land at the back to raise chickens, and they all ran over to inquire about the situation. 50 yuan for 2 mu of land is really not cheap, plus the fence is at least a dozen yuan. The third brother's family hasn't been in business for a long time, so why are they so willing to spend money? Sue's second wife opened her mouth and asked directly, "Third brother, are you really doing business outside now? Are you not arresting people?" Although they said they could do business at the beginning, I was still worried and a little bit unbelieving. Although Su Dongxing didn't like the little calculations of his 2 sisters-in-law, they were family after all, and he was happy to lend a hand. How should I put it? It's okay to do small things now, but I can't say if it gets bigger. Now we are also crossing the river by feeling the stones. Then how much can you earn a month? Didn't I say it before? If you work hard, you can at least earn a worker's salary. Sometimes it's more than a worker's salary. Second sister Sue didn't ask how much money it was, and she still felt uneasy. There are also people who can't make money, right? Su Dongxing glanced at her. Of course there are. What can you do to guarantee that you can make money? There are times when you lose money even if you grow crops on the land. Su Yaozu had some ideas. Third brother, tell us more about what's going on outside. Are there many people doing business? Not many, but there are some. For example, besides me, there are 3 other people selling food at the station. There are people selling candy and fruit on the street. They are all small businesses. Su Dongxing sat up straight and looked at his 2 brothers seriously. Brother, we farmers can't make much money from farming all year round. If you have any ideas, you can try. You can go out and sell some small things to supplement the income. Doesn't my sister-in-law raise pigs at home? She doesn't just go one way. More ways means more money. Just like the eldest and second brothers in a Huey's family, they also go out from time to time to sell some chickens and rabbits to supplement the family, and they still take care of the fruit trees and tea trees at home. But I have also made it clear to you about the disadvantages. There are risks in doing business, and you may be bullied. Just like those new businessmen at the station, they couldn't sell their food and had to be charged protection fees by gangsters, and finally they had to report to the police. It's not decent to do business as an individual business owner. You have heard what the villagers said about me. No matter what you do, there are pros and cons. Think about it carefully. Father and Mother Sue looked at the third child and felt a little strange. They knew best what their old son was like before. Now he has really changed and looks much more reliable. They are comforted. Aunt Sue looked at Lin Hui and asked curiously, Hui, what do your parents think? You dare to follow them? Lin Hui knew that she was still worried and wanted to hear more opinions, so she told the truth. My parents' family is in a more difficult situation than here. There is no land to plant. The fruits and tea in the mountains cannot be sold at a good price, so we can only find a way to make money outside. They're also worried, so they started to try little by little. We didn't help them. We just gave them some suggestions. My eldest brother and second brother sold the rabbits by themselves. She had to make this clear to prevent people from thinking that she had given her parents a lot of benefits and asking them to help. Father Sue cleared his throat. Okay, the third brother has made it clear. You should decide whether to do it or not. No one can help you. Second sister-in-law Sue muttered softly, Aren't you helping the third brother's family? Su Dongxing raised his eyebrows, smiling. Yes, it's not in vain. I gave Dad 10 yuan a month to help look after the fields. In the future, I will give Mom 10 yuan to come and help raise chickens and rabbits. Sister-in-law, your parents' home is very close. If you are too busy, you can ask your family to come over. 10 yuan? So much? The 2 sisters-in-law were surprised. They didn't know that they had given money. They thought that the old couple was partial to the oldest son. 10 yuan a month, 2 people is 20 yuan. Hui is still lucky. When we were pregnant, let alone raising chickens, we had to go to the fields to earn work points during the double harvest. Mrs. Su envied. Lin Hui slowly touched her bulging belly and responded to her words. Yes, I am blessed to marry into this family. The 2 children in my belly are making a lot of noise. If I wasn't really uncomfortable, I wouldn't bother my parents. 2 children? Several people exclaimed. The wide-open eyes and surprised expression satisfied Su Dongxing's vanity again. He trembled his legs and boasted, "Well, yes, our Ahui is amazing. She is pregnant with twins. Family planning is so strict now, it's great to be pregnant with 2 at once. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" "I don't know. It doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl." "Haha, yes, yes." After sending them away, Lin Hui asked Su Dongxing, "Do you think the 2 families will go out to do business?" He stretched lazily, then lowered his head and moved closer, putting his ear on her bulging belly, feeling the child, and was happy. After a while, he said, "I don't think so." Lin Hui smiled. There was a tacit understanding. After discussing it with the eldest and second Su sisters, they still felt that it was a bit unreliable. First, even the third brother said that he could not guarantee that he would not be arrested if the business became big. If there was a chance, being arrested and sent to labor camp would be a shame for the ancestors. Second, the men had to go out to do business, and the family had to go to the fields to raise pigs and cook for the children, and they were too busy. If they were asked to spend money to invite their natal family to help, they would not be happy. Even if they only hired 1 person, 10 yuan a month, are they crazy? They have not made any money yet, but they have suffered a big loss. After thinking about it, they're still worried. They will wait until the third brother has been in business for a full year and see the situation before talking about it. It is better to be safe. Lin Hui didn't care. She steamed a large pot of sweet potatoes and made more dried sweet potatoes while the weather was good. When Su Dongsheng was selling buns at the bus station, he would occasionally take some dried sweet potatoes to grind his teeth when he was bored. When the old customer saw it that day, he gave them some. As a result, they bought all the ones in his pocket. They said that the more they chewed, the better it tasted. It was good to chew them while riding in a car. The cost of making this is low, and the process is not difficult. Lin Hui can make it easily at home. Su Dongxing saw that Go Zi could sell buns by himself, so he pushed the broken tricycle he had put together to find a repair shop. "Master, can you help me see how to repair this car?" The old master in the repair shop happened to be free. He looked up and laughed. "There are many places to repair your car. Take a look first." The old master knocked with pliers in his hands and soon said, "First of all, the tires and chains must be replaced with new ones. The paint on the body has fallen off. See if you want to paint it. If you want to paint it, you can do it together." The old master nodded and mentioned a few more places to be repaired. There are also some places that need to be re-welded. These various things will cost 18 yuan in total. Su Dongxing frowned. "Too expensive, order less." People came to repair bicycles and they only charged a few cents with the dinging and clanging of bells. Don't look at it as expensive. The paints I use are easy to color and dry. A single bucket costs 5 yuan. Su Dongxing still shook his head. "Too expensive. 15 yuan. If it works, I'll let you repair it. If not, I'll find someone else." The old craftsman lowered his head to check the car again and nodded. "Okay, but you have to pay 5 yuan first. Let me repair the bike and come back to pick it up in 3 days." Su Dongxing nodded, took out 5 bills and gave them to him, and got a receipt. He turned around and smiled. He still had more money left than his wife gave him, so he had some private money. There was a piece of land next to the repair shop that was originally fenced off to build a new house. It had been built for more than 2 months, with 2 stories high and a large area. Su Dongsheng poked his head inside. It was almost finished being renovated and they were cleaning. The floor tiles could even reflect people's shadows. It looked really luxurious. He squinted at a handwritten billboard next to him. He recognized the 2 words Volkswagen, which he often saw in quotations. The other 2 words seemed to be restaurant. Volkswagen Hotel? A new restaurant is opening here? There is already a state-owned restaurant in the town that has been open for more than 10 years, and it is unlikely that another one will open. This restaurant is most likely privately owned. There was a middle-aged man in a black suit supervising on the side. Su Dongsheng boldly went over and asked, "Comrade, are you going to open a restaurant here?" The man turned around, and his attitude was quite good. Yes, I opened it. Comrades, please come and support us more in the future. No problem. What kind of vegetables do you sell? We have all kinds of vegetables. I hired 3 chefs who can cook all 8 major cuisines. Su Dongsheng didn't know what the 8 major cuisines were, so he asked, do you buy native chickens and rabbits? My family raises them. They are fat and delicious when cooked. The man realized that this was a door-to-door sales pitch. He didn't chase him away and seemed very interested. We have our own cooperative farmers, so we don't need to buy them. But we don't have rabbits. Are they raised by your family? I caught them in the mountains before, and now I raise them at home. I have quite a few at home. I can bring one to you tomorrow and let you try the meat for free. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. We'll just consider it as making friends. The man had never seen a countryman who looked so businesslike, so he agreed immediately. Okay, tomorrow at the same time, send one over and I'll have our chefs waiting. Okay. Su Dongsheng agreed happily. Although he didn't know the result yet, he had confidence in his rabbits. He went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought a pound of red dates and half a pound of brown sugar. He also bought half a pound of dried shrimps. The doctor said that these can replenish nutrition and blood. Coming out of the supply and marketing cooperative, 2 people staggered past him. Looking down, drops of blood on the ground spread out like plum blossoms, and Su Dongsheng's heart skipped. After a while, a few fierce-looking men ran in the direction of the 2 people just now, obviously chasing. He was very familiar with the backs of these people. One of them was Brother Zhen, and the other 2 were people he met in the card hall. He had played cards and drank with them and called them brothers. He let out a long breath. It was none of his business, and he had already left there. When he walked to the bus station, his 2 brothers-in-law and younger brother-in-law stood next to Gozi. He went over and was surprised. Why are there 3 of you? Brother-in-law. Little brother Lin jumped over and ran over very excited. Big brother Lin was helpless. There's nothing I can do. He's too annoying. He had to come with me. Little brother Lin said proudly, I can count faster than you guys. Second brother Lin took over. I'm thicker-skinned and talk more. If it weren't for me, how could we sell so fast today? Little brother Lin whispered to his brother-in-law. Today they brought 7 chickens and 8 rabbits, and they were all sold out. Here is half a bag of bayberries and bananas, some of which are just ripe. Take them back for Ah Hui to eat. Su Dongsheng was happy. It's just right, I was thinking of picking some when I go home one day. Ah Hui is pregnant with twins, and the doctor said she should eat more fruits, which is good for her health. Really? That's great. Go home and tell my parents. They will be happy. The 2 uncles grinned. There were really happy events in the family, one after another. I want to go see my 3rd sister, brother-in-law. Let me go back with you. Little brother Lin grabbed him and asked. Su Dongsheng said cheerfully, sure, you can go anytime. There's a bed for you to sleep on. But the eldest brother Lin disagreed. Your sister doesn't have time to take care of you now. Don't go and cause trouble. The second brother, Lin, also disagreed. Su Dongsheng stuffed the remaining steamed buns from Guzi into their hands. You can fill your stomach. He also gave them half a pound of red dates despite their refusal. The doctor said that red dates can replenish qi and blood, and it's best to eat them dry or stewed in soup or porridge. They are most suitable for women. The 2 brothers-in-law took his words to heart. Then we will buy more in the future. From top to bottom, the women in the family are all skinny and have yellow faces. They all need to be supplemented. Now that they have made money, they are willing to spend it. There were many people at the bus station, and they didn't talk much before they dispersed. The 2 groups went back to their homes. Su Dongsheng broke off a handful of bananas and stuffed them into Guzi's hands to take home. He could eat them after 2 days of incubation. Bananas are not light, and it is difficult for them to carry them so far. Lin Hui found out and laughed at him, saying that he really got what he got in exchange for the buns. She learned from Su Dongsheng that her mother's business was going well, and she felt relieved. The pressure of the fine could always be reduced. Let me see if my daughter missed her father today. Su Dongsheng half squatted down and approached her belly. A small bulge greeted him. Finally, you pay attention to me again. My daughter is so lazy. Su Dongsheng laughed, but unfortunately, he only moved for a moment and then stopped. The things he bought were placed on the table. Lin Hui lowered her head and saw that he was motionless, with her ear pressed against her belly and listening carefully. She reached out and touched his head, her black hair passing through her fingers, and her heart softened. If it were my son, he would be unhappy to hear you say that. Su Dongsheng thought for a while. Could it be that he ignored him because he kept calling her his daughter? 2 children, there should be at least one daughter, right? Su Dongsheng was entangled. How about I call my son first and my daughter first? The two chatted for a while without any meaning, and then Su Dongsheng began to tell her about the town. Last year, the first private restaurant appeared in Beijing City, and this year we also have the first one here. This boss Gao is a man who dares to think and act. He is not simple. He must have a lot of tricks to open a restaurant. Whether he has problems or not, our family will have an additional fixed income in the future. Su Dongsheng is a talkative person. He talks a lot to Lin Hui every day. He tells her everything that happens in the town. Lin Hui doesn't mind and analyzes and discusses with him and can also give suggestions. The two of them talk back and forth, and the room doesn't seem deserted. The next day, Su Dongsheng brought the rabbit to the Dazhong Hotel, and he didn't expect it to be the first day of trial operation. All the surrounding baffles were removed, and the huge plaque on the door was particularly conspicuous. He estimated that he could see the words on it clearly from dozens of meters away. The boss was still wearing a black suit and black leather shoes, welcoming guests at the door, but it seemed that the guests might be his friends, dressed in the same boss outfit. He walked over. Boss, business is booming and money is coming in. The boss turned sideways, saw him and smiled. Thank you, fellow villager. I wish you business is booming too. Do you want to come in and try our menu? No, I have something else to do. Just send you a rabbit. The restaurant owner called the chef out and took the rabbit from his hand. Seeing that he was really busy, Su Dongsheng left a note and left. On it was the phone number of the village office. If you want to buy a rabbit, you can call that number and ask someone to pass on the message. The chef was seen carrying a rabbit by a customer who asked, "Why is there no rabbit on the menu?" The restaurant owner smiled and said, "This is a new dish. We haven't tried it yet, so it's not on the menu. It just so happens that today is a trial opening, so we're trying out the new dish for you. Serve us a plate when it's almost ready." The neighboring table also joined in the fun. "We have one plate too." The restaurant owner smiled awkwardly. Well, they've all been sold out before they've even tried the dish, so they really can't give up the rabbit. After delivering the rabbit, Su Dongsheng stopped by the repair shop to see what had become of his tricycle. This old master charged a lot of money and worked very hard. The broken part had been re-welded, and he was touching the tire with his dirty hands. He squatted aside and started a conversation. "Master, your craftsmanship is really good. Is it inherited from your ancestors or from a state-owned unit?" The young apprentice next to him thought he had a new competitor, so he frowned and stared at him nervously. The old master smiled and said, "I worked in a state-owned factory, but it's a craft passed down from my ancestors. You have to make a living by your ability. If you don't have good skills, you will starve." There were other cars in the repair shop. He looked at them with interest. "Master, if I want to add a shed to the back of the car, how much does it cost?" The old master smoked a cigarette and looked at him. "Want to add a shed? It's not cheap. I will take my wife and daughter out in the future. It will be too hot without a shed." The shed he wanted to add was not made of iron sheets. It was similar to the retractable and expandable ones on rickshaws. A few iron wires supported a piece of cloth, so it wouldn't be afraid even if it rained. I didn't expect that he still loved his wife and daughter. The old master finished smoking his cigarette and quoted a price. "The cloth is good oil cloth. I will paint the side with the same paint for you. Add 3 yuan. Su Dongsheng. Okay. The original price of 18 yuan is not reduced by a penny, and the private money is gone again. He still added more. Not to mention anything else. He didn't worry about the rain when he put the buns on it. There were 2 apprentices in the repair shop, and the work was not heavy. The master asked him to come and get it tomorrow afternoon. Before Su Dongsheng walked out of the street, the waiter of the Dazhong restaurant ran out and pulled him back. My fellow villager, send me another 3 rabbits tomorrow.
Su Dongsheng was happy.
If there was a fixed order, it would save him the trouble. However, the restaurant owner obviously wanted to test the waters first, and only talk about it if the sales were good. Okay, boss, you can see that our rabbits are quite fat, and we can get 3.2 yuan each. The restaurant owner nodded, very straightforward, and obviously had enough money in his pocket, okay. When Su Dongsheng rode the tricycle back the next afternoon, he was so cool. The dog was sitting on the back bucket, and it was also excited to wow, 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 wow. Those who didn't know would think it was a monkey running down from a mountain. Su Guohua, Su Guoqiang, and other children were playing marbles at the door. They heard the shouting from a distance and looked over. Uncle San was riding a tricycle. Uncle San, did you buy this car?
Wow.
Uncle San, I want to ride in one too. Su Dongsheng was almost at the door of his house when he was surrounded by several children. The eldest and second wives of Su heard the shouts and came out to see, their eyes wide open. Third brother, did you buy this? Oh my god. This car is not cheap, is it? Su Dongsheng patted Su Guohua on the head. Call your third aunt out. Su Guohua rushed into the yard and shouted, Third aunt, my third uncle bought a tricycle. It's so new and beautiful. Lin Hui knew that she could get the car back today, so she was not surprised. Instead, Su's mother, who came to help feed the chickens, was startled.
What?
Bought a tricycle? Lin Hui was afraid that she would scold again if she got anxious, so she whispered in her ear. He bought it from the scrap yard. He spent 20 yuan to repair it. It's not a loss. Su's mother opened her mouth wide. Scrap this, no, I'll go and take a look. Ah Hui, you walk slowly behind. She ran out at full speed, no slower than Su Guohua. Go, 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 get out of my way. Pushing the children aside, Su's mother finally saw the magnificent car. She pulled her son over and asked in a low voice, Is it really 20? Su Dongsheng smiled and nodded. Yes. Mother Su smiled widely, wiped the sweat from her palms, and began to touch the bike. The dog had been driven off by the children, and the basket was also taken down. On the bike was the youngest Su Guoqiao, who was so excited that he wanted to jump, but Mother Su glared at him. Don't jump. What if it breaks? Several other children also scrambled to get on, but were scolded by their mother. If it broke, they really couldn't afford the compensation. There are many families in the village who can afford bicycles, but none of them have bought tricycles. Lin Hui walked slowly, came out with her belly bulging, and saw her man's smug smile at a glance. The body of the car was painted dark blue, and except for a few dents in some places, at first glance, it really looked like a new one. Su Dongsheng came over to help her. Hui, look at our new car, it's not bad, right? I can take you and the kids to play in the future. He couldn't wait to show her. I also added a canopy to the car so you don't have to worry about rain. He asked Su Guoqiao to sit down in the car and then spread out the rain cloth on it.
Wow.
No other bikes have added brakes. Only ours have. He was just like Shanhua, wagging his tail for praise. Lin Hui was indeed surprised. She didn't expect him to be so considerate. She smiled and said, That's great. This shed is worth adding. Su's mother was itching to do it, so she pushed the children aside. Su Guoqiao was also forcibly carried down, and then said, Third brother, come and teach me how to ride. Although Su Dongsheng had only ridden once today, he had ridden for more than half an hour since he came back from town, and he felt like an old hand. Mom, this is the front brake, this is the rear brake. In fact, there is no technical content. A 3-wheeled bike is more stable than a 2-wheeled bike. The most important thing is to keep a good head. The entrance to the village is wide, and Su's mother learned it after riding carefully for a while. She was so happy that she didn't want to get off. Su Dongsheng didn't watch for long, and helped Lin Hui back to the house to count the accounts for the past few days. Other neighbors also came to watch the fun. Someone asked Su's eldest and second wives, Can you really make so much money by setting up a stall? I heard that a 3-wheeled bike is much more expensive than a 2-wheeled bike. It should be at least 200, right? Hasn't old third Su only been selling buns for 2 months? The 2 sisters-in-law were envious. We don't know either. The neighbors thought they didn't want to say, but they really didn't know. They didn't know how much they earned, how much the tricycle cost, or how they bought it. After Sue's mother had her fill, she carefully pushed the tricycle into the yard. The noisy children were also driven away. Old Third's family used the stove a lot and was short of firewood, so when Sue's father was free, he would help them chop 2 bundles. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw the tricycle and asked stupidly, "Where did you borrow it from?" Su Dongsheng laughed while eating a banana. "I bought your son from the scrap yard, and I spent money to repair it. It cost almost 25 yuan in total." Sue's mother felt that 25 yuan was a lot of money, but compared to a tricycle that cost more than 200 yuan, it was really nothing. She asked hurriedly, "Is there any more at the scrap yard?" "It's gone now. I was just lucky to see the unloading. Don't tell anyone. Otherwise everyone will go to the scrap yard, and it won't be our turn to pick up the good stuff." Sue's mother slapped her thigh. "No need to tell. Then you should go to the scrap yard more often in the future." Sue's father put the firewood under the eaves and then touched the tricycle carefully.
Don't touch it, old man.
"Look at the saliva flowing from the corners of your mouth. You look like you have never seen the world." Lin Hui and the others laughed. Just now, the old mother was so happy that she could hardly close her mouth, and now it was her turn to laugh at others. Sue's father smiled and was not angry. "It's not that you have never seen the world. Our Su family has never bought a tricycle. With the tricycle, their lives have changed a bit. Su Dongsheng can sleep half an hour longer every day. He doesn't need to carry a basket when he goes to town. He can just put the steamer on the back of the bucket and sell it. Not only at the bus station but also in the streets, it is easier to sell. People will definitely feel more reassured to see a tricycle selling things than to carry a load on their shoulders to sell things." And Sue's father and mother straightened their backs in the village again, and they would curse back if someone said something behind their backs. "Does your family have a tricycle? Don't talk so much nonsense. My 3rd child has a tricycle. Do you have one?" 3rd child Sue's handsome guy has become a man who rides a tricycle. He is very happy and pats his chest to tell Lin Hui that he'll be a man who rides a motorcycle in the future. Seeing that he is not bold enough, Lin Hui said that there will be a man who drives a car in the future.
He was frightened again.
"Will there be a time when I, 3rd child Sue, will drive a car?" One noon at the end of May, when Lin Hui was preparing lunch, someone knocked on the gate. "Who is it?" Just after Sue's mother fed the chickens and left, she locked the door. "Excuse me, is this Su Dongsheng's home?" The voice was a young male voice, and it didn't sound like he was from the village. Outside the door were 2 men in police uniforms, and she was stunned. The police comrade had a solemn expression on his face and spoke in a serious voice. "Is this Su Dongsheng's home?" Lin Hui opened the door. "Yes, comrade. What's the matter?" The 2 police officers walked in. "Is Su Dongsheng at home? We want to question him. He's out and will be back soon." The slightly older one looked at her belly. "First child? 6 or 7 months, right?" Lin Hui was a little nervous, stroking her belly. "It's the 1st child. Because they are twins, they look big, but they are only more than 4 months old. Comrade, please sit down and have some water. Don't worry, fellow villagers. We'll wait for him here." He looked at the high courtyard wall without saying a word, while another young policeman walked back and forth in the yard. Shamwa blocked the door to the backyard tightly, growling in a low voice, not letting them pass, which aroused their vigilance, and they all walked closer. "What's in the backyard?" Lin Hui went over to pick it up. "Shanhua, be good. It's okay, we're not bad people. We raise chickens and rabbits in the backyard. Sorry, our dog is a little fierce when it sees strangers." The 2 policemen didn't say anything, still with a serious face, and walked into the backyard. "Fellow villagers, do you raise so many?" The rabbits were caught in the mountains before. "At first, I wanted to raise them for fun, but later they gave birth to more and more. I raise chickens because my body is not well nourished, and it is even more difficult when I am pregnant with 2 children. Because I have been to the town health center twice, I have payment receipts." Lin Hui collected all the receipts carefully. The 2 policemen checked and found that they were stamped by the town health center, and the time was correct. "When did you start raising them?" "After we separated, we only raised a few at first. Because I hadn't gotten pregnant for several months after I got married. We kept raising more and more. Do you know what Su Dongsheng is doing outside? I know. I found out I was pregnant when I fainted and went to the hospital in mid-April this year. At that time, our family didn't have enough money, so we wanted to go out and sell the buns we made to supplement the family income. How much do you make a day? Do you hire anyone? After deducting the cost, I can make about 5 yuan. I didn't hire anyone because I was afraid of encountering gangsters, so I asked his brother to accompany him. The two people kept asking questions, and they were very detailed. Lin Hui slowly calmed down. Although the police did not make any comments, Lin Hui knew that she had done nothing wrong. Since the town allows private restaurants to buy land, build houses, and open stores, it means that private transactions are really not restricted. The old policeman suddenly asked, "Have you ever been to school?" "I only finished elementary school. But we bought a lot of newspapers from the scrapyard, and we read newspapers and study every day, trying to follow the pace of the leaders and move forward." He nodded and looked at the large stack of newspapers in the corner with approval in his eyes. She knows how to make progress, speaks clearly and logically, unlike ordinary village women. His impression of her changed. If Su Laosan was really a gangster, how did he marry such a good wife? Lin Hui. Face, relying on face to deceive. Afternoon, there was movement outside the door. "Wife, I'm back." Su Dongsheng pushed the door open and came back with Gozi. He was stunned to see 2 policemen in the yard. The younger policeman was also stunned. "You were the one who helped call the police at the bus station before?" "Oh, yes, it was me." "What's this?" He had helped the old man and the child find the police at the bus station before, and it was the young policeman in front of him who picked them up. The old policeman had a sharp eye and stared at the tricycle next to him. "Where did you get this car?" Su Dongsheng scratched his head. "I bought this from the scrapyard a few days ago, and then I repaired it at the repair shop in town for 3 days and repainted it. I have receipts." Lin Hui nodded and took out all the receipts. The policeman looked at it and checked the time and the amount of money and found no problem. "This can't be lied about, just go and check with the scrapyard." Su Dongsheng was surprised. "Leader, is there a problem with this car?" "I bought it without knowing it." The policeman still had a stern face and asked without answering. He turned to Gozi next to him. "Are you Wang Wangjia?"
Niknamed Gozi?
Gozi was a little scared, but still nodded. "Yes, I am. We are handling a case that may be related to you. Please come with us now. We will let you go back after verification and confirmation that there is no problem." Lin Hui held the man's hand tightly, a little nervous. If it was because of speculation, it didn't look like it. They didn't hold on to his business. Su Dongsheng thought about it and couldn't figure out what crime he had committed. He comforted Lin Hui. "It's okay. I didn't do anything wrong. You wait for me at home. I will be back soon. If you are scared, go to the old house to find your mother." Lin Hui took a deep breath. She knew in her heart that there was probably no problem, but her stomach was a little tight. Maybe the child was a little frightened. "Okay, come back soon."
Yes.
Lin Hui waited at home, poured herself a glass of water, ate a few red dates casually, and had no intention of cooking. After a while, Su's father and mother and the families of the eldest and second brothers came over. Ahui, ahui. The third child was arrested by the police? Mother Su ran over in a panic. People in the village said they saw the police take him away. Is that true? The others were also worried, and the children stood aside in fear and dared not speak. Sister-in-law, did the third brother really commit a crime? Lin Hui comforted them in return. He didn't commit a crime. The police just had a case to question him, and he came back after the questioning. If he didn't commit a crime, why did they come to take him away for questioning? You shut up. Su Yaozu glared at the second sister-in-law of Su, and she turned her face away and didn't speak. The eldest sister-in-law of Su was also very nervous. Is it because of speculation? Is it serious? Are they here to cut off the tail? Or kill all the chickens and rabbits in the backyard? Lin Hui was already in a bad mood, and she had to comfort them, and her head was buzzing with pain. Why can't you make sense? You all say that he didn't commit a crime. It's not speculation. He just had to question him, and he came back after the questioning. Okay, Hui, don't get excited. Sue's mother saw that she looked unhappy, so she didn't ask any more questions no matter how anxious she was. Sue's father was smoking and not talking, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Some relatives wanted to come over to say hello, but they were blocked outside the door by the eldest and second brothers Sue. Some of them were really worried, but most of them were just there to add insult to injury. In just a few hours, the villagers spread the rumor that Su Lao-san was arrested for speculation and was going to jail and labor reform. Lao-san's mother let out a long sigh and said with a smile that she would set off firecrackers to celebrate that God had eyes. When it was almost dark, no one came back, and they were more convinced that he was really arrested. Sue's mother drove the two brothers back, and she and the old man were the only ones who took care of Lin Hui. She cooked dinner. Lin Hui had been sitting in the main room, hugging Shanhwa and stroking his fur, and didn't go to see Sue's mother sighing. On the way back to the village, Su Dongsheng and Gozi said as they ran, "It would be great if I could ride my tricycle out today. We would be home early now, and we don't have to walk back so hard." That's right. Maybe he was afraid that we would run away on our bikes. This road I can run into the fields and up the mountains and he can't catch me. Knock, knock, knock. Su Dongsheng ran to the entrance of the village, panting, "Ahui, I'm back." Lin Hui stood up. "Mom and Dad, Dongsheng is back." Sue's mother heard it and rushed to open the door first. "Mom, why are you still here?" Sue's mother cried and slapped him hard several times. "You little stinky boy, I owed you in my last life, and you made me worry so much." Su Dongsheng took her in his arms and walked in. "Mom, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I said I didn't do anything wrong. It's just that the police wanted to investigate the case, and they saw that I knew a lot in the town, so they came over to ask a few questions." Sue's father looked up and down, and was relieved that he didn't get beaten. "Is it really not a matter of speculation?" "No, the police didn't say they wouldn't let us go out to do business. Don't worry about it." Lin Hui stood up and couldn't help pursing her lips. She was really worried this afternoon. "You're back." Su Dongsheng let go of his mother, stepped forward, and held her hand. "I'm back. Have you eaten? Why are your hands so cold?" Lin Hui was about to answer when her stomach twisted. Seeing her holding her stomach, Su Dongsheng was startled. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Sue's mother asked her to lie down in the house quickly. "Maybe you are too nervous today. The old man will go to boil water." "Third brother, don't take a shower yet. I'll go to your third aunt's house to pick some pomelo leaves and get rid of the bad luck." Su Dongsheng hugged Lin Hui back to the house and turned around. "It's dark now, and you're still going to pick leaves?" Sue's mother snorted coldly. "Everyone in the village said that you were arrested today. I want to pick them now and let them all know that you are not guilty." After that, she went out in a hurry. Seeing this, Su Dongsheng didn't care and helped his wife lie down. Lin Hui held his hand. "What happened today?" Su Dongsheng's face was not as relaxed as before. "Brother Zhen and his gang have committed a crime. Brother Zhen's gang has been doing a lot of business of grabbing turf and collecting protection fees. The so-called evil forces are getting bigger and bigger, and they have also been involved in some things they shouldn't be involved in. They have almost all the three major evils. I didn't expect that they would dare to openly confront the police. A few days ago, I was at the door of the supply and marketing cooperative, and I saw them chasing and killing people in the street in broad daylight. But the police didn't know about this. They came to find me and Gozi because we want to play cards and drink together before. All those who played cards together were taken away for questioning, and some of them also did a lot of bad things. Fortunately, Gozi and I have been away for several months. We were educated by the police and released." Su Dongsheng sat on the edge of the bed, looking relieved. Lin Hui grabbed his hand and put it on her stomach. Her voice choked. "We should be honest and don't associate with those people anymore. If something really happens to you, my child, and I will have a hard time." At this time, the baby in her belly seemed to have heard what the mother said and kicked up twice. Su Dongsheng had a gentle expression, gently stroked her belly, bent down and kissed her on the lips. "I promise I won't do it again." He had said this many times, but never so solemnly. Sue's mother didn't know how many doors she knocked on. Anyway, it was very lively in the evening, and she had to let people know that her son had not been arrested. Su Dongsheng washed the grapefruit water, burned talismans, and worshipped in front of the old lady's tablet to thank her for her blessing. Because he was frightened all day and didn't prepare the ingredients for making buns the next day, Su Dongsheng also planned to stay at home with his wife for a few days and wander around the village by the way. He couldn't let his mother suffer in vain. Su Dongsheng and Gozi wandered around the village for most of the day, bragging to people. Especially when he went to Lai San's parents to care about Lai San's condition, he accidentally lamented that his wife was pregnant with 2 babies and the pressure of supporting the family was too great. The old couple was so angry that they almost died. Seeing that he had vented his anger, Lin Hui called him back to work. Brother Su-san, there is a call for you, and the surname is Gao. Su Dongsheng had just come back with 2 bundles of firewood, and he didn't even have a sip of water to drink. A child came to run errands and shouted. When he heard it, he knew it in his heart and said to his wife with a smile, "It must be the Dazhong restaurant that wants to buy rabbits from us. You go quickly, don't let people wait anxiously." After he left, Lin Hui counted the money on hand and took out the 15 yuan salary slip for Gozi. It was just the end of the month, although it was 2 days late, but Gozi worked hard, so it didn't matter if he gave him a little more. Oh, yes, there is also 10 yuan for my father-in-law. The 10 yuan for my mother-in-law will be calculated from next month. I have to keep another 10 yuan in reserve, so I have 185 yuan left. I need to dig a well and build a fence. I don't know if it will be enough. 10 minutes later, Su Dongsheng came back happily. They want to buy rabbits from us regularly and send 10 rabbits every 5 days, but they want to lower the price, so I gave them 10 cents, which is 3.
10 yuan per rabbit.
Then we can make 180 yuan a month just from selling rabbits. Lin Hui raised her eyebrows. She has been getting more money recently, so she has become good at calculating. If you and Gozi can sell more buns, you can also make 180 yuan. Then we can have 280 yuan a month, which is 360 yuan. Together with the money from selling chickens, you can make 400 yuan a month in the future. Amazing! 400 yuan can buy a small black and white TV. Su Dongsheng opened his mouth wide. I can make 400 yuan in the future? I can buy a TV? Lin Hui suppressed her laughter and nodded. Yeah, that's right. Who doesn't know how to make a pie in the sky? Don't think about the future yet. Have you told Dad? Ask him to help find someone to dig a well. You're home these few days, so break the back wall and open a door and find someone to enclose the chicken coop. Construction is just starting in the back, so it won't be strange to hear the noise from outside. Okay, I'll go find Dad. Father Su had just come back from pulling weeds in the field and saw the happy look on the 3rd child's face. Did you pick up money?
Yeah, that's about right.
Dad, sit down. I need your help with something. Father Su took off his shoes and patted the mud on the ground. Go ahead. While I'm home these 2 days, we need to find a few people to enclose the chicken coop. Well, it's time to start the construction, and we can't delay. Also, we want to dig a well in the yard, but we don't know many of the workers. Father Su looked up suddenly. What tricks are you guys going to do? When his father took off his shoes, Su Dongsheng had automatically moved away. It was too smelly. He pinched his nose and spoke. The well in the front village is not close to us, and the chickens and rabbits at home use more water. When the 2 children are born, Mom will definitely have to help take care of them. Maybe Dad will have to go over to help with the grandchildren. By then, I will be too busy to handle it. I have to queue up to wash diapers. Father Su thought of his 2 grandchildren, and his heart softened. Can't you work harder? You're just afraid of trouble. Can you be too busy to run a few more times to get water every day? You are so tall, but you complain about the hard work. When I was your age, your dad could do any work. The old man's problem is to recall the past and talk a lot whenever he has the chance. Then I have to go chop wood in the afternoon. Maybe by then our business will be more prosperous and we can make more money. The money for digging the well can be easily earned back. Su Dongsheng had 400 yuan hanging in front of him, and he was carefree. Father Su knew that the 3rd child was a stubborn person. If he didn't help, he might be cheated if he went to find someone. Okay, I'll help you find someone later. They're all veterans, and they ask for fair money. Father Su was talking about an old friend he had known for decades. A few years ago, he formed a team and dug wells for people in the surrounding area, making a lot of money. He put away his tools only after his children got married. When his old friend asked him to come, he had to give him face. When they arrived in the yard, they looked left and right, and finally chose a corner in the backyard. Lin Hui originally wanted to dig in the front yard because the backyard was too crowded. But now that the chicken coop and rabbit nest have been moved out, it would be more appropriate to dig in the backyard, as it would be more convenient to use water. Because they haven't done it for several years, and it's an old friend's house, the price they charge is lower than outside. The labor cost is 50 yuan plus 10 yuan per meter, and the base is 7 meters. The specific amount of digging depends on the depth of the water below. According to the situation of other wells in the village, it is estimated that this well needs to be dug 8-10 meters, and the total price of making a water-drawing windlass is about 150-160 yuan, which is about the same as Lin Hui's guess. She went back to the house to get the money, and gave half of it first, and then settled the rest after digging and confirming that there was no problem with the water. Father Su wanted to secretly ask them if the money was enough, so he didn't have to pay his 10 yuan first, but it seemed that it was enough. The well digger had his own set of special tools. He was indeed an old hand. He chose a good place and could feel the moisture of the soil after digging 6 meters. Water came out after digging another meter. There is water, dig another 3 meters and then lay pebbles. The old man was also happy. He had been idle at home for a long time and was afraid that his skills would be rusty. It's better to work, and it's boring to be idle. It will take a few days to dig after the water comes out. The water in front is turbid, and it will become clearer the more you dig. This time, no workers were hired to build the backyard fence. The eldest brother, the second brother, and the dog came to help. They only paid 15 yuan to buy 2 trucks of broken bricks and a few bags of cement. At this time, the benefits of raising many poultry at home became apparent. The family did not need to spend money to buy eggs and meat to cook for the workers. They could eat as much as they wanted. Lin Hui killed a chicken or a rabbit every day, cut it into 2 halves, fried or stewed, and made everyone satisfied. The eldest brother and the second brother came to help. Lin Hui was not stingy. She gave a bowl of food to the children next door, every day. Sue's mother felt distressed and told her that she only needed to kill one on the first and last day. There was no need to kill every day. Others also advised, but Lin Hui felt that although they were family members, they did not receive wages for their work. Her family raised so many poultry. If she was stingy with the food, it would not sound good to tell others. Moreover, the fence was built in 4 days, so not many were killed. Lin Hui smelled the aroma of stir-fried rabbit meat and ate the bland egg custard, which was really tasteless. Su Dongshen couldn't stand his wife's pitiful eyes, so he secretly picked up a piece and put it in her bowl. You eat it. But the next second, it was taken away by his mother. Ahui, you must hold back. Pregnant women can't eat rabbits.
There is some truth in the old saying.
You have to listen for the sake of the child, okay? Lin Hui sighed silently and nodded. The old saying says that pregnant women can't eat rabbits, fearing that the child will be born with a rabbit mouth. Although Lin Hui had doubts about this, the old woman was watching closely, so she didn't dare to eat it carelessly. The wall of the chicken coop was much simpler than the well. It was obvious that the well was started first, and the well was just about to install the windlass after the chickens and rabbits were moved out. Su Dongshen hung the bucket up and slowly lowered it. After a few days of digging, the water finally became much clearer. Everyone was happy, and it was considered a success. Lin Hui paid the balance very quickly and prepared a table of wine and food with Su's mother. The well was officially completed. In the evening, Su Dongshen lay on the bed with his legs crossed, feeling happy. After moving the chickens and rabbits away, the air smelled much better. Lin Hui put her legs on him, and he subconsciously massaged her calves. With a smile on her face, she began to count the money gently. Dad, we only have less than 30 yuan left now, plus the 31 yuan you brought back from sending the rabbits yesterday. There are only about 60 yuan left. I definitely can't give birth to 2 babies at home. It's safer to go to the town health center. There are enough diapers for the children, but not enough small clothes. I have to buy cloth. In case I don't have enough milk to feed them, I have to buy malted milk, which costs 2 yuan a bag. But I heard that there is milk powder for sale now, which is more nutritious than malted milk, and it costs 3 yuan a bag. If you think it's too expensive, we can order fresh milk, which is only 30 cents a bottle. We definitely can't give 2 babies to only 1, so 2 bottles a day will cost 60 cents. Bang Su Dongsheng's legs, which were raised high, fell suddenly onto the bedboard, and he took a deep breath. Is it so difficult to raise a child? He saw how his mother and his 2 sisters-in-law had it so easy raising kids. Su Dongsheng was calculating the account that Lin Hui had calculated before going to bed. He was thinking about it in his dreams. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. The 2 children were wearing open-crotch pants, crying loudly, crawling on him, and shouting as they crawled. "Wow, Dad, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry." He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and woke up before the time. He carefully moved Lin Hui's legs away from him. He clenched his fists. He still had to make money. He was like a chicken with blood, pedaling the tricycle desperately every day, and the wheels were almost smoking. He hadn't been here for a while, and the competition pressure at the bus station had increased. More and more people came to set up stalls, and some of his old customers went to other places. He simply sold the first batch of customers at the station in the morning, and then rode the tricycle to shout in the streets. It's convenient to have a tricycle. You can carry more buns and run faster. In a day, you can sell twice as much as before. In addition to buns, he also sells dried sweet potatoes and tea eggs. Lin Hui's mother's family has tea trees, so she doesn't need to buy tea leaves, and the cost of making tea eggs is reduced. However, they sell for 10 cents more than boiled eggs. When the hot summer of July comes, Lin Hui no longer makes meat buns. Even if the pork bought the day before is left at the bottom of the well, it still has a slightly sour taste. Speaking of which, Brother Zhen's gang was finally busted by the police and all arrested. Su Dongsheng heard a lot of news in the town, saying that these people had done too many bad things, and they were punished for multiple crimes. The leaders would be shot, and the minions would be imprisoned, ranging from 3 years to 20 years. This matter caused a lot of noise in the town. After all, there are few such big cases in a town. The evil forces are so rampant that they are finally punished. Many victims applauded. It also had an impact on their family. The small black market was closed for a while. I heard that someone else took over and moved to another alley. But Su Dongsheng didn't go. If he needed to, he would find Brother Li and Aliang to trade outside. Several people were familiar with each other, and they exchanged money and goods at the same time, which was simple. This topic went off topic, so Lin Hui invited her mother-in-law to come over.
What?
Ask me to make sweet bean paste? Su's mother was surprised. Yes, it is also boiled the afternoon before, put at the bottom of the well to calm down, and we make sweet bean paste buns in the early morning of the next day. I will give you 5 yuan every month. Lin Hui's belly gradually became bigger, and it was not suitable for her to stand in front of the stove all the time, so she had to ask someone to do it. Su's mother thought about it and happened to come to feed the chickens, so it was okay to work 2 more hours, so she agreed. In this way, Su Dongsheng sold salty vegetable buns, sweet bean paste buns, tea eggs, and sweet potato chips that others did not have on his car. They were delicious and had many varieties, so they were always popular. When the children heard the ding-ling-ling sound of his car handle, they pulled the elderly at home out and shouted to buy food. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and Su Dongsheng went out early and sold out before noon every day and went home. Su's mother was beaming with joy. She came to work and could bring back steamed buns and eggs every day. She didn't even have to cook breakfast. She was very happy. She saw that the third son's business was booming, and she was even more excessive than Lin Hui. She acted like a mean landlord and insisted that he go out to sell for half a day in the afternoon. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to lie at home. Su Dongsheng sat up straight from his chair with an expression of "You are too much." "My mother? Are you my real mother? I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, go out at 5 o'clock, and come back at noon. I have to chop wood in the afternoon. Capitalists don't exploit their own sons like you."
What are you talking about?
Su's mother twisted his arm. How could she say such a thing? According to his words, it seems that her son is a little hard. Lin Hui was silent on the side, for fear that her mother-in-law would think of her daughter-in-law who was enjoying the good life at home. She knew what the villagers were talking about her. She had never worked on the farm since she got married. Her husband was working outside, and her parents-in-law came to help her farm and feed the chickens. She lived in a big house, so she had to eat and drink every day. Her mother-in-law thought about it and even discussed with her husband, "Why don't you let your elder brother and second brother go out to sell buns in the afternoon? I'll borrow your tricycle." Su Dongsheng raised his eyelids and his bones softened, and he leaned back. "Don't talk about whether I feel sorry for my car or not. Ask them if they dare to go out to do business first." Since the last incident, they have retreated again, and sometimes they even come to persuade him not to continue doing business. It's too dangerous. Su's mother was discouraged when she heard it. Forget it. In mid-July, Su Dongsheng received a call from the purchasing manager of the Dazhong Hotel. Because their new cold pot rabbit meat was too popular, they asked for 20 rabbits to be delivered every 5 days. Someone from the village committee nearby saw him grinning and came over curiously. "Old third, what's the good news?" "I heard something about rabbits." Su Dongsheng pushed the person away. "Nothing. I have a few more rabbits at home and want to give them away." The person wanted to ask if there was any other way to make money, but when he saw him making another phone call, he walked away with a pout, and he was even more sure that he had made a lot of money. Su Dongsheng called his mother-in-law's house and asked someone to pass the message, and the call came back 20 minutes later. When he called again, someone really answered the phone. It was his eldest brother-in-law. He shouted happily, "Dongsheng, we were just about to call. Your second sister-in-law gave birth to a boy." Su Dongsheng was a little surprised when he heard it. "Congratulations, but why is it now?" Lin Hui calculated the date, and it seemed that it was not yet full term. Brother Lin was a little vague on the phone, and the general meaning was that someone in the village was forcibly taken to induced abortion, and Lin's second sister-in-law was scared and gave birth more than half a month early. Fortunately, the child is healthy, just a little thin. Healthy is fine. The phone bill is expensive, so I'll keep it simple. The Dazhong restaurant in town wants to buy rabbits, and will deliver 20 every 5 days. My family doesn't have enough, so you bring 10 tomorrow, and I will bring 10 too, and we'll deliver them together. Brother Lin was pleasantly surprised and immediately agreed. He didn't ask how much each rabbit sold for, because his brother-in-law was such a smart man that he wouldn't let them suffer. This was the second child of Sister Lin, but it was the third child, so they still had to pay a fine. The total fine was 300 yuan, which was considered a small amount, but it was also a huge loss for their family. If they hadn't made some money from selling chickens and rabbits in the past few months, they really couldn't afford it. Su Dongsheng quickly set the time and place, and then hung up the phone, exactly within a minute. He went home and told Lin Hui about it, and she was also shocked. Big brother is talking happily. Adults and children should be fine. Lin Hui packed up a set of small red clothes that she made for him. "You go order 2 pig's trotters, buy a pound of brown sugar and dates, and then tomorrow after you deliver the rabbits, follow Big Brother back to see. My belly is too big. I can't come back." Because it was an extra birth, they definitely didn't hold a wedding banquet. Su Dongsheng put his hands around her and hugged her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder, smelling the same soap smell on both of them. "Okay, I got it. I'll rush back in the evening. Don't miss me." Lin Hui turned her face and smiled at him. "You can also sleep there for 1 night and come back the next day. No need to rush." He leaned over and kissed him. "Okay, I miss you. I will be back soon." The 2 brothers-in-law still came together with their loads. This time they delivered live rabbits, which was a bit troublesome. In their eyes, the state-owned restaurant is already the most luxurious place, and they haven't been there yet. But this Dazhong restaurant looked more luxurious. The transparent glass door was cleaner than a mirror, and people inside could be seen. They didn't dare to approach. The 2 of them looked around and heard the bell behind them. They looked at him in surprise. "Dongsheng, where did you get this tricycle?"
Su Dongsheng smiled.
"We'll deliver the rabbits first and talk later." Su Dongsheng knocked on the small side door and went in directly. He had delivered rabbits several times and was familiar with the person in charge of purchasing. He explained to the manager that they were from the same family and the rabbits they raised were similar. They would deliver them together in the future, otherwise they really couldn't raise so many rabbits. The manager looked at the rabbits on both sides and found that they were indeed similar. He didn't say anything, but asked them to deliver them on time in the future. Dajong restaurant paid for goods in cash, so they each received 31 yuan and a receipt. It was not easy to come out, and the two of them also brought a few chickens. Su Dongsheng took them to sell them in streets. He was also a familiar face, and they sold out quickly in less than half an hour. Let the two brothers-in-law sit directly in the back, and their cages are hung on both sides of the car, through the shoulder pole. Dongsheng, your tricycle is really good. How much did you buy it for? Su Dongsheng gritted his teeth and pedaled forward. I happened to see it at a scrap yard and sold it a scrap, and then I took it to repair it, and spent dozens of dollars. That's really worth it. Brother Lin touched the edge and pulled up the shed, instantly blocking the sunlight and sand. Really good.
Hey.
His wife and daughter have not enjoyed this treatment yet, so his brothers-in-law have used it first. Su Dongsheng asked about their situation during this period and found that it was quite stable. We have raised dozens more chickens and rabbits at home. We go out every 7 or 8 days. We can earn 30 yuan by selling 9 or 10 chickens. We can save a lot in a month. It's a pity that the fine is too much. Brother Lin said it was a pity, but he was happy to pay the fine even if he had a son. Brother Lin looked at the bike and his hands itched. Dongsheng, can you teach me how to ride a bike? It's tiring for you to ride alone. Let's take turns. Brother Lin also wanted to try. Yes, let's take turns. Su Dongsheng was so tired that he stuck out his tongue, but he had to save face in front of his brother-in-law. Now that they took the initiative to say they wanted to ride, he couldn't blame him. The person on the back bucket got off first and let Brother Lin ride for a while before getting on. At the beginning, they were all very cautious, for fear of falling into the ditch. After riding for an hour, they were no longer afraid and rode very fast. Later, they became addicted and rushed to ride. Su Dongsheng was happy to be lazy. After entering the village, passing by the door of a house. Hey, you're going to the town again? Where did you get the 3-wheeled bicycle? Brother Lin grinned and rode over. My brother-in-law's. Halfway through the ride, they met the Lin family's children, Lin Xiaoji with twins. Su Dongsheng and the second brother got off the bike and carried the screaming children on the bike. There was no small stool, so they sat directly on the board. They attracted countless envious eyes from the village friends. Brother-in-law, you bought a bicycle, and it's a 3-wheeled one. Big brother, get off quickly and let me ride it. When they arrived at the door of the house, the younger brother Lin was anxious and insisted on pulling the eldest brother off the seat. The 3 children sat in the back and refused to get off, but Lin's mother refused to let them go and drove them away, fearing that the bike would be damaged. Su Dongsheng ignored them and rode casually. He brought the gifts home, which made his father-in-law and mother-in-law so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Look, you brought too much.
I didn't expect you to come here today.
How is Ah Hui now?
Is she still vomiting? Not much. These are all good things for my second sister-in-law to replenish her body. Ah Hui prepared them a long time ago. We bought another piece of land behind the house and moved the chickens and rabbits out to raise them. She is eating and drinking well now, and she is not feeling uncomfortable anymore. You bought another piece of land? Why didn't you ask us to help? It's not a big piece of land. The relatives at home can help. After chatting for a while, Lin's mother took the things into the house for Lin's second sister-in-law, and then took the child out to show him. Today is exactly 10 days old. The child is a little bigger than before, but in Su Dongsheng's eyes, he is still too small. He is wrapped in a small quilt, only the size of his 2 palms, and his eyes are not open yet, just like the Shanhwa he saw at the beginning. The child cannot be exposed to the wind, so he was sent back to the house after a while. The second sister-in-law chatted with them through the window, and it was obvious that she was in a much more cheerful mood than before. It seemed that her son was still her confidence. Stay at home for 1 night before leaving? No, I am worried about Ah Hui being alone at home. I will go back after lunch. Mother Lin was satisfied to see that her son-in-law knew that he was thinking about her daughter. Time was tight, so lunch had to be better. Now that the family raised chickens, they were willing to eat. She and sister-in-law Lin killed chickens and cooked at home, while Father Lin took his 2 sons to the mountain to pick fruits for him. Now there is a tricycle, which makes it convenient to carry things. Seeing that the younger brother Lin was still playing with a car with a few children, Su Dongxing told them not to fall, and then followed him up the mountain. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to sit alone and chat with the second sister-in-law. After lunch, he stuffed the tricycle full, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Although he doesn't have to walk, riding a bike is also very strenuous, okay? He made a suggestion. We are close to the mountains here, and there are many mountain products. The ones we buy from outside are more expensive than those from our local area. You can collect them every year, dry them, and sell them, and you can make money. If you can buy them from others at a low price, you can also make money by slightly raising the price when you sell them. A little bit adds up to a lot. Brother Lin's mind was also quick. Can you ask the Dajong restaurant if they want it? Don't they make all kinds of dishes to sell? Yes, it's better to do business with the familiar than to do business with the new one. You can ask. But when supplying to such a big customer, if you don't have much on hand, they won't negotiate with you. If it's unstable, it can't be on the menu, just like we are sending rabbits now. If they increase the quantity later, and we can't keep up, and then turn to find others, we will lose a lot and be making wedding clothes for others for nothing. Brother Lin nodded vigorously. Yes, 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 we should raise more rabbits and buy mountain products from others. Su Dongxing waved his hand. That's just what I said. I think we can make money. You can decide how much, and how much you want to charge. It was almost dark, so he rode his bicycle and rushed home. It was just getting dark when he got back to Xiangyang village. As soon as Su Dongxing got home, he went up to hug his wife. Give me a kiss, come on. Lin Hui had just taken a shower and pushed him away. You are all sweaty. Who wants to kiss you? Su Dongxing walked while holding his. I missed you in vain. You don't know that my was almost shaken on the way back. Look at it. Has it become flatter? Not as perky as before? Lin Hui ignored him. This man is very conceited. She went to the car to see the things sent by her parents. There were fruits, dried mushrooms, and tea, scattered here and there. She also saw 2 flowers and smiled. Looking back at the man slumped in the chair. Are these flowers for me? He looked like he had lost all hope in life. No, I just picked them up on the road and gave them to Shanhua. It won't even look at me when I give them to it. Lin Hui walked to the backyard with 2 orchids in her hands. What for? These flowers are so beautiful. I'll plant them in the backyard. Maybe I can sell them for a lot of money in the future. Su Dongxing's income in July was almost entirely from selling rabbits to Dajong restaurant. He spent half a month at home harvesting and drying rice, and he looked very depressed. Seeing that he was really miserable, Lin Hui found ways to make delicious food for him. During this period, Su's mother also went to the fields with Su's father, and the work of feeding chickens and rabbits fell back to Lin Hui. She had to make a pot of mung bean soup every day, add sugar to it, cook it at the bottom of the well for half a day, and deliver it to the fields at noon, including the portion for her parents-in-law. Several nephews and nieces also went to the fields to help, and even the 5-year-old Su Guichao could help pick up the fallen rice ears. They all felt greedy when they saw the mung bean soup, but Lin Hui didn't care. It wasn't something precious, and every family could cook it. They pestered their mother, and they had no choice but to cook it, but they were reluctant to put sugar in it, so it didn't taste that good. In the morning, Lin Hui happened to see someone passing by the village entrance and going to the city to sell watermelons, so she stopped him. Uncle, how much are the watermelons? The fellow stopped the cart, wiped the sweat off his shoulder with a towel, smiled on his dark face, and spoke with a heavy accent. 80 cents each. Lin Hui went over and picked one. It wasn't too big, and it weighed about 10 pounds when she carried it in her hands. I want 2. She was bulging with a big belly, and the fellow villager looked a little nervous. I'll help you deliver it to your house. Lin Hui smiled. No, my house is just a few steps away. How many days do you deliver melons to the city? Once every 3 days. Most of them are sold to restaurants, and some people will buy them when they see them. Then, uncle, please call me when you pass by in the future. I will buy them all.
Okay.
The uncle was worried, so he helped her carry them to the door before leaving. At noon, Lin Hui made cold noodles and delivered the food to the field with a basket in each hand. Su Dongsheng was terrified and stared at her feet. Or I will be like them in the future. Just bring the food out in the morning, and you don't have to deliver it. The weather's hot, it's okay to eat cold food at noon. Lin Hui shook her head, sweat on her forehead. I'm only 7 months pregnant now, and walking more is good for production. She shook the kettle, and it was out of water. She changed the kettle for him and took the empty kettle home. By the way, ask your parents to come over to our house for dinner tonight, so they don't have to just make do with a meal when they go back. How can they have the energy to work if they only eat pickled vegetables? Su Dongxing nodded. Okay, I'll call them. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Hui waited for him to finish his meal and then went home with the basket. She had to feed the chickens and rabbits and cook, which was not easy. But everyone was more tired than her, and she couldn't really wait for her man to come back from working hard in the fields and serve her. In the evening, she fried peanuts, mixed them with shredded cucumbers, and made cold noodles. When Su Dongsheng and his parents came back, they saw the cut watermelon on the table and almost cried. Wife, you still care about me? He grabbed a piece without washing his hands. Delicious. This watermelon is so sweet. Where did it come from? Don't you have no appetite because it's hot? Today, an uncle selling melons passed by the entrance of the village, and I bought some when I saw him. Father and Mother Su looked at each other with grievances. They had never seen such a sticky couple, so shameless. Lin Hui stuffed a big piece into the hands of each of her parents-in-law, Mom and Dad. Don't be reluctant to eat it. Eat one today, and you will have another one tomorrow. It has been at the bottom of the well. Lien Shanhua had a small piece to chew. Mother Su was called over for dinner, and she was comforted at first. But seeing her daughter-in-law being so extravagant, she began to feel distressed again. Why did you buy so much? It's okay. The melons are not big. It's so hot. Eat a few pieces of melon before dinner to whet your appetite. Mother Su held the melon in her hand and glanced outside the wall. Several grandchildren were also very hot today, so she wanted to give them some to eat. But there was not enough to share with so many people. Lin Hui looked at her expression and felt distressed for her. But she didn't say anything. The fruits brought by her mother's family were free, so she just shared them. But she couldn't be asked to share this thing that costs money, right? Father Su didn't think too much about it. He stretched his legs and slumped in the chair, eating the melon in the same posture as the third child, feeling very comfortable. Mother Su hesitated for a while, but still sat down to eat. Lin Hui also wanted to eat as much as they did, but watermelon was cold in nature, so she could only eat a small sweet piece. A 10-gene watermelon is not much for 3 adults. After eating the watermelon, their appetites were opened, and each of them ate a big bowl of cold noodles. If that is not enough, there is also mung bean soup left over from the day after the meal, a small bowl for each person, refreshing and helpful for digestion. Even Su's father couldn't help but sigh that such a life is so beautiful. Su's mother snorted. If they eat like this every day, how can they live? When the busy farming season is over, the rice is dried and put into bags, and Su Dongsheng is half dead. There was a clear dividing line on his neck, and Lin Hui thought he was wearing a necklace at first glance. She pulled out a pair of newly made shorts and threw them on his white buttocks. It's broad daylight. Aren't you ashamed? Aren't you afraid that others will come and see it? Su Dongsheng twisted like a tapeworm and put on his shorts backwards. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that others will see it and feel inferior. Lin Hui was speechless and reminded him, I have to go out to set up a stall again tomorrow. I'm so tired. It would be great if I could make money just by sitting. Lin Hui raised her eyebrows. Then you have to work hard, buy a house and a shop in the city, rent it out, and it will be so easy to be a rent collector in the future. He turned over with his eyes still closed. How much money do we have now? It always feels like we can never save any money. I have been spending money these 2 months and haven't been out for a few days. I have about 280 yuan on hand. He opened his eyes, surprised. Huh? You earned so much? Where is the extra money? This also includes the money for sending rabbits, and I also took the chickens out to sell twice. He sat up suddenly, his eyes shining. Why don't we rent a shop too? That way, Whether it's raining or sunny, it won't be so tiring, and there will be a place to find regular customers. I think renting a shop is a good idea. I may still be a little short of money, so I'll start saving from now on. But once you rent a shop, the cost will be high. It's not as suitable to do business in the town as in the county town, because there are more wealthy people in the county town. He frowned. Do I have to go to the county town? It takes me more than an hour to ride a bicycle. Lin Hui knew that he was being lazy again.
Guzi will still work with you, right?
It's safer for the two of you to work together. Even if we hire him to work, we will pay him 25 yuan a month, and the salary will increase slowly. It won't be so hard for two people to take turns riding the bike. Su Dongxing thought about it, and it seemed so. It would be easier than when he carried a load on his shoulder every day to walk to the town, right? Guzi and I will go to the county town to set up a stall tomorrow and see what's going on there. Since they were going to the county town, Lin Hui prepared enough things for him. The weather was good some time ago, so she dried a lot of sweet potatoes and soaked a large pot of tea eggs a day in advance. 2 large steamers of red bean paste buns and scallion rolls were made. When Guzi got on the car again, Su Dongxing could clearly feel that the tire was deflated. Guzi, what do your mother and grandparents do at home? Just working in the fields. What's wrong? Su Dongxing felt that this kid was really a good guy. We have been setting up stalls for several months. Don't you have any ideas? Guzi scratched his head, looking puzzled. What ideas? The elderly people in your family are all in good health. Last time I saw your grandfather, he was plowing the fields. He was stronger than me. You can think of a way to make money for them. What way? In our village, the best job is to raise chickens and ducks and sell them. Your grandparents raise them at home, and your mother takes them out to sell. If you don't want to work with me in the future, go back to help your mother. Guzi immediately got anxious. Brother, I'll still work with you. Su Dongxing was pedaling his bicycle, analyzing with him while panting. Don't worry. I'm just assuming. This job is suitable for your grandparents and mother. It doesn't matter whether you collect chickens, ducks, or eggs. At the beginning, you may have to travel around the countryside. If you collect a lot, people will come to your door to sell them even if you sit at home. You know how much you can sell chickens and ducks for. You can make a lot of money. Even if you don't raise them yourself, you can buy them from others at a low price and sell them in town. You can make a lot of money from the difference. A chicken costs 2.5 yuan in the village, and then you sell it for 3 yuan in the city. You can make 50 cents on the way back. That's fine. Guzi thought it was okay after hearing him say that. His grandparents knew a lot of people and were very strong, so they had nothing to do all day and just waited for him to come home for dinner. But so many people are raising chickens to sell. What about your chickens, brother? Su Dongxing smiled. I won't keep raising chickens to sell. When your sister-in-law gives birth, I will be too busy at home. If your family does this business in the future, I will transfer the chickens to you to sell. You make some money, and I make some. It's called a win-win situation. Guzi chuckled. That's a nice thing to say. Your sister-in-law taught you that, right? Su Dongxing didn't look embarrassed at all. It was his wife who taught him how to do it. His wife is so smart. The two chatted about this and that while taking turns riding the bicycle. They set out at dusk and arrived at the county town at dawn. The first place Su Dongxing chose was still the train station. The entrances of the railway station and bus station in the county town are adjacent to each other, and there are more people coming and going. Guzi looked around with his mouth wide open. Brother, there are so many people. Su Dongxing was also a little nervous, but he looked calm. He patted Guzi's head. Don't be like a country bumpkin. What's wrong with a lot of people? Aren't they all human beings? Get the newspapers ready. I'm going to turn on the horn. He found an old horn that he didn't know how many times he had used from the scrap yard. It made a rustling sound when he turned it on, but it was enough to hear the sound clearly. He found a corner, took a few deep breaths, and then picked up the horn with his right hand. Red bean paste buns, rolled buns, dried sweet potatoes, and tea eggs. Take a pack with you on the road. They're cheap and delicious. You know what? It really sounds like a catchy phrase when you read it. In such a busy place, it's easy to sell things. Su Dongxing had only called out twice when someone came to buy buns. The red bean curd buns made by Lin Hui were adorable in shape, and women and children thought they were novel and wanted to buy them. The tea eggs also had a strong flavor, which was attractive enough. They didn't buy a scale, but simply folded newspapers to wrap the dried sweet potatoes and sold them by portion. It was simple and convenient, and you could just take them and go without waiting. A package weighed about 1 jin and sold for 0.2 yuan. There were fewer people buying dried sweet potatoes than buns, but buying a portion of dried sweet potatoes could make a net profit of 0.15 cents, which was a huge profit. Su Dongsheng was sweating profusely while selling things, and he had to be on guard against thieves from time to time. It's no exaggeration to say that even train tickets were stolen. In just 1 second, a big hole can be made in your pocket. They took some time to ask for directions today, and it was past noon when they sold the last package of dried sweet potatoes. They were so excited that they forgot to save their lunch. Su Dongsheng waved his hand. "Come on, I'll take you to the county town for a good meal today." Okay. The two of them rode their tricycles slowly and strolled around the county town. It must be said that he was a little disappointed. Su Dongsheng had only been to the county town once a long time ago, when he sent his eldest sister to get married. He went back without taking a closer look. Over the years, the county town has not changed much. It is not full of tall buildings and paved roads like what Sister Su said. Su Dongsheng even stepped on a mud pit. Some mud houses are worse than those in the town. However, when you enter the center of the county town, there are indeed many more tube buildings. Compared with the town, the biggest difference is that there are indeed more people in the county town than in the town, and there are relatively more and more open stalls. After wandering around, they didn't know what to eat. They didn't dare to enter the luxurious ones, and finally entered a small private restaurant. Small restaurants are not as good as big restaurants, and they basically serve stir-fry dishes. Isn't it enough to eat vegetables at home? The two hesitated for a long time and finally ordered a bowl of egg noodles each. The noodle soup was so clear that it couldn't be clearer, and the waiter put a fried egg on both sides of the noodles and sprinkled some chopped green onions. Just this bowl, and they charged 30 cents. Su Dongsheng felt that they were simply robbing him. In order to get the money back, he even drank up the soup, and the waiter didn't even look at him. After leaving the house, he put his hands on his hips. "Guzzi, we must go out to make money. We can't be worse than them." What do you mean? Are we going out to make money now? Let's go see if there are any shops for rent." At this time, the importance of literacy was highlighted. Su Dongsheng didn't know most of the words and didn't know where to ask, so he had to go to the busiest place. Although there were many passengers at the station, he didn't really want to go because the area around the station was too chaotic and gangs, petty thefts, robberies, etc. were more serious than in the town, and he couldn't beat the local tyrants. "Sister, which way is the largest school in the county?" Su Dongsheng got off the bus and asked a sister with a child on the roadside for directions. Lin Hui analyzed with him the most suitable place for food business, a place with many young people and children. The elder sister looked at him. His skin was dark, his clothes were patched, and he was wearing old liberation shoes. "Are you from the countryside visiting relatives in the city?" Without waiting for his answer, the elder sister spoke again. "The biggest school in the city is in this direction. Walk for 20 minutes, and you will see the central hospital. Go around it, and it will be there." "Thank you, elder sister." Su Dongsheng did not ride his bike, but walked all the way, looking and observing. The people on this street were dressed much cleaner and looked more educated. This should be where the rich people in the county live. There were not many businesses open on the street, almost none. He walked to the gate of the largest school in the county. It was the afternoon school time, and there were quite a few people. This is an old school with elementary school, junior high school, and high school. He once heard his elder sister brag that his niece was studying here, and the parents of his classmates were all respectable people with jobs. The school usually starts from July 15th, which is mid-July, and ends in mid-September. Usually, the school gate would be deserted at this time, but the teachers of this school also borrowed the school venue to open tutoring classes and interest classes. The children are in summer vacation, but the parents don't have any summer vacation. Some simply drop their children off at school. He squatted on the roadside and looked for a long time. This is a perfect location for doing business. When school starts, business will definitely not be bad. But the trouble is that there are no stores for rent here. There is a street there, right in front of the school gate. When I went to school in the afternoon, I took a rough look and found that many parents who sent their children to school were grandparents at home. Lin Hui put a piece of scrambled egg in his bowl. Old people spoil their children, and they have money in their pockets to buy snacks for their children. Su Dongsheng swallowed the food in his mouth.
Yes.
But I took a quick look around the area, and most of them have stable jobs. There are also tube-shaped buildings nearby, which are state-owned factory dormitories and supply and marketing cooperatives, so there are no stores for private business. Those who do business in the city and set up stalls all carry loads on their shoulders. There are also shops in the county town more than in the town, but they are not located on the street of the school. Lin Hui understood what he meant. Have you decided on that street?
Yes.
Then what are you going to do? They are not short of money, and they don't rent houses. Su Dongsheng narrowed his smiling eyes. Be thick-skinned and have enough food. For a period of time, Su Dongsheng worked harder than before and even wore a straw hat. Lin Hui was not energetic in the late pregnancy, so she called Su's mother to help make dumplings, and the wages were increased to 10 yuan a month. Adding the money for feeding chickens and rabbits, she could earn 20 yuan a month, and Su's mother was happy. Delicious and beautiful red bean paste rolls, sweet potato chips, fragrant tea eggs during school time. Su Dongsheng pushed his tricycle to the school gate. He didn't block the road to attract people's disgust, but shouted with a small loudspeaker on the opposite side. Grandma, there are food for sale over there. A little girl with 2 ponytails pulled her grandmother's hand and acted coquettishly. Her eyes couldn't move away. The old woman frowned, thinking that the things sold outside were not clean. Good boy, didn't you have a full meal this morning? We don't eat outside randomly.
Oh.
The little girl pursed her lips, very disappointed, and looked back every few steps. There were also parents who couldn't stand the children's nagging and walked over to ask, "What are you selling?" He lifted the steamer cloth. "Big sister, I have red bean paste rolls and cute pig buns." Lin Hui thought that children all like small animals, so she pinched a dozen piglet shapes. It's not difficult. The eyes are glued on with black beans, and they are round and cute when steamed. Aw, Mom, I want pig buns. How could the little girl resist such cute buns? The parents paid the money obediently. Give me a red bean paste roll and a pig bun. The little girl who successfully got the pig buns jumped into the class to show off. Some parents were in a hurry to send their children to the tutoring class, and they didn't have breakfast themselves. They just bought steamed buns and tea eggs from Su Dongsheng before going to work. The next day, Lin Hui made a lot of strange buns and dumplings, and a little color matching looked very eye-catching. Their pig buns were popular among primary school students, and even some children who didn't go to tutoring classes during the holidays ran to the school gate to buy them. The 20 or so that were sold a few days ago were not enough to sell. But the family had limited energy, and his steamer couldn't carry so many things, so he could only enjoy the first-come, first-served policy. Su Dongsheng sold at the school gate for more than half a month, and other people came to grab business during this period. But his family has more varieties and tastes better, so his business is better than others. He also successfully became familiar with this street. One day, after he sold his buns, he went to talk to his neighbors. "Big sister, it's quite convenient for you to live here. There are schools and hospitals here, and there is a supply and marketing cooperative across the street." The old lady was sewing a shoe upper, and she laughed when she heard this. "Look, that's my grandson next to him. He's in elementary school, and you still call me big sister? Really? I can't tell." Su Dongsheng grinned. "Then you should be about the same age as my mother, but you look much younger than my mother." This made the old lady laugh. "Really, Auntie, I'm not kidding you. We country people bask in the sun every day. I used to go to the fields to collect grain, and now I'm out doing business. I'm exposed to the wind and sun all day long. Look, my skin has become several shades darker." He pulled up his sleeves, and the old lady took a glance. It was true. There was a clear dividing line between his arm and wrist. "It would be nice to have my own shop, so I don't have to sunbathe." He seemed to have gotten stuck on this and said, "Ah. Andy, do you know if there is anyone here who is willing to rent a house?" The old lady shook her head. "I haven't heard of it. If you want to rent a shop to do business, you have to go to the front street. There are people renting there. Su Dongsheng did not give up. He called the child who was playing with a stick next to him over and stuffed a bag of dried sweet potatoes into his mouth. Uncle gave it to you to eat. It's delicious. The child was brave and directly opened the newspaper, pinched a piece with his dirty fingers and put it in his mouth, smiling. Grandma, it's delicious. Auntie, you should also try my dried sweet potatoes. My wife made them, and everyone says they are delicious. I don't mean anything. You see, I rush here from the countryside every day to do business. I am really tired. I just want to find a place to rest. The place doesn't need to be too big. A small house on the street will do. You don't have to help me specially. Just let the neighbors know. If anyone wants to rent it, just let me know. The old lady took a look at the dried sweet potatoes that her grandson was eating with great relish. She heard that a bag of them cost 20 cents, which was not cheap. Then she saw that the young man spoke nicely. She knew that it was really tiring to sell things every day and there was no place to sit, so she nodded and agreed. Please leave me your number. Su Dongsheng left the prepared note to the old lady. This is the phone number of the village office of our Xiangyang village. My name is Su Dongsheng and they will know who I am if I'm Su Laosan. With the address and the phone number, the old lady was more relieved as she was not afraid of being a bad guy. Su Dongsheng turned around and smiled. The first step was done. In the next few days, Su Dongsheng did not press him step by step. He seemed to have forgotten about it and continued to set up a stall at the school gate every day. Lin Hui made a sign for him. She wanted to write Su Ji food, but Su Dongsheng insisted that she write handsome food.
Lai.
Why not write Old Three food? You know what, Su Dongsheng thought about it and actually thought that the name Old Three was not bad. I am the Old Three and you are also the Old Three at home. It's good to have you and me. Let's call it Old Three's food. It sounds good and easy to remember. Lin Hui was speechless, but she followed his wishes. Anyway, she was not embarrassed. She was in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy. Her belly was alarmingly big, her feet became swollen, and her original shoes could not be worn. Su's mother rushed to make 2 large pairs for her. Su Dongsheng was worried about his family. In early September, he stopped setting up a stall and stayed at home to watch over her. Riding a tricycle to deliver rabbits and sell chickens became Go Zi's job, and his wages were also increased by 5 yuan. After breakfast, Su Dongsheng held Lin Hui's waist and walked in the yard. Su Guohua ran over to pass on the message. Uncle, there is a phone call for you. Su Dongsheng had a hunch that the first shop he wanted to rent was found. Some people were chatting in the village office, and he saw him running over in a hurry, answering the phone, nodding with a smile on his face, and then hanging up. Someone teased him. Old Third, is there a big business again? Aren't you just a bun seller? Why do people call you every day? Is there someone who wants to buy rabbits, chickens, or buns? Su Dongsheng looked at those half-joking temptations and looked indifferent. Uncle, I am just a bun seller. What big business can I have? I can earn 2 or 3 yuan a day, which is enough to support my family. Why did I hear that a Kang and others made a lot of money? A Hao and Huzi went to Pengcheng to work. 2 months later, they called back and said that they were still short of people and called a Kang and several young people in the village to go. A Kang's father's face was full of red, and he smiled so hard that his eyes could not be seen. No, I just earn a little more than the factory workers. Oh, it's more than the factory workers, so it's not considered a big fortune, right? Are they still hiring? Do they only want young people? We are in our 40s and 50s and work just as well as those in our 20s. That's right, let your Kang ask the big boss. You can't forget your poor relatives when you get rich. Su Dongsheng successfully changed the subject and left. When he ran home, Lin Hui had just sat down. Wife, that lady asked for me. It's also a house on the same street, but it's a very small room. Then go and see the house first, the location, how much they want for rent. You can't decide at once. Su Dongsheng half squatted and rubbed her swollen calf, pressing a dimple. Then I'll go call Mom over. I'm worried about you being alone at home. Okay. Su's mother thought he was going to the city to do business and didn't think too much about it. She had been staying at the third brother's house for most of the time, worried that her daughter-in-law would suddenly go into labor. Now everyone was worried. Even the children knew not to come and disturb the third aunt's rest. It was the first time for everyone to see a belly pregnant with twins. To be honest, it was a bit scary. This pregnancy was not easy. Lin Hui felt that her body was not comfortable at all. She couldn't eat when she was 4 months pregnant, and her mouth never stopped when she was 6 months pregnant. It was hot, her body was hot, and she couldn't take a cold shower. She felt uncomfortable no matter how she slept during the day or at night. She didn't eat well or sleep well, and her temper was like an exploding barrel. Su Dongsheng was scolded by her a while ago. She threw all the clothes to him to wash, and he was the one who cooked. The food was terrible, and Lin Hui felt wronged and tears fell. The man was so scared that he knelt down on the spot and begged her not to cry. Lin Hui laughed when she thought about it. Hiss when she laughed, she felt her stomach twitching. This happened from time to time in the past few days. Su's mother was experienced and knew that she was about to give birth. In the past, women gave birth at home, but in Lin Hui's case, she had to go to the health center. Su's mother read the list while filling the large cloth bag she had sewn for Lin Hui. Because there were 2 children, the things were prepared in double portions, and there were also Lin Hui's own clothes for changing, so the 2 large cloth bags were stuffed full. Su Dongsheng was worried about his family, so he went to the county town to look at houses and hurried back. When he got home, his mother had already prepared the meal before leaving. He reported while eating, the house actually has 2 rooms, one for the old lady, and the other was originally for her son and daughter-in-law, but the state-owned factory allocated another set of tube-shaped dormitory. The old lady doesn't like to climb stairs, so she just lives alone in the old house. Did you see her son and daughter-in-law when you went there today?
No. Go on.
The old lady didn't want to rent out the house at first, but a house that no one uses will break down after being left for a long time, which is also a waste. So someone asked her to rent it out and collect some money. The rent is 8 yuan per month, opposite those who rent houses on the front street. If you pay it all at once for 1 year, it's 96 yuan. This price is lower than she thought, which should be the reason why no one around is rushing to rent a house. How big is the room? Do you think it's suitable? It's only about 10 square meters in total, which is enough. The door of the room faces the street, which is suitable. Lin Hui still believes in Su Dongsheng's vision, but there is a problem. You go and call the street office later and tell the old lady that if her family agrees, then we'll go to the street office tomorrow to write a rental agreement. The rental period starts in October, and you can pay half of the money first. She was worried that the old lady's family would not agree. After being reminded by her, Su Dongsheng also thought of this problem. But the other side quickly replied that it could be signed. The next morning, Su Dongsheng was a little embarrassed. Do you really want to go with me? Otherwise, can I ask the people from the street office to read out the agreement on the spot? They shouldn't lie to us, right? Lin Hui squeezed her feet into the shoes that were 2 sizes larger with great effort and exhaled. We are from the countryside, and they are all locals. We are all in the same boat. What can you do if they cheat you? She stood up with the help of the man's arm. It's okay, let's walk slowly. After finishing our business in the county, we will go directly to the town health center. I feel that I should give birth in the next 2 days, so don't delay too long. After hearing this, Su Dongsheng hurriedly took the luggage and opened the shed. There was no need for a small stool, and a mattress was directly put on the car. It was more comfortable to sit half-leaning. Because there were 2 large cloth bags in the back of the car, and she was a pregnant woman with a big belly, there was no room for others, so Guzzi didn't go with them. When they arrived at the place, the auntie who helped to connect and the old lady who rented the house were both shocked. It's just renting a house, there's no need to work so hard, right? Are you okay? Are you tired? It's okay, because there's a shed to protect us. Su Dongsheng carried Lin Hui out of the car, wiped his sweat, and said to the aunt and the old lady, Auntie, this is my wife. She also wants to come and see us. If everything is okay, we can make a decision today.
Hey, okay.
The old lady took the key to open the door. The aunt helped to support Lin Hui. Look at your feet. Are you going to give birth soon? Yes, it's a few days away. It's because I'm pregnant with twins, so they look a little bigger. Oh, twins? You're so lucky. The aunt laughed. Lin Hui was used to everyone's envy when they heard about twins. Especially in this era, the awe of family planning in the city is deeper than that in the countryside. After all, if you dare to have more than one child and are reported, you will lose your job. No room for negotiation. The old lady had a wrinkled face. She should be in her 60s and was happy. She was originally worried that renting out the house to someone else for business would be embarrassing, but now she doesn't think so. The person who rents the house is blessed, and this brings good fortune to their family. There's nothing good about this house. It's a brick and tile house with about 10 square meters, and you can see the whole thing at a glance. She just came to see the location. It's about 50 meters diagonally opposite the school gate, and the street is right outside the door. If you need water, you need to go to the water station to get water or draw water from the well, which is not as convenient as home. Overall, Lin Hui felt quite satisfied and could rent it. Several people went to the street office. The old lady had never rented a house, so Lin Hui drafted a simple agreement according to her own ideas. The general meaning was that someone rented someone's house from someone else, the time, the rent, and if one party breached the contract, they would have to pay 2 months' rent, etc. There was another point that Lin Hui emphasized, that the rent was paid to the old lady. In case the old lady had any health problems, her son would come to argue. The old lady said that her family agreed to rent the house out, but she didn't show up, so Lin Hui probably knew what he was thinking. The people in the street office feel that there are too many things to do when renting a house. They have to write this and that, and they are a bit impatient. But seeing the big belly, no one dared to speak loudly. What if she got angry and did something bad? Lin Hui took advantage of her belly to commit crimes, and the people from the street office wrote an agreement in a friendly tone and stamped it. She paid the rent for half a year to the old lady in person and got a simple receipt. Both parties signed and put their fingerprints on it, and the old lady who helped to connect them also watched. This was considered the notarization. Auntie, thank you so much. You have been running around for us. The old lady was very enthusiastic and waved her hand. Don't be so polite. We will be neighbors in the future. The grandson has eaten their food several times. How can he not help? Su Dongsheng carried Lin Hui into the car and looked at her with shining eyes. My wife, you are so capable and know so much. He had not thought of the requests she had just made. He felt that his wife was more capable than the people in the city, and none of the people from the street office could compare to her. Lin Hui held his hand tightly and took a deep breath. Don't praise me. Take me to the hospital quickly. I won't go back to town. I may be about to give birth. Su Dongsheng's hands and legs were weak, and he hurriedly grabbed the handlebars to get on the car. He didn't come to his senses and missed the first step. Don't worry, my water hasn't broken yet, and it will take a long time before the baby is born. Be steady. Su Dongsheng swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to talk for fear of shaking his voice. Fortunately, Su Dongsheng was familiar with this road, and it was close to the county hospital. They arrived in a few minutes. After parking the car in the carport and paying the storage fee, he carried 2 cloth bags on his shoulders with one hand, then gritted his teeth and carried the person inside. He had never been to the hospital before. When he entered the door and saw the man in a white coat, he shouted, "Doctor, my wife is about to give birth. Where should I register?" Lin Hui gritted his teeth, and the frequency of stomach cramps became more and more frequent. After registering and paying the fee, after a flurry of activity, Lin Hui was finally sent to the delivery room. Su Dongsheng sat slumped outside the delivery room, his legs weak. There were other pregnant women in the delivery room, and they were shouting louder and louder. His heart was in his throat, and he wanted to rush in and ask why his Hui couldn't hear her voice. Did she faint from the pain?
Lily.
I was almost fainted from the pain. Half an hour later, the door finally opened. Su Dongsheng's heart skipped a beat, and he heard the nurse ask, "Where are Zhang Suifang's family members?" The man next to him came forward. "I am Zhang Suifang's family member. Congratulations, a boy was born, 6.2 genes." The man smiled happily, and the two old people also kept saying Buddha bless you. Soon the woman was sent out and transferred to the general ward. The wall clock in the corridor ticked, and Su Dongsheng walked back and forth, unable to sit still. 20 minutes later, the door finally opened again. Where are Lin Hui's family members? Su Dongsheng ran over excitedly. I am Lin Hui's family member. She looked around and confirmed that there was only one person, then frowned. Didn't other family members come? You may not be able to take care of it alone. Perhaps because he was young. The nurse slowed down her tone. Congratulations, you have 2 sons, but the mother-in-law is pregnant with another one, and there are signs of dystocia. You should notify other family members to come as soon as possible, otherwise you will be too busy to handle it later. Su Dongsheng froze on the spot. His mind was blank, and he didn't know whether to be happy or cry. His wife gave birth to 2, and there was another one in her belly. His wife had a dystocia. There was also a mother-in-law of the mother-in-law next to her, mumbling, envious. Oh, she is so lucky. She gave birth to 2 sons at once, and we don't know what this baby of ours will be. She has been in there for 2 or 3 hours, and others have given birth. Why is she still dragging her feet and not giving birth yet? Su Dongsheng clenched his fists. His eyes were red, and he ran to the telephone booth at the entrance of the hospital. He made the first call and asked someone to call his mother. Su's mother was in the vegetable garden and hurried over to answer the phone. Third brother, what's wrong? He tried to speak in a normal tone, but his legs were actually numb. Mom, Hui and I are in the county hospital now. She has given birth to 2 sons. Go to our house now and pack a few more sets of children's clothes and diapers. They are not enough. Then go and call Go Zi. He knows the location of the county hospital. Just hire Uncle Neo's tractor to come over. Don't delay, okay? Su's mother raised her voice when she was nervous. Aren't you in town? Why are you in the county? You gave birth to 2 sons? That's great. How come all the clothes are not enough? Mom, don't talk nonsense. Just go quickly if I tell you to go. Su's mother was yelled at by her son. She didn't sound very happy when she heard his words, and her heart skipped a beat. Did something go wrong with her daughter-in-law? She quickly responded, I know, don't worry. Hui gave birth? And 2 sons? The aunt who heard the conversation came over to congratulate. Su's mother forced a smile, then hurried to call people, including the old man. Su Dongsheng returned to the delivery room, and the nurse said that someone was still giving birth inside. Just now, another woman gave birth after 5 hours of labor, but it was a daughter. Even the parents-in-law and the husband were not in a good mood. They complained and slapped their thighs, saying that the 2 pounds of pork they ate during the pregnancy were wasted. He just sat there quietly without saying a word, just staring at the door, his eyes burning. Brother. More than an hour later, Guzi finally arrived with Su's father and mother. Seeing the depressed look of the 3rd child, Su's mother was worried. No, didn't you say you gave birth? He pursed his lips. The 1st and 2nd children were born a long time ago, and there is a 3rd child in the belly. How come there is a 3rd child? Didn't we see it in the health center before? The machines in the town health center are not as good as those in the county hospital. Maybe the doctor didn't hear it. And after the belly got bigger, we didn't go for a checkup again. Su's mother sighed softly and stared at the door of the delivery room. Giving birth is a gate for women. Many people in the village died because of giving birth. After another half an hour, the nurse finally came out, this time with a smile on her face. Congratulations, mother and daughter are safe. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. God bless. It's good that they are safe. It's good that they are safe. Su Dongsheng couldn't help but covered his red eyes with his hands. There are few beds and nurses in the county hospital, so generally the beds have to be given up on the day of the birth. But Lin Hui's wound from childbirth was big, and the baby was too small, so the doctor suggested that she stay in the hospital for 3 days to observe and see if there was any problem before leaving. Su Dongsheng looked at the 3 red babies who were as big as kittens, especially the 3rd child, who was almost as big as the palm of his hand, and his heart almost melted. Su's father and mother were also upset. The 2 older brothers were small, and they could still take care of them. But they were not sure about the youngest one. Lin Hui was awakened by the pain of the wound. When she opened her eyes, she felt that there were people in front of her. Ah Hui, you finally woke up. Su Dongxing touched her cold face and poured her a glass of warm water. Thank you for your hard work. Su Dongxing's voice was hoarse. Where are the children? Lin Hui knew that her condition was not very good. She was exhausted during the childbirth and fainted after giving birth to the third child. She didn't even get to see them. The children are here.
There was a small bed next to it.
The nurse had washed the children and wrapped them in Lin Hui's blanket. The 3 children were all sleeping, with their little fists raised and their eyes closed. Lin Hui couldn't stop crying. This was the child she had risked her life to give birth to. Su Dongxing panicked and wiped her tears with his hands. Why is the third child so small? The first and second children weighed 5 jin, and the third child barely weighed 4 jin. Don't be afraid, we will take good care of him, it will be fine. The doctor also said that he can be raised. Su's mother also comforted her. Don't cry. Hui, lie down quickly. If you cry, you will feel worse. Guzi bought the noodles and porridge at this time. The noodles were theirs. Su Dongxing helped her up and leaned against him, and fed Lin Hui with porridge. In the same ward on the other side was the woman who had just been in the same delivery room. The mother-in-law snorted. Your wife is amazing. She gave birth to 2 sons. Look at this one in our family. She was greedy during pregnancy, but she didn't eat enough and became fat as a ball. Then she had to go to the hospital to give birth. I took care of her for several months, and she gave birth to a girl in 5 hours. She gave birth, but she had to spend money to be hospitalized because of heavy bleeding. I'm going to cry now. Lin Hui turned her head and saw that the woman in labor had her face covered with the quilt. She didn't dare to say a word even when she was scolded by her mother-in-law. The man next to her pretended not to hear anything and sat there like a big shot. No one offered the woman in labor a glass of water. Su Dongxing turned her head back and whispered, "We don't mind other people's business." Yeah. Lin Hui had just taken a few mouthfuls of porridge when her second child whined and began to cry. Su's mother picked up the child and coaxed him. Hui, eat quickly. Once you refull, our milk will start to come in. Lin Hui took the bowl from the man and finished it in a few bites. Su's father and Gozi both went out of the delivery room to wait. Su Dongxing took a basin to the hot water room to get some hot water and came back with it. He said to the other man who was in labor, "Can you please go out for a while?" The man looked up at Lin Hui. Su Dongxing stepped forward and stood in front of him with a scary look in his eyes. The man got up and went out, mumbling. What's wrong with being afraid of someone looking at them? Su's mother said, "Pa, if you have the guts, go show them off on the street." A shrew against a shrew. Su's mother has never been afraid of anyone. The old woman was angry, but she didn't dare to curse back because Su Dongxing, a tall and strong man, was staring at her. Lin Hui had supplemented her nutrition during pregnancy, and her milk flowed quickly. The second child was small and fell asleep again after drinking a few sips. The eldest child started crying, and she was fed by the eldest child. Finally, it was the little daughter. Lin Hui didn't dare to hold her. She was so light and fluttery. She cried, but her humming was inaudible unless you got close. She carefully switched to the other side and coaxed the child softly. "Oh, don't cry. Eat quickly so that you can grow up." In the dream, she only had 2 children, and the little daughter, who was blocked, was another gift from God. Everything was different from the dream, and she and her child would live well. There was no separate ward in the hospital, and no extra beds for accompanying. Su Dongxing asked his mother to teach him how to hold the baby and change diapers, and then gave her money. He went to a nearby guest house at night and came to help during the day. Guzi took his father home on a tricycle and had to feed the rabbits at home. At night, the husband and mother-in-law of the woman who gave birth next door went home, and only the eldest daughter was sent. She looked like she was 7 or 8 years old, and she served her mother with quick hands and feet. At night, she dozed off on a chair, and her mother didn't tell her to go to bed and sleep for a while. Lin Hui's wound hurt, and she couldn't sleep. She looked at the little children sideways, and she couldn't see enough. Su Dongxing had just finished washing the baby's diaper. When he came back and saw that she was still open-eyed, He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "A little bit. I feel sorry for the baby."
"I feel sorry for you,"
Su Dongsheng said silently, then moved the stool to the bedside and patted her to coax her to sleep. Lin Hui was stunned for a moment, as if water was dripping down the back of her hand. The moonlight shone into the ward. She wanted to get up and take a look, but was pressed down by the man. "Don't make a fuss. Go to sleep quickly. The baby needs to be fed later." Lin Hui was also tired and slept soundly, but Su Dongsheng did not sleep all night, taking care of the baby's feces and, when feeding, he also held the baby and put it on her to feed, without waking her up at all. The next morning, Lin Hui was awakened by the loud sound of the door opening, and the baby was also scared and cried. Lin Hui subconsciously got up quickly and picked up the two children to coax them. Su Dongsheng had just changed the diaper for the eldest child, and the child in his hand also whimpered. He suppressed his anger and glared at the man fiercely, holding the child in his arms and shaking him. "Dongsheng, hold the baby with a piece of cloth while I feed her." The crying of a baby is contagious, and the baby in the next bed also started crying loudly. The husband of the pregnant woman kicked the foot of the bed impatiently. "Hurry up and comfort the baby. It's so noisy." The pregnant woman picked up the baby without saying a word, unbuttoned the baby, and fed her. Su Dongsheng turned his back to them, holding up the bed sheet with both hands. Lin Hui had one child on each side, so she could only comfort the remaining child with her mouth. After feeding, he folded the bed sheet, and Su's mother came up with 2 lunch boxes of meat porridge. "Why are you up so early?" "I'm here to see the baby, and you two can eat. I bought this in the cafeteria, and we'll make chicken soup when we get home. After eating, take a nap. Third child, your eyes are dark." The aroma of meat porridge floated in the ward, and the pregnant woman next door swallowed her saliva. The girl opened the lunch box her father brought in the morning, and there was only white porridge with vegetables, not even an egg. She was used to it. She quietly picked up her own vegetables and put them in another lunch box. Then she brought the lunch box full of vegetables to the woman on the bed and ate the porridge herself. After a while of silence, the husband of the parturient woman yelled, "Eat quickly. What are you hesitating about?" "I have to go back to work after eating. It really wastes my time." Lin Hui frowned again when she saw the sleeping child and turned around. "My fellow villager, can you please keep your voice down? This is a ward, and there are children resting here." Maybe seeing Su Dongsheng go out to wash the lunchbox without a man, he was not scared anymore. He stared at Lin Hui's chest and snorted from his nose. "You are the only one who is delicate? Isn't my voice normal? How can it be loud?" Su's mother put her hands on her hips. "Are you deaf? You can't hear yourself and think others are deaf? Don't you know that you can't speak loudly in the ward? You have no quality. How can you scold people?" The praetorian woman was strong now and dared to speak for her husband. This was the first time Lin Hui heard her speak. It was so funny. "You should put a lid on the pot that matches your taste." It was a case of one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. Her husband obviously didn't appreciate it and yelled at her, "It's all your fault. Eat quickly." "Mom, what's wrong?" The door of the ward was opened and Su Dongsheng asked coldly, with a clean lunchbox. Behind him were Brother Lin and Lin's father and mother. A large group of people rushed in. The husband of the woman in labor became a turtle again, sitting in the corner and not daring to speak. Su's mother greeted her in-laws. Lin Hui wanted to cry again when she saw her parents. "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" "We received Dongsheng's call yesterday, so we drove here early in the morning. This is the chicken soup that your sister-in-law cooked overnight. Drink it to replenish your body." Lin's mother touched her daughter's chin and made her laugh. "It's okay. The meat is still there and hasn't fallen off. Let me see my grandchildren." Su's mother gave them a seat. "The one with a red rope tied on his hand is the eldest, the one without a red rope is the second, and the third is a girl, so there is no need to mark it. Lin's father just got a grandson, and now he has 3 more grandchildren. He is very happy." The child was sleeping, so they didn't hold him, but they felt distressed when they saw him. The child was too young. However, the 3 children were competing for nutrition in the belly, and it was good enough that they were born safely. Because the child was young, it was not appropriate for too many people to come. When Su Dongsheng called, he specifically told the eldest and second brothers not to come to see him, and they would go home the day after tomorrow morning. However, Sister Su lived in the county town, and Su's mother went to notify them. Logically speaking, she should have come today. Mother Su looked a little reluctant when she didn't see anyone in the morning. She didn't smile until someone came at noon. Sister Su should have come here after work at noon. She brought a bag of apples. After a few pleasantries, she saw the child and left. Lin Hui didn't mind. She didn't have much affection to begin with, so she just kept up the face. Su Dongsheng didn't go back to the guest house, but sat aside to catch up on his sleep. Lin Hui's family went back in the afternoon, and at night, Su Dongsheng was the only one left in the ward. He had been in a tense mood for the past 2 days, and his beard had grown out. He looked both vicissitudes and a little mature. It is said that having a child is the watershed between a boy and a man, and Lin Hui could feel the obvious difference. She slept for a full night again, and when she woke up in the morning, she realized something was wrong at a glance. Dongsheng, did the child in the next bed go to the toilet? Su Dongsheng yawned, holding the crying second child in his arms. Really? I was only looking at the child and didn't notice it. Is that thing on the bedside a child?
Ah?
He frowned tightly and walked over to see that it was indeed a child wrapped in the quilt. TSK, Hui, look after the child. I'll go call the nurse over. Soon the head nurse called the security department to look for the person in the entire hospital, even to every toilet, but couldn't find him. The head nurse was also very experienced in this situation and immediately reported to the police. The child's parents were not found, and the child started crying, so the head nurse asked Lin Hui to help feed him. The newborn baby didn't eat much, and Lin Hui was at the peak of her maternal love, and she couldn't bear to see such a small child crying until his voice was hoarse. When the police came, Lin Hui had just helped to coax the child to sleep. The 2 police officers, a man and a woman, questioned them seriously and looked at the hospitalization registration of the mother who abandoned the child and found that she was a nearby countryman. We will send someone to that village to look for the child, but it is possible that the registered address is false. The head nurse nodded. What should we do with this child? Our hospital is so busy that we don't have time to look after the baby, and we have to breastfeed. The female police officer frowned. She didn't have a child, let alone milk to feed. She set her eyes on Lin Hui, who was holding the baby. Comrade, please cooperate with our work. Lin Hui put the child down and looked at her strangely. We are cooperating now. The female police officer saw that she still had apples to eat and knew that her family conditions were okay. She spoke in a semi-commanding tone, which made Lin Hui very disgusted. We're going to go to the registered village to find someone, but we can't just go there with a baby who is just a few days old. I hope you can help take care of the baby for a while. Lin Hui asked calmly, what if the address is fake? What if they just don't take the baby back? How long do I have to take care of the baby? It won't be long. I will send the baby back when I find them. She avoided the question, but Lin Hui wanted to get to the bottom of it. What if I can't find it? Do I have to take care of the child all the time? The female police officer was obviously very angry about her non-cooperation. She adjusted her hat and saluted. We are also serving the people. I hope that your ideological awareness can be improved. Doing good things will definitely be rewarded. I believe it, so I just helped feed the child and put him to sleep. I also admire the police comrades for their hard work for the people and their noble ideological awareness. However, I am also a member of the people. It is inappropriate to oppress another person for the sake of one person, right? Seeing that she raised the word to the level of oppression, the male police officer hurriedly shouted, Comrade, we are not oppressing the people. Please don't talk nonsense. Lin Hui smiled and said, I used the wrong words, but I do have limited energy and can't take care of so many children. If anything happens to the child, I will be responsible. I won't let you be responsible. Su Dongsheng pulled over a stool, sat down, crossed his legs, and took out his previous gangster look, looking up at the 2 police officers from bottom to top, and his voice was frivolous. Leader, can you write a letter of guarantee? We promise that after this child is in our hands, we can go to the leader for any problems. The male police officer was angry. Don't be unreasonable. It's impossible to ask the leader to write you a letter of guarantee. Oh, you can't write a letter of guarantee, and we don't trust you with verbal guarantees. In the final analysis, you are too lazy to do it, and you want to transfer the trouble to the people without taking responsibility. Su Dongsheng was not polite at all, and he was not afraid of saying something unpleasant. He raised his chin, motioned them to look at the small bed, and said bluntly, "Comrade police officer, we have 3 children in our family and my wife is alone. If she hadn't been injured and needed treatment, she would not have been hospitalized. Under such circumstances, you still want to give us another child, which is not appropriate." At this time, the God-assisting mother-in-law finally came. She didn't know that the abandoned baby in the next bed had run away. Seeing the 2 police officers in the ward, she asked curiously, "Did the leader come to express condolences? Did he send anything?" Lin Hui held back her laughter, and her wound hurt. Su Dongsheng continued his mother's words and talked nonsense seriously. "Yes, the leader came to express condolences, but he hasn't brought anything yet. Our family is so poor, and we have 3 more mouths to feed. I wonder if we can apply for poverty alleviation subsidies." Some time ago, there was a poverty alleviation subsidy here. Sue's mother didn't know about it, and she didn't know that the police didn't care about it. She really thought there was a chance. She grabbed the female police officer's hand and complained to her, and even said that she had been a poor peasant for 8 generations. The 2 police officers couldn't resist Sue's mother's pestering. They left the baby in the hospital and ran to the countryside to find someone after completing the registration. Due to policy reasons, many baby girls are abandoned. If their parents cannot be found, they have to be sent to an orphanage. However, the county orphanage has limited subsidies and is financially tight. The female police officer may not necessarily want to embarrass them, but there is no good solution. Lin Hui also felt sorry for the child, but she could only take care of her own small family.
Su Dongsheng's not only.
His own child was so small, and he had to take more care of him. Who would have the time to help others raise him for nothing? It's not like I don't have a daughter. The 3rd child happened to whimper again. He picked up his daughter gently with a gentle look. "Oh, don't cry, don't cry. We only want you as a daughter in our family." Lin Hui stayed in the hospital for 3 days, and no symptoms of heavy bleeding were found, and the baby was also normal. On the morning of the 4th day, Su Dongsheng called Uncle Nyo to drive a tractor to pick them up. He and Sue's mother first put all the things on the tractor, laid a mattress as a cushion, and then carried Lin Hui to sit on it. Each of them held a child in their arms, carefully using blankets to block the sunlight and wind and sand. Uncle Nyo's eyes were jealous. "That's great. 3 children in one birth, both boys and girls." Sue's mother's smile never fell. When they returned to the entrance of the village, as soon as the tractor stopped, a row of children stood in a row on the roadside waiting. Lin Hui thought it was cute that one of these children would have her child next year. Several people passed the children from the car to the eldest and second wives of Sue below like a relay. Mom, we want to see our younger brothers and sisters." Brothers and sisters. Sue's sister-in-law glared at them. "Sure. Don't make noise, my younger brothers and sisters are sleeping. And you are not allowed to pull my hands." They stood the child up a little so that they could see the child's face clearly, and then they hurried into the house. A few of them looked at their younger brothers and sisters, secretly gathered together, and sighed in a low voice. "They are so small. And so ugly." Fearing a beating from their 3rd uncle, they ran off to play after looking at them. Lin Hui wanted to leave by herself, but Su Dongsheng disagreed and kept carrying her into the house. Alas, she would have to stay in this small house for a month. The sisters-in-law put the child on her bed to sleep, and then left to let her rest. She looked at the children and felt worried. It had been agreed before that the 2 elders would move in, and Sue's mother would help take care of the confinement. Originally, they thought of putting a child in each of the 2 beds in the 2 rooms, but now there is one more, and it doesn't feel right no matter how they sleep. Before she could come up with a solution, Su Dongsheng, who had just run out, came back and brought back a new 1.5-meter bed frame. Lin Hui looked at him in surprise. Where did you get this? Mingming had been with her in the hospital for the past few days and had never left for more than half an hour. Su Dongsheng moved the bed against the wall, leaving enough space between the two beds for two people to walk. I asked Gozi to help find a carpenter to buy a ready-made fence. When the child can roll over, we will put up a fence next to the bed. After thinking about it, I decided to let the child sleep in the same room with us. It will be more convenient. Let mother watch him during the day, and I can help change diapers at night. Tomorrow I will go to Zhangpa to buy some soft cloth.
There are not enough diapers to change.
And there are not enough quilts to cover in winter, so we need to make a few more small quilts. When the child is 3 months old, I will buy milk powder. Isn't it better than malted milk? You just feed one in the morning, noon, and evening every day, which is just right. Lin Hui saw him lowering his head to make the mattress, and her heart was burning. When did you think so much? The night you gave birth to the child, I couldn't sleep. I was thinking about everything. He laughed as he spoke. We also need to improve our ideological awareness. What else are you thinking about? After Su Dongsheng finished his work, he sat on the edge of the bed, looked at the little third child, and said gently, also, let the daughter take your last name? Lin Hui's nose was sour. She went up to hug him and kissed him. Hubby, you are so good. She couldn't say words like love or like, and the words you are so good were the greatest affirmation of him. Su Dongsheng smiled. His eyes were like a crescent moon, sparkling. The day after Lin Hui was discharged from the hospital was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Her 2 brothers from her mother's family sent a bag of grapefruits and a bag of pomegranates, both of which were in accordance with the solar terms. They were also in a hurry because their family had to harvest and sell fruits. After sending the gifts and taking a look at the children, they went back without waiting for lunch. Su Dongsheng didn't go, and he couldn't prepare mooncakes this year because they had been sold out at the supply and marketing cooperative. So he sent back 2 old hens. Both Su's father and mother moved to a new home, so they simply spent this year's Mid-Autumn Festival together at the third brother's house. A group of people sat in the main room to eat, and the table from the eldest brother Su's house was also moved in. Su Dongsheng was in a good mood because he had 3 more children, so he killed a chicken and a rabbit to celebrate together. The eldest and second brothers Su also bought pork and fish, and the 2 large tables were full of meat and vegetables, richer than in previous years. Sister Su finally paid off the money owed to her 2 younger brothers. She felt that she was no longer in debt and was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "It seems that we have had a good year." Mother Su was very happy every time they reunited. Yes, things will get better and better in the future. Sister Su leaned aside and put some food into her bowl. Mom, don't be too tired. It's better for you to be our daughter-in-law. I've never seen any mother-in-law in the village serve her daughter-in-law as well as you do. Su Dongsheng narrowed his eyes and poured wine into his brother-in-law's bowl. It seems that sister envies our daughter-in-law for having such a good mother-in-law. The 2 sisters-in-law held back their laughter. Yes, I made the right decision to marry into our Su family. I have such a good mother-in-law. Brother-in-law Su's face turned ugly. Sister Su's face turned pale. She stole a glance at the man and hurriedly explained, "My mother-in-law is also very good to me. I just feel sorry for my mother. The 3rd child must make Ahui more filial to our parents in the future. You don't need to remind me of this. We are all filial. We do need to send food to our parents during the New Year and other festivals. It's just that my sister-in-law is far away in the city and doesn't come back often, so she doesn't know. Oh, by the way, I heard in the city that the factory allocates dormitory quotas every year. You and my brother-in-law are both working, so you should be able to take a turn, right? When we move to a new house, take our parents to live in the city for a while and enjoy the good life of the city people." Brother-in-law Su coughed, his eyes dodged, and then laughed. Where did Ah Dong hear that? The allocation quota is in great demand. Many people use the back door, and it's not that easy to get a house. Su Dongsheng threw a piece of rabbit meat into his mouth and chewed it. Really? I just heard it from one ear. I didn't know that you 2 couldn't get a house for so many years. Father Su made a sound, and no one knew what he meant. Then he spoke in a flat tone. It's very difficult to get a room. We have lived in the village all our lives. Why should we go to the city? We can live a good life in the village. Brother Sue laughed. Yeah, look at our parents coming to live with the third child. Their faces have become fatter. If this isn't a good life, then what is? Sister Sue ate silently and didn't speak. Sister Sue and Sister Sue were in a good mood and started talking about things in the village. Mother Sue was also interested, which made Sister Sue seem out of place. Lin Hui was in confinement, and there was a separate confinement meal. There was not much salt, and it tasted greasy. She felt nauseous, but she had to eat it for the sake of milk production. She leaned against the head of the bed and took a ball of cotton thread to play with the children. On the third day, their eyes were already open, but they were not very sensitive to light. After the banquet in the evening, Su Dongxing took a bath and rinsed his mouth with tooth powder before going into the house to lie down. Lin Hui held her daughter and fed her, poking him with her foot. What did the eldest sister bring back today? I gave her a grapefruit and 3 pomegranates, and my mother gave her the last chicken in the old house. Nothing happened? He snorted and laughed. What could happen? She's just a fool. She always makes trouble and treats people as fools.
La vie.
You are right. Not long after the 3 children were born, their personalities were quite obvious. The eldest was lazy and loved to sleep. Even if he woke up, he would half open his eyes and gnaw his hands quietly. The second child was naughty, his eyes rolled around, and he was very active. The third child was the most pitiful. He liked to act like a spoiled child and cried at every turn, but as long as Lin Hui held him up, he would be quiet, often showing a toothless smile, and those smiling eyes looked very much like her father. Lin Hui couldn't help but kiss her, and her body was full of milk fragrance. Su Dongsheng, the new father, was very competent. Many times, he could quickly get up and hold the children before Lin Hui woke up. He changed diapers very quickly. Even Su's mother felt inferior to him. It was a good decision to dig a well at home. He was very desperate to wash several buckets of diapers every day. Seeing the funny look of him blocking his nose with 2 pieces of cloth, Su's mother pushed him away. Go away. The child only drinks milk all day long, and the feces and don't stink. Who are you doing this for? Su Dongxing shook his head. How can it not stink? Su's mother ignored his nitpicking and rubbed the diapers directly. Are you lazy at home? Which man washes diapers at home? Go out and set up a stall to make money. Su Dongxing scooped water and took soap to wash his hands. Can I take a few days off? What's wrong with a man washing diapers at home? It won't cost me a piece of meat. I still have time to wash diapers now, but I won't have time in the future. He walked into the house and took a look. The 3 kittens had grown a little bit, and they were still eating and sleeping every day. Ahui, if you have anything to say, please go find Mom. I'll go out and look for Guzzi.
Okay.
Guzzi listened to his advice and went back to tell his family about raising chickens and selling them. His mother was also a decisive person. After thinking it over and thinking that he was capable, she immediately expanded the chicken coop. Guzzi's homestead was big enough and it belonged to him alone, so there was no need to buy land. He was going to go over and see how many chickens to raise. It was time to sell a batch of chickens at home, as they couldn't keep all of them. Third brother, come on, tell us about your 3 kids. Su Dongsheng had just walked under the banyan tree when he was pulled over.
What are you talking about?
Your father grins every day and has quit smoking. He said that the doctor in the hospital said that the 3rd child is weak and can't stand the smell of smoke. He is so proud of himself. I can't bear to watch it. Are they 2 boys and a girl? Su Dongxing laughed. Yes, 2 brothers and a sister. Oh my, it's true. How are you so amazing? Other people only have 1 baby, but you have 3. Su Dongxing's eyes turned, and he started to fool around. What can I say? It's the blessing of the ancestors. Ha 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 ha. You should pray more often and be more sincere, and we will offer you all kinds of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Several uncles and aunts around exclaimed, we can't even eat so much. Or maybe the ancestors don't want to bless you. They are so stingy that they don't even want to give you a piece of meat. Ha ha ha. The 3rd child is right. I will pray with more sincerity in the future. When the baby is 1 month old, Bring him out for everyone to see and touch for some good luck. Su Dongsheng laughed. We'll talk about it then. I have something to do first. He left a word and ran away. So many people touched the baby that his skin was rubbed bald. It took him 10 minutes to reach Guzi's house. There were 3 brick houses in a row, and the large backyard was very suitable for raising chickens. 2 women were picking beans under the eaves with a winnowing basket. They were so engrossed in talking that he didn't notice them even when he walked up to them. He had no choice but to clear his throat. Grandma. Auntie, I'm here to look for Guzi. It's a dong. Guzi is inside. He will come out if you call him. The Annie didn't get up, but leaned back and called Guzi, and heard a response. When Grandma heard about his triplets, she took his hand, smiling, and her face wrinkled into a flower. A dong. Ask your wife if she has any other brothers or sisters. Introduce one to our Guzi, no matter how old he is. He is old enough, and we can start talking about marriage. Su Dongxing's mouth twitched. Grandma. Guzi will only be 20 years old next year, right? Oh, he will be 22 next year. In the past, we were all 17 or 18 years old and got married and had children. Didn't you also get married at the age of 21? You see, there is not much difference between you two. Your child will be able to help with soy sauce next year, but he is still nowhere to be seen. The age gave him a headache. Grandma, my child is only a toddler now. He will just learn to walk next year. How can he help with soy sauce? Children grow up quickly. Guzi finally came out of the house with a helpless expression. Grandma, you said there is no hurry. Why not? I don't have many years left to live. If I don't hurry, I won't be able to hold your child. As he said that, he actually wiped away his tears. Su Dongsheng was startled and wanted to persuade her, but he was pulled away by Guzi the next second. He whispered, "Don't bother with her. She's crying on purpose for me to see." Guzi sighed after they walked away. He was the only child in their family, and they all hoped that he would get married, and they were always worried that the family would be cut off with him. Brother, do you know that there is a widow in our village behind whose husband just died and she moved back to her parents' home? Her name is Lu Li. Su Dongxing paused and looked at him in disbelief. You like her? She is several years older than you, right? Guzi sighed again. What do I like? Can't she give birth to a son? She gave birth to 2 sons in the 5 years after marriage. The eldest son was left to the man's family. The younger son was only 1 year old, and the man didn't want him, so she took him back to her parents' home. My sister-in-law disliked my sister-in-law for eating and not working, so she found someone to match her. My grandma was anxious about my big event, and I don't know which shameless matchmaker talked to my grandma. You don't match at all. That matchmaker's mouth is so powerful. My conditions are poor, and there are many elderly people at home. Although she is a second marriage, she only said 1 sentence. She can give birth. Just the sentence made my grandma completely convinced. These past few days he has been repeating in my ear, saying, we have to make do with life. Just find someone decent to marry and have a son with. Su Dongsheng was speechless for a long while, not knowing what to say. Guzi, let's work hard to make money. When we build a house in the future, are you still worried about not finding a good wife? The two of them returned to the topic. Guzi's chickens had not grown up yet, so Su Dongsheng sold his own chickens to him at 2.8 yuan each. During this time, he took his mother to the town to sell them. Su Dongsheng would take him with him when he went to the county to open a shop. The original price was 2.5 yuan per chicken, but Guzi felt that he had taken advantage and insisted on charging 2.8 yuan, so Su Dongsheng agreed. Tomorrow morning, Guzi will bring the cage to catch the chickens. After the deal was settled, Su Dongsheng went home. Who knew that at the door of his house, a young woman in a yellow floral top and 2 long braids stood there and smiled at him. Su Dongsheng was a little surprised. Was he seeing a ghost? Could it be that someone was a ghost? He had seen this woman several times before and had some impression of her. She was the new widow Lu Li, who had just returned to her parents' home.
Adam.
Lu Li approached him, her expression gentle and soft, her voice soft, like a bullied young wife. Su Dongsheng was surprised by her familiar demeanor. They only spoke a few words when they were children. Since she got married, they haven't seen each other much, let alone talked. Ah, Sister Lu Li, you're back. Yes, I've been back for a while. I heard that you made a fortune? Su Dongsheng scratched his head. Did she come here to borrow money?
Oh,
What fortune? You know that people in the village like to spread rumors. I just set up a stall outside to sell buns, and I don't make much money. You can make a lot of money by selling buns. My dead husband's relative is now setting up a stall in the town. I heard that he can make 100 yuan a month. He played dumb, haha, then his relative is very powerful. I can't make that much. Yeah, if my husband hadn't suddenly fallen ill and passed away, he wanted to go out to make money. It's all my bad luck. Recalling the sad things, her eyes suddenly turned red and her voice choked. Su Dongsheng sighed in his heart. Sister Luli, don't think like that. It's all in the past. You have to look forward. Life still has to go on. You think about your children. You have to hold on. The more he persuaded Luli, the sadder she became, and tears fell in strings. Yes, I still have a child to raise. If it weren't for him, I would hardly be able to live. Now I live in my mother's house, and no one can stand it. When his wife cried, Su Dongsheng just felt distressed. When it was another woman's turn to cry, he just felt embarrassed. You don't cry. If someone sees you later, they will think I bullied you. At this time, the cry of a child came from a house. He was anxious and opened the gate to walk in. Sister Luli, I still have to be busy. You first. I will take care of the child and help you coax him. She raised her foot and followed her in, and Su Dongsheng didn't care. Ahui, who is crying? Lin Hui was in the house, feeding her second child with her arms. She heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the man come back. The third child seems to have peed. Come and have a look. The door opened. She looked up and saw a strange woman following behind her. She was stunned. Dongsheng, who is this? Su Dongsheng turned around and frowned. Why did she follow him into the house? Sister Luli, sit in the yard for a while. Luli seemed not to understand what she said. She smiled and stretched out her hand to pick up the child. I'm good at taking care of children. Let me help you. You're a grown man. How can you change diapers? Lin Hui was not happy with a stranger holding a child and refused directly. No, he can. Su Dongsheng stepped aside and frowned. You go out and wait. Luli was a little embarrassed and moved her mouth. Okay, I'll go out and wait. After she left, Lin Hui closed the door. Where did mother go? The vegetables in the old house grew old, so she went back to pull them up and feed them to the chickens. She just left for a while.
oh,
Su Dongsheng bent down to change the diaper and wrapped it in 2 or 3 strokes. When the third child felt comfortable, she smiled silently at her father. Lin Hui looked out of the window and could only see a back figure with a protruding front and a curved back, a good figure and fair skin. Who is this person? A widow who returned to her parents' home in the back village. Her husband just passed away. I don't know her well. I came here by myself today. Lin Hui looked at him with a smile. Is it really not your fault? Su Dongsheng made a tisk sound and was unhappy. Am I that kind of bad guy? He moved closer and whispered to coax her. Besides, my wife is so beautiful. Much better than her. Her eyes were narrowed into slits. Lin Hui gently put him on the bed and then took her daughter from the man. Stop talking nonsense. Go out and see what she wants to do. Su Dongsheng pursed his lips. After he went out, he saw that the woman was actually sitting in front of the wooden basin. She wanted to wash the diapers herself. Hey, Sister Luli, you don't have to do this. I'll wash it later. Luli widened her eyes and asked in surprise, You wash the diapers too? Su Dongsheng didn't feel embarrassed at all. He took the basin from her hand and put it aside. Yes, I'll wash it. Your wife is lucky to have a man who loves her. The previous one in my family never held a child, let alone let him wash diapers. This person seemed to be able to change his face. He started to be jealous while talking. He was a little impatient. Do you have something to talk to me about today? She hesitated and didn't know what she wanted to do. Luli grabbed the clothes on both sides of her hands, her face a little red. I heard that your family gave birth to triplets, but there are not many people who can help at home. How about I come over to help you? I took care of my 2 children by myself. I can do both changing and washing diapers. Still can breastfeed. She spoke in a lower and lower voice, buried her head, and only a pair of red ears were exposed. Su Dongsheng could not hear the last sentence clearly if he did not listen carefully. He took a deep breath.
What?
Did she want to come to his house to be a wet nurse? Yes, her son was only 1 year old, and it was possible that he had not been weaned yet. Su Dongsheng was also a little embarrassed, and he turned his head away. Sister Luli, thank you for your kindness, but my family has enough manpower now. My mother and I can do these things like washing diapers, so I won't bother you. Luli raised her head, looking pitiful. Your family has 3 children, and they don't eat much now. After 3 months, your wife will definitely not be able to feed them alone. I will buy milk powder for them, so they won't be hungry. You might as well use the money for buying milk powder to hire me, and I can still help with the work. Adong, if you don't help me, I really can't survive in my mother's house. My son is bullied all day long. Su Dongsheng was a little helpless facing the tearful woman, but still refused ruthlessly. Sister Luli, I sympathize with you. But I really can't. Luli stood up suddenly. Are you afraid that your wife will disagree? I'll go talk to her. Lin Hui opened the window for ventilation and could hear the conversation in the yard. Luli suddenly ran over and climbed to the window. Are you a Hui? For the sake of the child, can you let me come over to feed the child? Just think of it as saving my life and my child's life. The words were getting more and more outrageous. If she didn't invite him over, would she owe him 2 lives for no reason? She understood that there were children in the village who did not have enough milk and asked people with milk to help feed their children. But she did not want other women to feed her children. She felt uncomfortable. She said gently, Sister, my child only needs milk powder. I have experience.
Just listen to me.
Lin Hui felt puzzled, but she still explained patiently, Sister, I sympathize with you and feel sorry for your child. But you are so young. My man is younger, and you can imagine what the villagers will say if I ask you to come over to breastfeed the child. Luli's face turned pale, and she shook her head. I haven't thought about it so much. I just want to find a way to make a living for myself and my child. You can go to the town and have a look. You can also make money by doing some small business or working as a waiter in a restaurant. Now your child has his grandmother to take care of him, which means there is no problem for him to go out. I just want to come to your house to work, close to home, and take care of him. The child in Lin Hui's arms frowned. She didn't say anything more. They were not familiar with each other. Sister, let me be frank. I may ask someone to work, but I won't ask a young woman. It's not appropriate, and it's easy to cause gossip. You should go back.
You.
Su Dongsheng ignored the look in Lu Li's eyes. She might have felt that Lin Hui was too blunt and embarrassed her, so she rushed out of the house crying. After sending the person away, Lin Hui did not feel any guilt. She unbuttoned her clothes and let her daughter sleep with the food in her mouth. After a while, the door was opened again, and the person who came in kept staring at her. She was a little annoyed and kicked him. Go out and wash the diapers.
Su Dongsheng chúc cờ.
Sue's mother came back with a big basket of chicken and vegetables and saw her son happily washing diapers. Why are you smiling with your big mouth while washing diapers? Mom, let's ask someone to come and help wash diapers and look after the children? Just ask the older one. Sue's mother almost covered his head with chicken and vegetables. Isn't one of me enough for you to order around now? I've never heard of anyone in the village doing such a thing as paying someone. Do you think you are a big master in the old society? She had a loud voice, and Lin Hui quickly closed the window to avoid harming innocent people. Look, you're angry again after just a few words. Sue's mother rolled her eyes at him and sat down to pick vegetables. The old vegetable leaves were fed to the chickens and rabbits, and the tender vegetable hearts were left for people to eat. Listen to my analysis. You see, my father is responsible for the work in the fields, and you have to take care of the vegetable fields and feed the chickens. Hui has to feed the children at night. She gave birth to 3 children at once, and her body is still weak. She definitely can't devote too much energy to it. But I have to go out to do business in a while. You know my skills. One person can't do it at all. Su Dongsheng suddenly slapped his head. After all the calculations, one person is not enough. I have to hire 2 people, right? Otherwise, How can Hui spare the time to help me prepare things? Hey, stop it. Sue's mother was about to crush the vegetables in her hands. Hiring one person is enough. Do you want your wife to be the queen mother by hiring 2 people? There are 3 children. If you want her to be the queen mother, I have to invite 3 people over. Mother Sue couldn't bear to watch and snorted. No more than 1 person. Invite 3. Why don't you go to heaven? I have never seen a man who loves his wife so much. He doesn't let her work the fields, feed the chickens, or even take care of the children herself. Su Dongxing giggled. I feel sorry for you, too. If you invite people, you will be more relaxed. When the children grow up, let them serve you, and you will be the queen mother of our family. TSK, I hope I'm not mad at you to death, and you still want to be the queen mother. Su Dongxing pressed on. Who should we invite over? Mother Su first looked around among the relatives and finally thought of someone. Su Dongxing should call her aunt. The aunt is 45 years old this year, and she is also a widow. She is a relative of the Su family who is just 5 generations apart. The man in the aunt's family passed away early, leaving behind a girl. The aunt raised the girl and married her to a man from the same village, so they lived close to each other and could take care of each other. But no matter how much she took care of the girl, there was still an old woman to support at home, so life was a little difficult. Aunt, you can come over during the day to help wash diapers, look after the children, and sometimes help feed the chickens and rabbits, etc. You don't have to do other work. I'll give you 5 yuan a month, including a meal at noon. What do you think? The aunt was a little nervous, wiped the sweat from her palms, and nodded, okay. Lin Hui observed from the window. Her hair was half white, and she looked more haggard than her mother-in-law because she had not lived a good life. But her hair was combed meticulously, and although her clothes were old, they were not dirty, and her nails were clean. She was a clean person, so Lin Hui naturally had no objection. With an extra helper in the family, the first person to feel relieved was Sue's mother. In the future, whether she was going out to the vegetable garden or doing other things, she would not have to rush home. Lin Hui could also have a good rest. The old aunt was diligent and honest, and she was taciturn and did not like to join in the fun. She usually sat in the yard to work and was always on call. Even when there was no work assigned to her, she could find work for herself, such as helping to chop wood or sweep the floor. The 5 yuan was well spent. Su Dongxing also got rid of the full diaper mountain and began to think about opening a shop in the county. When Guzzi came to collect chickens for the first time, he used the wages he had earned from here before as capital and collected 10 chickens and left. 2 days later, he came again to collect the second batch of old hens, a total of 12. He and his mother came to collect chickens together, and Lin Hui heard them chatting in the house. Guzzi's mother smiled happily and kept thanking Adong for his help and saying that Adong was really great. It was the first time that Sue's mother was praised for the youngest child, and she was a little uncomfortable. While the child was sleeping, Lin Hui locked the door and took out the money at home to count. This month we have to count out everyone's wages first. Guzzi is not counted. Dad and Mom have a total of 30 yuan, and the old aunt gives 2.5 yuan every half a month. Plus the 22 chickens we sold these few days and the rabbit we gave away, the total money we have on hand is 502 yuan plus a few coins. Su Dongxing didn't listen carefully to the calculation of the small amounts of money, and when he heard that there was a total of 500 yuan left, he said, "Oh, our family is a wealthy family? We have 500 yuan. What's so rich about 500 yuan? You'll only be considered a wealthy family if you can earn 10,000 yuan. Lin Hui saw him putting his big feet next to the child to compare whether they had grown bigger, and his forehead twitched in pain. He slapped his arm. "Move your stinky feet away from me." Su Dongxing rubbed his red arm. "Why do I feel like you're getting more and more aggressive?" Lin Hui snorted and laughed. "What's wrong? I have a child now, and the money is still in my hands. What's wrong with being a little aggressive?" He smiled ingratiatingly. "It's okay. It looks better if it's a little aggressive." Lin Hui divided the money. 1 bundle is 100 yuan. Use it to buy food. Our family cooks, and we must not run out of food. Buy more and negotiate the price with Aliang.
Okay.
I'll give you another 50 yuan. Go and order 2 big pots, and paint the door of the store. There should be a lot of money left, and you can see what else you need to buy. I won't give you extra money. No problem.
And
Lin Hui was halfway through her words when there was a knock at the door. The old aunt's voice was trembling, and she was obviously very scared. Adong, there's a police comrade at the door, and he said he wants to see you. The two looked at each other in surprise. Su Dongsheng quickly put on his shoes and went out to open the door. Aunt, did he say anything? The old aunt's lips turned pale. He said someone reported you for speculation. There was a dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Sue's mother dropped the bucket in her hand, her face full of panic, and ran over to grab his hand. Third brother, what's going on? Why is there another report now? Are you okay? Su Dongsheng comforted her. It's okay. I really don't have any problem. Just check it. You and old aunt look after the child in the room. Don't worry. The courtyard door was not locked, but the policeman didn't come in, just stood at the door waiting. He would rather have people come in directly if they were seen outside. Who knows what rumors would arise. Public security, Lee, it's you again.
Su Dongsheng smiled.
This was the 3rd time they met, and they had become old acquaintances. The young male policeman's mouth twitched slightly, but he suppressed it. He walked in with a stern face. We received a report that you were doing speculation and profiteering, and now we are here to verify it. Su Dongsheng had a calm and generous face. You can check it at will, and you can ask any questions you have. Public security Lee checked more carefully than last time. Can I go into this room? Lin Hui checked her clothes and found nothing wrong. Put on a top, put on the confinement hat she made herself, then got up and opened the door. You can come in. Su Dongsheng stepped forward and supported her. Lie on the bed.
It's okay.
Li Gongnan saw her like this and knew that she was in confinement after childbirth, and she felt a little embarrassed. He stood at the door and saw the 3 children on the other bed at a glance, and was surprised. Triplets? What a blessing. They had heard this many times. Su Dongsheng replied, it's triplets, just half a month old. Lin Hui took the initiative to open the cabinet and took out the clothes, and she was very confident. Li Gongnan glanced around. There's no problem here. Then he went to the next room, the main room, and even the kitchen. He followed the direction and saw a place. I remember that your family didn't dig a well last time. It was just dug 3 months ago. Su Dongsheng pointed to the small clothes and diapers on the clothesline and said helplessly, Li Gongnan, do you have children? Look at how many diapers you have to wash every day. It really won't work without a well. Li Gonglan's mouth twitched slightly. He hasn't started a family yet, and it's really scary to have children's clothes floating all over the yard. Finally, he looked at the door between the backyard and the chicken coop. A new door has been opened? What's that for? Raising chickens and rabbits is too smelly. My wife had morning sickness before, so I fenced off a piece of land and moved it out specifically to raise them. You love your wife a lot. Public security, Lee walked over. Woof woof. Shanhwa has grown up now. He is tall and has long legs. He stands guard at the door, looking majestic and very handsome. It's you again. Public security, Lee's eyes lit up. What kind of dog is this? It looks a bit like a wolf dog, more majestic than the police dogs in our bureau. Su Dongsheng squatted down and touched its head. I don't know what kind of dog it is. It must be a mixed breed. I picked it up in the mountains. The older Shanhwa gets, the more he looks like a wolf. He suspected that the baby was the offspring of a hybrid between a female dog and a wolf and was abandoned. He carried the dog away. The door was not locked, and Li Gongnan pushed it open. There was nothing to search inside, just several large chicken pens and rabbit hutches against the wall, separated by wooden boards. Li Gongnan asked Su Dongsheng several more questions about the business outside. The rabbits are sold regularly to the popular restaurant in town, and we have receipts for each transaction. Li Gongnan, do you know that restaurant? Yes, this restaurant has the best business in town now, and even the state-owned restaurants can't compare. The rabbit meat they make is delicious. It turns out that your family supplies it. Su Dongsheng hadn't been to the town to do business for a while, so he didn't know why Boscow's business was so good. Li Gongnan had a deep impression of this family. They could answer any questions they were asked, and they made a lot of money, and it all came from somewhere. Especially this Su Dongsheng, he was very eloquent, and he could chat with people in the bureau, and he was so thick-skinned that he asked people if they liked to eat buns. Seeing that this young policeman was not fierce at all, Su's mother dared to come up and talk to him. "Leader, we didn't do anything bad." Li Gong'an's expression was relatively gentle to the elderly, the weak, women and children. "Auntie, according to regulations, we must conduct verification when we receive a report. Now that the investigation is completed, there is no problem with your family." Su's mother respected the police very much. She grabbed Li Gong'an's hand and began to express her opinion. "Our family has been poor peasants for 8 generations, and we have a good family background. I don't know which rascal has nothing better to do than to report us. Isn't this wronging a good person? It's troublesome for the police comrade to make a trip. Tell me who reported it. I must seek justice." Li Gong'an's face froze with smile. He pulled his hand out and wiped the saliva sprayed on his face. "Auntie, I don't know who reported it either. As long as there is no problem in the verification, you must abide by the law in the future." Yes, we will obey the leadership in everything." Su's mother grabbed his hand again and began to recite quotations. Seeing Li Gong'an's embarrassment, Su Dongsheng laughed. "Mom, let go. Let the public security comrade go back to report our situation to the leadership." "Yes, Auntie, I have to go back to report my work. I'm leaving first." Li Gong'an quickly rode his bicycle back to town. Su's mother and aunt both breathed a sigh of relief. They had seen the consequences of being reported before. The aunt sighed. "Now the public security doesn't even throw things when they come to search. He speaks politely and smiles." Su Dongsheng closed the gate. "Yeah, nowadays we won't criticize and denounce people for every little thing. Everything must be based on evidence. This is not the time when you can kill someone by writing a letter of denunciation." Su's mother recovered and said angrily, "Who is jealous of our family and actually reported it to the Public Security Bureau?" Su Dongsheng could not think of it. "Our family has not caused any hatred. Who can hate us so much?" Lin Hui opened the window and made a suggestion to the people in the yard. "The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. Why don't we put on a show and lure the people out?" Before Su Dongsheng could speak, Su's mother slapped her thigh and gritted her teeth. "Yes. We must find that bug. What kind of hatred and grudge did he have to report us? If it were in the past, wouldn't he have killed people? Ahui, you are smarter than the third child. You tell us and we will do it." Su Dongsheng looked at her. He even despised his own son. Lin Hui thought for a while. "Mom, you should curse people in the village today. Curse the person who reported it. The harsher the better. Let them mistakenly think that the report was successful." Su's mother nodded fiercely. "Okay, cursing is my strong point. I must curse his ancestors for 18 generations."
L'invite.
In this regard, her mother-in-law was indeed unmatched in the village, and her fighting power was amazing. Then she said to the old aunt, "Aunt, when you go home today, no matter who asks you, just say you don't know. Tell others that a policeman came to our house today to check our house, and just say you don't know what they found out." The old aunt nodded silently. She was not good at talking anyway, so she just had to shake her head and say she didn't know. It was simple. Lin Hui finally turned to the man and said, "Let the dog watch near our house, and then don't go out again." The person who reported it mistakenly thought that the report was successful and might come to confirm whether our house was turned over. Let the person behind the scenes boast for a while. There will always be a time to reveal his true colors. Su Dongsheng put his hands in his pockets. Okay, his wife has the final say. He will be responsible for looking after the children at home. That afternoon, almost half of the people in the village heard Su's mother yelling and cursing and came out curiously to join in the fun. "We are all from the same village and we are relatives for 3 generations, but you are reporting them.
You are really sick.
You have a bad heart, rotten to the core." Aunt Wong held her hand. "Don't scold me first. What's going on? Someone reported it?" Su's mother put her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. "Someone reported my 3rd son for speculation. If you have the guts, come and argue with me in person. He is really a rat in the gutter who can't stand the light. He will shoot arrows in the back." Everyone else was scared. Oh my God, there are such bad people in our village. How can you report this randomly? What's going on now? Is the third son okay? Sue's mother avoided the question and cursed the person who reported him. Sue's father was called back from the field and was stunned when he heard his wife swearing. What are you doing? Why are you cursing so harshly? What am I doing? Your son is fine, but he was reported. What? He was reported? Sue's father was panicked. What should we do? The police are here to search. The people around were noisy. Someone in the village was reported. Even the village committee was alarmed by this matter, and they came over to ask what was going on. Someone was reported, but their village committee didn't even know about it. This was a report to the higher authorities without their knowledge. Everyone looked worried, except Lai San-young, who was smiling happily. If she hadn't really done something bad, how could she have been reported? Sue's mother was furious, and she rushed over to grab her hair, pulling out a large handful.
Did you eat?
You speak so rudely, spewing all over your mouth. I think it was you who reported it. The one who has a grudge against our family. After thinking about it, it must be your family. Did you report it? Someone thought about it, and it was really possible. Maybe it is true. Was it Lai San's family who reported it? Lai San-young's scalp tingled. She grabbed Sue's mother's hand and tried to let her go, shouting, I didn't report it. Don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Isn't it your family that is best at doing this kind of sneaky things? You're talking nonsense. Stop accusing good people. I swear to my ancestors, it wasn't me who reported it. What if it was really you who reported it? Just let me have no descendants, okay? Let go of me. Everyone was stunned again when they heard Lai San-young swearing on her most beloved descendants. If it really wasn't her, then who else could it be? Sue's mother loosened her hand, and Lai San-young grimaced, with a patch missing from her hairline. She pouted on the ground and wanted to say something, but was afraid that Sue's mother would go crazy and pluck out another patch, so she covered her hair and walked home dejectedly. Sue's father pulled his wife home with a sullen face, leaving the villagers behind to discuss. Did someone really report him? Is there really something going on? You can hire people to work for you. You make so much money, so you should be remembered by others. Was he arrested or fined? Otherwise, why would Lao San-young be so angry? Alas, Lao San has been to the police station once before, right? He's going to the police station again this time. It's really embarrassing.
How is Lao San now?
Dad, Mom, we heard that Lao San is going to the police station again. Both Su Guangzong and Su Yaozu's families came over, very anxious. Mother Su opened the door and let the people in. After closing the door, the anger on her face disappeared by half. Su Dongsheng was holding a child in his arms, standing at the door and smiling at them.
Didn't they say they were arrested?
Why are you still smiling? Seeing this, Father Su thought they were lying and asked angrily, what's going on? What about the report and the police coming to search the house? Is it true? Half true and half false. Mother Su walked into the main room and poured herself a bowl of water to moisten her throat. She was exhausted after scolding for a long time and having a small fight. Father Su was anxious and glared at her. Hurry up and tell me. You're so anxious. What's the hurry? She slowly told everyone what happened today. Anyway, the person who reported it couldn't be a family member. You all should be smart. You can't tell anyone about this and just pretend you don't know. Su Guangzong was also very angry. How can you be so mean? Are you really not afraid of retribution? Bad people are definitely not afraid of retribution, as long as the third child is okay. Sue's father wanted to smoke. Touch the pipe and put it down. As long as we act upright, we are not afraid of any more reports. After reminding them again and again not to show it in front of outsiders, they all went home. In the room, Lin Hui asked Su Dongsheng to put the child down. Don't hold the child all the time. It will be difficult to coax him to sleep if he gets used to it. I'll do it from now on. You won't be tired to death. Put him down quickly. Su Dongsheng gently put the child on the quilt. After raising him for half a month, the red color faded a little, and the child became white and tender. Very cute. Do you think this trick will work? If it doesn't work, then there is no other way. The police don't know who wrote the report letter, and even the person who delivered the letter can't say for sure. Then we can only wait. After dinner in the evening, several people sat in the yard to enjoy the cool air, and Guzzi came and knocked on the door. He walked in with an angry look on his face. "Brother, today I saw that widow sneaking over to visit your house. Is it her?"
Su Dongsheng was surprised.
She wanted to report him just because he didn't invite her? Isn't this too petty? She was alone? Guzzi nodded. She looked for a long time before leaving. Su's mother asked in surprise, "What widow? Who came?" Su Dongsheng was still thinking about the possibility of this matter and was urged by the anxious father Su, "Can you two make it clear at once? Where did the widow come from? What does it have to do with people?" He stroked it. Didn't Lu Li from Hotsun return to her parents' home because her husband died? Everyone in the village knew about this, and Su's mother, who was at the center of the gossip, must understand. It stands to reason that Lu Li gave birth to 2 sons for that family, so she shouldn't be driven away, but the brothers and sisters-in-law of that family didn't get along, and Lu Li was young, not even 30 years old this year. Her husband's brothers said that they were afraid that she would not be able to stand the loneliness in the future and bring shame to the family, so they simply drove her back. Lu Li's family was not strong enough, and because that family said that they would not take back the betrothal gift, she could still marry again to get the second payment, so they took her in. Su's mother turned to Guzzi. "Guzzi, you should be familiar with this. Aren't your 2 families talking about getting married?" Guzzi stomped his feet in anger. "Aunt, I'm not." "But I heard that the date is almost set." "It sounds so convincing. I wanted the 3rd brother to ask you what you think about being someone's stepfather at such a young age. There have been a lot of things going on at home recently, and Su Dongsheng had no idea that the rumors outside had reached this point." Guzzi quickly explained, "The matchmaker mentioned it to us, and my grandma didn't refuse, but she didn't agree either. She just said she would think about it. When they came to ask me what I thought, I said no. When Aunt Lu came, my mother felt embarrassed and invited her to dinner, but she also refused. She made it very clear." Su's mother slapped her thigh. "Are they trying to put the blame on you? The rumor in the village is that your 2 families have had dinner together and are waiting for the right day." Someone asked Lu Li's mother, and she didn't deny it. Su Dongsheng couldn't hold back his laughter and patted Guzzi's shoulder. "You're happy to be a father. Why don't you just go along with it?" Lin Hui looked out through the window and patted the child. She couldn't help laughing so hard that her shoulders shook. The child looked at his mother curiously. "Guzzi has a good temper, but he gets stubborn when pushed. I don't want it. I'll tell my mother when I get home and let her solve it." Su Dongsheng felt sorry for him. "I used to think Lu Li was very pitiful, but the way the Lu family does things is really disgusting." Father Su pulled back his words. "3rd brother, tell me what she came here for before?" "She came to our house a few days ago and said that she was having a hard time at her parents' house and wanted me and Ahui to invite her to come and look after the children. She can also." He glanced at his mother, who didn't understand yet and was puzzled. "What else can she do?"
"Tell me."
Su Dongsheng made a TSK. He was a grown man, but he felt embarrassed to keep saying this word. "She can also breastfeed." Several people in the yard were silent. Guzzi didn't know there was such a thing. His face turned red with anger. He felt really embarrassed. This was the wife that the matchmaker had brought to him. Although Su's mother felt it was not nice to tell others, borrowing milk was not uncommon in the past when people were hungry. "Is it the day when you suddenly said you wanted to invite someone back to work?"
"Yes."
"She is very pitiful, and there is no problem with us inviting someone, but she is too young and a new widow, so Ahui and I think it is not appropriate. If we invite her back, how can my father and I stay at home?" Su's father nodded. "That's right." Su Dongsheng thought about it. "I don't think it's something she can do. We didn't say anything bad. We just felt it was not good, so we refused. She doesn't seem to have been to elementary school, so she can't read, right? Maybe she heard that we invited the old aunt and wanted to come and take a look? It's possible. We can't just accuse people wrongly. What should we do now?" Su Dongsheng felt that it was at least a breakthrough. "Guzzi, let's wait for her for 2 days to see if there is anything wrong. Let's go now." She came to our house during the day. If she really has an accomplice, she must come out at night for fear of being seen. Mom, please keep an eye on the house. Okay, I know. Although Lin Hui was also anxious, she couldn't go out of the house, so she had to spend time watching the children in bed. After dark, most of the villagers went to bed. There were few lights on. Occasionally, the sound of children being beaten and scolded could be heard, and sometimes mixed with couples scolding each other. The two walked on the path, and Su Dongsheng slapped a few times, killing several fat mosquitoes on his arm. The two walked all the way to a place not far from Lu Li's house, squatting behind a tree, like squatting in the toilet. Gozi was still angry, brother. How can their family be so disgusting? Maybe her family really wants to marry her off. It's also her bad luck. The family she met was not good.
She doesn't look that bad.
Snap. Hee hee, brother, your blood is sweet. All the mosquitoes went to you, and I was not bitten. Su Dongsheng was also helpless. From childhood to adulthood, as long as he was there, mosquitoes would attack him. Lin Hui was still laughing. She didn't even need a mosquito net to sleep with him. It was so boring to squat there. Time passed so slowly. I should have put a bag of dried sweet potatoes in my pocket earlier. Guzi stared at the door of Lu Li's house. Su Dongsheng was quite leisurely. Don't be so nervous. You may not be able to squat there tonight. He suddenly mentioned, even if she came out, she would be guilty. She can't go through the front door, right? I remember that their house seemed to have a back door. Guzi also remembered, yes, I'll go over there and take a look. With no one to chat with to relieve his boredom, Su Dongsheng didn't want to squat anymore. He might as well go home and watch his 3 kittens sleeping and blowing bubbles for fun. Guzi had only taken a few steps when he ran back and whispered, "It's out, it's out." Su Dongsheng was refreshed and trotted over. Under the moonlight, a graceful woman opened the back door, closed it gently, and when she saw no one around, she walked away in small steps. Guzi whispered, "Look at this dog. She must be guilty."
Sure.
The two followed her all the way to the threshing ground. There were a few piles of straw that had not been moved away, which could just cover them. Su Dongsheng moved over gently and pricked up his ears to listen. "Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you to die." A male voice sounded. Su Dongsheng and Guzi looked at each other in surprise. They were familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the second son of the Huang family. Are these two having an affair? The second son of the Huang family is over 35 years old and has 3 children. "Brother Huang, don't let me go. It's not good for us to do this." Lu Li's soft and weak voice sounded. For a man, it was not a rejection in the dark night. It was more like seduction. "Su Dongsheng, if you don't want to, don't go out with others late at night." The second son of the Huang family hugged him tighter. "Come, let me kiss you. You don't know, the yellow-faced woman in my family has a waist thicker than a toilet. She is not as white and beautiful as you." Su Dongsheng shuddered, listening to the gossip and thinking about daydreaming. Lu Li is fair, but her face is long, a horse face, not pretty. She is far inferior to his wife. Cough, cough, he was thinking too much. He came back to his senses and heard that Lu Li was still refusing. He was pushed away all the time, and Huang Lauer got angry. "Lu Li, I wrote a report letter for you. You can't just cross the river and burn the bridge." Su Dongsheng paused and frowned. Did she really do it? Lu Li cried, "I was just angry that they invited others but refused to invite me. I just wanted to complain to you. Who knew you really reported it? Then I don't care. I wrote this report letter. If people find out, I can't be a village cadre anymore. You have to compensate me." Lu Li was caught in a trap and half-heartedly gave in. There was a soft rustling sound behind the straw pile, the sound of kissing, and a cry of surprise. They were about to start. Before Su Dongsheng could figure out what to do next, the sound stopped. He was shocked. Adding the time to take off his pants, did it take 5 minutes? And it was over. Huang Lauer pulled up his pants with satisfaction. "Take this money. I know you and the child have a hard time at your parents' house. My wife is very strict with money.
I'll give you more next time."
Lu Li grabbed the 5 yuan. Her face flushed, and she was panting slightly. "Thank you, Brother Huang Er. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be able to live. The two of them entangled for a while, and Su Dongsheng got goosebumps all over his body. Seeing that they were about to leave, he quickly took the dog home. Brother, it was really Lu Li who did it. Why is she so petty? And that Huang Lauer, he already has a wife and kids, but he still does this. Adulterers, shameless. We should expose them and parade them through the streets. Su Dongsheng was quite calm after listening to a live drama. It's too late today, you go home first. We'll think of a way tomorrow. He went all the way home. His parents were already asleep, and Lin Hui was still waiting. He quickly fetched water in the yard to wash himself, then went into the house and said excitedly, "Wife, I have a big harvest tonight." Lin Hui threw a towel over. She was also very curious after waiting for a whole night. What big harvest? Did you catch the guy? I listened to what they did tonight.
Oui.
Was it good? Su Dongsheng pouted, disgusted. It took less than 5 minutes in total. It's much worse than mine. She was speechless. Is this the point? He carried her up. It was almost October, and her body was still so hot. Why isn't it the point? This is a man's dignity. Lin Hui raised her eyebrows, half smiling. Then, I don't know how many minutes a man's dignity lasts. I've never compared it. Su Dongsheng snorted. It's enough for me to know. You don't need to compare. He hugged her tighter and tighter, buried his head in her neck, and his warm breath sprayed on her skin, making her itchy. Wife, you have a strong, milky smell, which is all the rations for the kids, without mine. Would you like to feel sorry for me? Lin Hui. So you got angry because of the scene? She stepped back, but her waist was clamped, and she couldn't move. Stay away from me. I feel I stink, and you don't want to wash my hair for me. Mom said you can't touch water. It's easy to have a headache. You be good, and don't stink. Lin Hui wanted to refuse, but her mouth was blocked by him. Half an hour later, the man rubbed her wrists with a playful smile and pinched her waist and legs from top to bottom. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Is it uncomfortable to have confinement? Don't he know whether it's painful or not? Lin Hui glanced at him. I feel sorry for you enough, right?
Yeah.
Su Dongsheng hugged his wife in his arms and looked at the child from time to time with a satisfied look on his face. After a while, he said, I don't know how Lu Li hooked up with Huang Lauer from the village committee. In order to please Lu Li, Huang Lauer wrote a letter of denunciation. Lin Hui frowned. The Huang family is a big family in the village anyway. We can't confront them head-on.
What are you going to do about this?
Su Dongsheng had some ideas in his mind. He was calculated by someone, and he certainly couldn't let it go lightly. But he really couldn't provoke a big feud between the two families. He can shoot cold arrows from behind, and I can also beat people with a quilt. If he can't find evidence, I'll see how he will seek revenge on me. The next morning, he was at home holding the child and coaxing the child, and he didn't look anxious at all. The old couple couldn't sit still. Did you catch anyone last night? Who is behind this? Su Dongsheng said mysteriously. Don't worry, you will know in a few days. Only Lin Hui knew that Su Dongsheng took a sack and went out that night, and came back in the middle of the night. The next morning, the villagers heard that Huang Lauer was beaten by someone when he went out at night, and his nose and face were swollen. But no matter how others asked, he couldn't say who his enemy was. Those families who usually had frictions were all sleeping at home the night before, and there were family members to testify.
He really had no words to say.
On the third night, Su Dongsheng jumped out of bed after dark and walked out. Lin Hui was surprised. You are not sleeping and you want to go out again? Su Dongsheng had a blank expression on his face. Beating him up is a lesson for him. He owes me, but shouldn't I charge some interest? When will you be back? You and the kids should have a good sleep. I guess there will be some fun tonight, so I may not be back. When Lin Hui heard this, she knew what he was planning. Su Dongsheng was quite stingy when it came to revenge. He went to the threshing ground, where Guzi was already waiting. After the two found a pile of straw, they sat down cross-legged. He took out a handful of dried sweet potatoes from his pocket and chewed them slowly. Brother, do you think they will come tonight? Yes. Huang Lauer was not stupid and could guess that the report letter had been leaked because he couldn't find the enemy. He was panicked and would definitely have to discuss it with his mistress. Lying in this place late at night, mosquitoes appeared in swarms one after another, biting Su Dongsheng, which annoyed him and made him even angrier at the two men. Fortunately, the two men did not let him down and appeared one after another. As planned, Guzi ran quickly to the village office. The gong used for shouting slogans during the rush to harvest was still hanging on the wall. Bang, the threshing floor is on fire. Go and put out the fire.
Bang!
The threshing floor is on fire. Because of Huang Lauer's 5 minutes, Guzi ran so fast that his shoes almost fell off and his toes stuck out of the hole. People rushed out of their homes one after another. Guzi walked around and put the gong back in the dark. The threshing ground was some distance away from the center of the village. Guzi knocked so loudly that Su Dongsheng could only vaguely hear a little sound. And how could the two people who were busy inside care about it? He gathered a bundle of straw behind a half-collapsed wall. Seeing someone running over, he took out the matchbox he had brought from home, lit it with a swish, and then ran to hide in the bushes not far away. The first to arrive were Aunt Hu and Uncle Jin's home near the village office. Except for the children, all the people in their two families ran out, and each of them carried a bucket of water. Su Dongsheng cleared the surrounding area, but the fire from the dry straw was fierce. Looking at it in the dark, it really looked like a big fire. Mom, why did it suddenly start a fire? Let's run faster. I don't know whose dry straw on the threshing ground has not been brought home. The weather is dry in autumn, so it's easy to catch fire. Quick, quick, pour water on it. 2 or 3 buckets of water were poured on it, and the fire was put out. Guzi's desperate shouting for firefighting was so loud that everyone who heard it ran out, including the Huang family. The one who ran the fastest was Huang Lauer's wife, Jin Gui. Where's the fire? Is it out? The fire outside has been put out. Let's go in and take a look. Huang Lauer and Lu Li had heard the noise just now, and hurriedly put on their pants. But there were too many people coming, and they couldn't run away. They were blocked by people.
Ah!
Who's in there? Isn't this the girl who came back from the Lu family? Aunt Hu exclaimed, and Huang's second son. Why are you in here too? To say that we were the first to come to put out the fire is a lie. We didn't even take a bucket. Aunt Hu looked unfriendly. The two men were disheveled, with straw on their hair and bodies. I'm afraid they must have rolled on the ground more than once. They didn't even have their belts fastened. Who? My second son? Didn't he go out for a drink? Huang Lauer was in a panic. Before he could explain, Jin Gui rushed over and grabbed his collar. Why are you here? I wanted to go home after drinking and pass by here. Aunt Hu didn't listen to his nonsense. Whose house did you go to drink so late at night? Your house doesn't pass by here. Jin Gui let go of the man's collar, turned to the young woman next to her, and slapped her hard. Jin Gui was a woman who worked in the fields all year round and could earn 10 work points. She was stronger than any man, and her palms were like those who had practiced iron sand palms. With one slap, Lu Li was caught off guard and thrown to the ground. Jin Gui was still not satisfied, so she rode on her, pulling her hair and slapping her. You witch! It's only been a short time since your man died, and you can't hold it back? No wonder your in-law sent you back. You're just an uneasy witch. Tell me, how long have you seduced my man? How many times did you do it secretly? Lu Li felt pain all over her body, and more people were watching. She felt ashamed. Let me go. Brother Huang quickly explained to her, save me. Huang Lauer really liked Lu Li, and was so distressed that he pulled Jin Gui aside, and then pulled Lu Li up. Lu Li covered her face with her hands and cried softly. Huang Lauer also pointed at Jin Gui and shouted, Shrew. Can you be more civilized? Jin Gui became even more angry and pointed at the two of them and cursed, adulterer and
you said you didn't do anything.
You Huang Lauer, I gave birth to 3 children for you, and this is how you treat me? Well, you bully me because I have few brothers from my mother's family, right? I'm going to sue you for being an adulterer. You are committing a crime of hooliganism. I will have you criticized and paraded through the streets. The two people's faces turned scared in an instant. Aunt Hu quickly grabbed Jin Gui. Old Second's family. Don't be impulsive. They are wrong. But if they are dragged out to parade through the streets, you and the children will have a hard time. Yes, Jingui, don't have that idea. At this time, the village director came. He glared at Huang Lauer with a look of disappointment, and then comforted Jingui, Lauer's family. Let's get things straight first. Don't be angry. We will definitely give you justice. Let's not talk about how much impact it has on the reputation of Xiangyang village if there are hooligans in the village. Huang Lauer is a member of the village committee and represents the image of village cadres. If they get out, they really can't hold their heads up. This matter is more embarrassing than Su Dongxing being caught for speculation. Everyone persuaded Jingui, and Jingui had a way out. For the time being, she didn't say she would sue them, but she didn't let them go either. This shameless person seduced our man. If she was caught, she would be drowned in the pond. Luli was scared, her legs were weak, and she fell to the ground with a thump, breaking down and crying. I have always been well-behaved and didn't dare to say a word to anyone. It was Huang Urge who threatened me.
Luli.
Huang Lauer hurriedly stopped her, fearing that she would say more. But Luli had been frightened by Shintang, and she understood that even if today's incident was over, her reputation was completely ruined, and she could no longer stay in her mother's home. It was Huang Urge who threatened me and forced me with the report letter. I am the one who was persecuted. The onlookers were surprised. What report letter? Is it the report on Su Laosan's family? Su Dongxing jumped behind the crowd at some point and asked in surprise, What? There is something about me in it? Huang Lao shouted. She is lying. Don't listen to her. I have never written a report letter. Now that it has come to this, Luli simply told it all. I didn't lie. After I returned to my mother's home, Huang Urge came to talk to me from time to time. I wanted to work for a dong before to earn money, but they didn't hire me, but hired an older man instead. I felt that they looked down on me and despised me. I felt wronged and couldn't help but say a few more words to Huang Urge, who knew that he wrote a letter of complaint himself and sent it directly to the town's public security bureau. Oh my God, it was actually them who reported a dong. What a bad heart. Gozi also came up from behind, his face full of anger. Got it. Such a bad heart. Luli sobbed and finished her words, and then kept crying, looking really pitiful. Huang Lauer saw that the situation was over and defended. You were very sure that he was doing speculation and profiteering. You were the first to say that the report would definitely succeed, and you deliberately misled me. Luli stared with red eyes. I didn't. The dog-eat-dog situation began, but Su Dongsheng was very calm and asked, You have only been back to your mother's house for a few days. How can you know everything about my family? You are so sure that I am speculating and profiteering? Lai Sen told me. He saw me running out of your house crying that day, and then he stopped me and told me some things about your family. He told me that as long as the police come to investigate, there must be a problem. While Lai Sen, yes, Lai Sen has a grudge against Adong. I didn't expect so many people to be involved in one thing. At this point, the truth was out. It was all caused by that rascal Lai San. Su Dongsheng gritted his teeth. He shouldn't have let him go so easily in the first place. Director, you see how badly I've been harmed. Will the village make a decision for me? If not, then I will make amends in my own way. Su Dongxing stared at the village director with his dark eyes, which made people feel creepy. Okay, it's late today. We will have a meeting of the village committee tomorrow, and I will definitely give you an explanation. With so many people watching and listening, Su Dongsheng was not afraid that the village director would deny his debt. He was a gangster, and the village director was no more shameless than him. After making a fuss for most of the night, everyone was tired, and on the way home they were discussing the relationship between these people. It was a mess. When Su Dongsheng got home, Shanhua ran out and rubbed against his feet. Woofsha, stop making noise. Shanhua rubbed against his feet for a while, then went back to his nest to sleep. Su Dongsheng tiptoed into the house. A voice rang out, You're back. He was startled. Why aren't you asleep yet? It's not that I'm not asleep, it's that I'm awake. My daughter was making a fuss just now, so I picked her up and coaxed her. Su Dongsheng glanced at the crib, which was already soundly asleep.
Oh.
Let's go to bed first and talk after we wake up, otherwise you won't be able to sleep. Lin Hui pushed him. No, if you don't talk to me now, I won't be able to sleep. Su Dongxing took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts, and lay on the bed hugging his wife. It was just a matter of a word. Lai San saw Lu Li leaving our house and tricked her into saying that we were engaged in speculation. Lu Li then complained to Huang Lauer, and as a result, Huang Lauer wrote a letter of denunciation just to please a woman. Wife, do you think Lu Li did it intentionally or unintentionally? Lin Hui leaned on his strong chest and closed her eyes to sleep. I don't believe she is completely innocent. If she really kept herself clean, she would not have accepted Huang Lauer's kindness after seeing his thoughts. To say that she is very bad is not necessarily true. Maybe she is just a little selfish because her life is not easy. But one thing is that no matter whether she did it intentionally or unintentionally, it is our family that suffers. In the past, a few words or a letter could destroy a family. The most important thing is that they have committed the sin of their own making, and it has nothing to do with us. Su Dongxing smiled silently, and the two of them had a better understanding of each other. Yes, the only thing that matters is that you remember to ask your mother to seek justice tomorrow and collect some compensation. After saying the last sentence, Su Dongxing fell asleep. The next morning, Su Dongxing fell asleep, and Lin Hui told Su's father and mother about this matter through the window. Su's mother was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and went out to find a place on the spot. Su's father also called on the eldest and second brothers Su to follow. In the village, whenever someone wants to seek justice, the whole family will go together, otherwise it is easy to suffer losses. Otherwise, it is said that the struggle between two people will generally lead to hatred between the two families. Now it is their Su family that is right. After Su Dongxing woke up, he did not go out. He is very confident in his mother's fighting ability. Sure enough, at lunchtime, the group came back happily. Su Dongxing poured them some water. How is it? Su's mother put 30 yuan on the table. Each of the three families will give 10 yuan in compensation.
他别嘴，我觉得少，但是村主任说10块钱也不算少了，我这才作罢。徐二嫂憋不住，脸上幸灾乐祸。金贵回娘家叫他兄弟过来了，把黄老二打了一顿，那个头肿得像猪头，直到他跪地求饶认错为止。黄家人理亏，不敢还手。还有刘家的人嫌弃死刘丽了，现在他嫂子们都说有这个小姑子在家，影响孩子，非逼着老两口赶紧把她嫁出去。徐东升已经报了仇，不再管后续的事了。至于赖三，找个时间也蒙麻袋揍一顿就是，不值得占用他太多时间。正好大家都在，我有个事情想跟大家商量商量。徐东升顿了顿，又开口，我跟阿慧在县城租了个铺子，租金不贵，从10月份就要开始在店里做买卖了。徐母生气，啥时候租的？
Why didn't you tell us before renting the shop? The town isn't enough for you. Why do you have to go to the county town? The rent is not expensive. How much is expensive? I think you are used to spending money lavishly and don't know how to save. Now we have 3 kids to raise, and we have to hire people to help at home. Su Dongsheng was serious for a rare time. Mom, I know you are doing this for our own good, but you also said that I am the father of 3 children. Can I make the decisions at home? Renting a shop is not an impulse. You have to believe me. Su's mother was speechless and wanted to refute. Are you not impulsive enough? Su's father knocked on the table, looked at the 3rd child, and then said to her, we have separated the family. We don't need to care. 3rd child, go on. Why do you want to rent a shop? Lin Hui had thought carefully. Since they had rented a new store, and it was far away, it would be a waste if Su Dongsheng only sold for half a morning. The business of steamed buns is a long-term business. They are almost universal foods, and people of all ages love to eat them. As long as she can make money, she doesn't want to give up. In addition, there is a place in the store, and she can also prepare freshly cooked food. The men are not good at cooking, so she made a list and steps for them to cook when they arrive at the store every day. The simplest one is malleting. In the morning, they sell steamed buns and boil the soup base at the same time. In the morning, they can sell malatang, the simplest and most simple malatang, or skewers. The soup base basically changes between bone soup and chicken soup, depending on whether bones are bought that day. In addition, the most important thing is the sauce. The salty soybean paste that Sue's mother used to make can be regarded as one kind. Lin Hui was controlled by Su Dongsheng and was not allowed to do it, so she could only verbally try to research and study how to make sweet sauce and spicy sauce with Sue's mother. There are 3 flavors in total, which is not a small amount. These are all they can do by themselves, and the rest requires help from others. After renting the shop, in addition to continuing to sell steamed buns, we also need to do other business. This business needs manpower. The first is the bamboo skewers for stringing vegetables. This is simple to make. Dad will make it. We will buy 10 sticks at 1 cent.
Dad, don't rush to say no.
Everything in the shop must be recorded in the account. Otherwise, there will be confusion in the account in the future. Sue's father shut up. Mom still helps to make steamed buns in the morning. If the eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law are willing, I would like to buy vegetables from you. We will decide the price. In addition, you can help wash, cut, and string vegetables, and you will be paid separately. The vegetables must be collected in the early morning of the same day to ensure that they are fresh and clean. This job is not hard, but you have to get up early.
So you think about it.
If it is not suitable, I can buy them from other people in the village. As soon as Su Dongsheng finished speaking, the second sister-in-law Su agreed. Why not? You are willing to give this money to us to earn. I can't wait to be happy. Isn't it just getting up at 3 in the morning? What's the big deal? After finishing the work, I can make breakfast for the family and take a nap. Mrs. Su also nodded quickly. I think it's okay. We have grown a lot of vegetables in the vegetable garden. We can't eat them all. It would be good if we can sell them for some money. The 2 women who worked at home agreed. Su Guangzong and Su Yaozu looked at each other helplessly.
There was no room for them to speak. They had to agree.
Mother Su frowned the whole time. When the people left, she grabbed the 3rd child and said, "You have to spend money to buy this and that. Are you a money-spending boy? Why do you have to spend money to buy some bamboo sticks for the vegetables at home?" Su Dongsheng was helpless. His mother was used to being frugal. He explained, "This is how business should be done. At the beginning, the money may not seem much, but it will accumulate into a lot in the future. Besides, I am making money now, so it's nothing to let the eldest and second brothers have some soup." Father Su also stood on his side and advised, "Didn't I say that children and grandchildren have their own blessings? He is the one who makes the decisions about his family's business. Doesn't he know whether he makes a profit or a loss?" Mother Su sighed. Did she stretch her hands too far? She stopped talking. Su Dongsheng took the 30 yuan windfall and hurried to prepare new things for business. He found all his connections and bought back 2 large pots at a high price. Under Lin Hui's guidance, he used chicken bones to boil 2 pots of chicken soup base. The chicken legs, etc. were cut into pieces and skewered. The chicken wings could also be skewered twice, and the chicken offal was also counted as 1 portion. The remaining chicken heads, chicken butts, and chicken feet were left to Father Su to deal with. He was happy to use them as a side dish. The chicken soup was fragrant, and Su Dongsheng threw the meat and vegetables into the pot one by one. Such a fragrant soup base, even with straw, it would be delicious. Mother Su sniffed. Everyone came over, Uncle San. When will it be cooked? Su Huanhuan swallowed her saliva, feeling a little greedy. Su Guochao was even drooling. Uncle San, eat it, eat it. It was the first time that Su Dongsheng cooked it himself, and he was a little nervous. He picked it up from time to time to have a look. Finally, when he saw that the dish was about to fall off the skewer, he quickly took a bowl to serve it. It's a little overcooked. Share this bowl among yourselves. There are salty, sweet, and spicy sauces on the side. You can choose them yourself, but don't take too much. The skill of selling skewers is just like that, nothing special. Except for the soup base, the soul lies in the sauce. I want to eat it, I want to eat it. I like sweet sauce. I want it too. I want it spicy. Mrs. Su helped them put the sauce in. No quarrels or arguments. Each person eats 1 piece. Don't waste the sauce. Su Dongxing stared at the other dishes in the pot and silently remembered the cooking time. When all the adults in the family were full, he finally mastered the right time and sighed with relief. The 2 pots of soup base for trial were also shared by everyone, and everyone drank a bowl. On the day Su Dongsheng went back to the city to do business, Lin Hui had not yet completed her confinement. She asked the man to buy 2 small exercise books, write and calculate on old newspapers with pencil, and then record it in the books when she felt there was no problem. One book was used to record the family's expenses and income, and the other was used to record the accounts in the store. Su Dongxing rode a small tricycle to Aoyang's place to move and exchanged 50 yuan for 3 bags of flour. The other 50 yuan was taken to other farmers' homes to exchange for food other than rice, and beans were also exchanged. Now there is still about 378 yuan in hand. The money from selling rabbits and chickens has never stopped. If Guzi's family can come to collect chickens stably in the future, they can earn an average of more than 200 yuan a month. Selling skewers in the county town will not cost too much every day. There is less meat now, and vegetables are still the main food. Even if the wages of the 2 sisters-in-law are added, the cost is at most 2 or 3 yuan. Lin Hui took out 78 yuan and put it in the small box. The 300 yuan was tied into 3 parts with a small rubber ring and put together with her 300 yuan private money. Oh no, there is no such thing as private money now. All the money in the house is hers. Lin Hui couldn't help laughing out loud. How could life not be beautiful when she was sitting at home waiting for money to be collected? Before she could close the corners of her mouth, the 3rd child started crying again. She hurried over to comfort him, and when she touched him, there was no, which meant he was hungry. Ahui, what's wrong with the child? Do you want me to come in? The old aunt asked outside the door. She was counting money just now, and didn't let the old aunt in. No need. It's the 3rd child who is hungry. I can feed him. When the 3rd child was born, he was smaller than his 2 older brothers. Now, after being raised for more than half a month, he has grown a little, but still not as big as his brothers. Although tiny, he is the most noisy. He needs to be held when he sleeps. Every day, he cries before his eyes are even opened, and it gives people a headache. Seeing his daughter drinking milk obediently, Lin Hui stared at her with her black eyes and twitched her tongue. Dear, your dad has gone to the city to earn money for your milk powder. Don't make a fuss. The child's father was pedaling a bicycle hard. There were pots, firewood, sauces, and today's ingredients in the back of the bicycle. With a man weighing more than 100 pounds, he felt like an old ox pulling a plow, panting heavily. The scrap yard in the county town is bigger than the one in the town. He must go there when he is free, and try to find another bicycle and let Guzi pedal it by himself. When he arrived at the store, he took out the newly made key to open the door. The old lady woke up early. When she heard the sound, she poked her head out to see, and said with a smile, "You are finally here." In the past few days, many people have come to ask when the door will open. There was a simple sign hanging on the door of the store, Laosan Snack Shop, which looked very rustic, but also attractive enough. Su Dongsheng hurriedly put the things away and replied hastily, "There are a lot of things to do at home, and I just painted, so the smell needs to get rid of it." He had bought a bucket of paint to paint the exterior walls, so he decided to paint the inside of the house as well, making it look a lot neater and cleaner. There was originally a window on the wall facing the street, and he knocked on the edge and expanded it outward to make it a window for selling things, and the light in the house became better. It was 7 o'clock now, and it was almost time to go to work or school. He ignored the skewers and put the pot on the stove he had built by the window, poured water, and put the steamer in. He lit a low fire to make sure the buns were hot, and the fragrance wafted out. The tea eggs on the side had been soaked for a day, and the taste was also very overbearing. He gave 2 steamed buns to the old lady who was the landlord opposite, and then set off a string of small firecrackers at the door. This snack shop was officially opened. The neighbors had heard that a bun shop was going to open here, and when they heard the noise, some people were too lazy to make breakfast, so they came to take a look. After seeing this, they took a few buns and tea eggs back. With popularity, many people came over curiously. Some children remembered Su Dongsheng and shouted, He's the man who sells pig buns. Su Dongxing smiled. We're out of pig buns today, but we have caterpillar bean paste rolls. Do you want to try some? The child immediately pulled the parent's hand over. Mom, I want to eat caterpillar rolls. The parent was helpless. Didn't you just have breakfast? Then buy it and save it for me to eat at noon. It won't taste good if it's kept for a long time. We'll buy some after school at noon. Su Dongxing. We don't make many buns, so we won't sell buns at noon. We'll sell skewers. The parent looked unimpressed, thinking that this was a trick used by businessmen to deceive children, and went to school to coax his child, saying that he would come back to buy it at noon. Su Dongxing didn't say much, and it was okay to come at noon. Since he was already here, he might as well buy his skewers. He and the old lady spent 2 yuan to buy an old table and covered it with newspaper. When the buns were hot, they moved the steamer out and put it on the table. Guzi ran to get water and came back to change the water in the pot. Su Dongxing put the ingredients in the pot according to the list made by Lin Hui and then began to simmer the soup base on a low heat. Someone who had just dropped off his child passed by and smelled the fragrance couldn't help. Give me 2 tea eggs, wrapped in newspaper. Okay. Su Dongxing scooped up the tea eggs with a spoon, and the man poked his head inside. What are you selling in these 2 pots? Broth. It smells so good.